Chapter 1, Rebirth. Weather stations across the country report that many regions are experiencing rare red rain. Experts say this is rain produced by industrial pollution and does not require the attention of the general public. In the coastal city, in a certain luxury villa area, the electronic weather forecast on the table is broadcasting today's news. Lin Xun suddenly opens her eyes in bed, her hands still in motion as if wielding a dagger. But the next second, she finds herself grasping at nothing. Hadn't she been trapped by her adoptive parents and cornered by alien beasts? She's actually not dead? No, wait. She has been reborn. Looking around her bedroom, which she has lived in for 20 years, Lin Xun's breath quickens as she hurriedly checks her awakened spatial ability and power level. Good news, both are still there. Bad news, the mountain of alien beast core she had stored in her space has completely vanished, and her fire-type ability is only at level 1. On the desk sits a black electronic clock point 2049429. Just as Lin Xun is coming to terms with the reality before her, the bedroom door is pushed open. "Sun, come down for lunch," says an elderly lady appearing at the door. Seeing her face, Lin Xun's expression suddenly changes, and she harshly scolds, "Get lost." She can never forget what the Lin couple did to her. She is not their biological child, but was bought from a human trafficker by this couple 20 years ago. They have known her true identity all these years and frequently approach her wealthy biological parents for support. Otherwise, how could they afford such a luxury home? Oft. In her past life, Lin Xun only tore her face off with the Lin family after the blizzard disaster, discovering the entire truth that it was because of this that they drugged her and threw her to the alien beasts to die a miserable death. How could she not hate them? Her right hand has quietly gathered a faint flame, her eyes filled with chilling frost. Sun Yuehua's face stiffens, not understanding why Lin Xun is so angry. Could it be that she knows her true identity? That shouldn't be possible. No one should have told her the truth. She and her husband had used the excuse that she was an abandoned baby to deceive her all these years. "Sun, tell Mom what's wrong? Who made you unhappy?" Sun Yuehua softens her voice, knowing that Lin Xun has always been a pushover, easy to manipulate. Otherwise, why would she never seek out her biological parents? She was determined to think of them as the ones who abandoned her. Lin Xun swats away Sun Yuehua's reaching hand, feeling utterly filthy. Her voice is cold, exuding killing intent. "I said get lost." During the decade of disasters, she had killed countless alien beasts that in her eyes. The repugnant Sun Yuehua and those man-eating beasts are no different. "Lin Xun, how can you speak to your mother like that?" Downstairs, Lin Droughts, hearing the fierce argument from upstairs, immediately comes up to question. Following him is their biological daughter, Lin Xiaoyu. After the disaster, none of the Lin family had awakened any abilities, relying solely on Lin Xun to struggle for survival. They said this was what she should do otherwise. They had raised her for nothing. Lin Xun stands coldly in her bedroom, while her 3 enemies stand outside the door. That was the only thing her family left her. Less than 2 days remain until the first disaster reigned. That in the disaster, she must strive to survive. That, if possible, she wants to find her biological parents and give them a warning, even if it's just 1 day's time, so they can prepare more supplies. Lin Droughts frowns. "Didn't we agree to return your money after you get married?" In truth, he had no intention of letting Lin Xun marry. She was a precious golden pig, and they would give as much as she wanted. He also planned to use her support money to fund his retirement. Lin Xun directly picks up a walnut from the table and crushes it into powder in front of the 3 of them. The awakening of her abilities has also made her physical strength extraordinarily powerful. The Lin family is terrified by Lin Xun's sudden action. She can sense that Lin Xun is not joking. However, as the head of the family, Lin Droughts is thinking about the many benefits Lin Xun could bring him. Thinking of this, Lin Droughts is determined not to let Lin Xun leave. "Lin Xun, don't go against the heavens. I am your father." Lin Droughts is instantly shocked and in disbelief. "You? How do you know? Yuehua, did you tell her?" Sun Yuehua shakes her head violently. "How could that be? If that's the case, then Lin Xun definitely cannot be left alive. She must die here, and the truth must be buried with her." The man swings his arm and charges at Lin Xun, who doesn't even need to prepare. She raises her hand and punches Lin Droughts' head into the ground. Lin Xun narrows her cold eyes. "You brought this on yourself." She exerts slight pressure with her hand, causing Lin Droughts to cry out in pain. "Ah, old Lin, Dad." The mother and daughter are in a panic, never expecting Lin Xun would dare to actually strike. Lin Xiaoyu scolds, "Sister, are you crazy? He is our dad." Lin Xun presses a hand on Lin Daotong's head, one knee on the man's back, pinning him down. If Lin Daotang dies, then the pillar of the family will fall. Lin Xiaoyu knows this very well. Thus, she dares not approach Lin Xun. "Sister, don't call me that so disgustingly. Using my support money to keep your little boyfriends. Did you forget that money belongs to me?" Lin Xiaoyu pauses, weakly saying, "I don't know what you're talking about." Lin Xun exposes her hypocrisy. "Let me count for you. Late-night street racing that killed someone. You used my money to settle it, breaking up a married man to be a mistress, to take revenge on the classmate who reported you for cheating on the exam, and the little princess of the nightclub. Oh, you want to continue. The term White Lotus should represent beauty, but someone like you should be called a filthy rat that doesn't even belong in the gutter." Lin Xiaoyu's face shows fear, both angry and embarrassed, her face turning red. "Enough! How does Lin Xun know all this? Didn't she tell those around her to shut up?" Her prideful image as a clean daughter, her private life, is actually this chaotic. Lin Xun puts the information in her jacket pocket and zips it up. Then she twists her hands. With a crack, she snaps Lin Daotong's neck. Chapter 2, Weapon Space. Lin Xun takes all the movable fund from the Lin family compared to the support money she received over 20 years. $1 billion is just a drop in the bucket. She doesn't kill the Lin mother and daughter, but lets them live humbly like ants. Let the fear of disaster and the darkness of human nature punish them. By then, death will be a luxury, and living will be hell. She doesn't care if Sun Yuehua tells the outside world that she killed Lin Daodang. Compared to the impending disaster, one person's death is insignificant. Lin Xun looks at her wrist to check the time. It's 2 in the afternoon. She takes a taxi to an HRC, a global chain supermarket under the Lin Group. Here, various imported brand goods are provided, with a complete range, rich samples, and quality. Strictly controlled. The biggest feature is the warehouse-style business model, which offers Lin Xun great convenience as she doesn't have much time to stock up. She can easily scan and put items into her personal space. Today is Wednesday, but such a large supermarket is still crowded with people. HRC covers an area of 1.7 million square meters, with a total of 10 floors, including an underground warehouse, encompassing almost everything. It would take at least 5 or 6 hours to finish browsing. Using Lin Daotong's exclusive black card, Lin Xun met with the general manager of HRC and requested to book the entire place for 3 days, starting from 10 o'clock tonight. Offering 3 times the average sales as compensation, in the face of disaster, both paper money and electronic currency will gradually lose their value. So Lin Xun doesn't mind spending this money. The general manager looked delighted, although he didn't know why this young lady wanted to do this. He still bowed and agreed. Having worked in this position for so many years, he knows what can be asked and what cannot. Since this young lady is willing to pay for compensation, he chooses to act as if he knows nothing. "I'll arrange it right away. Do you need anything else prepared?" "I need a high-access entry card, and the underground warehouse must not be forgotten. After all, after tomorrow, there will be a disaster, and everywhere will be in chaos. Even if it's discovered that everything from HRC supermarket has disappeared and suspicion falls on her, no one can provide evidence that she did it." The general manager quickly brought the access card as instructed and personally escorted Lin Xun to the underground parking lot. Lin Xun glanced at his black high-end SUV, specifically designed for mountainous terrains, and complimented, "Nice car." As a result, the general manager, very perceptively, gifted the car to her. This surprised Lin Xun, but she said nothing more, raised an eyebrow, and drove away. Why refuse something free? She drove the car to a remote port filled with giant containers. The port rarely sees sunlight. However, the sunlight at this moment is unusually shining on the shimmering blue sea. Who would have thought that after the red rain, the beautiful and mysterious ocean would become twisted and dark? Even seafood can no longer be eaten on one end of the sun. Untouched by ink, she carved her original name with ancient characters, a horizontal and a vertical line. Under the sunlight, she not only saw her real name, but also a line of unfamiliar handwriting on the rectangular column. Her chest felt slightly warm, and Lin Xun curiously opened her personal space. In the second year after the disaster, she unexpectedly awakened the ability to store various items in a space. As far as she knows, ordinary people don't have space, and even if they do, it can't be compared to hers. Her space is boundless, as if it has no end. That's why Lin Xun came up with the idea of emptying the warehouse-style supermarket tomorrow. But the space before her. Lin Xun took a deep breath. Compared to the previous simple white space, this felt more like another flawless world. The sky was bright blue, and the white clouds floated leisurely. She stood on an endless prairie, feeling the gentle breeze moving the fine grass, the clean and fresh natural air, the soft and fertile land. It turned out to be a ranch. Lin Xun couldn't help but feel teary-eyed in her past life. The possibility of eating uncontaminated meat was extremely low. Everyone was eating canned goods. Even though they provided nutrition, no one didn't miss fresh and healthy meat products. But if she has this ranch and raises some animals, wouldn't that solve her worries? Lin Xun thought to herself. At least her chances of survival in the future have increased significantly. She originally planned to exit the space, but unexpectedly found herself in the next space. After a brief surprise, she raised her eyes to survey the area. Rather than calling it a gray room, it would be more fitting to describe it as a warehouse. Its size was similar to that of the her.C supermarket, with neatly arranged shelves. However, what was displayed on the shelves was not the usual items found in supermarkets. Cold fluorescent lights illuminated these black, cold items, presenting a sharp and intimidating sight. They were all unique, portable light weapons suitable for individual combat. Lin Xun's eyes lit up immediately. She walked briskly among the various shelves in the weapons depot, trembling with excitement. Handguns, rifles, submachine guns, rocket launchers, grenade launchers, laser jammers, cold weapons. Firearms of all sizes were neatly hung on the shelves from top to bottom, with their corresponding ammunition and magazines on the other side. Further back were dozens of different types of grenade weapons, including grenades, detonators, etc. Enough to obliterate a horde of alien beasts that in the deepest part, under the cold white light, were Lin Xun's favorite cold weapons, even if they looked more terrifying and suffocating. But compared to firearms, these more delicate and lightweight weapons, with considerable lethality, are more convenient for stealth and assassination. Blood grooves daggers, axes, wolf fawn clubs, curved sabers, machetes, iron knuckles. Lin Xun was overjoyed. The space even provided her with more than 10 tactical vehicles. These vehicles are sturdier and safer than regular SUVs, with some designs being more compact. Moreover, the windows, body, and even tires are made of bulletproof materials, making them very useful for long-distance travel in the outside world. Some tactical gear, gloves, helmets, goggles, and other protective equipment hung on the gray walls. Then there were essential infrared devices, night vision goggles, intercoms, gas masks, and other auxiliary equipment. As the saying goes, hoarding food without hoarding guns makes your house a granary. Hoarding food and guns everywhere makes a granary. Owning weapons will naturally instill fear in others. Although it's a pity that she didn't see large weapons like tanks and cannons. However, one shouldn't be too greedy. Lin Xun was already thoroughly satisfied. She exited the space, and outside, the sunlight was still good, and the waves were rolling. She came to the port to trade with an underground explosives magnate. Now that she has a weapon space, there's no need to trouble the other party. However, looking at the mountain-like containers, guessing that they are all filled with various supplies, Lin Xun felt she couldn't come here for nothing. After some inquiries, she was extremely lucky. All the containers were filled with fresh livestock. They were supposed to be delivered to various slaughterhouses and seafood markets early this morning. So Lin Xun concealed her identity and changed her tone, buying these fresh ingredients at double the normal market price. Then it took her 3 hours to put everything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, and swims in the water into the ranch. After finishing all this, it was only 7 in the evening. The container owner didn't expect Lin Xun to be so fast, clearing out dozens of containers. That was the amount a normal restaurant sells in a year. Even for an ordinary family, it could last 4 or 5 years, and just like that, it was all gone. To avoid being discovered, Lin Xun quickly left the port. She still needed medicine and medical supplies. After the disaster, with an increase in corpses, plagues, and flu will occur. Even a small cold could be fatal. HRC supermarket might have some, but the quantity would still be insufficient. For medical supplies, Lin Xun went directly to the hospital to purchase. The reason given is that a family of 6 is going to explore the wilderness, so they will be buying a lot. However, as long as she doesn't buy livestock in such an exaggerated amount, it won't raise suspicion. She first bought iodine, hydrogen peroxide, 84 disinfectant, hemostatic gauze, sterile gauze, bandages, cotton swabs, and so on. Then came various anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, pain relievers, fever reducers, glucose, water purification tablets, and more. Finally, she walked out the door after checking out, under the astonished gaze of the little nurse. Lin Xun didn't buy some less commonly used medications, as she couldn't identify them all and wouldn't know how to use them. She thought perhaps she would go to the pharmacy to scavenge later when the red rain crisis was nearing its end. Such a large hospital would generally have a lot of stock in the basement. Leaning against the car, Lin Xun sipped the coffee she bought from a street vendor to perk herself up. It was just past 9 o'clock in the evening. The main event of raiding the HRC supermarket was just beginning. Chapter 3. Sweeping the supermarket at 10 o'clock, the HRC supermarket was quickly cleared out, leaving no one inside. There were no other buildings around. To highlight the supermarket's size, Lin Daodang specifically built HRC in the suburbs. The nearby area consisted of a wetland park made up of greenery, with very few people around. Lin Xun put on his mask, lowered the brim of his hat, first avoiding various surveillance cameras, and bypassed the security guard at the entrance, using some sedative to knock him out. Then, he used his access card to find the monitoring room and shut down all the cameras in the mall. Finally, he found a vehicle, jumped in, and waved his hand, starting to frantically sweep through the items in the room. It was still not the hot summer season, and the clothing in the mall was transitioning from spring to summer. The major brand stores had inner and outer garments, fitted clothing, casual shoes, sports shoes. Lin Xun had notified all the staff in advance not to close the gate, allowing her to unreservedly take everything into the space. After all, her space was large enough to accommodate even the clothing racks. After one floor down, she had already started to sweat slightly at her temples. Using the space consumed her mental energy, but after 10 years of honing in the apocalypse, she was now quite strong. Then came the men's clothing on the second floor, and women's clothing on the third. Even though a large portion of the men's clothing was not useful to Lin Xun, it could be exchanged for supplies with others in the future. No one would refuse a set of clean, comfortable, and tidy clothes. The fourth floor contained some home appliances, kitchen supplies, daily necessities, children's clothing, and toy stores. Following the principle of since I'm here, she took everything as well. On the fifth floor, there were outdoor sports and camping products, which Lin Xun found the most useful. Hiking backpacks, tents, camping lights, flashlights, trekking poles, sleeping bags, folding chairs, barbecue equipment. Lin Xun touched the sleeping bag, which had the perfect softness and thickness, and felt very satisfied. She would have to worry about not sleeping well while spending the night outdoors anymore. Next were the skis, ski poles, snow goggles, quick-dry clothes, snowshoes, snowsuits, and helmets for the campsite in the snow. These items would be essential if she had to go out during the subsequent snowstorm disaster. Of course, she would prefer to stay in the warm and comfortable safe house, sipping hot drinks and listening to the howling wind and snow outside. Some stores also offered disposable items, warm clothing, and essential products for women during their menstrual period. Lin Xun was rubbing a soft package in her hand, thinking about how they had suffered during their periods in her past life. She decided that once she settled down, she would visit the production factory to see what she could do for them. The 6th and 7th floors above were filled with restaurants of various flavors. It wasn't the number of dishes that worried her, but the fear of not having enough to eat. Thinking about her rebirth, she realized she didn't even have time to enjoy good food. Lin Xun smiled bitterly as she moved all the ingredients from the kitchen, including the freezer, and even found many cooking instructions pasted on the cabinets. If her cooking skills weren't so poor, she might have even considered kidnapping a few chefs to cook for her. Items stored in her space wouldn't spoil, and they remained exactly as they were when put in or taken out. Therefore, even without any electrical equipment running inside, frozen foods wouldn't rot. The underground first floor was a place people visited daily for shopping. Fresh produce, rice, cooking oil, flour, condiments, freshly butchered meat, dairy products, as well as instant noodles. Hot pot base, jam-filled bread, spicy snacks, dried fruits, canned foods. The warehouse-style operation made everything convenient, with large quantities neatly arranged on the shelves. However, after continuously restocking her space for a long time, Lin Xun grew exhausted, and her speed slowed down. Still, she gritted her teeth and persevered. The thought of possibly facing hunger and cold in the future made these hardships seem trivial. Deeper underground lay the mall-s warehouse, where even more essential supplies were stored: mineral water, rice, flour, cooking oil, and other necessities for survival. Lin Xun even found unsold winter clothes from the last quarter and upcoming summer clothes, including swimsuits here. There were some construction materials and tools, as well as many waterproof bags. Finally, as dawn broke, she emptied the entire HRC. Looking at the space filled with abundant supplies, she couldn't help but smile. The restlessness that had been stirring in her heart was finally eased a little. After confirming that she had left no traces, she drove away. After having a meal by the roadside and taking a short nap in the car, Lin Xun opened her eyes and received her biological family's address from Lin Daotong's secretary. With plenty of time now, she planned to leave them a reminder note before looking for a safe house to avoid the red rain. The location should be high, preferably quiet, with minimal disturbances. It should have complete accommodation facilities and a clear escape route. Lin Xun sat in the car and looked at the mansion on the mountain, hidden by trees. It not only perfectly matched Lin Xun's expectations, but was also the Gu family she was heading to. Lin Xun whispered softly, "It's only less than 2 kilometers away from the Lin family." Compared to the Lin family, the Gu residence is an old manor that has been passed down for 100 years. Lin Xun parked the car by the roadside. The Gu residence was ancient and imposing, with no clear view of the courtyard. There were many surveillance cameras and patrolling security guards outside. No wonder Gu family had never disagreed with Lin Daotong's demands for alimony over the years. With such substantial resources, Lin Xun's living expenses were minimal. She wrote down "Be careful of the red rain," stock up on supplies on a piece of paper, then placed it in an envelope and sealed it. After avoiding the guards and cameras at the entrance, she approached the grand house and placed the yellow envelope on the wool rug at the door. Suddenly, she heard a loud crash from inside the house, as if something had been violently smashed. Lin Xun cautiously peered through the glass door of the garden and saw 2 women standing in the living room, facing each other. At their feet lay a shattered glass cup. One of the women, dressed simply, was accompanied by a young man who resembled her closely. He was likely her son. The other woman looked almost identical to Lin Xun. Lin Xun's pupils trembled slightly. Was that her mother? The simply dressed woman shouted hoarsely at the glamorous woman, "Xia Chirue? I'm your biological sister. What's wrong with asking you for some money? Xia Haiyan, I have already helped you pay off countless debts. You and your husband still haven't learned your lesson and continue to gamble. This time, I won't help you anymore." Lin Xun looked at the face of Xia Chirue, which was the same as his own, confirming that she was indeed his mother. Xia Haiyan's expression darkened as she said, "I promise this is the last time. I won't disturb you again." Mrs. Xia refused without a second thought. "It's impossible. You've already lost your credibility with me. Zhou Feng, see her out." Xia Haiyan clenched her teeth, her face growing increasingly ugly. Her husband's family was already at the end of their rope. With a massive debt of 1 billion, the interest was doubling every day, and there seemed to be no end in sight. Tomorrow was the deadline. Otherwise, they would have to pay with their lives. Since her good sister was unwilling to help her, she would just kill her, use the money to pay off the debt, and then flee. Xia Haiyan tugged at her son's sleeve from behind, and the two seemed to be exchanging signals. "Xia Chirue, you won't help, will you? So, make your move." Lin Xun saw the young man pull out a fruit knife from under his coat, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Xia Haiyan actually wanted to kill her mother. Chapter 4 Family Ah. What are you going to do? Mrs. Xia screamed. Lin Xun's body moved faster than his brain, directly pulling open the glass door and rushing in, raising his leg to kick. With precision, he knocked the weapon out of the young man's hand, and then, in a fit of anger, he punched him in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Xia Haiyan was stunned. Where did this person come from? When she saw Lin Xun's face clearly, she couldn't help but exclaim, "How could it be you?" and instinctively wanted to flee in panic. How could Lin Xun let her go? She directly disarmed Xia Haiyan, rendering her incapable of movement. "Are you okay?" Lin Xun asked Madame Xia. When Madame Xia saw Lin Xun, her mind went blank, and her eyes gradually turned red. You are." Lin Xun took a deep breath, allowing Madame Xia to hold her hands, and unnaturally tugged at the corners of her mouth, showing a smile. Lin Xun tied up the quarrelsome mother and son with a rope and threw them into the basement. She sat down to comfort the terrified mother. allowing her to lean on her to ease her emotions. Lin Xun bit her lower lip. If she hadn't happened to come by today, everyone in the Gu residence would have faced disaster. Everything was connected, remembering what had happened in her previous life at this moment. It was no wonder she hadn't seen her family again afterward. They had been murdered. They surrounded Madame Xia, carefully checking her, their expressions anxious. "Mom, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Do you want to go to the hospital for a thorough check?" Madame Xia's face was still very pale. She forced herself to muster some spirit and shook her head. "I'm fine, and all of this is thanks to Xiao Sun. She saved me." Lin Xun just came out of the washroom. She had just knocked out a few teeth from her opponent with a punch, and there was some blood splattered on her hands, which she had just cleaned up. Then she noticed that there were many people standing in the living room, all unfamiliar faces, yet somewhat resembling her. Daughter, sister. Lin Xun was soon surrounded by her father Gu Ting and her 3 older brothers. After various greetings and inquiries about her well-being, the whole family gathered around her in the living room. Her father, Gu Ting, was a kind-faced middle-aged man who wasn't good at expressing paternal love, so he handed Lin Xun a card and told her to use it as she pleased. Lin Xun gently stroked the pattern on the card and recognized it as one of only 10 limited edition cards in the world, with no spending limit. It was even more precious than Lin Daodan's black card. Although Lin Xun felt she probably wouldn't need it later, she still thanked him and put it away. Her elder brother, Gu Hanzhou, had a unique temperament, with sharp features. He was not good with words, but was cold on the outside and warm on the inside. The second brother, Gu Qingzhu, inherited more of Madame Xia's looks and temperament, appearing gentle and accommodating like water. He also resembled Lin Xun. To Lin Xun's surprise, she recognized him as soon as he spoke. She recognized his voice. They had met in a past life. At that time, Lin Xun had narrowly escaped death several times, saved by a man with lightning abilities. Although they had spoken, he had been masked, and she had not seen his face. But now she was certain that the person who saved her was her second brother. After all this time, she wondered if her second brother had recognized her back then. The third brother, Gu Qinxing, had 2 cute canine teeth when he smiled, exuding sunshine and vitality. He and Lin Xun were born on the same day. While others thought Lin Xun would feel awkward, the third brother kindly approached her, becoming close to her. Meeting her biological family was something Lin Xun had not dared to imagine just a few hours ago. She decided to stay here and face the apocalypse together with them. The family went to the basement to interrogate Xia Haiyan, and Lin Xun casually mentioned the information she got from Lin Daodang. It was Xia Haiyan who had taken her from the hospital and sold her to pay off debts, then had the Lin family buy her, profiting from 20 years of custody fees from the Gu family. Upon learning the truth about her abduction, the Gu family was filled with anger, wanting nothing more than to tear Lin Daodang and Xia Haiyan apart. Each person's spittle could drown her. After lunch, they would hand them over to the police. Whether for the abduction 20 years ago or today's attempted murder, Xia Haiyan would no longer escape. After 20 years, the Gu family could finally look at their daughter and sister openly. After a morning filled with anxiety, as mealtime approached, everyone sat around the dining table. Lin Xun informed his family about the impending crisis of the Red Rain, hoping to draw their attention. Gu Ting was the first to put down his chopsticks and did not directly deny the matter, but instead asked Xiao Sun, "How do you know about this?" Lin Xun directly extended his right hand, gathering a ball of black-tinged red flame in his palm to showcase his extraordinary ability. The crowd was so astonished that they couldn't speak, as the scene before them was truly reminiscent of a science fiction movie. I had suddenly awakened my flame ability not long ago. In fact, it was after the natural disaster that she awakened along with her spatial abilities. I believe that human society is undergoing uncontrollable changes. My family couldn't believe it, but the truth was starkly laid out before them. Suddenly, my second brother Gu Qingzhu broke the deadlock and said, "Father, Mother, actually I also." He similarly extended his hand, and one could see slender fingertips entwined with strands of fragmented blue electricity, crackling continuously. Lin Xun's eyes widened. It turned out that his second brother had awakened his supernatural abilities even before the natural disaster struck. He had kept this matter to himself all along, as no one knew if it would lead to being treated as a monster for research. But since his sister had the courage to speak up, as the older brother, couldn't be cowardly. Gu Ting was about to say something when his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the company. What happened? Mr. Gu, it's bad. There's suddenly strange red rain falling at the company. Moreover, anyone who comes into contact with the rain will turn into something like a zombie from the movies in less than a minute. The voice on the phone was clear to everyone, and everyone was taken aback. Lin Xun was even more shocked than everyone else. The red rain, which was supposed to appear here tomorrow, had actually arrived early. Chapter 5. Defense House, tell everyone not to panic. I will be there soon. Gu Ting hung up the phone, immediately stood up, and picked up his coat to get ready to leave. Husband. Father. Gu Hanzhou's face was serious as he frowned and said, Father, this is probably the same red rain that my sister mentioned. Mrs. Xie also nodded, her expression worried. Yes. You should inform everyone over the phone to evacuate quickly and not to go outside. Gu Ting shook his head, insisting on putting on his coat. The company employees must be in a state of panic. As their superior, if I'm there, at least I can stabilize their minds. This was true, but the situation outside might be worse than everyone thought. Father. Lin Xun's words drew everyone's attention to her. This red rain is just an appetizer before all the natural disasters arrive. After the red rain, the endless calamities will be humanity's true apocalypse. Gu Ting thought for a moment and quickly said, the company has some supplies of dry food and purified water. We should be able to last a week. Father, I'll go with you. Gu Hanzhou volunteered and said to his brother, Qing Zhu, I'll leave the family to you. Don't worry. Lin Xun thought for a moment and took out 2 guns and some bullets to give to them. Gu Ting couldn't help but frown, but was also very surprised. Son, how do you have these dangerous things? Gu Ting had been a soldier and could use a handgun. Gu Hanzhou was a member of a free shooting club and was also skilled with guns. Lin Xun warned repeatedly, remember, never let your skin come into contact with the red rain. If you can't avoid being infected and turning into a monster, shoot them in the head. Lin Xun took out a raincoat, rubber boots, and goggles, making sure that both his father and brother were fully equipped and that no skin was exposed before he sighed in relief. Gu Hanzhou chuckled, Son, do you have a treasure chest on you? How do you have everything? Lin Xun took a deep breath and said, when you return safely, I will tell you the secret. No one asked why she knew these things or how she came to possess them. They chose to unconditionally trust Lin Xun. As the two left home, Lin Xun's heart was tightly clenched. She hoped that her kind family would not encounter any accidents. The red rain reaching the Gu residence was only a matter of time. Only Aunt Zhou Fong, who had no one to rely on and had been with the Gu family for decades, responsible for cleaning and cooking, remained. Madame Xie confirmed the remaining supplies at home with Aunt Zhou Fong. Third brother Gu Qinxing went to check the drainage system inside and outside the villa, as well as nearby warehouses for any damages that needed to be addressed. Gu Qingzhu nodded and quickly assigned tasks. I will handle the perimeter. Third brother and little sister will take care of the area near the house, and Mom, you and Aunt Zhou should stay at home and see if there are any places that need reinforcement. Although it was their first meeting today, the family had complete trust in Lin Xun. Lin Xun opened her lips slightly, revealing a small part of her closed heart. Second brother, third brother, let's also take protective measures outside. After all, we don't know when the red rain will appear. She waved her hand, and identical waterproof suits were neatly arranged on the table. Under the hesitant gazes of her brothers, she explained, actually, I have a portable space where I can store things, and these supplies were prepared in advance. Gu Qinxing hugged her, grinning to show 2 cute tiger teeth. This should be your secret, right? Thank you, little sister, for trusting us. Gu Qingzhu asked her, do you have a lot of supplies? If not, I won't waste this set and will wait to use it when necessary. Lin Xun nodded vigorously and patted her chest. Don't worry, second brother. No need to be polite. It's definitely enough. She had emptied an entire HRC supermarket. Perhaps due to a fondness for this brother who had silently saved her in her past life, Lin Xun was willing to open her heart to them. Gu Qingzhu didn't ask anything and started working with the extra wooden boards and electric drill found in the warehouse. Lin Xun spoke openly and naturally about the terrifying red rain, giving him the illusion that his little sister had experienced these disasters as well. But thinking about it, that was impossible. The 3 young people were outside reinforcing their home with protective measures, while Madame Xie and Zhou Fong went to the attic to count essential supplies. No one noticed that Xie and her son had actually run out from the basement. It hurts so much. That little bitch is really ruthless. Xie rubbed her sore wrist, thinking that if they hadn't slowly worn away the rope with nails, they still wouldn't know how long they would have been locked up. However, the house seemed empty, which caught their attention. Mom, look at what they're wearing outside, covering their faces too. Who knows what they are up to? After seeing this, Xie sarcastically remarked, they look mentally unstable. Hurry up and take the money and leave. The two, locked in the basement, naturally had no idea about the red rain crisis Lin Xun mentioned at noon. Mom, how about we use this first? The young man shook a small pack of white powder in his hand. Just a little bit, and it can send the whole family to the afterlife. Not bad. My son is smart. The weather was gloomy, and it seemed like it was going to rain. Is this tea brewed by Aunt Zhou? Just what I need to relieve my fatigue. Gu Qingqing picked up a cup from the coffee table and was about to drink it when Lin Xun glanced at the tea and suddenly furrowed his brows, stopping Sanji's hand. Wait. Gu Qingzhu also looked over and asked in a low voice, what's wrong? There was a layer of unnatural grease floating in the tea, along with some very tiny white particles. Deception, lies, traps, inducements. The connections between people can become unbreakable or can vanish like bubbles in an instant. Just like the substance in this cup of tea, only 0.2 grams can take down an adult elephant. Don't drink it, the tea is poisoned. Chapter 6. The red rain arrives 10 minutes later. Xie and the young man crawled out from a corner. 3 people were lying on the sofa in the spacious living room, and the black tea on the coffee table showed signs of having been tampered with. Xie told her son, go check, are they all dead? The two approached to check for breath. Afraid of Lin Xun, they only dared to stand beside Gu Qingzhu and Gu Qingqing. Just as they were about to touch them, they were grabbed by the back of their hands and pressed down onto the sofa. You guys are actually not dead. Lin Xun circled around from the other side of the sofa, this time using a difficult-to-break nylon rope to tie the two of them up again, and searched their bodies for poison. There were still quite a few prepared items. Are they just waiting for us to die? Xie momentarily lost her composure and shouted angrily, Pa, you and your mother are both shameless. Let us go. Gu Qingqing smiled coldly, pressing a chilling knife against her face, his eyes deep. If you say one more word, I will cut out your tongue. Lin Xun looked at third brother in surprise, not expecting him to be a white cut black, someone who appears innocent but is actually sinister. Before the two were thrown back into the basement, Gu Qingzhu suddenly noticed that the color of the sky outside was very strange. Black clouds were migrating from afar, resembling the apocalypse. A drop of rain splashed on the ground, the water droplet cracking open like a blood-red rose suddenly blooming. Soon it turned into a light drizzle. The vision was stained deep red, as if the retina had been coated with paint. Then came the torrential rain. The red rain had arrived. Lin Xun felt a dryness in his throat and exchanged glances with his brothers. Without any hesitation, the 3 of them checked the doors and windows again to ensure they were securely closed. They then instructed Madame Xie and Zhou Fong to go downstairs, informing them that it had started to rain. Xie looked at the bustling crowd inside the house in confusion, and once again, a plan to escape began to form in her mind. She gestured for her son to move towards the door. Outside, the rain intensified. Blood-red raindrops pounded against the glass window, making a crackling sound. The rainwater flowed down the glass, forming red streams. There was no wind, and the trees in the courtyard stood still. Seeing everyone's serious expressions, Lin Xun pulled the curtains shut to block the view. Don't worry. Staying indoors will be safe. After calling Gu Ting, he assured her that he had already arrived at the company and everything was safe, telling the family not to worry. But everyone knew this was just comforting words. No one dared to think about the real situation. Wait, what about those 2 people? Lin Xun soon realized that Xie was not in the living room. Gu Qingzhu quickly spotted them at the front door. It turned out the 2 were preparing to sneak out. Lin Xun didn't mind letting them go. Gu Qingqing whispered close to her sister's ear, like a devil's whisper. Why not let them leave? There is a 3-meter-long awning at the door, so opening the door won't let the rain in. Lin Xun raised her eyes to meet a pair of smiling eyes. The 2 were identical twins, and she instantly understood what the other wanted to do. She had no objections. On the contrary, showing everyone what the real danger was more important than than hiding aimlessly. After discussion, they decided to let them leave. Xia felt there was a trick involved, but she had no idea what the trick was. She looked incredulous. "You want to let us go?" Gu Qingxing smiled kindly. "If we let you go and still have so much to say, why not just wait for a prison sentence?" Xia and her son exchanged a glance and hurriedly ran towards the door, fearing that the Gu family would change their minds. Lin Xun did not release them. The two were bound and charged into the red rain, quickly realizing something was wrong. "Wait, why is the rain red?" Xia sensed that something was off, her whole body drenched in the rain. "Mom!" The young man turned pale and suddenly collapsed, convulsing and letting out a beastly growl. So? Xia was panic-stricken. The young man seemed possessed, standing up at an incredible angle under Xia terrified gaze. His body twisted, his face distorted, saliva flying everywhere. He opened his mouth and bit down on his mother's neck before she could dodge, his mouth covered in blood. In no time, the woman's black and white pupils turned into murky yellow, and dark veins filled her neck and jaw. She then began to roar madly. Lin Xun turned sideways, allowing everyone to see more clearly. This is what humans look like after being infected by the red rain. Not only humans, but animals that have been rained on will also mutate, and their danger level is no lower than that of humans. Xia and her son transformed into monsters in just 30 seconds. Sensing the presence of nearby humans, two mutated beings instantly stood up from the ground and stumbled towards the house. Mrs. Xie tightly grasped Gu Qingzhu's hand. Zhou Fong covered her mouth in terror. Gu Qingxing's expression was serious. Bang! Bang! Two bullets instantly exploded their heads. Only hitting the head can stop their movements. She had long become numb to this, having to listen to their howls every night to fall asleep. This time, everyone was noticeably more silent than before. In the midst of the silence, Gu Qingxing spoke. "This is just the beginning of the disaster. It's better to see who the enemy is than to blindly stay at home in ignorance. From now on, those creatures we just saw will be our enemies." Gu Qingzhu echoed. "That's right, Mother, Aunt Zhou. From today onwards, the world will no longer be peaceful." Although Mrs. Xie was also deeply frightened, especially seeing her own sister turn into a monster and rush to harm her, she was not weak. After calming her emotions, she sat down to discuss what to do in the future. Lin Xun turned on the TV, hoping to learn about what was happening outside. The red rain had come early, and it wasn't just affecting their coastal city. 18 regions across the country had already been hit by red rain, with countless casualties. The news urged all citizens to stay at home and avoid going out. For areas not affected by red rain, people were advised to stock up on supplies to get through the dangerous period. Her suggestion was not wrong. Everyone was surely busy hiding from the red rain, and perhaps not many people were going to the supermarket. Now, we interrupt this broadcast for an emergency news report. The famous HRC supermarket in Coastal City has recently been looted clean, and even the underground warehouse has not escaped this fate. It was still reported, but this red rain came at the right time, helping Lin Xun capture a large view. Zhou Fong was stunned. What? The HRC supermarket was actually empty. Where are we supposed to find supplies now? I don't even know who did this. It's so unethical. Lin Xun touched the tip of her nose. That wicked person was right in the Gu family. Second brother and third brother both looked at Lin Xun, knowing but not saying anything. They had just been puzzled by the goggles and waterproof suits, which still had the tags on and were printed with the HRC supermarket logo. Now, it was clear who was behind it. "You have such guts to empty out the HRC?" Gu Qingxing asked her with a smile. Gu Qingzhu also leaned over and said, "Little sister, your space is so big, you managed to empty out the entire HRC?" Lin Xun nodded. Madame Xie watched the three siblings interact closely, her heart nearly melting. She thought Lin Xun would feel uncomfortable, but now that he had blended into the Gu family, she felt much more at ease. The few of them agreed to keep the matter of the space a secret from Madame Xie for the time being, to avoid overwhelming her. Life continued in an orderly manner, with the rain falling every day without fail. Zhou Fong would occasionally rummage through corners to find some vegetables and fruits, quietly complaining about why she hadn't discovered these things earlier. The three siblings pretended not to know. Chapter 7. Missing in action. Lin Xun taught second brother how to use his abilities, and Gu Qingzhu learned quickly, mastering the technique in just a few days. Then she cleaned up the 2 corpses lying outside the door. To make up for her childhood, she took some new instant photos and put them in the album. After 2 days of this, on the 3rd day, Gu Qinxing suddenly awakened his abilities. What was it? Lin Xun was quite curious. Gu Qinxing smiled mysteriously, then raised his right hand, slowly lifting Lin Xun with an invisible force. I can change the weight of objects, I can move heavy items. Then he clenched his fists, crushing the apple on the table into fragments. I can also apply force to objects, destroying them. It's a very practical ability, and once mastered, it's quite powerful. Of course, all the crushed apple pieces ended up in the stomach of the 3rd brother. On the 4th morning of the Red Rain, Madame Xie routinely called her husband to confirm their safety. Hello, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. During lunch, Madame Xie called again, but the cold electronic female voice was still on the other end. Gu Ting and Gu Hanzhou were unreachable. Gu Qingzhu comforted her, Mom, don't panic. Maybe there was a power outage in the company building and their phones ran out of battery. Gu Qinxing nodded, saying it was also possible they lost their phones during the transfer. This didn't necessarily mean something had happened to them. Madame Xie anxiously furrowed her brow. But something must have happened. This statement was correct. Unless a body was truly found, there was always a possibility of survival. Lin Xun walked to the window and pulled the curtain open a crack. The sky outside remained gloomy, as if it had lost the sun. The continuous drizzle was almost invisible to the naked eye. Lin Xun said to everyone, the rain has lessened a lot. I'll tidy up a bit and go to the company to check the situation. Are you going outside? But isn't it already? Madame Xie grabbed Lin Xun's sleeve, unwilling for her to take the risk. Lin Xun smiled and comforted her mother, saying, I have special abilities, and you all saw it before. My shooting skills are very accurate. Madame Xie knew she couldn't stop Lin Xun and swallowed her worries. Then you must pay attention to safety. When Lin Xun went upstairs to pack her gear, Gu Qingzhu came into her room. I'm going with you, Gu Qingzhu said straightforwardly, seeing Lin Xun raise her eyebrows. She added, don't be too quick to refuse me. You won't give up until you've confirmed Dad and Big Brother's safety with your own eyes, right? How do you know? Qinxing told me you would think this way. Should I say, as expected of identical twins? Gu Qingzhu casually picked up the backpack Lin Xun had organized and went downstairs with her. He asked me to go with you. P.S. staying home to take care of Mom and Aunt Zhou. Okay, then let's go together. Lin Xun did not refuse. If it were in the past, she would have chosen to fight alone. But now she has her supportive family. Without much of a farewell, Lin Xun left a large stockpile of supplies in the basement and gave Sangu some guns and ammunition. Then we left. Lin Xun patted the hem of her raised clothes, fully armed and ready. All right, be careful all the way. The main gate closed behind them as the two stepped into the Red Rain. There was nothing unusual around, quiet as if it were deep night. Gu Qingzhu tilted her head to ask Lin Xun, how about driving Dad's Hummer? Both of them had radio headsets in their hats, allowing for free conversation. Lin Xun shook her head. The situation in the city center probably wasn't good. Let's take my car. She took out a military tactical vehicle from her space. The entire vehicle was equipped with crash bars, and the tires were also explosion-proof. Compared to the ostentatious Hummer, this car, while not beautiful in appearance, was more practical in the current environment due to its small size and agility. Gu Qingzhu was taken aback. Such a large vehicle was also taken out from her space? Get in the car. Neither of them took off their raincoats, as they still had remnants of red rain on them, making it inconvenient to remove. Second brother, this is for you. Lin Xun took out a rifle and several magazines, handing them to Gu Qingzhu. Besides the space, I also have an armory, so I could take out guns anytime. She started the car and drove towards the destination. I haven't told anyone about the armory yet, so you're the first to know. Second brother, remember to keep it a secret for me. Gu Qingzhu's light laugh was particularly clear in the earpiece, pleasant and gentle. I got it. With storage space, powers, and now the ability to conjure firearms anytime and anywhere, this little sister of his always brings unexpected surprises. Clang! Suddenly, something collided with the front of the car, causing it to swerve violently. What happened? Lin Xun quickly tightened his grip on the steering wheel and said in a deep voice, it's a dog that has mutated due to infection. Gu's residence is located on the highest point of the coastal city, and from this vantage point, one can overlook the streets of the city below. as well as the sea level not far away. 20 minutes later, they finally descended from the mountain. Gu Qingzhu firmly held onto the handrail on the roof of the car. The street was completely deserted. What caught their eyes were the fallen road signs, the continuously flickering traffic lights, and the overturned shop signs. There were also human corpses and a ground covered in a substance that was indistinguishable between blood and rain. The power lines had been deliberately damaged, with the broken ends emitting a bright white light in the rain. There were almost no people or vehicles in what should have been a bustling urban area. It was like an abandoned, empty city. Lin Xun couldn't help but frown, unsure whether the people had evacuated too quickly or if they had all hidden inside buildings. She felt that something was very off around her. The company was to the north, and they were making their way from the south, almost having to cross the entire coastal city. "Help me! Help me!" A woman suddenly ran wildly from the roadside and charged toward Lin Xun's car. If she hadn't slammed on the brakes, she would have surely hit her. The woman was wearing a raincoat and holding an umbrella, pounding on the car window. "Please help us. Kind person, help me and my child." The car wasn't completely soundproof, and they could hear the woman's words. Lin Xun's expression remained unchanged as he shook his head at her, restarting the car and preparing to leave. She saw the woman's exposed hands had already been drenched by the rain, and the child in her arms. "Please help us. Whoa, those monsters are chasing us." "Xiao Sun." Gu Qingzhu suddenly called out to her. Lin Xun pursed her lips and frowned. "You want to save them?" "No." Gu Qingzhu detected the coldness in her tone and took a deep breath. "I just want to say, let's hurry and get on the road." Chapter 8. Infiltrating the company, building the further north they went, the more people walked in the rain, on the road, under eaves, and even hanging out of windows. The car drove quietly on the road, so it wouldn't unexpectedly startle these mutated beings. In the midst of the silence, Lin Xun spoke first. "Aren't you going to ask me why I didn't let them get in the car? I think you must have your reasons for doing so." Gu Qingzhu paused and added, "I trust your judgment." From informing Hong Yu about the outbreak to teaching him how to use his abilities and facing the infected humans directly, he didn't believe his sister was as heartless as she appeared. Then he heard Lin Xun's laughter, like a sigh escaping from her body. She said, "That mother has already been caught in the rain. It won't be long before she gets infected. And the baby in her arms is dead." "Dead?" "Yeah. Suffocated by her mother, who wanted to protect her, pressed hard against her chest." The two arrived at the bottom of the company building, where a huge golden sign had lost a third of its parts. The ground was littered with fragments of building debris, glass, and trash. Lin Xun parked the car back in the space, of course, in a place completely out of reach of other things, to avoid touching the red rain on the car body. What exactly happened here? Gu Qingzhu looked around and couldn't help but ask. The uneven marks on the road looked like they had been crushed by some heavy object. The nearby buildings also showed varying degrees of damage, not from natural destruction, but were covered in bullet holes. She had been paying attention to the news broadcast these days, but no one had reported that Binhai City had turned into this state. The news had been blocked. Lin Xun said while walking, "Let's go in first. There should have been soldiers here." Gu Qingzhu, carrying a gun, followed behind her. Could it be that someone from the military came to take people away? That's a possibility, but I feel they probably didn't have enough time to evacuate all the trapped people. Lin Xun pointed to the sky. The red rain had not completely stopped yet, but she also didn't know why there was no one here. The two of them cautiously took off their rain gear in the lobby on the first floor and tossed it on the ground. The company's glass doors were nowhere to be seen, and there were bloodstains on the floor from dragging. The inside of the building was pitch black, illuminated only by the pale emergency lights. It was estimated that some mutated beings had entered. Once her vision cleared, Lin Xun asked Gu Qingzhu which floor they were on during their last communication. The IT department was on the 26th floor, where people often worked overtime, so there would be no water or power outages, and some colleagues would even prepare late-night snacks and treats at their desks. Lin Xun had no doubts about it. Due to the power outage, the elevator was unusable, so she turned and walked into the safety stairwell. "All right, let's check the 26th floor." Blood stained the walls and floor red, and scattered high heels and leather shoes indicated how intense the situation had been here. Gu Qingzhu lowered his gaze towards Lin Xun, who appeared unafraid, as if she hadn't noticed the chaos around them at all. He cleared his throat. Lin Xun instantly turned around, thinking he had discovered something. "Let me lead the way. I'm familiar with this place." He was her older brother, so how could he hide behind his younger sister? Thus, they switched places. Until the 16th floor, nothing unexpected happened. The stairwell was not only quiet, but also filled with a cool breeze. On the 17th floor, under the green emergency exit light, a mutant had broken its neck and was stuck on the way to the 18th floor, writhing its limbs incessantly. The two had to resolve the crisis in front of them in order to continue upstairs. Gu Qingzhu raised his gun, his finger on the trigger. Should he shoot? Lin Xun shook her head, unsure how many mutants were upstairs and nearby. It would be disastrous if they were discovered. They had no place to hide. Although the guns were equipped with silencers, she thought the stairwell would amplify even slight sounds. Gu Qingzhu nodded in agreement with her thoughts. Therefore, in this situation, she preferred cold weapons. Lin Xun tucked the pistol at his thighs and then pulled out a dagger. Hand it over. Gu Qingzhu took the dagger, took a deep breath, and slowly approached the mutant. As long as he stabbed it in the head to incapacitate it, it would be a simple task, much easier than manipulating financial stocks. He kept reassuring himself. Lin Xun also wanted to see Gu Qingzhu's strength and how she possessed such ruthlessness in the later stages. However, she still prepared the flames in her hands. If any unexpected situation arose, she would step in to help. What's wrong? Gu Qingzhu's voice was bitter, tinged with a hint of tremor. It's nothing, just ran into an old colleague. Lin Xun understood and said in a deep voice, do you need help? Gu Qingzhu shook her head, then made up her mind and acted decisively. The mutated creature let out a small cry and then became still. The two of them stepped over the corpse and continued up the stairs. After dealing with several more in this manner, they finally reached the 26th floor. Gu Qingzhu, stained with blood, returned the knife to Lin Xun without saying anything, but her eyes reflected emotions that were somewhat different from before. The first step of transformation is to harden one's heart and do something. Pushing open the heavy fire door, the situation here seemed better than downstairs. It wasn't very dirty or chaotic. There was also less blood. Gu Qingzhu led Lin Xun around, and apart from finding some leftover instant noodles and water bottles in the conference room, they encountered no living people. The air was thick with tension and unease, and any slight movement would trigger a rapid rise in adrenaline within them. Lin Xun, it seems like nothing happened on this floor. Something might have occurred here, and everyone has gone to other places. Gu Qingzhu pointed the gun at a very obvious blood stain on the carpet. A lot of tragic events must have happened here. We can only check each floor. Lin Xun sighed, then saw something wriggling unnaturally 5 meters away at a workstation, like a mutated creature crouched over a table eating. She gestured to her second brother. Then, holding her breath, she slowly raised her pistol, moving closer, each step feeling as if she were walking on cotton, making no sound at all. Slurp, slurp. As she got closer, Lin Xun suddenly smelled the spicy beef flavor of instant noodles. A man in a checkered shirt was curled up under the table, making slight slurping sounds as he enjoyed his meal. Lin Xun. He was eating exceptionally engrossed, completely unaware of Lin Xun behind him. Lin Xun gave Gu Qingzhu a speechless glance, preparing to turn around and leave as if nothing had happened. The next moment, however, she felt a chill run down her spine. Below the seat across from her, a hand of a color completely different from that of a normal person was slowly reaching towards the man who was eating noodles. It was a mutant, and the man was completely unaware. Lin Xun furrowed her brows and cursed silently in her heart, conveying with her eyes to Gu Qingzhu, who was already standing beside the man. Gu Qingzhu acted quickly, swiftly pulling the man up from the ground and firmly covering his mouth. Don't move. There's a monster underfoot. The man was quick to adapt. Upon seeing it was a human, he sighed in relief and nodded at Gu Qingzhu. The rescue team was here to find them. Great. They were finally saved. However, when he turned to look at Lin Xun, he was taken aback and couldn't help but exclaim, "A woman." Chapter 9. Meeting these two words echoed loudly in the empty office, causing quite a commotion in several work areas as people began to move towards this direction. Lin Xun almost wanted to kill him on the spot. The mutant across the table instantly stood up, blackened mouth constantly spewing out white foam. Roar! It jumped from its seat and lunged at the man. Lin Xun shot it in the head without hesitation, suppressing his voice as he angrily shouted, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up." The mutants on this floor were attracted by the noise, like the prelude to a cafeteria meal. Things were flying off the table, and various bizarre shapes were crawling on the ground with their hands and feet. Lin Xun commanded, "I'll cover you, second brother. You ask him where his father and elder brother are." "Okay." Bang bang. Her eyes scan around, basically one shot for each target. After kicking down a man who was crawling on the ground, she shot him in the head, then heard second brother say, 30 floors. Seismic layer. All right, let's go there first. Lin Xun and Gu Qingzhu alternated their firepower to stop the mutants' advance. After passing through several fire doors and blocking the doors with sandbags beside them, they finally had a moment to catch their breath. "Beautiful lady, let me introduce myself. I'm Cheng Shuai, could you?" The hot barrel of the gun was pressed against his forehead. "Don't even think about it." Gu Qingzhu's expression was dark, and her deep voice remained elegant. Cheng Shuai raised an eyebrow. "Curious, are you her brother? Turns out you're the brother-in-law. Nice to meet you." "Great. Now there's more than just Lin Xun who wants to kill him." Neither of them paid attention to Cheng Shuai. If it weren't for his voice attracting the mutants, they could have continued their infiltration. But it was fortunate to have encountered him, as it revealed the exact location of their father and elder brother. However, that doesn't stop me from wanting to take him out. "Me too," Gu Qingzhu nodded. Both of them found Cheng Shuai's impolite and overly familiar nature quite annoying. The key was that he had been loitering downstairs for a bowl of instant noodles, truly a strange character. After passing through the fire door on the 30th floor and continuing through several more doors, they found that the next door could no longer be pushed open. Lin Xun and Gu Qingzhu exchanged a glance, knowing they had found a safe point. "Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" His voice was very faint, but the two still heard it clearly. "Brother, it's me." There was a pause of 3 seconds inside. "Qingzhu, it's me. We came to find you and father." Then came the sound of heavy objects being moved. Gu Hanzhou opened the door, saw Gu Qingzhu and was very surprised, quickly stepping aside to let him in. Then he saw Lin Xun and was even more surprised than when he saw his brother, and a bit angry. "How could you let your little sister come along?" Gu Qingzhu was somewhat speechless and patted his elder brother's hand that was gripping his collar. "It's not that the little sister came with me. It's that I came with her to find you." Gu Hanzhou looked puzzled. "What?" After all three entered the safe area, they found it was an undecorated flat with cement walls. People were sparsely distributed in this area, with no more than 30 individuals. They were very surprised to see someone come in, but when they noticed their attire wasn't that of a professional rescue team, they lowered their heads in disappointment. Lin Xun followed brother Gu and second brother to the side to understand the situation. In the corner of the glass window sat their father, Gu Ting, who seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, with much more gray hair. The elder brother explained what had happened in the past few days. At 4 in the morning, we were still on the 26th floor when someone suddenly ran in to say that there were troops providing cover downstairs, and that we could temporarily go to the safe zone to hide. So many people left with them. But we didn't leave, because the younger sister said waiting for the rain to stop was the safest way. The rest of us were also very worried about the red rain outside, so we chose not to leave. Gu Ting suddenly sighed and continued, until we discovered that someone had been marked by the hands of zombies. And that person suddenly went berserk. We were forced to come here with food and water. Gu Qingzhu asked, "What about your phones?" Gu Hanzhou shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, "I accidentally lost mine during the escape, and father forgot to take his." Lin Xun took out some food and water from her bag and handed them to her father and elder brother. She noticed that they had no food with them, likely having given it to others. "It's fine. Let's just wait here for the rain to stop." "But the guns I gave you, aren't they useful?" Gu Ting denied, saying, "No, there are only civilians here. Using guns recklessly is too dangerous." Her father seemed to be a bit overly kind. While kindness is a good thing, it's the least valuable quality in the face of human nature. Gu Qingzhu ended her call with her mother, confirming that they were safe, and then patted her elder brother on the shoulder. "You must have been tense all night and barely slept, right? Take a rest for a while." "All right. Call us if you need anything." Lin Xun scanned the surrounding survivors. Curious, relaxed, probing, as well as jealous and hostile. Perhaps they were eyeing the weapons in their hands. Or maybe they were coveting the food she had just taken out. They wanted to claim it as their own. Lin Xun was not surprised by such looks. She was too familiar with them. Sometimes she even had the same gaze herself. "What do you think they are? Are they here to save us?" "I don't think so. They clearly came to take care of the CEO. They didn't even ask us a single question. Two of them are the CEO's sons. I've seen them before. But I'm not sure about that girl. Her identity should be significant. Otherwise, how could she get close to the boss and his sons? What about us? Are we just going to be abandoned like this? Ooh. A few girls began to sob softly. Seeds of doubt and fear spread among the crowd, deepening gradually. Eventually, it would brew into a scene called violence. Chang Shuai was still boasting about what had just happened. Before I knew it, my fate goddess suddenly descended from the sky, not only helping me fend off the zombies, but also grabbing my hand to walk with her. That charming girl is my dream lover, my savior. Chang Shuai had noodles oil at the corner of his mouth, gesticulating excitedly as he recounted the events. Although the surrounding crowd seemed indifferent, the tense atmosphere eased considerably. Gu Hanzhou had also heard about Chang Shuai's incident from Gu Qingzhu, and his expression was equally grim, looking as if he wanted to kill someone. Lin Xun glanced around, her intuition telling her that something was off. After looking at everyone once, her gaze fell on two girls hugging each other against a concrete pillar. One of them was wrapped in a thick blanket, tightly covering her face and body, completely sealed off. The other was holding her tightly, tried to avoid Lin Xun's probing gaze. But she clearly hadn't anticipated that the exposed ankle of the woman in her embrace had already revealed everything. In the awe and fear-filled eyes of the crowd, Lin Xun walked directly towards the two of them. Gu Qingzhu also noticed and nodded to Gu Hanzhou, both of them standing up from the mat, silently watching their sister. Lin Xun's gaze was both cold and ruthless, and his voice was similarly harsh. What have you hidden? Chapter 10. Sleeping in a tent, eating barbecue. The woman trembled, terrified. I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Xun crouched beside her and used a dagger to lift the pant leg of the woman in her arms. The veins and nerves around the ankle had already turned purple and black. Do I need to continue? This statement caused quite a stir. No wonder she had been silent since arriving here. Wait. The color looks a bit off. Has she been bitten by a zombie? The woman tightly hugged Xiao Tan. Get away. Xiao Tan hasn't been bitten. She just feels a bit unwell and is resting. Even though the crowd heard her say this, seeing the color of Xiao Tan's skin with their own eyes still made them feel afraid, and they moved away. Cough, cough, Jing. Xiao Tan coughed a couple of times and suddenly spoke. Jing quickly hugged her tighter. Don't talk. I won't let them hurt you. It's okay. Let everyone see. Xiao Tan actively pulled down the blanket covering her, revealing her concealed face. The crowd gasped. The girl's pale skin displayed dark veins like a spiderweb, and the whites of her eyes had started to turn yellow. Her hair was sparse and stuck to her head, and there was a scratch on her collarbone, probably from an accidental scrape. Stay away from her. She's infected by a zombie. It's a zombie. Why are you all just standing there with your guns? Hurry up and kill her. Jing. Did you bring her up here to get us all killed? How selfish. You're holding a ticking time bomb for your friend. The crowd, fearing for their own safety, quickly ran far away. Jing roared at the crowd. Shut up. Xiao Tan is not a zombie. She is still human. Can't you see she hasn't bitten anyone? Her words swayed some people, and the crowd began to stir uneasily. If I were in that situation, I wouldn't want to be killed either. That's right. Xiao Tan is still human. No one can kill her. Those people moved closer to Jing and Xiao Tan, surrounding them as objects to be protected. Jing glared fiercely at Lin Xun. If you want to kill her, then you have to kill me first. Yeah, and us too. Sister Gu Qingzhu quickly walked over and saw her pulling the safety off her gun. Lin Xun lowered his gaze, lightly brushing the trigger with his fingertips. If this could save others, I would pull the trigger without hesitation. Then he turned and smiled brightly, full of mockery. Don't worry, brother. Since she insists on protecting them, let her do it. And the group of people around her are all fools. They want to shed tears until they see the coffin. Gu Ting was sleeping poorly on the small hard mat, frowning and mumbling. Gu Hanzhou was sitting on the ground, leaning against a pillar, his clothes and pants a bit disheveled, with some stubble on his chin. Both of them looked a bit disheveled. Nearby, a few young people complained. How long is this rain going to last? It's really annoying. If I had known, I would have left with the others. Staying here, there is not enough food or drink. You should learn from Chang Shuai and go downstairs to eat instant noodles. At least you can fill your stomach that way. Isn't all of this their fault? One man was particularly dissatisfied, clicking his tongue and looking towards Lin Xun, his voice neither loud nor soft, just enough for them to hear clearly. Gu Qingzhu told Lin Xun that his name was Feng Yu, a hot-tempered man who cared about his image. While cursing his sales position, having to smile at others while they turned cold to him, he was also reluctant to give up his high salary. Before, they made us work overtime continuously, and now they say to wait until the rain stops. In my opinion, this rain will never stop. Chill. Keep your voice down. President Gu might hear you. So what if he hears? In this situation, he still thinks of himself as the president? Feng Yu continued sarcastically. Have you ever seen a president sleeping on the concrete floor? I'm saying this on purpose for him to hear. Hurry up and die. Whoosh. A bullet grazed Feng Yu's ear and shot into the wall behind him. Lin Xun curled his lips into a smile, shaking the gun in his hand provocatively. Feng Yu was scared half to death, you. Lin Xuanmei's eyebrows raised. Be careful with your words. Although I don't kill, it will be easy for me to make you lose your ears or limbs. Feng Yu's lips trembled, and after holding it in for a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out 2 words. Crazy person. Lin Xun put away the gun and turned to face her family. Indeed, since they had to stay here for 3 more days, they couldn't continue to sleep in such a terrible environment. She glanced at her elder brother, who was napping, and didn't disturb him. Instead, she waved to Gu Qingzhu. Second brother, come help me. Lin Xun found a clean and spacious spot where the light was abundant, and through the building's glass, she could see the sea view not far away. She took out the moisture-proof mat, support frame, air mattress, and air pump from space, and began to set up the tent with Gu Qingzhu. Lin Xun's actions drew the attention of others. Is that a tent? Where did she bring it from? My goodness, there are also an air mattress and sleeping bags. This brand is really expensive and super comfortable. I can't even imagine how nice it would be to sleep in. Wait, are those camping lights and folding tables and chairs? Did they have these things when they came here before? Gu Ting and Gu Hanzhou both had light sleep. They almost immediately woke up at the sound of the surrounding noise, thinking something serious had happened. What happened? Gu Ting looked around in confusion and found everyone's attention focused on one side. He followed their gaze and rubbed his eyes instinctively. Is he still dreaming? He actually saw a tent, an awning that had been set up. In front of the tent, there were matching folding tables and chairs, with 2 cups of tea on the table, constantly steaming. The inside of the double tent was also fully equipped with a camping light on top, a soft air mattress, and comfortable sleeping bags. It looked very relaxed and content. After Lin Xun and Gu Qingzhu made all the preparations, they invited their father and elder brother to sleep inside the tent. What have you prepared for us? Lin Xun patted the top of the tent, which was very sturdy. Getting enough sleep was essential to have the energy to face everything the next day. Gu Qingzhu pulled Gu Hanzhou aside and said not to ask where these things came from, or why there were clean clothes and a razor inside the tent. Just tidy themselves up first. Gu Hanzhou glanced at Lin Xun, who was sitting under the canopy enjoying himself and had already guessed a lot. The other 2 stood guard outside with their guns. People around them cast envious and surprised glances. How nice it was to be able to sleep in a tent. I don't need a tent. I'd be satisfied with just a sleeping bag. Even though Feng Yu's face was pale, she couldn't suppress the look of desire in her eyes. Who exactly was she? How could she conjure up so many things out of thin air? Were they still hiding from zombies? This was clearly a vacation. Lin Xun pretended not to see Feng Yu's ugly posture of being angry, but not daring to speak. She sat on the chair, took a sip of hot tea, and then comfortably stretched her back. Now she looked much more pleasing to the eye. Gu Qingzhu chuckled silently. He knew his sister was taking revenge for Feng Yu's insults earlier. Seeing the other party in a difficult situation, his mood improved quite a bit. Where did you get so many little tricks from? Lin Xun just smiled, glanced at the time, and said, It'll be time for dinner soon, brother. What do you want to eat? Gu Qingzhu looked in her deep, dark eyes with a humble smile. Since it was camping, they definitely had to eat hot and fragrant barbecue. Since his sister asked this way, he naturally understood how to respond. The once quiet atmosphere and voices began to stir up again. No way. There's still big moves held back. Chapter 11. Why should I compromise myself? Lin Xun appeared to be taking out the grilling tools from behind the tent, but in reality, she was retrieving them from the space. A gas stove, a grill pan, disposable gloves, and disinfecting wet wipes. While chatting and laughing with her second brother as they assembled the equipment, she asked her father and elder brother if they had any dietary restrictions. A crowd had already gathered around the canopy to watch the excitement. She didn't like crowds, and didn't enjoy being surrounded by so many people. So, she took out a silver handgun and spun it in her palm twice, successfully scaring away a large portion of the crowd. Immediately, a second problem arose. Lin Xun's cooking style is simple and quick. As for the taste, she can only guarantee that the food is cooked and edible. Second brother, can you cook? A little. Gu Qingzhu had just set the small gas canister on the baking tray, and then she and her sister stared at the table full of ingredients, unsure of how to start. Thinking about wanting to eat quickly, Lin Xun took out all the pre-prepared ingredients. They only needed a little processing before they could be consumed. But the key point is that this little processing stumped the two siblings. Fengyu began to make sarcastic comments from the side. Everyone stop looking. We can't afford to eat this. This is all for the CEO. We might as well just drink the northwest wind and go to sleep. Maybe we'll wait for rescue tomorrow. Some were incited by him, disregarding their status, and began to complain about Lin Xun's unfairness. Isn't it too unfair? Why do only the CEO and their group get to eat? Exactly. We're all trapped here. They have tents to sleep in and barbecue to eat, and we have nothing. The crowd stirred, like hungry wolves seeing meat. But they all forgot that these things originally belonged to Lin Xun. Whether to share or not was entirely up to her. A few strong young men were whispering, seemingly planning to snatch Lin Xun's barbecue. But when they saw the twin guns strapped to her thigh, they hesitated and dared not approach. Maybe she's just putting on a show. She probably wouldn't dare to shoot, but I just saw her shoot at Fengyu. She nearly took his life. Don't be afraid. We're just ordinary people. She would be breaking the law if she killed someone. Lin Xun didn't hear it, but Gu Ting, who was sleeping in the tent, did. Some things are better handled by him as the adult. After changing his clothes and coming out, he saw his second son and little daughter staring at the ingredients, wide-eyed at each other. Let me handle it. Lin Xun slightly widened her eyes, and Gu Qingzhu also showed a puzzled expression. Dad, you can cook? Of course. Have you forgotten that your dad was a soldier before? Gu Ting tapped his second son's head and then said to his daughter with a kind expression, Xiao Sun, what flavor do you want to eat? Lin Xun raised a smile, spicy and hot, to drive away the humidity on a rainy day. All right. Gu Ting wiped his hands clean with a wet tissue and then rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt. Lin Xun casually picked up an apron, only to find it was trimmed with pink lace. Just as she was about to change it for another, Gu Ting had already taken it and tied it on. Fresh pork belly was sliced, tender beef was cut, chicken breast was diced into small pieces, and chicken wings were scored with a knife. They were marinated with seasonings, onion, soy sauce, cumin powder, and cooking oil. Then there were some other ingredients: mushrooms, potato slices, corn, onion rings, chives, bacon, quail eggs. Are we eating brain matter? Lin Xun nodded and ate. Thus, there was an additional dish of pickled pig brains placed in a tinfoil box. Gu Ting moved with expertise, making one overlook his identity as CEO and instead feel he was a skilled chef. In fact, grilling meat is very simple. You just need to add the right seasonings, prepare it, and wait for it to cook. Each profession has its own specialties, and, clearly, Lin Xun was not cut out for this. She had originally majored in history in college, but during the natural disasters, she couldn't protect herself and was instead forced to learn many killing techniques. Had she chosen to study culinary arts back then, she might have found some edible fish and shrimp during the tsunami disaster. Gu Ting quickly completed all the preparations. The camping lights hanging from the canopy also lit up at the right moment, adding to the atmosphere. If one ignored the envious and watchful eyes around them, they were just ordinary people camping outside. It was unexpected to see CEO Gu showing such a side. It seemed he often cooked at home. How enviable for his wife. She must be especially happy. Still watching? Don't you think it's too tempting? Anyway, it's not for us to eat. Let us just go to sleep. What else wrong? Can't we look if we're not eating? At least we can satisfy our eyes. The sizzling meat made a wonderful sound between the tender flesh and the iron plate, and the aroma of the grilled meat spread through the open space, enticing the taste buds. The unique smell of cumin spices made one unable to resist licking their lips, and Lin Xun's stomach protested with growls. Gu Ting quickly turned the barbecue tongs, smiling at the side of his mouth, reminding himself to pay attention to flipping the meat while grilling. burnt meat, isn't tasty. He placed the first piece of sizzling, oily pork belly into a disposable bowl in front of Lin Xun. Thank you. Lin Xun blew on it and then took the first bite. As expected from the ingredients in the HRC specialty supermarket, it was tender and fresh. Gu Ting's technique was also good, just right for taking a bite. How is it? The father asked eagerly. Delicious, Lin Xun commented. Gu Hanzhou woke up, and not only had the outside world darkened, but he also smelled a scent that should never appear in the company building. Someone was actually eating barbecue? He pulled open the zipper of the convertible, and the aroma of grilled meat outside made him instinctively swallow. What had happened while he was asleep? Gu Hanzhou focused his gaze. His father, happily wearing a pink apron, was grilling meat, while his younger brother and sister were sitting together, chatting and laughing, eating meat and drinking beverages. Big brother, it's time to eat. Gu Qingzhu unfolded a folding chair and patted the backrest. Gu Hanzhou sat down in a daze, and then a piece of beef appeared in his bowl. Were they camping? Weren't they supposed to be hiding from zombies? Lin Xun looked at him with a smile and said, Try your father's cooking, it's quite good. Gu Hanzhou put in his mouth and exclaimed, Delicious. Sweet chili sauce or barbecue sauce? Bro, which one do you want? Warm food can dispel an uneasy mind and even a tense body. The four gradually relaxed, enjoying the pleasant mood brought by the food. On one side was the warm and harmonious camping, while on the other side was the pitch-black coldness of people huddling together. Feng Yu, as the leader of the rebels, discussed with a few brothers and boldly walked over to the camping area. You did this on purpose, right? So many people here haven't eaten, yet you guys are having barbecue together. Have you considered our feelings? Gu Qingzhu put down her chopsticks and looked up. Then why don't you change places to sleep? You. The young man in blue behind Feng Yu stopped him, smiling. We never said you couldn't eat. It's just a special time. Since there are so many good things, why not share with everyone and get through this tough time together? His words won the approval of many, but also felt like moral coercion. Everyone is starving and freezing. Why should you all be eating so well? Exactly. So selfish. People like you don't deserve to be our superiors. Gu Hanzhou didn't even raise his eyelids, but his tone already conveyed his displeasure. This is food brought by my little sister. You can also have your friends and family send supplies. The young man in blue frowned and shifted his attention to Lin Xun, who was eating pig brain. It seemed that to get food, he had to persuade this girl. He thought to himself, and then spoke, Little sister, you see there are many people here starving. Why don't you be a bit understanding and share some food with us all? Women are generally soft-hearted. As long as they are treated gently and patiently, they can be persuaded. But he miscalculated and happened to pick the one who was the hardest to deal with among the four. Lin Xun propped his chin up with one hand, pretending to be confused. Was understanding others. Does my grievance make you happy? Chapter 12 Night Raid. While joking, Lin Xun ate another delicious piece of chicken right in front of him. Feng Yu was so angry that he jumped up. How can someone be so indifferent to others and eat alone? Is that acceptable? How can someone always want to eat other people's food? Do they have no shame? Feng Yu took a step forward and pressed a gun directly against his waist. Gu Qingzhu coldly said, We are not doing charity, and your attitude is very unfriendly. Whether it is a person or an animal, they instinctively fear those who wield weapons. Lin Xun felt fortunate at this moment to have a rich arsenal, as if his life was in his own hands. Of course, so were others' lives. Feng Yu and a few others were turned away, their hatred for Lin Xun growing even stronger. Gu Ting let out a long sigh. Lin Xun could see his soft heart and his desire to help others. And she also knew that her cold and unfeeling side could be off-putting. But she had no choice. In a society where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, she only knew how to protect herself in this way. Father, in fact, crises can always expose a person's inherent flaws. Under the table, Gu Qingzhu patted Lin Xun's hand to offer comfort. On the table, he wore a gentle smile. Gu Ting pressed his temples, his tone somewhat helpless. I know. I just want to help everyone as much as I can, as the CEO. Dad, right now we are all in the same boat. There are no superior or subordinate relationships here. We are all people going through a crisis. Don't let your identity become the shackles that bind you. Gu Hanzhou understood his father's concerns, placing a hand on Gu Ting's shoulder, sharing a heart-to-heart talk with him. Lin Xun called her second brother to another secluded corner. Brother, why don't you grill the remaining ingredients and share them with everyone? Gu Qingzhu looked at her younger sister in surprise. Just a moment ago, she was trying to stop others from eating, but now she seemed to have softened. You, just to be clear, it's not because I'm soft-hearted or kind. Lin Xun pointed at the two girls in the distance who were still embracing each other, and then told Gu Qingzhu about his plan. I think she will mutate tonight. Instead of waiting for her to hurt more people and make it impossible for us to retreat, it's better to take the initiative to reduce the danger. What about those who are unwilling to stay away from her? Lin Xun shrugged nonchalantly and said, since they have already chosen their fate, it has nothing to do with us. I will go check another escape route. See you in a bit. He repeated the little sister's words, and the remaining two were taken aback for a moment, but soon managed to cook the food. Gu Qingzhu approached the wary crowd with a full plate of food. We can share some food with everyone, but on the condition that you stay away from those two girls. He pointed at Jing and Tan. Upon hearing such a simple request, the crowd quickly surrounded them, promising to keep their distance from them. It was a joke. Who wouldn't want food if it meant staying away from someone infected with zombies? A few employees surrounding Jing couldn't resist the temptation of food and chose to leave. The remaining 3 or 5 still steadfastly guarded Jing and Tan. A few pieces of meat could turn them against each other. These people were nothing special. We wouldn't easily yield. She saw that many people had been moved close to this exit and knew her suggestion had taken effect. The glass window was flowing with sparse red rain, not diluted with red ink, but resembling blood closely. Terrifying, strange, bewildering. The crowd around Jing had mostly dispersed, with only a few still holding their ground. Lin Xun didn't know whether to say they were determined or foolish. She walked towards Jing with the remaining food, and the people around Jing became vigilant. The two brothers did the same, quietly watching over Lin Xun's safety. Lin Xun just squatted down beside Jing and asked her, "Do you want to eat something? You look like you haven't eaten in a long time." "No need." Lin Xun couldn't help but think of the mother and child, or perhaps mother and daughter, she had encountered on her way here, who also held their beloved child in the same way. She didn't ask Jing what her relationship with Tan was, but in every way, she had not given up on this friend. In this regard, Jing is admirable, even though she is equally foolish. I apologize to you for my previous behavior. Lin Xun spoke, his gaze fixed on Jing. But I just want to say, as long as you are alive, she will be happy. If you die, no one will remember the stories that happened between you. Jing suddenly said, if you were infected, wouldn't you want your family to save you? No. Lin Xun spoke decisively. I will resolve myself before becoming a mutant. The barbecue grill was placed at Jing's feet. A cold, bright light flickered in her eyes as she filled her handgun with ammunition without hesitation. That girl was already dead. I could not sense any human presence, and a situation could erupt at any moment. Gu Hanzhou nodded, his gaze drifting to the nearby tent and canopy, as well as the grilling tools. Let's hurry and pack up. There's no time to waste. At 10:15, the red rain outside continued to pour relentlessly. It was damp and chilly. Lin Xun leaned against the window, overlooking the entire coastal city. Some buildings still had lights on, like tiny fireflies. She held a gun in one hand and tightly gripped a dagger in the other, ready for both ranged and close combat. Her father and brothers also drew their guns, hidden in the darkness. The surroundings were silent, everything falling into slumber. Something moved in Jing's direction. Chapter 13. Secondary mutant Jing and Tan's friendship began in kindergarten. Tan was gentle and strong, while Jing was quiet and sullen. They said that now they were two, but once they saved enough money, they would become 4 and travel the world together. How beautiful the world was, with new stories happening in every corner at every moment. Jing, don't you like to write? After we travel the world, write down our experiences. It will surely be very interesting. Jing could feel her friend in her arms growing colder and colder, her body temperature no longer enough to melt ice. She remembered Lin Xun's words, looking at the breathless Tan, her heart wavering slightly. Oh! Jing suddenly smiled and hurriedly said, Tan, you're awake, right? Do you remember me? Jing. Tan's entire face was entwined with swollen, dark veins, her eyes murky and filled with filth, sharp fangs protruding from her black lips. Her body was emaciated, skin as thin as paper, bearing no trace of humanity. This was the worst outcome. "Xiaotan?" Jing's breathing was particularly audible in the quiet night, and the few people sitting beside her gradually woke up. "Jing, what's wrong? Is Xiaotan awake?" Monster! Zombie!" A scream shattered the silence of the night, waking everyone from their drowsiness. "What happened?" "I don't know. It seems someone was bitten and turned into a zombie. Quick, let's go." "Jing, what are you still doing? Hurry and leave her." More than 30 people were panicked and restless, all raising their phone flashlights and rushing towards the safe exit, the scene chaotic. Feng Yu and his group were even more savage, pushing into the crowd, shouting, "Get out of the way! Let me go first! Let me go first!" Lin Xun exchanged glances with her family. According to their previously discussed decision, she let her father and elder brother lead the others to take refuge on the safer 28th floor. She and her second brother stayed behind to cut off their retreat. Jing saw Lin Xun standing motionless by the windowsill through the crowd. It seemed as if a soft, white moon was shining behind her, quietly casting a soothing glow. Her cold, exquisite face was bathed in a layer of sacred moonlight, resembling a deity descending to the world, solemn and dignified. If she approached this silver moon, could she attain salvation? Could she find safety? But she couldn't do that. The moment she heard the monsters and zombies in the crowd, her heart turned to ashes, and hatred was reignited. How dare they say Xiaotan was a monster? Xiaotan was not a monster. She had helped so many people in the company. Yet no one cared about her at this moment. These people all deserve to die. Let her become a true monster and bite everyone to death. Jing buried her head in Xiaotan's shoulder, willingly offering her neck. "See you in a bit, Xiaotan." A large chunk of flesh was bitten from her fragile neck, blood spraying everywhere. This was Jing's way of telling Lin Xun her choice. The remaining fools stood there dumbfounded, watching Jing being bitten, terrified and weak in the legs. "No, don't come over." In the blink of an eye, Jing transformed into a similar mutated being. Gu Qingzhu quickly ran over, fearing that the distance was too far and he might accidentally harm a normal person with his handgun. He gathered a bolt of lightning that tore through the night in his hand and struck directly at Xiaotan. Xiaotan was instantly burned into a scorched corpse, collapsing straight down. "Stand up. Come with me." The man only felt a flash of white light before being grabbed and dragged towards the safe staircase. "See you downstairs." Lin Xun delivered a knee strike, knocking down Jing, who was preparing to attack second brother. With the gun aimed at her head, he was about to pull the trigger to eliminate the threat. However, she anticipated his move in time and dodged the bullet. Bang! Lin Xun fired a blank shot. However, she reacted extremely quickly, her dagger instantly changing direction and stabbing into the remaining half of Jing's neck, attempting to strangle her head off completely. Jing screamed hoarsely. Her head didn't come off, the black dagger firmly embedded in the woman's neck. The human body's mechanisms have self-protective functions and do not perform actions that cause excessive damage. At this moment, they were no longer human. The constraints on their bodies were released, allowing them to perform poses and movements that would have been impossible during their human period. Lin Xun refers to these infected individuals as variants rather than zombies because they can undergo a second mutation. For example, right now, Jing, with her head supported by half of her neck, is still moving, and her physical abilities have greatly enhanced. If it were an ordinary infected person, they would have collapsed long ago. There are no others on this floor. So Lin Xun puts away her dual guns and gathers a ball of black-red flame in her hand that beats like a heart. Earlier, with so many people around, she couldn't use her powers. Now, she is ready to burn Jing to ashes. Hiss! Jing uses her hands and feet, attacking Lin Xun like a swift and agile leopard, moving at a speed that is simply beyond human capability. Lin Xun focused her attention, wrapping her hands in flames. She did not have night vision, and in the pitch-black darkness, she could only rely on her keen hearing to determine Jing's position. Fortunately, the mutant did not hide its sounds. Jing opened her mouth wide, revealing her fangs as she roared and charged directly towards Lin Xun. Here, Lin Xun accurately judged her position and immediately lifted a foot to kick towards her face. Then, she wrapped her hands around her head and twisted with all her strength in a 360-degree motion. Crack! In an instant, flames engulfed the entire head in her palms, and the skin and flesh sizzled under the high temperature, making a sound like roasted meat. the head separated from the body. It was done in one go. Hasn't the crystal core formed yet? The heart or brain of a mutant produces a beautiful crystal block that contains energy. It is not only used as a tool to enhance abilities, but also one of the currencies for future trade. Back then, she had a whole space full of these things. Now, at her current level, she could only condense a little fire in her hand, and both the burning speed and power had significantly decreased. 3 minutes to burn entire corpse. Too slow. Her best record was 7 seconds. She picked up the leftover roasted meat that a Jing hadn't eaten from the ground, blew off the dust on it, and consumed it all. No waste allowed. The strange sound from the 30th floor quickly attracted other mutants from different floors, and it was evident that the sandbags blocking the door were about to give way. Lin Xun quickly changed her position, exited through another safe passage, and then blocked the door. The situation in the corridor was worse than she had imagined. It was as if a serious stampede had occurred, with footprints on the floor and walls and severed limbs scattered on the ground, all left from just moments ago. Blood and torn clothing fabric were mixed together, and shoes wedged between the railings had lost their owners. Faint low growls and quiet sobs could be heard in the corridor. She was supposed to meet her second brother on the 28th floor's office level, but there was no sign of him waiting for her here. She opened her phone, swallowed hard, and sent a message in the family group chat. Have you all gathered? Where are you? Chapter 14. Escape from the explosion, second brother. Is everyone okay? I couldn't make it down in time. I'm on the 15th floor with some survivors. Second brother. There was quite a riot just now, and quite a few people died. Eldest brother. I'm with Dad. We're in the large conference hall on the 3rd floor. It's very safe here. We've blocked the door, and no zombies have come in. Father, I don't know which floor exploded and caught fire just now. You all hurry and find a way down. Lin Xun's fingertips trembled. An explosion? But I didn't feel anything. Second brother. It's probably between the 17th and 20th floors, where some older computer circuit equipment is stored. We were planning to sell it in the next couple of days. Elder brother. Little sister, where are you? Lin Xun. I'm on the 28th floor. Originally planning to keep everyone on this floor. It's safer. Father. The fire will spread. Child, I'm coming up to get you. Lin Xun. Don't worry, father. I can find a way down. Second brother, how's the situation on your side? Can you move downstairs? Second brother, it's not a big problem. Just some zombies are blocking our way. Gu Qingzhu felt a drop of sweat slide down her forehead, not expecting the fire upstairs to spread so quickly. Smoke was already filling the room. They were trapped in a small office, with zombies trying to break in outside. The 7 of them didn't dare to make sound, holding whatever weapons they could find, including some office chairs with broken legs, to use for defense. The phone vibrated again. Gu Qingzhu closed her eyes, a smile on her lips as a bright white light emitted from her hand. Are you all ready? We're going to launch an assault. Lin Xun ran down the stairs, casually dealing with a few mutated creatures, and made his way down to the 22nd floor. The fire door here was sealed shut. It was likely that someone had blocked the door earlier to avoid the zombies. Bang! The building shook slightly, and smoke slowly drifted up from below. Lin Xun quickly pulled out a towel from his backpack, wet it, and covered his mouth and nose. He lowered his body and crawled down. Unfortunately, there was a large group of mutants gathered on the staircase leading to the 20th floor, and the smoke was getting thicker as it surged up from below. The handle of the fire door on the 21st floor was not hot, proving that this level had not yet been affected by the explosion's heat wave. Lin Xun pushed open the fire door on the 21st floor next to her and quickly slipped inside. Generally, the safety stairwells in high-rise buildings have a pressurization system to prevent thick smoke from entering. Fire doors can provide a certain level of resistance to explosive flames. Therefore, conversely, fire doors can also isolate smoke and fire from the safe passage. This floor is a gym, and Lin Xun didn't take out any lighting equipment because she didn't know how many mutants were hiding in the darkness. The room began to heat up, and the strands of hair on her forehead were already damp with sweat sticking together. Lin Xun made her way forward in the dark, using the emergency lights on the wall to find the swimming pool. She then wet her clothes with water, took out a towel, also wet it, and wrapped it around her head. She flipped up her collar and put on the wet shirt to cover her exposed skin. She had to remove all metal items from her body before passing through the high-temperature area to avoid burns, including her pistol and dagger. If she encountered a mutant, She would use her physical skills and abilities to deal with them first. There was an evacuation map at the elevator entrance, and Lin Xun memorized the route using the light from her phone, then turned right to begin her escape. The fire doubled in size every 30 seconds. More people died from smoke than from the flames. Smoke could hinder air, cause poisoning, and lead to suffocation. So it was crucial to get away from the thick smoke as quickly as possible. Lin Xun didn't use a gas mask or smoke mask because the mask limited her vision, and it was too dark to see clearly. A swift elbow strike sent the mutant back, and Lin Xun immediately felt her lack of stamina. She suddenly remembered that her body was still that of a female college student at this moment. How could she compare to her 10 years of experience battling natural disasters? Fortunately, this was the only mutant blocking her path. Unfortunately, the route to another safe staircase was blocked by an explosion caused by smoldering plastic items in an office, with sparks landing on the carpet, quickly igniting it. Although she had countless supplies, she had not prepared a fire extinguisher. That was still a miscalculation. Lin Xun bit her lip, turned around, and twisted the doorknob to enter a yoga room, sitting on the floor to drink some water and calm down. 2 paths lay before her. One was to go to the upper floors and wait for rescue. The other was to take out her rifle, gear up, and fight her way down. Her physical strength was not enough to support breakout. The upper floors might not see any rescue. Both paths were blocked by the raging fire, and the high temperature turned the yoga room into a sauna. She might soon die of dehydration. Lin Xun pressed her cracked lips together. Is it ridiculous? She had just been reborn for a short time, prepared a whole bunch of abundant supplies. And now she was going to die here? No, she was unwilling. There must be a way to escape from here. Just as Lin Xun was contemplating her next move, Gu Qingzhu, trapped by the mutated creatures, successfully led the remaining survivors through the danger. His once clean white shirt was stained blood red, with blood splattered on his chin and cheeks. His eyes were cold and stern, stepping on the head of a mutated creature. He raised his hand to push open the door, allowing the survivors to enter a safe place first. The lightning on his fingers crackled and flashed, emitting a shocking sound of electricity. No one asked him what that was on his hand. Their attention was focused on their desire to live. The gun in Gu Qingzhu's other hand was already out of bullets, and the gun body was smeared with a bit of blood, as if he had smashed something. After surveying the area and confirming there were no living people, he turned to leave together. We are going downstairs. Xiao Sun, how are you doing? Lin Xun leaned against the wall, and the phone in her arms buzzed twice. It was a message sent to her privately by Gu Qingzhu, worried that her father and elder brother would be concerned. Lin Xun was worried that if she revealed the truth, her second brother would come upstairs to find her. So she spoke indirectly, saying, "There is no danger. It's just that the path to the safe stairs ahead is blocked by fire control, and I'm trying to find a way to solve it. Don't worry about me. I will meet up with you soon." Then she opened her eyes, half kneeling and feeling the wall behind her. As long as she could break through this wall, she would be directly facing the safe passage. Her second brother sent another message. The inner walls of the office building are made of thin gypsum, not thick. You can knock on the wall with your hand to find the studs, then locate the adjacent studs. The space between the 2 studs is where you can break through the wall. They were thinking along the same lines. Knock, knock. Perhaps it was here. Lin Xun struck down with an axe, causing some wall dust to scatter from the brittle wall. After a few more strikes, a hole was quickly carved through. Confirming that there were no mutated creatures outside, Lin Xun enlarged the hole until she could squeeze through. Chapter 15. Temporarily safe a damp, cold, dark space. There was no choking smoke or raging fire spreading everywhere. Only the cold that penetrated from the soles of her feet to her bones, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. There was nothing to be heard. A man dressed in a dark, ancient ritual robe was sitting on the ground in this small rocky space. He stood out from the dust, transcendent like an immortal, isolated from the world. Exuding a majesticoha. Everything around, including time, seemed to be frozen. Lin Xun knew she should explore where this place was and why she had appeared here. But she couldn't help but gaze at the man, her attention firmly captivated. It was like 2 magnets, one positive and one negative. He looked up, his long eyelashes fluttering like feathers. His beautifully shaped lips gently parted and closed, and Lin Xun tried hard to discern what he was saying. Cough, cough. She couldn't stop coughing violently and quickly lowered her body. Hallucination. Lin Xun didn't take it to heart. Perhaps it was just fragments of dreams she had before. Or something else. In any case, she successfully avoided the fire and reached the safe staircase, only to encounter an unexpected guest. Feng Yu had somehow found a crowbar, which was still dripping with blood. Seeing Lin Xun, he thought she was just another zombie and raised the crowbar to smash her head. Ding! Lin Xun swung the axe in his hand to deflect his attack, numbing his tiger's mouth. It's you? Feng Yu's grim face looked even worse. He had barely escaped with his life, only to encounter an explosion, and now he was faced with this woman. It would have been better for him to directly run into a zombie and take a beating than to face an unbeatable enemy. Lin Xun naturally wouldn't let him walk behind him. He swung the axe. You go first. Feng Yu gritted his teeth, cursing as he raised the crowbar and walked into the thick smoke. The temperature grew hotter and visibility was obstructed. Lin Xun held the axe horizontally in front of him to prevent Feng Yu from launching a sneak attack. Finally, after getting away from the burning floor, Feng Yu vanished in an instant. Lin Xun couldn't be bothered with him. She was somewhat dehydrated and exhausted. Her back, dried out by the high temperature, was now damp again. The 12th floor. Her phone kept vibrating with messages from Gu Qingzhu. Where are you? Have you come down? Little sister? Little sister. Xiao Sun. Gu Hanzhou also asked in the group every 15 minutes, checking on their safety. Lin Xun quickly typed on the keyboard. It's coming down. It will be here soon. Before she could finish typing, she heard hurried footsteps coming from downstairs, and her previously relaxed nerves tensed up again. Could she have just a moment to rest? Sun? It was Gu Qingzhu's voice. He looked up and saw Lin Xun covered in gray, her hair somewhat messy, with black dust on her cheeks and the tip of her nose. She was holding a gun and a dagger, her back tense, like a dirty cat that had been playing outside. Unbeknownst to her, her shirt was torn at the shoulder, but fortunately, she wasn't injured. Second brother? Lin Xun exclaimed in surprise, let out a breath, and relaxed her body and mind. Gu Qingzhu reached out his hand to her and pulled her up from the ground. Let's go. I'll go down with you, so you can relax a bit. He didn't ask what his sister had encountered. As long as she was fine, that was enough. Lin Xun opened the conversation. How many people survived? Less than 2/3. Gu Qingzhu sighed, her eyes filled with regret. The chaos happened too suddenly, and they didn't even see how far the danger was from them. Lin Xun silently nodded in agreement. Yes, she gathered everyone by the door to prevent panic. Unexpectedly, something still went wrong. Lin Xun said, there are clearly only 2 variants, yet more than 2 people have died. Gu Qingzhu touched her wrist, saying that not everyone has a strong heart. Some trivial matters can completely break a person. Just like him in the past, he always felt deeply guilty towards his sister. He was afraid that the culprit behind her disappearance was himself. Only when Lin Xun was safe could he feel at ease. The crowd had scattered and hidden, but fortunately, the phone was still usable. I told them to wait until the red rain disappeared the day after tomorrow before coming out. Calculating the time, it was now the early morning of the 5th day at 4 o'clock. They still had to stay here for 2 more days. Most of the seats in the spacious conference room had been used to block other entrances, and the red velvet curtains were tightly closed. Only 2 exceptionally durable camping lights at the viewing area provided a bit of light to the power outage room. Not receiving any news from his daughter made him feel a sense of dread again. To prevent his eldest son from noticing anything unusual, he was squeezing his palm so hard that it was about to bleed. Gu Ting sighed inwardly, wondering why he didn't awaken any special abilities. That way, he could protect the children instead of feeling powerless like a headless fly. Father, big brother, I'm fine. Lin Xun was embraced by Gu Ting, and she was momentarily stunned before saying, I'm covered in dust, a bit dirty. It was reminiscent of Madame Xie's feelings when she first saw her. This place is temporarily safe, so it's essential to take the opportunity to rest and regain strength. Xiao Sun, do you want to go change into some clean clothes first? Gu Hanzhou pointed to a concealed space behind the stands. All right. Lin Xun changed into clean clothes, then took off the gloves and treated the burned back of his hand slightly before putting them back on. It's still early, you all go to sleep first. I'll keep watch. Lin Xun spoke these words quite naturally, but received disapproval from his 2 elder brothers and father. Gu Ting, as the head of the family, spoke first, saying, You just came out of danger, and you need to rest the most. Both your elder brother and I are not tired. We'll keep watch over you and change you while you sleep. You don't know how your second brother is. Dad, come help us out. The two of us aren't enough." It was unclear whether Gu Qingzhu intentionally interrupted, but in any case, Lin Xun didn't hear what his father was about to say. Gu Ting shook his head, saying, "It's just putting up a tent. I've taught you how to do it when you were kids." After the three grown men finished setting up the tent, Gu Hanzhou was about to call out to Lin Xun, only to find that she had already fallen asleep in a chair leaning against the table. Chapter 16, Invitation. "Who?" Lin Xun suddenly opened her eyes, and her arm reflexively slashed horizontally at the person close to her. "It's me." Gu Hanzhou's hands, poised to lift her, were suspended in midair, and the black blade around his neck was particularly conspicuous. "The tent has already been set up. I couldn't bear to wake you up seeing how soundly you were sleeping." Lin Xun put down the dagger and moved his lips, saying that in the future, I could wake him up because I have a strong sense of vigilance. Gu Hanzhou and Gu Qingzhu exchanged glances, and both saw concern in each other's eyes. What had she gone through to make her so sensitive and guarded? Lin Xun lay in the tent, with her three relatives outside. She held the dagger in her palm and closed her eyes to rest. During her break, the three elders shared the current information with each other. Gu Ting lifted the curtain to peek outside through a small gap. The color of the rain was no longer as red as before, but the downpour had intensified, and the wind was still blowing. If they were lucky, it might slow down the fire upstairs. The street was deserted, littered with flying scraps of paper and garbage, along with wandering mutated beings. Dawn was approaching, but everyone felt uneasy. What to do next? What does the future hold? Is humanity really facing the end? Staying together with family had become an unspoken attitude in the Gu family. Perhaps they could wait for the military and see what arrangements they would make. The nation had suffered such a terrifying attack. The upper echelons would surely take rescue actions. There had already been a round of rescue efforts here, and even if they couldn't save everyone, it proved that they hadn't given up. They were unclear about the situation outside. Gu Ting placed his hand on the back of the chair and gently stroked it. This building was the result of collective efforts from him and his father's previous generations. Building a powerful business empire was not easy, but it could be destroyed in just a few days. Heartache, regret, and unwillingness all weighed heavily on him. Yet, Gu Ting also felt extremely lucky. At least his family was still there, and he was still alive. Gu Hanzhou intended to reassure his mother, but whether in the family group chat or through phone calls and texts, he couldn't get through. The signal in the corner had gone from weak to non-existent. Due to the increased number of mutated beings, Binhai City has completely fallen. Please, citizens, head to the underground fortress 50 kilometers west. The last batch of rescue teams will arrive tomorrow. Please follow the teams to leave the danger zone. Those monsters were officially referred to as mutated beings, which aligned with Lin Xun's description. It was hard to tell whether it was a coincidence or something else. Not only Gu Hanzhou, but Gu Ting and Gu Qingzhu also received the text. The west side of Binhai City was indeed under military jurisdiction, but it was the first time they had heard about the underground fortress. Gu Qingzhu subtly frowned. It shouldn't be that simple. After all, Binhai City had a population of over 1 million. Could the underground fortress really accommodate so many people? Moreover, if they were to build a refuge, it should have started from now, unless they had utilized the underground spaces that existed previously. The two young people quickly became suspicious. Gu Ting looked hesitant. "What's wrong, Dad?" There was another line under my text. "Dear Mr. Gu Ting, based on your asset evaluation and excellent credit, the underground fortress invites you and your family, up to 5 people, to take refuge, and suitable living arrangements have been prepared for you. If you have any questions, please call." The two sons were momentarily speechless. It felt as if they were planning their future studies, discussing which school would be better, only to suddenly receive news of being directly admitted to the most prestigious school. Gu Qingzhu couldn't help but say, "How could a pie fall from the sky? There must be a trick." Gu Hanzhou agreed with this view. The emphasis on their father's assets clearly indicated that they wanted to exchange protection for money. In the face of extreme danger, anything unrelated to life became unimportant. So that's why they want to win me over this way. Gu Ting sighed. If it were before, he might have struggled with the decision. But now he didn't need to think, because the requirement meant he could only bring 4 family members. Therefore, his little daughter and Zhou Fong, who had stayed with the Gu family for so many years, would not be able to enter the fortress. This was not the outcome Gu Ting wanted. I think staying together as a family is safer. What do you all think? Of course, I agree with Dad's view. Thus, this invitation message was buried in their hearts. Gu Hanzhou suddenly remembered something. If we all receive this text, then Mom should have received it too, but I can't get through to her. Gu Ting thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry, she'll wait for us to get home before making a decision. Trust her." Lin Xun was awakened by the aroma of seafood porridge, accompanied by fluffy milk buns and freshly squeezed juice. It was indeed a good decision to take out the ingredients and cooking utensils in advance. She never expected to have slept for 5 hours. Although her dreams were filled with the usual bloody and chaotic scenes, she was quite satisfied to wake up to a hot meal instead of having to go out with an empty stomach in search of food. The intensity of the red rain gradually diminished, and the crimson raindrops were almost invisible to the naked eye. The water droplets on the window glass had also turned back to a normal transparent color, while the wind outside rustled and raindrops pattered against the building. Today's brunch was still personally prepared by Gu Ting, with her 2 elder brothers assisting. Her father mentioned that his original dream was to open his own restaurant and cook delicious food for guests. Seeing them smile with satisfaction brought him more joy than sealing a multi-million-dollar deal. During his busy work periods, he hardly had time to cook, as sometimes just the preparation for a meal could take an entire afternoon. Lin Xun listened to her family talk about the text messages they received while sipping porridge, and everyone wanted to hear her opinion. My suggestion is that it's best not to go. She took a bite of the soft little bun. Its fluffy texture felt like eating a cloud. For most ordinary people, it is indeed the best refuge, safe and with food security. However, the heavy rain in Coastal City not only lasts a long time, but also clogs the drainage pipes because no one is clearing the garbage from streets, leading to the city being flooded. Not to mention that the sea is right next to it. Even a slightly larger wave can trigger a tsunami. Lin Xun told them that even if a region or city is in a state of disorder, it won't be long before it is ruled by a stronger force, restoring order from chaos. Humans are intelligent beings who have shed their past barbarism, allowing their thoughts to mature and stabilize. It is important to know that it is not just Lin Xun and his group who can awaken special abilities. People in other places will also awaken different types of abilities. At this time, a strong leader is needed to manage the problems and riots caused by these abilities. Thus, superficially sending people to underground fortresses is just a facade. The real purpose is to screen ordinary people from those with abilities, establishing a legion of ability users. Chapter 17. Enemies on a narrow road. Since the concept of special abilities has just emerged, the public's attention to it is not very pronounced. It was only after Lin Xun's reminder that they suddenly realized the changes. They had forgotten that things were no longer what they used to be. Powerful abilities are like weapons. They can protect oneself, deter enemies, and are also tools for killing. Due to inconsistent mobile signals, Gu Hanzhou was unable to inquire about the arrangements for other survivors in the company building, and thus safely passed the first day without incident. The rescue team mentioned in the text message arrived with dozens of armored trucks slowly driving on the road, broadcasting widely to instruct trapped people to get on the vehicles. Strangely, such a large convoy and loud announcements did not affect the mutated creatures by the roadside. They seemed to be invisible and unheard of, indifferent to the vehicles passing right in front of them, even allowing them to run over their bodies. In his previous life, Lin Xun entered the underground fortress with the Lin family to escape disaster. Because he possessed special abilities, his status was higher than that of ordinary citizens, and he went above ground to perform scavenging tasks. Meteorological experts' warnings were ignored by the base, which believed that a little rain would quickly end compared to the mutated creatures above ground. However, the sudden heavy rain submerged the city by at least 10 meters. Although the underground fortress was situated slightly higher than the coastal city, months of continuous rain overwhelmed the old base's drainage system, resulting in many people drowning. From then on, she realized that under natural disasters, there is no absolutely perfect refuge. The only things one can trust are the knowledge they possess and their own judgment. Coming back to her senses, she noticed many people nearby with umbrellas and raincoats, bundled up tightly as they got on the vehicles, without being attacked by the nearby mutated creatures. The red rain had been significantly diluted. Although it still contained deadly substances, more and more survivors boarded the vehicles. Everyone knew that space on the vehicles was limited, so they all wanted to seize the opportunity. A fat man hurriedly pushed past a woman to rush onto the vehicle. The woman, frightened and panicked, accidentally collided with an infected person nearby, letting out a scream. The sharp, piercing scream was particularly jarring, and the mutated creature twisted its body, baring its teeth and claws as it lunged at the woman. Whoosh! A flash of white light passed by, and the mutated creature instantly turned to ashes. Someone had used their special ability. Lin Xun constantly scanned the chaotic crowd and quickly noticed that each armed vehicle not only had gunmen, but also 2 to 3 ability users. So many had awakened all at once. She discussed with her family about leaving with the public, but their destination was the Gu residence. So they would need to get off halfway. After quickly packing their belongings, before setting off, Lin Xun pulled out 2 gray-black trench coats from her space. One was kept for herself, and the other was given to her second brother. What was this for? To hide their identities, Lin Xun briefly said, then wrapped a gray cloak around his head, put on waterproof clothes and pants, and changed into knee-high boots. He didn't know if he would encounter any unexpected situations on the way, and if he needed to use his abilities, it was best not to be seen. Gu Qingzhu joked, surely no one would intentionally capture an ability user, right? Lin Xun blinked, wearing an expression that seemed to say you got it right. Successfully freezing air G's expression for a moment. Those who are different from the masses will provoke public outrage wherever they go. So they either have to reveal themselves and avoid using their powers in crowded places, or they must hide away. After all, those who have awakened powers that set them apart from ordinary people will also be viewed as monsters by the majority of the public. Lin Xun's worries are not unfounded. As they left the building and stepped onto the street, they saw a soldier using his powers to drive away a mutant. But the ordinary people he helped were staring at him in fear. The 4 of them split into 2 groups. The elder brother and father got into the first vehicle, while she and the second brother, both of whom had abilities, followed in the second one. As they passed by a quiet mutant, someone suddenly rushed up behind Lin Xun, colliding into her shoulder with such force that it nearly knocked her to the ground. Are you okay? Gu Qingzhu asked in a lowered voice. Lin Xun shook his head, his gaze fixed on the person running madly past him, and couldn't help but frown. What coincidence, it was actually Feng Yu again. He had lost a lot of weight, and not only were his clothes disheveled and dirty, but a pair of lifeless eyes peeked out from under the hood of his raincoat, resembling a hungry ghost. The yellow raincoat couldn't conceal the stains and blood on his clothes. He held a crowbar in one hand and a half of an arm in the other. He carelessly dropped what he was holding, shouldered his weapon, and murmured to the soldiers in the vehicle. Let me up, let me up. Lin Xun lowered her gaze, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes cold and merciless as they stared at the hand on the ground. Judging by the bone structure, it should belong to a young woman, with normal skin color and unblemished nails. She was an ordinary person. It was hard to imagine what she had endured at Feng Yu's hands. Lin Xun and Gu Qingzhu only showed their eyes. After the soldier checked their exposed eyes, he allowed the 2 to get on the vehicle. The armored vehicle's seats had no roof, and there were half-meter-high railings on both sides, so people would still get wet in the rain. No one wanted to sit at the back of the vehicle, and everyone squeezed towards the front. Lin Xun didn't want to sit with others, so he pulled his second brother and sat at the end. The person who bumped into me just now was Feng Yu. Lin Xun tilted his head and whispered to Gu Qingzhu. Gu Qingzhu responded with a hum, and then said, he seems absent-minded, feeling like his mental state is not good. Feng Yu's face was almost ashen. He had betrayed several people just to escape from the building. Classmates from 12 years, the diligent old man who cleaned the corridors, and the junior who had a crush on him. As long as they could help him fend off danger. All of them were pushed out by Feng Yu to be fed to the mutated beings. He didn't even feel he was in the wrong. After all, being afraid of death is human nature. He was just a little selfish. He wasn't wrong. Sitting in the truck, Feng Yu trembled all over, his eyes fixed on his shoes. They were stained with blood, which he found extremely glaring. The few girls sitting opposite him felt afraid of him. Their almost imperceptible glances weighed on Feng Yu like a boulder, making it hard for him to breathe. What are you looking at? He snapped fiercely. The crowbar in his hand pointed in front of him. The girls immediately buried their heads, which only angered Feng Yu more, making him think they were deliberately staring at him. I asked what you were looking at. His voice rose several pitches, drawing the attention of everyone in the truck. A soldier standing at the back of the truck spoke coldly. Sir, please be quiet. Are you laughing at me? Are you saying I look like a dog in such a mess? Feng Yu completely ignored the soldier's warning, roaring like an animal tortured for 3 days and nights. Your eyes tell me that's how you see me. Bitch, watch me not kill you. Chapter 18. Returning to the Gu residence. Feng Yu's loud voice would inevitably attract the mutated beings sooner or later. But he didn't care at all, insisting on questioning the girls in a harsh tone. Lin Xun saw this and gently tugged at his second brother's shirt. Gu Qingzhu glanced sideways at the excited Feng Yu, and a thunderclap struck at his feet, sounding like winter's hard ice. Be quiet, my sister is resting. Another ability user. Everyone in the car, including the soldier, turned to look at him in unison. Feng Yu swallowed hard, his head stiffly tilting to stare at Gu Qingzhu, clearly startled. He had never seen those two oddly dressed people before, but their voices sounded particularly familiar. He slowly dragged the crowbar on the truck. The friction between metal and metal was especially jarring. Who are you? What does my business have to do with you? Gu Qingzhu frowned. He thought a thunder strike would be enough to intimidate Feng Yu, but he didn't expect this guy to be so reckless, daring to provoke him. Lin Xun didn't even open his eyes. He just wrapped his clothes tighter around himself and then leaned back against the railing as if continuing to sleep. Feng Yu, however, looked like he had seen something horrifying. Gasping in shock, his body and voice suppressing both anger and impulse. I want to kill you. These words seemed to squeeze out from between his teeth. He couldn't care less anymore and grabbed a crowbar, ready to smash it down on Lin Xun's head. Clang! Another electric shock. The rainwater conducted electricity better, and the current struck Feng Yu's hands gripping the crowbar, instantly charring his clothes. He dropped the crowbar, curling up into a ball, and due to the intense pain, he couldn't make a sound, only able to silently scream. This was exactly the effect Gu Qingzhu wanted. Feng Yu indeed became much more docile, propping himself up with his elbows and crawling to the side to lie still, even though the new passengers didn't understand why that man was lying in the corner. They all knew it was best to keep their distance from him. Lin Xun calmly concealed the silver pistol strapped to his thigh, which was precisely the reason Feng Yu became angry upon seeing it. After all, this pistol had once fired bullets at him, and he certainly remembered its appearance. He also knew very well who the owner of the gun was. For the ordinary people who died because of him, merely severing his hands was far too light a punishment. There were superhumans in the car, specifically a powerful lightning-type one, and the soldier was already thinking of urging him to stay. Sir, don't make a noise. The soldier coughed lightly, having been warned about Feng Yu, making him aware that he must not provoke this lightning-type superhuman, especially while his sister was sleeping. Halfway through the journey, Gu Qingzhu patted Lin Xun and told her that they were about to leave. If they went any further, they would be leaving Binhai City. Excuse me. Gu Qingzhu avoided the soldier at the back of the car and prepared to jump out. The speed of the car was not fast, just like when they got on, so getting off wouldn't result in injury. Where are you going? The soldier hurriedly asked, who wouldn't want to stay in a safe place. Yet these two wanted to get off? Gu Qingzhu looked back and saw that there were already too many people to fit anyone else. But there were still many refugees around. It's too crowded in the car. We siblings can't adapt, so we're leaving. He jumped out, trying to reach out to help Lin Xun, who landed even more smoothly than he did. Hey, wait, at least let me know your name. The two of them circled around a nearby mutated creature and quickly vanished into the rain on the street. To avoid suspicion, they got off first and found a place to hide, waiting to reunite with Gu Ting and Gu Hanzhou. I thought you were going to use the gun. I didn't expect you to use your abilities. Aren't you afraid of drawing attention? Lin Xun and Gu were hiding under the eaves, watching the strings of raindrops falling from the edge of the roof. He said, your gun is very special, not made by any factory, so if someone knowledgeable sees it, it might bring a lot of trouble. That's why Gu exposed his special ability. But I don't know why he suddenly became furious and almost hurt you. Speaking of this matter, Gu was really angry, and the last few words seemed to sink into the deep sea, turning into cold seawater. Lin Xun remained silent. Gu Ting and Gu Hanzhou arrived shortly after. They took the car they had previously used to go to the company from the space, let the rain wash it for a while, and soon raced all the way to the Gu residence. Gu Ting spoke up. Speaking of which, we found out why the zombies on the street no longer actively attack people. Why? Because there is a supernatural ability user in this rescue team whose skill is sound waves. He can make people hear special sounds. Lin Xun almost lost control of the accelerator upon hearing this sentence, suddenly recalling someone he knew. What's wrong? Second brother asked with concern. Lin Xun said it was nothing. That person's ability has a wide range, almost covering the entire rescue convoy, which ensured people's safety. It matched with a memory from past life. Lin Xun's expression was not good. Her mood was as tangled as the rain outside the car. The silence inside the car was terrifying. The heavy air felt like a hand choking her neck, making it hard to breathe. I'm sorry, I just suddenly thought of something. Seeing the three big men staring at her, she explained, not wanting her family to be affected by her emotions. In the end, it was Gu Qingzhu who spoke up. If there's anything we can help with, just say it. Because Lin Xun's expression looked so sorrowful that she was on the verge of tears. And as a father and older brother, they could do nothing. Perhaps in this life, they could save that person, even if the other party did not know her at all. Lin Xuanxiang gathered his spirits, revealing a smile to comfort everyone. The tactical vehicle soon stopped at the entrance of the Gu residence. Gu Hanzhou got out and walked to the front, trying to input the gate password. But his expression immediately changed. The door was in an open state. There were no signs of mutated creatures invading, nor any traces of a struggle. It was so quiet that it seemed as if the owner had simply forgotten to lock the door when leaving. Mom? Encho? Qinxing? Are you there? Gu Qingzhu pulled open the front door and stood in the foyer. No one answered. The two went upstairs to search. Lin Xun took off his raincoat and threw it into the trash can, not having time to wipe the sweat that had accumulated on his neck. He went to the kitchen, the washroom, the living room, and the study, but he didn't see a single person. Gu Qingzhu checked the teapot on the coffee table in the living room with the back of her hand. Everyone should be gathered in the living room. This was her mother's favorite flower tea, so it was impossible for her not to have had a single sip, and now it had completely cooled down. Chapter 19 Departure. To save someone, at least 2 hours had passed since leaving home. Gu Qingzhu rested her chin on one hand and made this judgment. Lin Xun also pointed to the kitchen and said, the refrigerator and the pantry are completely empty. The supplies I left when I went out have been looted. From this, we can conclude that at least the 3 people inside the house did not leave willingly. They have some unspoken difficulties. Gu Hanzhou spread out a note on the table. I found this in Qinxing's room. It has a white cone shape, a rightward arrow, and a hashtag on it. What does this mean? They might not have had time to write anything, or they might have written something that would be discovered. Gu Ting seemed to understand the meaning of these 3 symbols. The white cone likely refers to the White Hat Society. Senior followers among them wear such hats. Qiu and I visited their church before and have a deep impression of their clergy. Perhaps this, well, represents a water well, very deep, underground, an underground shelter? Everyone suddenly realized. Then the final direction is very clear. Madame Xie and the others were taken underground by the White Hat Society. And all the supplies in the house have been completely looted. Gu Hanzhou asked his father, but why would the White Hat Society come personally to find my mother? Gu Ting's eyelids twitched, seemingly reluctant to mention this matter, his expression helpless. Because the Archbishop of the White Hat Society is Qiu Rui. Wow, what a dramatic and cliché scene. Lin Xun and his 2 older brothers all turned their gaze elsewhere, as someone was undermining their father. Han Shu, take care of your younger siblings. I'm going to the underground fortress to find someone. Gu Qingzhu disagreed. Dad, let me go instead. I have abilities to protect myself. Gu Ting's serious expression was rarely seen as he scolded. Nonsense. This kind of thing should be left to adults. You all stay home and don't go anywhere. Gu Hanzhou's hands, resting on his knees, unconsciously tightened a bit. If only he could awaken his abilities, he could help his father instead of being useless. Qingzhu had lightning, his sister had fire, and even Qinxing had awakened gravity. But he, the eldest brother, was of no use at all. Gu Ting quickly packed his bag, changed into more convenient clothes, and went downstairs, only to find Lin Xun standing at the door, as if waiting for him. He would take care of his own family. He was not a coward. Lin Xun shook his head at his father and calmly asked, I just want to ask, do you know the specific location of Mother and the others? Do you know the structure of the underground fortress and the escape routes? Also, how many guards are responsible for watching over it? Hearing these questions, Gu Ting finally calmed down completely, realizing the importance of these questions. Don't worry, I had my brothers check the safety of the courtyard. It's just the two of us here. Gu Ting gritted his teeth. Xiao Sun, you know something? Don't you? Tell me. Father, even if I tell you the news, it will be very difficult to execute. Lin Xun sighed softly, her brows furrowed, her face, so similar to her mother's, filled with worry and helplessness. Moreover, her father should have received a text message that was different from those sent to her brothers, right? Gu Ting suddenly looked up. How do you know? Did they tell you? Without a second thought, Gu Ting directly refused. No, it's too dangerous. How can he let his daughter take such a risk? He can't. He can't lose her again. There is absolutely no room for compromise on this matter. Lin Xun nodded, not probing further, and changed the subject. Let's eat first. This time, Gu Ting did not refuse. All right, I'll leave after we finish eating. The three siblings were in the living room, while their old father was busy in the kitchen. The TV had no signal, so they could only randomly find a movie to play, filling the house with some atmosphere. Gu Qingzhu asked, did it not go well? Lin Xun shrugged. Yes. Although you told me about the text message, my father is still determined to go. Gu Hanzhou crossed his arms. His father was generally kind-hearted, but he could be quite stubborn at times. Gu Qingzhu sighed and said, let's try to persuade him after dinner. If that doesn't work, I'll secretly follow him to protect him. The dinner consisted of a simple 3 dishes and a soup: mapo tofu, sweet and sour ribs, shredded pork with green peppers, and shrimp ball soup. The simple meal had the taste of home. Gu Ting's cooking was even better than Zhou Feng's. I finished eating and went upstairs to rest. As I passed the storage room, I took out rice bags, cooking oil, flour, noodles, along with a few boxes of purified water and some daily necessities, including firearms and ammunition. I frowned. It was still bright outside and raining. I had heard of the White Hat Society, an organization that believed in disaster as redemption. They thought that the various disasters that occurred in the world were tests from heaven for humanity. They aimed to select the qualified and eliminate the base, allowing humanity to evolve. Coincidentally, those who awakened their abilities were regarded by them as the ruling class of the New World. Therefore, humanity in the future was roughly divided into 2 camps. One part consisted of ordinary people labeled as the old humanity, while the other part included the awakened with superpowers, who were the new humanity. A long and endless struggle began between the 2 factions. Lin Xun changed into a black waterproof bodysuit, tied her hair up, and tucked it into the hood of her raincoat, and put on a black mask and waterproof goggles. She lightly stepped off the edge of the balcony from the 3rd-floor bedroom and climbed out of the Gu residence. Determined to see things through, she was going to the underground shelter to rescue her family. Chapter 20. The man in memory. Gu Ting originally planned to sneak out at night, but saw a note at the door. His elderly father was quite startled by the thin, sticky note and immediately called Lin Xun, only to find the line busy. After a while, he received a call from Lin Xun, who was driving. Gu Hanzhou initially planned to send his father away the next day and have Gu Qingzhu follow to protect him. However, no one expected Lin Xun to leave directly, only leaving a note behind. The eldest brother sighed with emotion. I wonder where the little sister's stubbornness comes from. Gu Qingzhu nodded, feeling somewhat relieved to know Lin Xun's whereabouts, and noted that her rebellious phase seemed to have come later than other children. Gu Ting's expression was anxious. Aren't you worried about her? The eldest and second brothers exchanged glances and both replied, it would be a lie to say we're not worried, but we have witnessed our little sister's strength. Don't worry, Dad. She's not a fragile flower that needs to be cared for in a greenhouse. Her world has always been vast and boundless. Lin Xun pressed the accelerator tightly, driving towards the direction of the western shelter based on memory. Since he was not on a proper road, he encountered very few mutants. After speeding for about 20 kilometers, the road ahead met the edge of the city, continuing forward. The tall buildings were replaced by factories and old neighborhoods. The situation here was worse than in the city center. Aging wires were tangled around the dark brown concrete walls, with some bodies hanging from them. Trash cans overturned by mutants were scattered everywhere, soaking in the rain, swelling, and emitting a disgusting, nauseating smell. The monsters wandering in the streets were too numerous to count, most of them elderly. However, Lin Xun had no doubt that they were slower than him. Someone he used to know lived here. The humidity brought by the rain clung to his clothes, accentuating Lin Xun's perfect tall figure, dressed entirely in black. Only his beautiful almond-shaped eyes were visible. Holding a dagger for self-defense, he walked briskly through the hazy curtain of rain. There were rarely any living people on the road. As the news had said, they were all staying home obediently. Some intersections were blocked by the military, not allowing passage. Lin Xun brushed past several small teams, watching them search for mutants and then carry out extermination work. After walking a few dozen meters, he reached the highway just beyond the fork in the road ahead. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from a small shop on his left, and Lin Xun immediately sidestepped into a nearby alley. A figure shot out like an arrow, crashing through the shattered glass and wall debris, with their clothes completely torn off, revealing a muscular upper body. A large chunk of tendon had been ripped from the shoulder blade area on their back, leaving that region a bloody mess. Yet, they seemed to feel no pain at all, moving with agility. Their eyes, fierce like a beast, met Lin Xun's for a moment, sending a chill through her bones. Then the guy noticed her surprise and smirked. Within 3 seconds, several individuals wearing white cone hats ran out from the shop. Damn it, they were a step too late. He got away. Yes, even if he was missing an arm or a leg. As long as he was still breathing, the great sage would find a way to keep him alive. Additionally, take anything useful and say it's needed for the future of humanity. Those who obstruct them, as long as they are not awakened, kill them all. Lin Xun was taken aback and secretly clenched her fists. These were all members of the White Hat Society. However, she didn't remember that this group of guys could be so greedy and shameless as to target ordinary people. And why did they want to capture that man just now? Lin Xun searched his memories and confirmed that in his past life, he had never heard of the White Hat Society ordering the arrest of others. Moreover, in his previous life, the White Hat Society had earned widespread recognition for its charitable spirit. It was all very strange. But none of this was the main point. Lin Xun leaned against the wall behind her and let out a slow sigh from her lungs. Although she had somewhat forgotten where that dreamlike space had come from, she was sure that the target of the White Hat Society's capture was the man she had seen in the cold cave. Even though their temperaments were very different, their faces were completely identical. Lin Xun wanted to find him along the way and wanted to know who he really was. However, in the vast old town and among many mutants, it was not easy to find his trace, especially since he was being chased by the White Hat Society. After searching a few corners with the mindset of giving it a try and finding nothing, he decided to leave and head to the shelter. However, after just a few steps, he encountered several members of the White Hat Society sneaking around in front of him. Have you searched this area? Not yet. Continue to expand the search area. Yes. Found him. Over here. Gather everyone. Lin Xun looked up at the balcony of a third-floor residential building where someone was shouting. Suddenly, there was quite a commotion. A man, covered in blood, jumped off the balcony and landed steadily in front of Lin Xun. He noticed Lin Xun seemed momentarily stunned, her fierce eyes blinking before brushing past her. Damn, he can't get away. Attack. Dozens of golden light arrows fell from the sky, landing precisely where Lin Xun stood. There was no time to dodge. Lin Xun raised her hand and ignited a blazing crimson-black flame, incinerating the rain of arrows. The people on the third-floor balcony gasped in surprise upon seeing the fire in the rain. There are other ability users. Be careful not to hurt him. Lin Xun did not want to be entangled by them, so she turned and ran, with the man closely following behind. Hey, don't talk. They ran through the messy alleys, escaping the line of sight of the White Hat Society behind them. The man's speed had slowed down significantly compared to before, and the rain mixed with the blood oozing from his various wounds splashed onto Lin Xun's face. After running just a few more steps, they found their path blocked by about 10 members of the White Hat Society ahead. Lin Xun looked around and found that there were no troops in sight, realizing that the White Hat Society might have intentionally lured them away. The leader was quite short, and the golden patterns on his white hat glimmered coldly under the rain. However, his body clearly could not support his actions. He was trembling violently and could not even control his strength. There were accomplices. They must be captured. Great. Now she couldn't even clear her name by jumping into the Yellow River. Chapter 21. Devout believer Lin Xun tightened her jaw and stepped forward to grab the man's wrist. Follow me. The man was like a beast restricted by chains, ready to explode at any moment. Yet, upon hearing Lin Xun's voice, he miraculously calmed down and allowed her to pull him along. Even where she couldn't see, he raised his eyebrows slightly, exuding an air of carefree ease. Catch up. Lin Xun weaved through the narrow path between two residential buildings with a man. She had to find a place that wouldn't be discovered quickly to hide herself. At the end of the winding path, she saw the cute font of Meng Meng Kindergarten in pink and blue. Further ahead, she could see the wandering mutants and hear the continuous gunfire. In front were soldiers exterminating the mutants, and behind her were the pursuers from the White Hat Society. Lin Xun took out a small round piece that had been prepared in advance from his space and threw it at the mutant. Then, without thinking, he climbed over the kindergarten wall with the man and ran into an empty classroom on the first floor, hiding behind the deep green curtains. Lin Xun placed her index finger on her lips, slowly shaking her head at the man, signaling him not to speak. The classroom on the first floor was empty and particularly quiet. She could hear the man's slightly heavy breathing. Drops of water continuously fell from their bodies onto the floor. The sound of their hearts beating wildly echoed between them. Lin Xun counted down in her heart. 3, 2, 1. Beep, beep, beep. The elongated, urgent alarm echoed through the streets, instantly attracting the frenzied mutants around. Let's go. After a flurry of noise, only the monsters outside the wall remained, roaring ominously, accompanied by the sound of gunfire that eliminated them. However, staying in this kindergarten was not a long-term solution. They had to leave after a short rest. Previously, Lin Xun had passed by here and discovered that several teachers and children were trapped inside. With Lin Xun's help, they managed to leave the kindergarten and find the army for rescue. Lin Xun gathered some leftover supplies and piled them in an empty classroom on the first floor. If danger arises, this could serve as a temporary safe house, but she didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. The voice under Lin Xun's mask sounded muffled. Are you okay? Then, an incredibly cold hand tightened around her throat. It wasn't forceful, just lightly encircling it. She could easily raise her hand to interrupt such a rude act. The man had a neat and short head of black hair. His forehead was smooth and full. His nose was straight, and his gaze was as cold as a robot's. His deep-set eyes resembled stars in the night, like two unsheathed blades, making her feel nothing but danger standing in front of him. A chilling aura seemed to envelop her, and the tip of her nose was filled with the scent of the ebony beads on his wrist. But Lin Xun felt like she was smelling a block of ice radiating coldness. He was truly too cold. It made her feel as if even his blood was frozen. It was an illusion. He whispered a few words through his lips and then lowered his hand. Lin Xun was taken aback, suddenly realizing that these words were spoken by him to himself. So, was it the same back in the cave? She asked the question in her heart. Who are you? He said, don't mind me. Hurry and leave. She asked, why is the White Hat chasing you? His voice was intermittent. Underground refuge. Monster. Go stop. She asked again. Do we know each other? He shook his head. I'm seriously injured. You are? The only hope. Both were answering questions that were not being asked. Lin Xun felt like hitting the man on the forehead with the butt of her gun. Then, she saw him take off the Buddhist beads from his hand, still stained with his blood, and put them into her hand. It seemed to say, the next thing is up to you, and then he collapsed to the ground. Lin Xun. How righteous. She squatted down with a blank expression and took out a medical kit from her space. After explaining the aftermath, she would just wash her hands of it, right? The King of Hell didn't ask me for your list. The man murmured softly in his sleep, restless. His spirit was disturbed by some kind of supernatural power, stripping away his humanity and turning him into a beast. The pulse of the girl still lingered on his fingertips, along with the warmth emanating from beneath her clothes. The silhouette, glimpsed in countless dreams, only turned around slowly at the last moment. Even if the voice and face were obscured, he could still clearly discern that the person was from his dreams. He had been having prophetic dreams since he was 10. The destruction of his family, the deaths of loved ones, disasters descending upon the world, awakening supernatural powers, and the girl he saw in his dreams. Like a savior, she stood at the peak of the mountain of bones, her garments stained with blood from the waist down, a sea of crimson. Countless souls reached out their ethereal hands to worship at her feet. Her eyes were lowered, half filled with pity and half with coldness. A massive silver full moon hung in the blood-red sky. The warm and gentle moonlight poured down to the world, to the souls. Someone in the dream whispered in his ear, "Go find her, pursue her, stay by her side." Then he woke up, and he saw the girl from his dreams seemingly materialize, sitting across from him. Only a mist separated them, her face both real and hazy. He stared at her, as if in a dream, but when his eyes regained clarity, he saw nothing. The surroundings were empty, the classroom curtains drawn, the sound of rain continuous, making it hard to tell day from night. A small fireball burned around him, its black-red flames preventing him from feeling cold. There was no sign of the girl who had saved him in the classroom. The man sat up from the mat, realizing he was lying on two small mattresses pushed together. His arm, shoulder, and abdomen wounds had been treated and bandaged with professional skill. His upper body was bare, the tattered clothes discarded, replaced with a clean outfit beside his pillow. Fortunately, there were no injuries on his legs. Otherwise, they would have had to cut his pants. The man looked slim in clothes, but muscular when undressed. His slender waist contrasted sharply with his broad back, exuding immense strength. Besides the new injuries, he also had many old scars on his body. The man gazed into the air, lost in thought, before finally lifting his lips, the color of his eyes deepening slightly. "Thank you." He lowered his head and kissed the Buddhist beads in his hand, which had been wiped clean of blood, resembling a devout believer. Outside, a rapid sound of footsteps echoed, followed by a troop bursting through the door. The leading soldier was momentarily stunned upon seeing the half-sitting man. When he clearly saw his face, the soldier nearly knelt on the ground. You are." The man regained his usual cold demeanor, his chiseled features flickering in the firelight, casting an unfathomable shadow. "Tell me the current situation." "Yes, Chief." Chapter 22, Became a Fugitive. After Lin Xun saved the man and left him a small bundle of her fire, she departed. She pretended to be a victim and boarded the last military truck heading to the refuge. However, the truck only took them to the outside of the fence. The area was surrounded by bushes, desolate and uninhabited, with no houses in sight. Lin Xun and her group were led in by the followers of the White Hat Society. She noticed that the people guarding the entrance were also members of the White Hat Society, not military personnel. However, they were not wearing white clothes or hats. Instead, they had a white conical emblem pinned to their chests. In a sense, it seemed that the White Hat Society and the military were cooperating. A dozen people walked silently inside, the atmosphere oppressive. After a while, amidst the pouring rain, Lin Xun saw the long-abandoned military base. She stood on the ground, looking up. No matter how many times she looked at the base from here, she was always awed by its enormous metallic shell. The exposed floors were about 3 stories high, with a total of 7 underground levels. It didn't look like a building from 30 years ago. Instead, it was full of a sense of technology. Although there wasn't much visible, this massive structure stood majestically in the rain. The White Hat Society had only purchased this place less than 2 months ago and was still in the process of renovation, yet it was directly used as a shelter. The Archbishop had originally planned to establish his own organization here, but unexpectedly, the red rain began to fall. Although it couldn't withstand the torrential rain, it served as a warning for future generations. For instance, the drainage system must be well designed. One could only say that Coastal City was unlucky, being the first area infected by the red rain. Capable members of the White Hat Society from all over the country came here to help receive the injured and settle the displaced. There were no smiles on anyone's faces, just like the gloomy rainy day outside. Entering the winding building, Lin Xun took off her raincoat hood and let out a sigh. Besides the damp smell of rain, there was also the scent of the building itself. It wasn't unpleasant, but it had an old, musty smell. She glanced at the time. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and there was still a lot of coming and going, bustling with activity. There was too much to do, and they couldn't afford to let the members rest completely. they had to take turns. Two medical staff members approached, leading Lin Xun and her group for health checks while also registering their names and information. This is our White Hat Society's flyer. You can take a look when you have time. We are not a suspicious organization. We just hope everyone can survive this disaster. The nurse handed the flyer to the crowd. Lin Xun also received a document that briefly introduced the reasons for the establishment of the White Hat Society, its beliefs, the celebrities who have joined, and its future plans. As he walked through the long, cold, iron-colored corridor, a group of people dressed in white robes approached him. Lin Xun sensed an unusual aura, so she put away the flyer in her hand. The middle-aged man at the forefront looked to be about the same age as Gu Ting. He wore a heavy and plain white robe, with golden trims at the collar and hem, but he was not wearing the iconic white hat. The only ones she had encountered were the three sages and the great sage who could bring the dead back to life. She had never seen any other senior members of the White Hat Society. Lin Xun looked warily at the man at the forefront, who was full of himself, then slightly lowered her head and raised her eyes, revealing her triangular white cat-like eyes, which added to the sense of oppression. She hid among the crowd, concealing her face. "It's the Archbishop. Greet the Archbishop." "The Archbishop? The one who took her mother away?" The Archbishop stopped in front of the crowd and spoke. "Welcome everyone to the White Hat Society's base. You must have endured quite a bit on your way here, but don't worry, it's very safe here. Please feel free to rest. We are the Archbishops of the White Hat Society and the main responsible persons. No matter who you are, the White Hat Society will accept you equally. There are monsters underground here. Moreover, that man should know quite a bit more. The shelter has 7 underground levels and 3 above ground, totaling 10 levels. Ordinary people live on levels 1 to 4 underground, while those with abilities live on the 5th and 6th levels. The last level is for warehouses and ammunition storage. This information was accumulated by Lin Xun from her previous life. She remembered that she had come to the shelter with the Lin family and was later selected to carry out surface missions due to her ability, ultimately escaping the shelter's attack by mutated beings. Calculating the time, it was about from tonight until dawn tomorrow. Lin Xun's expression suddenly turned sour. A riot was about to break out here. It was unclear where the mutated creatures that attacked the shelter came from, and the casualties were heavy. In the end, a mysterious army of superpowered individuals saved the place. This was also the reason why Lin Xun joined the superpowered army in the first place, to save the weak and rescue lives. The Archbishop left with the believers. Lin Xun found the restroom, sneaked in, checked that there was no one in the bathroom, and then entered a stall to contact Mrs. Xie. This building would block signals, and only specific communicators could communicate with the outside world. However, now that Lin Xun was inside, he could actually contact his family who were here normally. Lin Xun left the restroom and took the elevator down based on memory. The elevator suddenly stopped at the B2 level. A man and a woman entered. The man was unfamiliar to Lin Xun, but the woman turned out to be Lin Xiaoyu. They noticed Lin Xun in the corner, but since she was wearing a mask and was dressed differently than usual, Lin Xiaoyu did not recognize her. The two completely ignored Lin Xun and started chatting. "Xiaoyu, are you serious?" "Of course. You have to believe me." Lin Xiaoyu pitifully clutched the man's clothes, her whole body leaning against him, her voice soft and delicate. "After my dad was killed by my sister, my mom and I depended on each other, leaving the house filled with monsters, and came here." The man couldn't help but agree. "Your sister is really too ruthless. She killed someone and is still at large." The elevator doors opened on the 3rd basement floor. Lin Xiaoyu linked her arm with the man's and walked out, her voice gradually fading. Fortunately, she is now a wanted criminal. As for those who provided clues and her photo to the police, what about me? I really hope she gets caught soon. Lin Xun lowered the brim of her hat and slowly walked out of the elevator on the 4th basement level, her face calm and composed. Becoming a wanted criminal happened faster than she had anticipated. However, with Lin Xiaoyu fanning the flames behind her, it was to be expected. But this meant that to avoid dragging the Gu family down, she couldn't live with her family anymore. This dream had woken up too quickly. She muttered self-deprecatingly. Then she knocked on the door, and Zhou Fang's voice came from inside. Chapter 23 Meeting with Xie Qiurui. "Who is it?" "It's me, Lin Xun." Zhou Fang was quite surprised when she opened the door, but then relaxed. "Miss, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to find you." Lin Xun stepped inside and added, "Get ready. We need to leave from here. Although the room was not large, according to the shelter's layout, it could accommodate 10 people if utilized properly. However, it was currently only occupied by Madame Xie and Zhou Fong. Madame Xie was unable to enjoy her tea or food, restless and anxious. It was already early morning, almost dawn, yet she was sitting on the sofa, looking melancholic. Is it Xiao Sun? Madame Xie's eyes turned red, and she quickly walked over, unable to hide her astonishment. She thought she was hallucinating after receiving a text from her daughter, and now seeing her in person made her nose tingle with emotion, almost bringing tears to her eyes. She opened her arms and embraced Lin Xun. Lin Xun did not refuse and heard Madame Xie ask her, "How did you find your way here? Did you encounter any danger? Are your family members all right?" Madame Xie's words were somewhat incoherent, but they were filled with concern. She tightly grasped her daughter's hands, half in guilt and half in reluctance. "What do you plan to do next?" In response to her mother's caring feelings, Lin Xun first made a silencing gesture to them. After checking the listening devices installed in the room, she threw the 3 black blocks onto the coffee table. "Now it's safe. We can speak freely without being overheard by outsiders." Madame Xie and Zhou Fong's faces instantly turned pale. They hadn't expected that their conversations over the past few days had all been monitored, but fortunately, they had not discussed family matters or abilities. Lin Xun rolled his eyes and looked around. "Where is Sange? Why isn't he here?" Madame Xie sighed. "The people here discovered that he has special abilities, so they made him join the Special Abilities Army." Lin Xun raised an eyebrow. "Third brother didn't refuse?" Mrs. Xie shook her head. "That kid Qinxing probably has his own plans. He just wants us to be at ease here, and he'll come to take us out in a couple of days." Lin Xun immediately sighed in relief. It turned out that third brother was also planning an escape. It seemed that he needed to find an opportunity to meet with him and exchange information. Lin Xun learned that the White Hat Society originally planned to send someone to rob the HRC supermarket, but found it completely empty inside. So they shifted all the blame to the Lin Group. Due to Lin Daotong's death, the Lin Group is now in complete chaos, both internally and externally. Moreover, the outside world is also in turmoil, with everyone trying to avoid disasters and mutants. No one is handling these matters. Although Lin Xun cleared out all the supermarkets, at least he paid for everything. Does the military not care about this? Madame Xie snorted coldly. They are all busy managing the ability users, searching for the remaining survivors, and fighting the monsters on the ground, so they have no time to pay attention to other matters, which is why the White Hat Society, those old foxes, can take advantage of the situation. Lin Xun nodded and understood. She then asked, "By the way, there's one more thing. Have you seen Sun Yuehua and Lin Xiaoyu?" Mrs. Xie thought for a moment before replying, "Yes, but there wasn't much to communicate with them. They seem to be avoiding me, just hurriedly brushing past, looking very haggard. I heard they are now helping at the cafeteria for supernatural beings." Mrs. Xie picked up her water cup, took a sip, and continued, "Well, after all, the pillar of the family has collapsed, and they don't have any proper relatives willing to lend a hand. In the past, they relied on Lin Daotang for social connections and networking. The Lin Group concealed a matter from the Kajia for 20 years, and this is the outcome they deserve." Lin Xun gently squeezed her mother's palm to offer comfort. It seems that in the previous life, the White Hats obtained so many supplies from the HRC supermarket. At that time, they even pretended to be noble, claiming that this was relief food provided by the organization for everyone. Both ordinary people and those with abilities had to exchange basic labor for points or spend money to obtain these items. Back then, she also put in a lot of effort for food and daily necessities. Lin Xun stood up and said, "There's no time to lose. I will go find third brother and take you away. Wait for my news here." "Okay." Madame Xie had a worried expression on her face. If only she had a special ability too. Lin Xun placed her palm on Madame Xie's hand and gently patted it twice. Her palm was still a bit cold, so Madame Xie naturally wrapped her hand in her own palm to warm her. "Mother, don't blame yourself. You are the most important source of motivation in our family. No matter what, Sange and I will find a way to take you and Aunt Zhou out." Lin Xun paused for a moment, then suddenly looked at Madame Xie, his voice becoming even more serious than before. "If you feel anything unusual, make sure to contact me or third brother. We cannot be sure how long the shelter will be safe from the mutated beings, so we must be fully prepared." Madame Xie took out her phone, but she said, I've tried, and my phone can't send any messages. It's as if it's being blocked. Otherwise, I would have contacted my husband and sons long ago. What does that mean? Didn't mother communicate with third brother before? Now that I'm also in this underground fortress, both I and third brother should be able to send messages. Madame Xie tried it, and sure enough, the message was sent normally, and Lin Xun received it. The call connected in a few seconds, and Gu Qinxing's groggy voice came through. Another mission? Let me sleep for 5 more minutes. Lin Xun said, Third brother, it's me. Gu Qinxing suddenly woke up a bit more. Sister, is that you? It's me. I'm currently with Mother and Aunt Zhou. Don't ask me how I got here for now. I have something to tell you. Lin Xun briefly told him that there would be mutated creatures attacking the shelter. Over there, Gu Qinxing had completely woken up, his tone a bit anxious, and quickly replied, I knew things would turn out this way. I will report this matter. Xiao Sun, you take them to the back of the ground shelter, their SAC 7749 off-road vehicle. I'll be waiting for you there. Chapter 24. Archbishop Nan Yuanming, I understand. See you on the ground. Gu Qinxing hung up the communication, got out of bed, and left. He had never wanted to stay in the shelter. If it weren't for the White Hat Society's involvement and the Archbishop locking up his mother, he would have definitely sought revenge on the Archbishop. Gu Qinxing clenched his fists and contacted his captain through the communicator, but heard him say, There's nothing I can do. I'm just following orders from above. Powerless. Gu Qinxing sneered. The phrase powerless only applied to the first 2 words of his captain. At a critical moment for survival. If he continued to obey the same unchanging orders, he would be the one to lose his life. Gu Qinxing walked swiftly through the base. He needed to secretly take the car keys first. On the first day he entered here, he used his prominent family background and high popularity to establish an intelligence network. Coupled with his ability to control the gravity of objects, he quickly became a standout in the psychic army. Gu Xiao, have you heard? There's a laboratory on the first underground level, specifically for dissecting and analyzing those mutated creatures brought up from the ground. Gu Xiao, are you interested in joining the White Hat Society? Only with faith can there be a new life. That cafeteria, Aunt seems to be President Lin's wife, right? Now that her husband is dead, she only has her daughter to rely on. This was part of his original plan. His sister's call came at just the right time, and he also saw the message his mother sent him. He believed in Lin Xun's strength, so what he needed to do now was prepare the vehicle for departure. Lin Xun left the room with the 2 people and saw the Archbishop standing not far from the elevator. The middle-aged man stopped spinning the steel ball in his hand, said nothing, and smiled kindly at Lin Xun and Mrs. Xie behind him. This should be our first meeting, Miss Lin. Does he know me? Lin Xun still didn't speak. Wanted to see what he was going to do. The middle-aged man extended a hand, his expression still friendly. Nice to meet you. I'm Nan Yuanming. I've been paying attention to you at the Lin family for quite a while. The reason? It's simply because you and your mother look so much alike. When I saw your photo, I thought I was looking at a young Qiu Rui. Lin Xun felt goosebumps rise on his back after hearing that. Like a cat with its fur standing on end. The familiar tone in his speech and the unabashed gaze he directed at her made her feel disgusted. She never expected to encounter the Archbishop of the White Hat Society here, and it was the man who secretly loved her mother. Lin Xun calmed down. Since the other party mentioned her mother, it confirmed that Nan Yuanming was indeed the culprit who kidnapped her family. Nan Yuanming raised his eyebrows slightly, and when he saw Madame Xie, his expression softened a little. You want to leave? But it's safe to stay here. Those infected outside can't get in. Lin Xun directly pulled out the dagger from his thigh and swiftly placed it against Nan Yuanming's neck, sternly saying, Get lost. Nan Yuanming smiled instead of getting angry. Is this how you show your anger? Such childish behavior. The woman's hand gripping the dagger trembled slightly, the sharp blade grazing his neck and leaving a trail of blood droplets. Although I like your face, I really don't like your personality, Nan Yuanming said regretfully, waving his hand and sighing. You're nothing like your mother. Lin Xun felt that his mind was not clear, and his disgust deepened. She sneered coldly, using a face just like Xie Qiurui's to mock him. Do you think you still have a chance? You're just a loser. These words directly touched the deep scars in Nan Yuanming's heart, and his eyes sharpened as a sudden surge of immense power erupted from him. Is he also an ability user? Lin Xun lightly landed on the ground, protecting her family in front of her, completely unaffected by his abilities. Nan Yuanming was somewhat surprised by Lin Xun's skills, narrowing his eyes slightly with a hint of curiosity. Could she be an ability user? But he hadn't seen any signs of her using abilities. Or perhaps she was just simply skilled? In that case, he would have to be careful when dealing with her. His abilities were precious and should not be wasted easily. Therefore, Nan Yuanming raised his wrist, adjusted his attire, took a couple of deep breaths, and put on an impeccable, gentle expression. Although he didn't know how Qiu Rui mentioned him to her, he still reintroduced himself, saying, "I am the Archbishop of the White Hat Society. Don't tell me you haven't heard of this organization. But it's okay, even if you haven't. Soon enough, this organization will become a household name." Lin Xun felt a headache and was very resistant to contact with him. But he happened to be blocking the elevator door. "Just move aside after you're done." Nan Yuanming nodded with interest, stepping aside to clear the passage for them. "Unexpectedly, I still underestimated you. You actually found the listening device I hid in the room. Who taught you this? Was it your so-called adoptive father or your biological father?" Lin Xun glanced at him blandly. He not only knew his identity long ago, but also knew his background. The hypocritical Pharisee even claimed that installing the listening device was to protect her mother. Bah, he was clearly a lewd person. No, is he out of his mind? Waiting here, just to chat with her? Lin Xun felt that his level of annoyance was similar to that of the man hiding under the desk eating instant noodles. He turned and walked out of the elevator with his mother. The meaning of his refusal was quite obvious, but Nan Yuanming didn't seem in a hurry to go up, keeping the elevator doors open. Although the people passing by didn't know what was happening, they would stop and bow their heads to signal to Nan Yuanming. Nan Yuanming greatly enjoyed the gazes of admiration from everyone, feeling as if he were a god, which showcased his power. Hypocritical. Lin Xun's cold words pierced through his mask. Nan Yuanming was not surprised by her evaluation. Instead, he smiled at her. Times have changed, and people have suffered from disasters, their inner emptiness needing a savior. But that person would definitely not be you. Nan Yuanming was not angry at all. His grand plans and goals did not require everyone's understanding. He said to Madame Xie, "Qiu Rui, if you feel it's dangerous outside, the White Hat will always keep its doors open for you." Madame Xie directly ignored his presence. The elevator closed and ascended to the second basement level, stopping. Since it was sleeping time, there were very few people in the base, making it convenient for them to leave. Just as they were putting on their raincoats to prepare to leave, Gu Qinxing suddenly called, "Sister, Lin Xun, I'm on the first basement level. North direction, come pick up the car keys." Chapter 25, The Bloodstained First Basement Experimental Zone. Gu Qinxing's voice sounded weak, as if he had been seriously injured. Lin Xun decisively arranged for his mother and Zhou Fong to stay in an empty medical room, telling them to wait there while he went to find third brother. Madame Xie said firmly, "Xiao Sun, take care of yourself." Lin Xun turned around and left, taking the elevator to the basement level. There was no one patrolling. It didn't seem like a place for ordinary people to stay. Instead, it felt more like a research lab. Although the entire shelter had no surveillance cameras, there were cameras everywhere here. Lin Xun put on her mask and hat again, leaving no traces. She headed north toward the entrance of the laboratory, but there was no one guarding it, and the surroundings were too quiet, with no sound of patrolling footsteps. Compared to the members of the White Hat Society she encountered earlier, this place felt eerily desolate. "Please enter the password." The handgun swiftly destroyed the electronic lock, allowing her to enter smoothly. With no one around, she carefully and cautiously slipped inside and closed the door. However, upon seeing her surroundings clearly, she immediately gasped. The nauseating smell of blood filled her nostrils, and the sticky liquid under her shoes seemed to still have warmth. The floor, walls, and ceiling were splattered with red liquid everywhere. The entire corridor, less than 20 meters long, could be described as a complete mess. The surveillance camera hanging in the corner was damaged, with a few scattered electrical components lying on the ground. The white walls were splattered with streaks of red blood. A shocking sight. Lin Xun touched the daggers strapped to her thighs, tightened her grip on the gun, and ventured deeper inside. The entire passage seemed to have only her in it. The sound of her feet stepping in the pool of blood amplified infinitely by her senses at that moment. It didn't seem like an attack from a mutant, as there were simply too many bloodstains in the space. Moreover, besides the smell of blood, there was no mingling of the sour, rotten odor typical of mutants in the air. What on earth had happened here? Why had no one noticed the anomalies? Who had destroyed the surveillance? Lin Xun passed through many tightly closed laboratories, dissection rooms, and analysis rooms, and finally arrived in front of a half-open white door. She entered, and shards of glass were scattered all over the floor, indicating that something had escaped from inside. There were also numerous bloodstains on the ground, and after scanning the area without finding any useful clues, she turned to leave. Bang! As soon as she stepped out, she collided with something cold and hard. The creature had a huge mouth with sharp fangs, resembling a crocodile, but with spines on its back in a size comparable to that of a tiger or lion. Lin Xun's pupils trembled involuntarily, and her body reacted quickly, pulling away from the giant in front of her. It's a mutated beast. She frowned slightly, both surprised and confused. Goodness, this is clearly a monster that only appeared a year after the natural disaster. Yet it's here now. Lin Xun recalled the underground thing that the cold man mentioned. It must be it. The mutant beast exuded a bloodthirsty aura, raging and furious, dragging its long tail across the ground, with remnants of human corpses in its gaping maw. No wonder I couldn't see a single shadow here. It turns out you ate them all. Lin Xun dodged everywhere, but this guy was impervious to knives and guns, and couldn't be harmed at all. Roar! Lin Xun slipped on the blood on the ground, and the mutated beast's shiny claws found the gap, swiping down at her with a paw. Be careful. Clang. The mutated beast missed its target, leaving claw marks on the hard door. She was pulled into a room by a person behind her, and Lin Xun immediately turned around, holding her dagger in front of her, alert to her surroundings. In the room, besides herself, there were 4 other people, 2 men and 2 women. From their attire, they were all ability users. The young man revealed a weary smile and said, "It's nothing, just a small effort." He looked Lin Xun up and down before continuing. "I'm a captain of this team. Judging by your outfit, are you perhaps one of the ability users who came to support here in the last batch?" The other 3 team members cast curious glances at Lin Xun, but did not react much to her arrival. Lin Xun paused and said, "No, I'm here to look for someone. Have you seen anyone else?" The young man looked distressed and replied, "Sorry, we haven't seen anyone." They were the lowest level ability users sent to carry out a rescue mission, thinking it would be an easy task. Little did they expect that as soon as they arrived, they were attacked by an unknown monster outside. The 4-person team was hastily formed, lacking any synergy, and their abilities were not strong enough. In the end, they could only be trapped in this small storage room, waiting for rescue. Is that so? Lin Xuanxin's heart sank, but she quickly perked up. She walked over to a young man and asked, "Your ability can heal, right? Could you please help me with some treatment?" The young man looked up in surprise and said, "How did you know I could?" Lin Xun raised his chin slightly and said lightly, "You have a green strap on your wrist. That's the mark of a healing-type ability user." The young man gently touched the strap and asked with pursed lips, "Where are you hurt?" Lin Xun exposed his ankle to him, the black leggings torn with a slit, having just slipped and fallen to the ground, where the sharp stones had pierced him harshly. Not only was the young man momentarily stunned, but the others present were also taken aback in surprise. Lin Xun, without a blink, reached out to pull out the stone shard for easier treatment. "You're hurt so badly?" She tossed the shard aside and said lightly, "It's not a bone injury. Truly a tough person." The young man brought his hands close to her wound, closed his eyes, and activated his ability. Soon a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. A few minutes later, he gasped and lowered his hands. "I'm sorry. I can't make you completely heal. I can only slightly stop the bleeding and temporarily maintain the current state of the wound. After an hour, this state will be released." Lin Xun nodded, bandaging her wounds and feeling that the pain had eased a lot. This meant that within this hour, no matter how much she moved, it wouldn't strain the injured area. The young man was surprised, his gaze filled with a hint of reverence. "Are you a space-type ability user?" Lin Xun hummed in acknowledgement and walked to the door, preparing to go out. "I have something to take care of. You all should rest well and retreat quickly. It's very dangerous outside." Although they were all ability users, before awakening their powers, they were just ordinary people. They still couldn't take life and death lightly as they did in the past. The young man forced a smile and said, "Thank you for your advice. We will leave, and also, thank you for your food and water. Lin Xun leaned against the door to listen to the outside, and after confirming that it was very quiet, she twisted the doorknob and walked out, gently closing the door behind her. The silence around her was like a gust of wind passing by. The young man stared blankly at her departure, murmuring to himself, "It feels like a dream. Did she really come?" The youth comforted the youngest member of the team and waved a piece of bread in front of him, telling him this wasn't a dream. Chapter 26. So you have such a big space. Outside the door, the mutated beast had disappeared again, leaving a long and distant drag mark on the ground. Leading deep into the laboratory, Lin Xun took a deep breath. Where exactly was Gu Qinxing? This time she changed direction and walked towards the directional sign on the wall, which appeared to lead to the center of the experimental area. As she advanced, corpses gradually appeared along the way, all looking very fresh, with a time of death not exceeding 3 hours. Crack, crack. The strange noises made Lin Xun unconsciously furrow her brows, and then her breath caught in her throat. Less than 10 meters ahead, there was a male silhouette. His upper body was stained with blood, and the dirt on him was no less than that of his surroundings. Exuding a shop kiinoha. The surrounding walls displayed varying depths of indentations, as if crushed by gravity. Seeing that Gu Qinxing was unharmed, Lin Xun quickly breathed a sigh of relief, took 2 steps forward, but suddenly stopped again. What was he doing? Sango was holding someone in his left hand, and it was hard to tell if the person was alive or dead. He placed his right hand on the person's head and, with a crack, twisted the neck. Then he tossed the body aside like garbage. Lin Xun glanced around. Most of the corpses here were in a state of decapitation. Their posture was casual. Even Numb can describe it. It was as if the people in his hands were just toys. Sister? His eyes almost instantly filled with panic. But he heard her say nonchalantly, "Third brother, let's leave together." Gu Qinxing told Lin Xun that the laboratory here was used by the White Hat Society to study mutants. However, the incident happened suddenly, and the mutants went berserk, attacking and killing many researchers. They even produced monsters like the mutated beasts, which indiscriminately attacked all living beings. The higher-ups seemed clueless, sending inexperienced and naive ability users to handle the situation, as if they were deliberately sending them to their deaths. Fortunately, the protective doors in the experimental area were very sturdy, and the panic had not yet escalated. By this point, the two had already taken another elevator to the ground. Lin Xun's face showed little emotional fluctuation. Gu Qinxing suddenly asked her, "Did I scare you with how I was just now?" "No," Lin Xun said. "I was just a bit surprised. I didn't expect third brother to have such a wild side." Gu Qinxing, she continued, "And those were people who were bitten and severely infected, right? Third brother was just acting in self-defense. You were not wrong." Her phone vibrated. It was a text from Madame Xia. "I heard that water has started seeping up from underground. Have you all met up? Hurry up." She put down her phone and said to Gu Qinxing, "Third brother, you go find them first. I need to go down to the depths for something." Gu Qinxing opened his lips, but ultimately didn't ask anything. He quickly nodded twice, touched the car keys in his pocket, and turned to leave. Lin Xun tightened her mask and the brim of her hat, making her way down the fire escape to the 5th underground level. Then, relying on her memories from her past life, she felt around and found a door hidden against the wall. After opening it, she continued downwards without obstruction, directly arriving at the 7th underground level. The arched ceiling had a sense of age, with exposed black wires clinging to it like snakes. Rainwater was flooding in from the walls and drainage outlets, already covering her ankles. Lin Xun took waterproof measures for the wound before stepping in. This place is full of people from the White Hat Society, and they're busy, each one looking flustered. Hurry up and send someone to clear the drainage ditches. They are blocked by debris and dust, so break through. The Archbishop is busy comforting the injured souls and doesn't have time to listen to your complaints. If the work is done well, I will consider giving you the qualification to attend the lecture. Move quickly, quickly. Has anyone confirmed the status of the supply warehouse and the armory? Lin Xun heard the key points and focused his attention. The situation was not good. Rainwater had already seeped in from the outside pipes of the supply warehouse, and we didn't have enough manpower. Our movement in the water was also slow. Damn it, if only we had a space ability user. Then came a deep sigh. Alas, it's a pity that such rare abilities are extremely scarce. Lin Xun quickly grabbed a member of the White Hat Society, knocking him out before he could even cry out, and placed him in a safe spot where the water couldn't reach. She then put on the outfit and adjusted the hat, blending in with the crowd of believers. She pretended to accidentally overhear a conversation between two senior members and approached them. "I can help. I have space." The other two were taken aback. "You have space? That's great. How big is your space? We need your help to transfer some supplies." A more respectable-looking middle-aged man suddenly interrupted her. "Wait a moment. I don't think I've seen you before. Which category are you in?" Most people wouldn't know the significance of categories in the White Hat Society, but Lin Xun was quite knowledgeable. She calmly explained, "I'm not at the level where I need to be categorized yet. I just joined the organization not long ago, and because I helped out in the abilities army before, everyone trusts me a bit more, so they gave me the opportunity to stay and help. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to earn points to exchange for food." The younger believer didn't think too much of it. Time was particularly precious now, as the water had already reached their calves, and many things had yet to be moved. Two sages, she doesn't seem like a bad person. "Let's hurry and move the supplies." The young believer led Lin Xun through the water to the warehouse entrance. People were continuously coming and going, busy and anxious. "Please do your best to salvage the items inside. Just move them upstairs." Lin Xun nodded and stepped inside. The warehouse was indeed large, but it was still not as big as the first floor of the HRC supermarket. The supplies inside came from different places. The cardboard boxes used for packaging were also different, and the items were not neatly stacked. The young believer only had the idea of giving it a try, which was why he asked Lin Xun for help. He had seen so many ability users, but he had never seen anyone awaken a space with such a large capacity. Even if it was just 1 square meter, it would still be a coveted ability. Lin Xun couldn't let her space be exposed too much. The warehouse was bustling with people coming and going, and there were eyes everywhere. Even if she wanted to sweep everything into her space, she had to wait for a reasonable opportunity, such as when the situation here became chaotic. She waved her hand, pretending to move only a small portion of the boxes, then claimed that her space was already full. Little did she know that the little space she mentioned had already left the young believers quite shocked. In the blink of an eye, the mountain of cardboard boxes that hadn't been soaked by the rain disappeared without a trace. Everyone felt a flash of brightness in front of them, and when they looked closely, they realized that the high stack of boxes had vanished, revealing the lights above the warehouse. Chapter 27. Threat to the Sage. What is going on? Where did that huge pile of boxes go? Does anyone know what happened? It suddenly decreased so much. Lin Xun pretended to be modest and said, "Then I'll go move the things first. I'll lead the way." The young believer roughly estimated in his mind that Lin Xun's space was at least 100 square meters, with a height of about 3 meters. He must tell the sages this good news and do everything possible to keep her in the organization. The believer secretly clenched his fist, his eyes sparkling with innocence and excitement, looking completely naive. After Lin Xun moved several times like this, the water had already risen above her legs and was almost at her waist. Her movements had become very slow, and many members chose to leave for safety. The believers also wanted to protect Lin Xun, urging her to make one last trip before quickly leaving. Alas, it's a pity that there was still so much food, clothing, and daily necessities inside that couldn't be salvaged in time. Lin Xun has no intention of leaving. She hasn't even reached the armory yet and insists on getting some good stuff before she goes. "I forgot to ask, where's the armory?" The young believer, without any defenses, thought that since this place was going to be flooded anyway, there was no need to hide it anymore and pointed to the innermost room that had been opened. "There, it's over there. If it weren't for this heavy rain, we would definitely be able to move everything out." Lin Xun thought for a moment and said to him, "You go up first, I'll go move some supplies." The young believer had the same idea. He didn't intend to risk his life doing dangerous things. "Then hurry up and come up." In a scene of devastation, nearly 3/4 had yet to be moved out. "What a pity," Lin Xun sighed. Then he waved his hand, collecting all the undamaged items inside into his space, and finally arrived at the weapons warehouse. At this point, the water had risen to his waist, and Lin Xun planned to take everything here and leave. Suddenly, he saw a figure standing in front of the weapons depot, neither servile nor overbearing, as if waiting specifically for someone. Lin Xun raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "Great sage, everyone has fled for their lives. Why haven't you left yet?" The great sage, with a demeanor resembling that of a pine or cypress, slightly raised his head, his gaze like that of a hawk locking onto Lin Xun. "And what about you? Why aren't you fleeing for your life, but instead came here?" He retorted, "Don't you know this is not a place you should be?" Lin Xun moved while chatting with him, completely shedding her previous shyness and humility. "I'm a newcomer, and as a sage, you should be more accommodating." The great sage remained as unmoving as a mountain, his tone stern. "I checked the membership list, and there is no information about you at all. Your face hasn't been registered either. What is your identity, and what do you want by infiltrating our organization?" It seemed that the great sage regarded her as someone trying to get close to the White Hat Society to extract information. "You're overthinking it. I'm really here to help." Lin Xun stood by a metal rack in the armory, glanced at the neatly stored ammunition, and unceremoniously took all of it. Boxes filled with bullets floated on the water surface and were also taken into the space, showing no hesitation in exposing the space. If it were someone else, Lin Xun might have had some concerns, but standing here was the great sage, and she felt relaxed and at ease. The great sage's primary job is a doctor, and he has a reverence for life. So far, he has not shown any intent to kill her. However, the great sage's attention was focused on exploring Lin Xun's identity. He found it hard to discern whether this girl before him was good or evil. With her strangely large space and skillful methods, even if her identity were exposed, she remained calm and continued to take items from the White Hat Society. Lin Xun took all the supplies and then made an inviting gesture to the silent sage, suggesting they have talk. The sage said nothing, which could be seen as tacit consent. In a certain deserted corner, Lin Xun leaned against the wall and took the initiative to make a deal. The great sage frowned, his palm already beginning to activate his abilities. Attempting to threaten, "I don't think you are qualified to negotiate with me. You are not an offensive type of ability user, and as a doctor, you uphold the heart of saving people. How could you easily kill?" Every point in Lin Xun's words struck deep into the heart of the great sage. He truly could not bring himself to harm others, and revealing his extraordinary abilities was merely to intimidate her. He was puzzled as to why this girl knew so much about him. Moreover, when threatening someone, shouldn't there be some leverage in hand? Lin Xun easily raised the pistol, aiming the muzzle directly at the great sage's chest. Since the great sage responds to firmness rather than softness, it was better for her to take a tougher stance. There wasn't a hint of a smile on her lips, and her gaze was sharp. "Am I qualified now?" The great sage's face turned the color of liver. Today's young people are truly difficult to deal with, each one cunning and shrewd, making it impossible to deceive them. The great sage sighed and said, "Go ahead. What's your deal?" Lin Xun gently waved the gun in his hand, his gaze sharp as an eagle locking onto its prey, exchanging the living supplies of the White Hat Society for a person's information. "Zizi, everyone pay attention. Heavy rain is expected to flood the underground fortress within 3 hours. Please evacuate in an orderly manner. Sulu, you know her, right? Tell me the key to her room." The expression on the great sage's face was quite remarkable, shifting from surprise to disbelief and finally to anger. His voice almost squeezed out from his throat. "How could you? Where did she get this confidential information about the White Hat Society? This matter must be reported to higher-ups. She will become the greatest threat to the White Hat Society in the future. What is your relationship with her?" Lin Xun's voice turned cold. "Tell me the key." The great sage, with a gun barrel pressed against his body, did not dare to hesitate and quickly reported 4 digits. 1332. Just after taking 2 steps, she stopped again, half-turned her body, and her gaze was as sharp as ice, sending a bone-chilling coldness. "I know you will report my matter, I don't mind, but you need to think clearly about the consequences. You still have an infected daughter to take care of, and you wouldn't want others to know, right?" After hearing this, the great sage was stunned on the spot, his anger overwhelming him, and he almost collapsed to the ground, his vision darkening. Lin Xun quickly ascended the stairs to the ground floor, where a crowd was gradually moving outside the base. The smell of rain was particularly strong. Although the weather wasn't cold, the corridor walls and floor were covered with a layer of condensation. Chapter 28. Hold me tight. With such heavy rain, where are we supposed to take shelter? Exactly. Wasn't it said that this place was a refuge? Why are we being told to evacuate now? I handed over all the supplies I brought. If we go out now, what will we eat and drink? There's zombies outside, like rabid dogs. Who will protect us? I don't trust this refuge, or that so-called white hat society. Let's go underground, take back what belongs to us, and then leave. I refuse to become food for zombies here. Are you stupid? The broadcast just said that the rainwater is starting to flood in. If we go down now, there will be nothing left. Damn it, didn't all those things just go to waste? White hat society. Hurry up and give us an explanation. The noisy crowd was mixed with various smells from the people, each face showing fatigue, with tension and fear evident in their expressions. Lin Xun suddenly saw Nan Yuanming at the corner, followed by a group of White Hat Society members and a team of supernatural beings. She quickly hid, and after a moment, she heard Nan Yuanming speaking. Everyone, please remain calm. There was an unexpected incident with the broadcast just now, and I have already sent someone to resolve it. A voice of doubt emerged. So what the broadcast said earlier is true? The food and various supplies in the base are still there? What should we do now? It's still pouring outside. Nan Yuanming raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, cleared his throat, and said, "Please stay here for the time being. We have people responsible for sorting out the lower-level pipelines, and soon life will return to normal, so there's no need to worry too much. As for those supplies, although it's unfortunate that we've lost some, I believe that if we unite, we will surely overcome this difficulty together." Someone sneered. "That's easy for you to say. You eat well and dress well, while we have to work for you everywhere. Why should we?" Then Yuanming's expression turned cold as he stared at the person. "Sir, if you question my advice, then please feel free to leave the underground fortress and live outside with the rain and those monsters. I will not stop your choice. As I mentioned before, the arrival of natural disasters is meant to promote the evolution of humanity." Lin Xun lost her desire to listen any further upon hearing this, as she knew Nan Yuanming was about to start lecturing again. At that moment, the ground and walls began to tremble slightly, as if there was an earthquake. Simultaneously, explosions resonated from all directions, shaking her eardrums. And fierce flames shot out from the end of the corridor like a ferocious snake. The temperature in the passage suddenly rose, causing her to break out in a sweat. It was an explosion. Lin Xun's expression was serious as he turned and ran. A wave of scorching heat surged behind him, burning his skin. What happened again? Where did the explosion come from? Hurry, run outside. Otherwise, you'll get burnt. Nan Yuanming had just calmed the crowd's chaotic emotions when the sudden explosion scattered them again. He glared angrily at the flames shooting up behind him, cursing in his heart who was responsible for this mess, ruining his efforts. He then directed the crowd to evacuate. Now they had no choice but to flee. Lin Xun quickly moved with the crowd, but suddenly felt a piercing pain in her ankle as her wound reopened. It was the time limit of her ability to control the wound. Damn, just what had to happen. Her speed slowed down, and she was drenched in sweat. People around her, focused on escaping, stumbled and bumped into her with such force that she almost fell over. "Hold tight." A calm and steady voice accurately reached Lin Xun's ears through the chaotic crowd. In the next moment, she felt a tightness around her waist, and her body was lifted off the ground. A hot, dry hand was wrapped around her waist, while another hand passed through her knees, lifting her effortlessly. "Is it you?" The tall man carried her through the fleeing crowd, his breathing steady and his gaze unfathomable. Sweat dripped from the ends of his hair. His thin lips pressed into a seam, and his jawline was taut, with traces of soot and ash on his exquisitely handsome cheeks. Yet he appeared anything but disheveled. Instead, he looked quite attractive. Just as they had left the base, the pouring rain above them was like a turned-on faucet, and within seconds, they were soaked. The man carried Lin Xun away from the crowded entrance, and then set her down on the ground. Just as Lin Xun was about to speak, she was interrupted by a call from afar. "Captain." 3 people in matching black military uniforms, armed with uniquely shaped firearms, were running towards them with all their might. One young man, seeing Lin Xun being set down by his captain, was so surprised that his eyes nearly popped out. The man lowered his gaze to confirm Lin Xun was unharmed before silently shifting his eyes away, suppressing his worry and adopting a serious expression. In a deep voice, he calmly issued orders. "Number 2, go handle the underground. Numbers 3 and 4 cover the safe evacuation of the ground crowd. The rescue team will arrive in 10 minutes. Lin Xun squinted his eyes and saw that the 3 people standing opposite him all had prominent red numbers on them. Got it, boss. I'll go clear the obstacles now. Number 3 and number 4 obediently left, and before number 2 departed, he quickly glanced at Lin Xun with his eyes before disappearing into the heavy rain. Raindrops slid down the man's face as he lowered his head to Lin Xun and said, "Time is tight. I'll be brief. Before the chaos fully erupts, you need to leave quickly." After he finished speaking, he immediately turned and left, not caring about Lin Xun's reaction, but was unexpectedly grabbed by the arm. "I can't leave yet. Someone needs me." Nan Yinzi frowned slightly and then asked her, "How many minutes until the chaos?" 3 minutes. He paused. "There's not much time left for you." "Thank you." Lin Xun finished expressing his gratitude and resolutely left in a certain direction, his figure gradually fading away. The man closed his eyes, said nothing, and then, along with number 3 and number 4, threw himself into the intense rescue work. Lin Xun took a moment to calm her mind and approached a white camper van, then entered the key code. She wasn't worried that the great sage had given her the wrong key, because in her past life, she had memorized these 4 digits. In this way, she could also give the great sage a way out. 1332, March 32nd. That was the birthday of the girl inside the camper. A day when one is not in control of their own body and cannot escape death. Lin Xun closed the door behind him, isolating himself from all the chaotic sounds outside. In the glass container across from him, a 6-year-old girl dressed in white was half lying in a medical pod, with countless tubes connected to her frail body. Electrodes were attached to both sides of her temples, with one blue and one red wire extending from the medical pod up to the top of the RV. At the top of the RV outside, there was a signal transmitter used to amplify her ability to calm all restless beings. Chapter 29. How could she be lively again in just a few hours? The rescue team he encountered after leaving Gu Ting's company was led by an ability user named Su Lu. Her ability was to keep zombies within a certain range in a state of calm. In his previous life, Lin Xun had briefly teamed up with her in the ability army, but their time together was short, only a few times. Later, the little girl exhausted herself by continuously using her ability to save others, ultimately leading to her sudden death. Lin Xun sighed deeply upon realizing this. Not long after, she learned that the White Hat Society had deliberately kept Su Lu from resting, continuously pushing her to use her abilities for their work, just to see where her limits lay. It was at that moment that she saw the true intentions of the White Hat Society, to study the limits of the human body in order to break through those limits. What was happening outside? It was very noisy. Su Lu was awake, but her eyes had gone blind due to the excessive use of her powers. So she didn't know who was standing in front of her. At the age of 6, she should have been cuddling in her parents' arms, receiving affection. Instead, she was locked away in a place where she couldn't see the sky, working like livestock. Lin Xun operated the control keyboard beside him for a moment, and then the glass door hatch opened. Su Lu's little head turned towards the source of the sound, and then she heard a cold female voice say, "I'm here to take you away." Upon hearing the stranger's voice, she indeed froze for a moment. "Who are you?" "There's no time to explain. You'll die if you stay here." Lin Xun came to Su Lu's medical cabin, turned off the machine, and reached out to lift the girl. Unexpectedly, the RV suddenly shook violently, and the door opened, revealing 2 White Hat members who were still confused about the situation, only to have their throats silently slit. Su Lu tightly closed her eyes, frowned, and said, "Big sister, I can't go with you. My duty is to protect everyone's safety here. Once I leave, the monsters outside will break in." A tender voice, yet mature words. Lin Xun was removing the electrode from her body and holding her up while saying, "Don't worry about the monsters outside. In fact, the device for amplifying your abilities hasn't been activated, so what happens outside has nothing to do with you." She kicked open the RV door, and within 3 minutes, countless mutants broke through the iron fence and rushed into the safe zone. The fence was already fragile, and with the pounding of the heavy rain, it was now as thin as paper. Su Lu obediently lay on Lin Xun's shoulder. Losing her eyesight meant her other senses were heightened. She could feel the fear and panic around her, the mingling of the smell of blood and rain, and the heart-wrenching screams nearby exceeded her threshold of tolerance. Sensing Su Lu's trembling, Lin Xun quickly searched the crowd for someone. Su Lu was not suited to follow her. She needed proper medical care and attention. In the future, her abilities would be the dawn of hope for humanity. Finally, she spotted the familiar man. Just a short while ago, he was severely injured and preparing to inform her of future matters, but now he was as fierce as a tiger, wielding dual blades with ease. The mutants approaching him were all decapitated by an invisible force. It seemed as if an invisible, transparent blade was clearing the obstacles for him. Lin Xun rushed to the man with Su Lu in her arms. The latter frowned heavily, blocking her approach. "What do you want to do?" She lifted her chin and pointed to Su Lu. "It's not safe for her to follow me. You are professionals. Let her follow you." The man looked displeased. "Why should I?" Lin Xun mouthed a few words and then pulled Su Lu into his embrace. Su Lu opened her lifeless gray eyes with some unease. "Big sister?" Lin Xun touched her somewhat cold little hand and comforted her. "He is a good person and won't harm you. Following him is better than following me. You are not a tool. You are a living person. The White Hats are not a good organization and will only lead you astray." The man snorted coldly, sounding as if he had quite a bit of insight. Lin Xun saw the Buddhist beads on his wrist and smiled defiantly. "In just a few hours, you've regained your vitality. Congratulations." After saying this, she noticed the man's face darken for a moment. Lin Xun dropped that teasing remark and disappeared from his sight, leaving even her silhouette ungraspable. "Big brother?" The man adjusted his breathing, holding onto the hot potato in his hands, and moved her to a safer spot. "My surname is Nan. My name is Yin Ci. Yin as in derive, Ci as in farewell. You can call me Team Nan or Captain from now on." These words should have been told to her. Unfortunately, he missed the chance to tell her twice. There will always be an opportunity to meet her again, and next time he must tell her his name. In the shadow, behind the base, Gu Qinxing was about to wear his phone out, but he still couldn't get through to Lin Xun's phone. Out of battery? Or did he not notice? He sat in the driver's seat of the military vehicle, with Madame Xie and Zhou Fong in the back. This vehicle was secretly acquired by Gu Qinxing, who had also modified it a bit. But before he could find a more concealed place to park it, chaos erupted. Fortunately, the military district's base was vast, and with other vehicles providing cover, they were temporarily spared from being ambushed by others. Madame Xie closed her eyes, clasped her hands, and prayed for her daughter's safety. Boom! In an instant, a fireball shot into the sky, almost illuminating half the night sky. The entrance of the underground base exploded. Thick smoke and flames shot up like in a movie. The open ground was densely packed with people, and countless raindrops pounded against the glass windows. Amidst the loud noises, there were numerous screams, cries, and even heart-wrenching howls. What exactly happened? Qinxing, could you go find Xiao Sun? I'm a bit worried about her. Gu Qinxing was about to speak when he suddenly noticed many crowds outside walking toward him, and his heart sank. He picked up the car keys, opened the umbrella, got out of the car, and then quietly locked the vehicle. 3 strong men approached, their soaked clothes clinging tightly to their muscular bodies. The dazzling firelight behind them made their figures appear even more robust. "Kid, this is your car. Looks good. Can I borrow it?" Gu Qinxing instantly understood that these people were here to rob the car. Not only them, but many nearby also rushed over to compete for the military vehicle parked here. These military vehicles were different from ordinary cars. They didn't have a special key, but a rotary button. Gu Qinxing replied lightly, "You should find someone else. I've requisitioned this vehicle." The strong men exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "We were just joking. Did you really think we wanted to borrow your car?" The voice of the strongest man suddenly turned deep like a beast, with a sinister expression. "No time to waste with you. Hand over the car keys." Chapter 30. Lin Xiaoyu comes to cause trouble. "Big brother, this kid is weak. You can smash him to pieces with one punch. Why bother talking to him?" The man called the boss scoffed. "Good idea. I've been oppressed by those damned ability users for long enough here. A ready-made punching bag wouldn't be a waste. It's just a pity about this pretty face. If I punch down, many girls will probably cry, right?" Gu Qinxing sighed, looking troubled. Do they really have to resort to violence? Can't everyone just sit down and have a good talk? The strong man cursed. "Damn pretty boy." He swung his right fist. And in terms of strength, that punch would either kill the opponent or disfigure him. Why can't I move? The strong man struggled to move his arm. But not only did his arm remain motionless, even his whole body felt as if it had been paralyzed, standing still like a statue. The few little brothers beside him instantly changed their expressions, their voices trembling. "B-boss, this kid seems to have abilities." "What? If you don't want to drink the fine wine, you'll have to drink the penalty wine. Dealing with you all doesn't even require me to dirty my hands." Gu Qinxing smiled faintly, revealing two mischievous yet cute little tiger teeth, his eyes pure like a child's. "Trash shouldn't stay here, it's an eyesore." He casually waved his hand, and the few people in front of him were flung away like discarded trash bags, landing several meters away in a muddy splash. Others were horrified to find that the strong men thrown by an unknown force lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. Each one had bruised faces, crying out that their hands and feet were broken. So no one dared to touch the vehicle behind Gu Qinxing, which made people avoid it like a plague. Could you please help us?" A girl in a white dress, supporting her mother, stood not far away and softly asked. A few minutes ago, Lin Xiaoyu and Sun Yuehua had finally escaped from the underground shelter. Neither had time to grab an umbrella and were now completely soaked. They heard others talking about a vehicle that could leave, so they rushed over, hoping to get a share. They were women and couldn't match the strength of those robust men. Coincidentally, when Gu Qinxing dealt with those three strong men, they happened to see it. So Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly messed up her hair a bit and approached, pretending to be weak. To emphasize her pitiful appearance, she intentionally made her clothes cling tightly to her body, allowing her wet dress to highlight her curvaceous figure, hoping to gain Gu Qinxing's sympathy. She tried to entice those men to take a liking to her, making them obey her commands. She knew her greatest asset was her beautiful and a gentle face, perfectly fitting the fantasies in men's minds. Almost no one would refuse her request, not even this man in front of her. Gu Qinxing, taking advantage of the dazzling firelight, clearly saw their appearance, his smile fading and his eyes narrowing. Usually, his lips would slightly curl up to maintain a gentle demeanor, but now they were completely pressed together, his face turning pale with anger. It was actually the Lin family, the culprits who took away his sister. They still had the audacity to appear before him, hoping to get help. Not scattering their ashes was already a great fortune. Lin Xiaoyu's forced smile was on the verge of breaking. Didn't anyone see this beautiful woman in trouble, needing help? In the past, all she had to do was beckon with her finger, and a group of men would rush to compete for her attention. Although it was a difficult time now, his car was so big, it could easily fit both of them. Why couldn't he lend a hand? Lin Xiaoyu thought her mother was trying to cooperate with her, so she pretended to wipe her eyes and said in a baby voice, "Ooh, Mom." She felt that this man was simply too petty, all show and no understanding of gentlemanly manners. Lin Xiaoyu bit her pale lower lip, her eyes shimmering as she prepared to use her last resort. "Good brother, please help us. I will agree to anything you ask." Gu Qinxing simply stared blankly, feeling uncomfortable as the woman's gaze crawled over him like ants. His expression turned sharp, and just as he was about to utter a harsh word, he suddenly saw a familiar face, and his expression brightened, the tension between his brows relaxing instantly. Lin Xun jogged over, found the license plate mentioned by third brother, and suddenly saw two old acquaintances. Their delicate and affected demeanor made her unable to hold back a laugh. Lin Xiaoyu saw her lifelong enemy, filled with hatred. "Lin Xun, what are you doing here? Didn't you already leave?" She quickly glanced at Gu Qinxing. "Don't compete with me for the same car. This handsome guy is the one I spotted first." Lin Xun's lips curled into a fleeting arc. "Why don't your little boyfriends come out to help you? Instead, you're asking my brother for a ride?" Lin Xiaoyu glared at her. "Don't just randomly recognize relatives. Call him brother and see if he pays any attention to you. Go wherever it's cool." Lin Xun noticed her unclean gaze, her voice like that of a demon. "If you look again, I'll gouge your eyeballs out. Hurry up and shrink back like a turtle." Not speaking easily anymore, Lin Xiaoyu hummed to herself. A woman like Lin Xun, who is unlovable and full of violence, would definitely not be liked by any man. However, soon after, Lin Xiaoyu not only had her confidence shattered, but her face was also slapped until it made a loud noise. Because she saw that man with a car gently stroking Lin Xun's head, and his smile was extremely affectionate. Lin Xiaoyu was completely stunned. This was impossible. She must have been seeing things to witness such an outrageous scene. Lin Xun said, "Third brother, it seems she doesn't recognize you. Why not introduce yourself?" Gu Qinxing raised his eyebrows and smiled, feeling it was necessary for his little sister to get to know him. He turned to face Lin Xiaoyu, and in the next moment, his expression darkened. "I am Gu Qinxing. You should know the Gu family, right? The heinous deeds your Lin family has done. I believe I don't need to repeat them. Quickly get as far away as possible. I don't want to see your faces again. Otherwise, the fate of those strong men just now will be your future." Lin Xiaoyu was stunned, murmuring, Gu family? How could it be the Gu family? Chapter 31 Chaos. Escaped, she quickly turned to look at Sun Yuehua for confirmation. This time, the car window was rolled down, and Mrs. Xie sat upright, her expression serious as she appeared before everyone. Her gaze was fixed directly on Sun Yuehua, and with both anger and disgust, she said, "Sun Yuehua, it's been decades since we last met, hasn't it? You deceived me so well. What are you and your family thinking? You toyed with my daughter and the entire Gu family." Xie Chirue. Sun Yuehua dared not get angry or speak. When she saw Gu Qinxing's face just now, it felt very familiar, but she couldn't recall the name at that moment. However, she was so frightened that she couldn't even step forward, as if frozen in place. Mom. Sun Yuehua quickly grabbed Lin Xiaoyu and, trembling, turned to run. Good heavens, how could they have crossed paths with this formidable person? They even dared to seek help from the Gu family. Wasn't that just walking into the barrel of a gun? Sun Yuehua looked at her daughter with disappointment. She was truly hopeless, rushing in without understanding the other party's background. She had lost all face, with a beautiful appearance, but no brains. TSK. Lin Xun knocked on the door of the passenger seat and asked third brother, "Is this car usable? Is it sturdy?" The four of them fastened their seat belts, and Gu Qinxing turned on the headlights and wipers, driving out through the back door of the base. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A blinding light illuminated everyone's faces, and the ground shook violently in an irregular pattern. The flames from the underground base quickly surged upward, engulfing the deep gray buildings in orange tongues of fire. The heavy rain couldn't extinguish this fierce blaze. The sounds of collapse and explosions echoed one after another, creating an atmosphere of unrest. The rescue team had arrived, and gunfire erupted in succession. Despite their efforts to maintain order, chaos and noise were unavoidable. Just when everything felt frantic like ants on a hot pan, the last line of defense at the military district's fence, meant to contain the mutated beings, collapsed. "Hurry up, otherwise, we all might not make it out of here." Gu Qinxing knew they couldn't delay any longer, gritting his teeth, pressing the accelerator, and gripping the steering wheel tightly. In an instant, the tall and powerful military vehicle shot out like an arrow released from a bow. He kept his hand on the horn without stopping. The sound of the horn and the screeching tires resonated clearly in everyone's eardrums. Screams, roars, blood, gunfire, explosions, raindrops, curses, and various colors of powers burst forth like fireworks. This despairing scene was something people wanted to avoid, engulfing them like a sudden fog. Kindness and humility were suppressed by the beast sleeping within them, unwilling to be released. The desire to survive outweighed everything else. In everyone's mind, the only thought left was to stay alive. Crowds were pushing and trampling everywhere. No one had time to care about anything else. As long as they weren't the target of the mutated beings, they felt lucky. The breakthrough of the mutated beings was just a grand opening for the chaotic night. The underground base was wrapped in raging flames, and many fire-infused mutated beasts surged out again. 10 or 20. It was impossible to count. Upon seeing humans, they unleashed their killing spree. Rifles and submachine guns took turns firing, with a grenade or two mixed in. It became indistinguishable on the ground whether it was mutated beings or humans. The rain washed away the stains on them, seemingly merging them into one. The two people in the back seat tightly closed their eyes and covered their ears, unable to bear or dare to listen to the hellish screams outside. People continuously banged on the nearest vehicles with their blood-soaked hands, hoping someone would stop and give them a ride. However, not a single car fleeing down the road stopped. Lin Xun and the others were the same. No one spoke, silently listening to the incessant working of the windshield wipers, their expressions gradually becoming numb. Everything that happened here tonight made the barely surviving humans understand what true hell really is. Lin Xun saw a familiar figure in the right rearview mirror, along with the team of superpowered individuals he led. They were battling against mutated beasts in the storm, fighting fiercely and leaving a safe space for the people fleeing nearby. Lin Xun had encountered this team in her past life. They were incredibly powerful and had achieved remarkable feats, becoming a growth target for her future. However, at that time, the team only had 3 members. Now she realized that the man she had saved was the captain of this team. At this moment, Lin Xun was very glad she saved him, even though part of the reason was that he looked exactly like the person in the cave. She hoped to see him again in the future once she gathered her own teammates and then meet at the peak, fighting side by side. Gu Qinxing had both hands on the steering wheel, fingers tense and numb. The car windows were smeared with dirt and deep brown blood, and the interior was silent. Everyone's spirits were still shaken after the hellish experience of the previous night. In the distance, a golden light broke through the clouds, shining straight down onto the devastated ground. The sun peeking through the clouds was still accompanied by relentless heavy rain. Daylight had arrived, but no one felt happy about it. The view gradually became clearer. The damaged buildings, washed by the heavy rain, looked as if they had been through 10 years of wear and tear, old and dilapidated. The city had turned into ruins, becoming desolate. At this point, the endless howls from outside the vehicle could no longer be heard. There were no displaced humans on the road, only mutated bodies that had become mere shells. Above the shockingly ruined city, a brilliant rainbow appeared in the sky. It represented hope and the joy of surviving disaster. The coastal city had already been submerged by seawater, blurring the boundaries between the sea and the city. Looking out the car window, it resembled a city built on the sea, like a fallen Atlantis before its decline. The military vehicle sped along, unknowingly crushing numerous mutated bodies beneath its wheels. Lin Xun licked his chapped lips and glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist. It was 7:01 a.m., and he had returned safely. After experiencing so much, it had only been 2 short days. The tense nerves gradually relaxed. Chapter 32, Her heart has always been in the vast world. Inside the Gu family home, Gu Ting tightly embraced his wife. Although men are not easily moved to tears, in this situation, it was inevitable that one's emotions would surge. Anyone would cherish the safety of their loved ones. Second brother Gu Qingzhu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled before managing to show a faint smile. Lin Xun currently has heavy dark circles under her eyes, and she looks like she has lost weight, becoming as thin as a piece of paper. The injury on her foot makes Gu Qingzhu unable to believe how she has managed to endure until now. Gu Ting smiles and says they will have a big dinner tonight, and tells them to go rest first. It's still festering, she mumbles softly, using a cotton swab dipped in iodine to clean the bruised skin. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Sun, can I come in? Mrs. Xie stands at the bedroom door, holding a cup of hot milk, feeling a bit uneasy. This bedroom was originally designed for her daughter, but ever since she was abducted, Mrs. Xie often stays inside alone, crying every night. When she learned that her daughter was living well in the Lin family, Mrs. Xie would invite people every 2 years to change the layout of the room. After middle school, a single bookshelf could no longer accommodate the pile of textbooks and extracurricular books. So, Mrs. Xie added several more bookshelves in the room. She fantasized about what her daughter would like. Does she like the piano, enjoy dancing, or have an interest in painting? These things were merely a small expense for the Gu family, and she provided everything. After high school, the academic workload became even heavier. Through letters from the principal every week, she kept informed about her daughter's situation. Upon learning that her daughter enjoyed stargazing, Mrs. Xie bought the best astronomical telescope and placed it in front of the window in the bedroom. These were all things that her daughter should have enjoyed. Until her daughter went to a university no longer in Binhai City, Mrs. Xie had someone move all the items from this room and redecorate it. Except for that telescope. Everything else that was no longer useful was put in storage. The piano gathered dust and was out of tune. The dance shoes were too small to wear. The paper on the easel had turned yellow, and the paint had dried into clumps. Lin Xun knew nothing of this. Mrs. Xie also had no intention of telling her, keeping it a secret from the family to prevent Lin Xun from feeling it was a burden. Lin Xun revealed a pair of wet little deer eyes. opened the bedroom door and was drying her hair with one hand. Madame Xia walked in, placed the hot milk on the table, and pulled her to sit down by the bed. "Shall I help you?" The mother and daughter quietly dried their hair together and then used a hairdryer to finish drying it. Lin Xun suddenly looked at the astronomical telescope by the window, her eyes shimmering, but ultimately said nothing. Dinner was a lavish hot pot. The aroma of the beef tallow in the yin pot was enticing, complemented by the milky white clear broth beside it. Both the visual and olfactory senses were greatly satisfied. The spacious dining table was filled with various meats and vegetables. Pickled beef, spicy beef tongue, pork belly, fatty beef rolls, lamb rolls, duck tongues, goose slices, tripe, beef entrails, and beef tendons. Tofu, bamboo shoots, pumpkin cakes, potatoes, yam, and lotus root were also present. Cola, orange juice, soda, sour plum soup, and low-alcohol cocktails were served one after another. It smelled so good. It had been a long time since they had hot pot. Gu Qinxing happily showed her tiger teeth as she helped prepare bowls and condiments. On this cold, damp, rainy day, it was perfect to have something hot to eat. Although the Gu family was wealthy, they didn't eat extravagant delicacies every day, as that would lead to high cholesterol. Food isn't about being expensive, it's the taste that matters. Thus, their family was quite approachable, unlike other wealthy elites who often put on airs. Gu Ting poured her a glass of wine and said, "Wife, let's enjoy a good meal today to celebrate our escape from danger. Our family's reunion wouldn't be possible without everyone's efforts." Lin Xun cooked a piece of fatty beef and served it to Sangu, saying he'd worked hard along the way. Gu Qinxing, seeing this, squeezed over with a smile. "You're so nice, sister. You worked hard too, so eat more." Gu Qingzhu was not to be outdone, thinking since Qinxing got some, she wanted some too. Gu Hanzhou raised his bowl and imitated, Gu Ting also joined the competition, a layer of smile appearing on his aged face. "Well, you guys are really cunning. Little Sun, please cook some more for us." Lin Xun did not refuse and actively cooked the beef rolls for everyone, then placed them into their bowls one by one. Madame Xia calmly ate the tender chrysanthemum greens, her tone a bit sour. "A bunch of kids. I really don't understand what there is to fight over." Zhou Fong smiled slightly, thinking that the madam actually wanted it too, right? The ingredients cooked by the young lady herself. Lin Xuanyu shares the love evenly, and naturally does not forget her mother and Aunt Zhou Fong. Gu Qinxing praised, "The beef that my sister cooked is really different. It's much better than what I cooked myself." The meal was filled with joy, despite the heavy rain outside pounding against the curtains, making the outside world seem like an apocalyptic scene. At this moment, what they had was the happiest moment. After dinner, the elder brother and the second brother took on the responsibility of washing the dishes. The father and mother sat on the sofa, watching a documentary about the Antarctic ice fields. Zhou Fong prepared some fruit for dessert and some tea, which she placed on the coffee table. Gu Qinxing was in his room reading comic books and then exercising. Lin Xun stood under the rain shelter of the rooftop garden, silently listening to the sound of the rain falling. In the past, she could see countless lights here, but now there were only a few scattered. She thought again about her former teammates and everything they had experienced together. She planned to leave home in a couple of days after resting well to find her teammates. Now that the Gu family had awakened two supernatural beings, she no longer needed to stay here to protect her family. Moreover, she was still a wanted criminal, and she couldn't implicate her innocent family. Leaving the Gu family was her best choice. Once her wounds scabbed over in 2 or 3 days, Lin Xun left a note at home and resolutely set off on a new journey. She drove through the rainy night. In her previous life, there was a team of 7 supernatural beings that gained fame in a world of natural disasters. Those who had been saved by this team and those they had dealt with gave 2 kinds of evaluations. Within 2 years, they became known far and wide, with each person having endured life and death trials, ultimately becoming irreplaceable to one another. Lin Xun started the car and couldn't help but smile at the thought of her former teammates. She was the leader of this team and the last person to witness the death of all its members. Home is warm, but Lin Xun's heart has always been in the vast outside world. Chapitre 33, Chef 11e Chumeau. The torrential rain poured like a waterfall. Lin Xun drove away from Guzhai, heading towards the other side of the city. There lay the old town of Binhai City. compared to the glamorous metropolis. This place was filled with people who were reluctant to move away, deeply longing for their hometown. Light rain washed over the streets of the old town. The buildings here were not tall, generally no more than 7 stories. Every household tightly closed their curtains, revealing not a hint of light. She parked her car by the roadside of the community and used a dagger to take out a solitary mutated creature. Then she looked up at the words Happy Garden. The first team member she was looking for lived here. Downstairs, the restaurant chef Sietchomo had just had an argument with his son Sieziki. The man sat at the head of the bed with red eyes, picking up a 3-person photo taken in the hospital, gently stroking the glass frame. His wife had died 10 years ago due to complications during childbirth, leaving him with only his son Sieziki as a concern. He had worked hard to raise his son, and the two live in this small home of less than 20 square meters, getting by on a meager salary. Due to a previous illness, Sieziki had not gone to school. Now that he was better, his father still told him he couldn't go out. It was pouring rain outside, leading to a big argument between them that night. Sieziki angrily exclaimed, "Dad, you don't understand anything. I want to go out now." Sietchomo patiently explained, "It's raining so heavily. Didn't you see the news? There are terrifying monsters everywhere outside. What if you get hurt? I'm not afraid. I can scare them away." Sietchomo said, "Just wait patiently for a couple more days. Dad will tell you a bedtime story. Okay? I don't want that. I want to go out right now." Sietchomo felt his head spinning from the frustration, but restrained himself from yelling at his son. "I can't control the rain. If it has to fall, there's nothing I can do. It's so late now, and everyone else must be asleep. Be good, and Dad will take you out tomorrow. Dad is a big liar. I will never believe you again." Sigh. These were the toys they had caught together during a trip to the amusement park. After tidying up, he stood outside Sieziki's room and knocked on the door. "Are you hungry? Dad will cook your favorite egg, white noodle soup for you." It wasn't entirely accurate to call a room, because the house itself was small. His room was combined with the kitchen, separated only by a simple shower curtain from the bed, and he picked up the photo frame in nostalgia. At that moment, Lin Xun knocked on the anti-theft iron door of his house. This was her first time visiting Sietchomo's residence alone. In her previous life, she had met him at the ability user base, where he had also awakened his powers. If you ask why Lin Xun remembered his address inside the house, the man heard the knocking and quickly got up, cautiously crouching by the door, asking, "Who is out there?" He opened the inner door next to the anti-theft door and saw half of Lin Xun's face through the gap in the outer iron door, along with her raincoat dripping with water, momentarily taken aback. Then, he quietly stood between the iron door and his own door, partially concealing the door behind him. He had previously attended a parent-teacher meeting for his son and recognized the face of the homeroom teacher, which definitely did not resemble the woman in front of him. Yet, she was able to answer his questions fluently, as if she knew him completely. "Hello, let's get acquainted. My name is Lin Xun, and I would like to have a brief chat with you." Lin Xun stood less than 30 centimeters outside the iron gate, a faint smile on her lips. She blinked to hide the slight soreness in her eyes, her throat tightening. Sietchomo, male, 34 years old. He had a 10-year-old son who died in an attack by a mutant. He then awakened his abilities and joined the ability army, being assigned under Lin Xun. He died at the age of 39, the cause of death being that he was devoured by mutants while protecting a mother and her child. The current Sietchomo showed no signs of recognition, his face full of confusion as he asked, "What do you want from me? Let's talk about the rain outside. What's wrong with this rain? It will last a long time, disrupt life, and the previous red rainwater will turn people into monsters." Sietchomo's expression changed, an inexplicable tension rising in his heart as he hurriedly said, "Don't say nonsense. There's no basis for that at all." Lin Xun lowered her gaze. "I'm not talking nonsense. Didn't you see it yourself before? There was a loving old couple downstairs, and the old man got caught in the rain and turned into a monster. Then he—" "Shut up." Sietchomo quickly interrupted her. "I didn't see the scenes you mentioned. Please leave here immediately, or I will call the police." Lin Xun's gaze passed through his body and looked inside the room. "The police won't care about this, and I haven't caused you any harm. Instead of worrying about me, you should pay more attention to your son. Ziki?" Sietchomo turned around to knock on Sieziki's bedroom door, but it was silent inside, as if no one was there at all. "So?" The man panicked for a moment, then quickly found the key from the nearby liquor cabinet and opened his son's door. Ziki was putting on his raincoat and rain boots, wearing oversized non-slip gloves, standing by the window, preparing to climb out. When he saw his father suddenly appear at the door, he was so startled that he slipped, half of his body already leaning out of the window. No. Chapter 34. If you wake up, don't be silent, Xiaochumo shouted, and immediately ran over to pull Ziki's body back inside. Ziki stood unsteadily on the ground, his face pale with fear, or perhaps it was fright, stammering and unable to say a word, his whole body trembling. Just as Xiaochumo was about to take off his son's raincoat, he remembered what Lin Xun had said. Don't touch the red rainwater. Better safe than sorry. Xiaochumo took a thick towel and removed the wet raincoat, tossing it aside. Then he closed the window and wiped away any suspicious rainwater on the windowsill. Aside from a bit of water on the raincoat, Ziki was dry everywhere else. Dad! Ziki cautiously awaited his father's scolding. However, Xiaochumo choked in his throat, squatting down to tightly hug his son. It's fine. It was as if he was constantly comforting Ziki, and also comforting himself. After making sure his son could sleep peacefully, Xiaochumo suddenly remembered that strange woman was still standing at the door and hurriedly rushed out to check. Lin Xun still stood in place, not moving an inch. For some reason, he felt a sense of reassurance, as if her presence here represented safety. When she saw him come out, a flash of surprise lit up Lin Xun's eyes. It seems you are willing to believe what I said. Xiaochumo asked her, Who are you? How do you know so much about me? Lin Xun thought of countless possibilities on the way here, wondering if the former team members would follow him again if they met again. For example, tonight, Ziki was originally supposed to meet with an accident and die. And tonight, Xiaochumo would awaken his abilities. Then he would indulge in drinking, living each day like a year, and ultimately choose to join the ability army. Now, with her arrival, changing the death of his son, would it also mean that Xiaochumo would not awaken his abilities? Xiaochumo looked at Lin Xun, who suddenly fell silent, feeling a confusion that left him nowhere to put it. You. He had just managed to say a word when he heard the sound of footsteps approaching up the stairs from the bottom of the hallway. You coming first. He opened the security door and stepped aside to let Lin Xun pass. Lin Xun peeked down through the gap in the building, quickly took off the raincoat, and brought it into the space. Xiaochumo looked surprised. How did the raincoat disappear in the blink of an eye? After Lin Xun entered the room, he closed the security door and locked the inner door. It wasn't until the footsteps outside gradually faded away that he finally relaxed a little. Lin Xun stood at the door, carefully surveying the interior of the house. The items in this room were much the same as what she had seen before, just cleaner and tidier than usual. There were signs of life everywhere, from the light bulbs wrapped in tape to the makeshift cabinets built from wooden boards and cardboard. The holes in the sofa's armrests had been sewn up with other fabric. The floor was very clean, free of dust and garbage. The walls were adorned with graffiti about half a person high, seemingly created by a child's hand. Xiaochumo was puzzled as to why Lin Xun was inspecting his home. He glanced around at the surroundings that resembled a slum, then looked at the tall, beautiful woman before him. Everything here felt completely out of place compared to her demeanor. On the wine cabinet were several couple photos, some of Xiaochumo and his wife, and some with him and his son. Yet, the three of them had never appeared in a single photo together. Please sit, Xiaochumo said, taking out a clean cup, pouring some water, and placing on the low coffee table, nodding awkwardly. How is your son? His home was on the 4th floor and lacked security bars. If Ziki were to accidentally fall, even if he didn't die, he could end up with a disability. Thank you for earlier, he said seriously. Lin Xun waved her hand dismissively. No need. The atmosphere between them fell into silence again, and Lin Xun sighed. You don't need to be nervous. I'll just sit for a while, and once I've rested, I'll leave. Xiaochumo nodded, not saying anything to keep her, but he was already very curious about Lin Xun's identity. However, her sudden change in attitude from earlier at the door left him somewhat confused. Spend more time with your son. About this red rain you mentioned. They both spoke in unison. Lin Xun then explained the dangers of this rain. And even if he didn't believe her, she still needed to clarify her purpose for being there. The red rain had gradually faded, turning into ordinary rain. Although the red rain was dissipating, it was still very dangerous outside for ordinary people. What about you? Lin Xun suddenly smiled at him upon hearing what he said. dazzling and radiant. She patted Siechomo's shoulder and then stood up, preparing to leave. Siechomo blinked, his hand unconsciously moving to his shoulder, where it seemed there was still a lingering touch of Lin Xun. It felt like a long time ago. She often patted his shoulder, the action so familiar. He couldn't help but softly call out, "Lin Xun." However, a sudden urgent ringtone drowned out these two words. Siechomo pressed the answer button. "Siye, are you there? This is Wang Lingling's mother. Something suddenly happened at home. Can you come over and help?" The woman's voice was urgent, and on the other end of the line, there seemed to be sounds of something breaking and a woman's scream. "I'll be there soon." Siechomo furrowed his brows, grabbed his phone and keys, and prepared to leave, glancing back at Lin Xun before exiting. Lin Xun waved his hand at him. "You forgot what I just said in the blink of an eye. Forget it. You can go about your business. I'm leaving soon." "No. Could you please help take care of my son?" Lin Xun was somewhat surprised, raising an eyebrow and waiting for Siechomo to continue. Lin Xun chuckled lightly. "You believe me so easily? My intuition tells me you're not a bad person. And besides, you just reminded me about my son's safety. We don't have anything valuable at home, just a bunch of scrap metal." After Siechomo finished explaining, he went out and ran upstairs. Lin Xun stood up, walked to the door of Sieziki's room, gently knocked twice, and stepped back, saying, "Since you're awake, don't just stay silent, come out." Sieziki gloomily unlocked the door, wearing a pair of faded cotton slippers, with her head down and a frown on her small face as she walked out. Chapter 35, Domestic Violence Big Sister. "Was what you just said true?" Lin Xun was slightly taken aback, then realized that Sieziki had heard the entire conversation she had with his father. "Were you pretending to sleep just now? The rain was real. I had no reason to lie to your father." Sieziki's eyes darted around, and then he said, "So if I had gone out just now and accidentally got caught in the rain, I would end up like that monster downstairs, right? You saw it?" "Yes, I saw it." Sieziki looked so frightened that he seemed on the verge of crying. Lin Xun patted his back as a form of comfort. "So why did you insist on going out today, even to the point of arguing with your dad?" "Huh, Dad even talked about this with my big sister." Sieziki replied firmly, "Because I want to find Xiaoling." "Who is Xiaoling?" "It's Wang Lingling, my classmate." "Do you like her?" "Of course not." Sieziki retorted angrily, seeming to feel a bit offended by Lin Xun suggesting that he liked Wang Lingling. Lin Xun saw a hint of panic and anger on his face. Then he pulled him to sit down on the sofa and handed him the glass of water that he hadn't touched. "Tell me about it. What exactly happened?" Sieziki mumbled as he recounted the events between him and Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling was the class flower in Sieziki's class, looking very sweet and cute, and her smile was as warm as the sun. Many boys and girls had a crush on her. Lin Xun couldn't help but glance at the 10-year-old Sieziki, and then listen to him continue. But all of that was an illusion. Only he knew what kind of girl Wang Lingling truly was. Sieziki couldn't resist tiptoeing over and saw Wang Lingling squatting on the ground, her hands gripping a little cat by the neck. Yet her face still wore that gentle, bright smile, while her words were exceptionally cruel. "Poor little kitty, you must have been abandoned by your mom, just like me, right?" Sieziki was so frightened that he couldn't move his feet until Wang Lingling noticed him. Only then did she release her grip and throw the barely breathing cat on the ground. "Did you see everything?" "I didn't see anything. I was just passing by." Sieziki retorted loudly. Wang Lingling chuckled. "Why are you so scared? I won't treat you like I did the kitty. Besides, you're a boy. I can't beat you anyway." Sieziki fell silent, and after a few deep breaths, he felt his numb legs gradually regain strength and instinctively turned to leave. However, when he returned to school the next day, he saw Wang Lingling still chatting cheerfully with her classmates, completely unrecognizable from the cruel act she had committed the day before. She even took the initiative to talk to Sieziki, leaving a significant shadow in his heart. "I didn't even tell my dad about this." Sieziki's voice choked up. Lin Xun reached out and pulled 2 pieces of paper from the tube and handed them to him. The little boy continued, "Later, I heard Wang Lingling say that her parents often hit her, scolded her, and even wished she would die. And such a beauty never wore skirts or short sleeves, just to cover the scars on her body." Lin Xun suddenly frowned. Does Wang Lingling's mother have a tendency for domestic violence? But the call just now was her cry for help. Could she be being beaten by her husband? Lin Xun asked him, "Why not tell your father about this?" Sieziki's face turned red with anxiety. Of course, I can't tell him. My dad seems to have a bit of a crush on Wang Lingling's mother. Even if I told him, he probably wouldn't believe me and would tell me not to meddle in other people's affairs. Do you think your father believes you, his son? More, or a stranger outside? And your father loves your mother very much. That is beyond doubt. But I have never seen her. Every time I ask Dad where Mom is, he never tells me. It turns out Xie Chumo had never told his son that his mother had passed away. In that case, Lin Xun felt it was inappropriate to interfere in their family matters. Besides, she came today mainly to see her former teammates. How did it suddenly turn into a family drama? It's already been 10 minutes, and your father hasn't come down yet. I'll go up and take a look. You stay in a room and lock the door. Lin Xun stood up and shook her wrist. Sieziki's round, sparkling eyes were fixed on her, as if Lin Xun only needed to be silent for a moment, and he would be so anxious that he would cry. Is it those monsters? Lin Xun nodded, then took out some toys and extracurricular reading materials from her space for Sieziki to pass the time. Wow, sister, do you have magic? How did these things appear? Sieziki saw the pile of items on the bed, and the gloom on her face disappeared, becoming increasingly excited. Lin Xun closed the door of Xie Chumo's house, holding a small and sharp dagger in her hand, and slowly climbed the slightly damp stairs. The hallway lights in the old community were all sound activated, but Lin Xun moved so lightly that she didn't even trigger the hallway lights. Each floor had only 2 households, and on the 6th floor, there were festive red couplets on both sides of the doors. The household on the left even had mugwort hanging on the door. Neither household had installed security iron doors. She had an 80 feeling that Xie Chumo should be in the left house. In the next moment, a sharp scream lit up the lights in the hallway and the 2 floors above and below. From a room on the right, where an elderly person was watching television, came the sound of cursing. Lin Xun reached out to touch the door adorned with mugwort on the left. The door was not locked. It was ajar. She stepped forward and pushed the door open. Chapter 36. The reported fugitive Xie Chumo did not know how his fist landed on the face of the man sitting in the center of the opposite sofa. He just kept hitting again and again, as if he was using all his strength, each punch landing on the man's nose, seemingly trying to embed him into the sofa. Blood splattered everywhere, on his hands, clothes, the leather sofa, and the floor. But he didn't care at all. In fact, he felt remarkably calm at that moment. The woman's mocking laughter and the man's insults pierced his heart like needles. As a neighbor, he was worried about an accident and had come to see if they needed help. But unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, he found himself surrounded by piles of wine bottles and cans. The room was filled with the overwhelming smell of alcohol, and the dim light hanging from the ceiling emitted a purple and blue glow, like the garish lights of a dance hall from the last century. Wang Lingling's mother and husband were sitting together, along with 2 unfamiliar young men, likely acquaintances of theirs. Xie Chumo stood in the room, hearing Wang Lingling's mother, Yang Mei, burst into loud laughter. She had drunk too much, stood up from her high position, pointed at Xie Chumo with a mocking smile, appearing quite tipsy. This time I won. I told you he would definitely come up. Come on, all your money belongs to me. Xie Chumo stood still, filled with questions. And the first thing that popped into his head was, Yang Mei, are you not hurt? The crowd was taken aback, then erupted into uproarious laughter. Among them, Yang Mei laughed the loudest. Of course, I'm not hurt, but it seems you're really worried about me. Saying this, she nestled into the embrace of the man beside her, her face full of playfulness. Wang Ge, don't you think your wife is quite charming? Even a widower has taken a liking to me. Wang Peng was Yang Mei's husband, running a low-interest loan company, though it actually concealed many high-interest loans. The 2 young men sitting next to him were likely his employees, specifically responsible for lending and debt collection. Xie Chumo was very glad that he had no financial dealings with him. He was only somewhat concerned about Wang Lingling's family, because his son cared about her. Wang Peng proudly hugged his wife, a smirk on his lips, but his gaze was fixated on Xie Chumo, as if he were looking at a clown. Darling, you are indeed too charming. Our community's renowned model father has been captivated by you. A phone call could summon him here to be our source of amusement. The messy living room was filled with low mocking laughter. Xie Chumo's fingers suddenly twitched, and the worry on his face faded to calmness. So this is how it is. Are they having fun at his expense? For some reason, he felt unusually calm now. The two young men next to him spoke rudely, casually saying, Wang Ge, your wife is so beautiful. It's natural for someone to covet her. The problem lies with certain people who can't see the truth and still want to pursue a married woman. Another followed up, picking up a bottle from the floor and taking a swig, slurring, exactly, I think you should be taught a lesson to remember whose wife she is. After drinking, people's emotions would heighten, and those with weak willpower would behave in a particularly indulgent manner. The room was now filled with a nauseating smell of alcohol. Xie Chumo didn't know what time they had started drinking, but it was clear that all four of them were in a dazed state and did whatever they pleased. The two young men approached Xie Chumo one after the other, trying to force him to kneel, their hands already reaching for his shoulders. However, in the next moment, their bodies flew out. Xie Chumo was enveloped in a faint golden glow, so subtle that combined with the dim lighting around, no one noticed anything unusual about him. The two young men fell to the ground, knocking over the bottles and creating a sharp sound. Wang Peng instantly lost his smile, trembling as he stood up, pointing at Xie Chumo and cursing, hurling insults filled with familial relations. Finally, he attempted to personally teach him a lesson, but in an instant, his vision plunged into darkness. Pain dulled by half a beat, letting out a mournful cry. Xie Chumo's punches landed hard. He seemed to feel no pain as his hand was scraped by Wang Peng's teeth and bone, relentlessly striking his disgusting face. Enough. If he continued, he would die. Lin Xun didn't know when he stood behind him and spoke to dissuade him. Xie Chumo turned around and threw a punch at Lin Xun, who slightly leaned to the side and effortlessly dodged his attack. Xie Chumo's eyes had also taken on a faint golden hue, though not particularly noticeable. Those eyes were cold enough to make one feel uneasy, set in a calm facial expression, adorned with a pair of beast-like eyes radiating ferocity. It seemed he would not rest until he had bitten through the throat of his enemy. Wang Lingling's mother, sitting nearby, was so frightened that she was speechless, her lips trembling, unable to form a complete sentence. Suddenly, she saw Lin Xun as if he had discovered something. You. After struggling to squeeze out two words, he was drowned out by the sound from the television. The news, playing on a 24-hour loop, conveyed the message to Lin Xun's ears. Prominent entrepreneur Lin Dowdang was found dead at home. His wife and daughter reported that it was their eldest daughter Lin who killed him, and Lin is now missing. If anyone has information, please call. The news also thoughtfully included Lin Xun's identification photo. She glanced down at the television absent-mindedly. It was her ID photo from when she was 18. It felt as if she had become a wanted criminal. Lin Xun only slightly frowned at this, not showing any signs of panic. She was not the main issue right now. Red rain was falling in other parts of the world as well. Those who had been infected and mutated were the ones that needed attention. So Lin Xun was certain that she wouldn't get into trouble in the short term. They all deserved to die. The taciturn Xie Chumo finally found the courage to speak, his gaze locked onto Lin Xun, flashing with an ambiguous light. Like a bloodthirsty devil. Your son is still waiting for you downstairs. You wouldn't want him to think you're a murderer, would you? The tense expression on Xie Chumo's face finally relaxed a bit. Don't come over. Suddenly, Xie Ziki's hoarse voice echoed from downstairs. Xie Chumo's figure flickered, like a strong wind sweeping past Lin Xun, quickly disappearing from the room. Lin Xun sighed, squatted down, and straightened the empty wine bottle at her feet. Yang Mei stared at her in a daze, hugging herself in fear, terrified that Lin Xun would do something to her. Don't come over. Please don't come over. The woman alternated between laughing and crying, her condition extremely unstable. The smell of alcohol in the room was both foul and suffocating. Lin Xun walked past the bottles on the ground and approached her. Lin Xun said to Yang Mei without any expression, I think you wouldn't tell the police about what happened here, right? She pointed at the armrest of the sofa and some white powder on the table in front of them. After all, it was just a small altercation between neighbors. The woman shivered with a smile and immediately nodded, saying, Yes, it's just a small altercation. We won't say anything. Lin Xun nodded in satisfaction and asked her, Is Wang Lingling your daughter? The woman showed a hint of an awkward and ingratiating smile, her eyes tired. We can't let her know what we are doing. Lin Xun let out a cold snort of disbelief through his nose and lifted his foot to leave the messy room. Chapter 37. She is a reborn. Downstairs, Sieziki was surprised to see her father raise his hand and slap the monster that had crawled in through the window against the wall. The skull shattered, and white matter splattered everywhere. Siechomo reacted quickly, standing in front of his son to shield him from such a bloody and terrifying sight. Lin Xun whistled lightly as he walked into the room, casually closing the security door and the door inside. The man's golden aura was even more pronounced than upstairs, and he radiated a chilling atmosphere. Lin Xun remembered hearing him mention that his ability was triggered by the death of his son. So now that Sieziki was facing danger, his potential was further unleashed. Sieziki's eyes were panicked, and he instinctively took 2 steps towards his father, but was suddenly shouted at by Siechomo, who told him not to come closer. "Don't come over, don't get near me." Sieziki had never been yelled at like that. He was just a 10-year-old child, and immediately felt a lump in his throat, with tears streaming down his face. "Woo-woo. Dad." Siechomo averted his gaze, looking at Lin Xun, and coldly said, "I trouble you to take my son away. I don't want to become a monster in front of him." Lin Xun was filled with anger and found it amusing, so he simply shrugged his shoulders. "What kind of monster? This is your ability. You can control it yourself." Before Siechomo's powers activated, he was just an ordinary person with no distinguishing features. But once activated, his personality, physical indicators, and judgment would transform into a different state. It was similar to developing a second personality, but he retained the memories of his body. Siechomo stared blankly, with golden light flickering on and off around him, muttering to himself, "Is this my ability? This is a superpower. You've seen it in novels and movies, right? You've awakened your superpower now." Before Siechomo could say anything, Sieziki, full of excitement and completely unafraid, ran over and tightly hugged her father's neck. "Dad, you're amazing. It's a superpower. No wonder you could easily defeat that monster." It took Siechomo some time to successfully dissipate the golden light from his body. The calm demeanor he had maintained was gone, and he turned back into a simple, honest person. So that's how it is. That's quite good. He now had the power to protect his son. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket buzzed with numerous message notifications. Siechomo picked up his phone, unlocked the screen, and couldn't help but furrow his brows deeply. Lin Xun's gaze fell, quickly scanning the chat history on his phone. It's already past 12 o'clock. Why is that kid from the CF family making such a fuss? Is something wrong? The residents in the group offered some comfort, and then continued chatting. "Recently, I've been seeing some strange things outside on the balcony. The person in charge of the neighborhood committee told us not to move around casually and not to go outside. The street downstairs is flooded halfway up to the calves. Who want to go out? Sigh. I need to go out tomorrow. There's not enough food at home. Neighbors, do you have plenty of food on hand? Can I buy some from you? I still have some instant noodles and hot dogs at home. Do you want them? I can bring them to you tomorrow. But they're a bit expensive since I'm also low on stock. It's okay, we could talk about it privately." Siechomo quickly glanced at the calm Lin Xun, then said to Sieziki, "Ziki, you should go sleep on the bed in the kitchen. Close the door. The adults have something to discuss." "No, I want to listen too." Siechomo frowned. Sieziki. Lin Xun shook his head and said for the little friend, "It's okay. Just ask whatever you want to know. I came here for this matter too." Siechomo paused for 2 seconds before slowly speaking. "Okay, you came to find me. Did you know I would awaken this ability?" Lin Xun replied without thinking, "That's right. But how do you know that? Clearly, I've never seen you before. We haven't met before." Lin Xun suddenly paused, as if making a certain decision. "But we met in our past lives. To be precise, we met in my previous life." Siechomo stared at her, a look of disbelief on his face. Lin Xun waved his hand and smiled nonchalantly. "I know this sounds mysterious, but whether you believe it or not is up to you. I'm just telling you what I want you to know. You will become my subordinate." This sounded more like a story being made up. Siechomo muttered to herself in her mind, but Lin Xun's face was full of seriousness. If it weren't for the fact that this woman had saved his son's life before and pointed out existing threats, he would have definitely kicked her out of the house immediately. She slowly said, "You once told me about your relationship with your wife, including how you met, how you fell in love, and the joy you felt upon learning that you had Sieziki." "Impossible," Siechomo immediately retorted. "These are my private matters. How could I possibly tell you, a stranger, about them?" Lin Xun sighed, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, a hint of loneliness flashing in her eyes. I've said it before, we used to be teammates who trusted each other, and all of this was voluntarily told to me by you, including what you like, what you don't like, and how you love to eat plain boiled noodles without any seasoning. I know it all too well. She rarely spoke such a long string of words in front of others. If it weren't for team member Siet Chomo, she wouldn't bother wasting her breath. Siet Ziki tugged at her father's shirt. Daddy, the big sister, even knows your habits of eating noodles. Maybe what she's saying is true. Siet Chomo felt a flicker of doubt in his heart. Suddenly, he felt a warmth beside him and instinctively shielded his son. A mass of black-red flames appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Lin Xun's palm. And like you, I'm also an ability user. Wow. Sieziki's eyes widened in excitement. Big sister, are you performing magic? That's so amazing. But he needed time to process this overwhelming amount of information. Why wait a moment. His worldview needed to be pieced back together. Chapter 38. Winning Hearts with a Farm. Sieziki yawned and slowly fell asleep against him. Just now. It seems you haven't mentioned my son in the future at all. Is my son? Lin Xun nodded lightly, the man's face pale, ultimately turning into a heavy sigh. Lin Xun averted his gaze and looked elsewhere. In the last life, you awakened your abilities because of his death. But fortunately this time, you already have the ability to protect him. Siet Chomo gently hummed in response, no longer speaking, feeling somewhat weary, slowly closing his eyes and emitting heavy breaths. After a long while, he finally stood up to tidy up the messy room of Sieziki. Lin Xun leaned against the sofa, closed his eyes to rest, and breathed lightly. Soon, he felt a layer of moderately thick blanket covering him. The next morning, Lin Xun was attracted by the faint aroma wafting from the kitchen and then opened his eyes. Siet Chomo came out carrying 2 bowls of noodles, saying he wanted to treat Lin Xun to a meal. Only her and Sieziki's bowls had poached eggs added to the simple noodle soup. But Lin Xun didn't leave a single drop, eating it all clean. After breakfast, Lin Xun stood in the kitchen and asked Siet Chomo about his plans. I just want to live safely with my son, and that would be enough for me. Lin Xun didn't say anything, indicating understanding. However, Siet Chomo felt a bit embarrassed, placed the clean bowls upright to dry, and said, "Sorry, I disappointed you." Lin Xun patted his shoulder and smiled gently. "What are you talking about? This is a very good decision." Siet Chomo then asked her if she was leaving, to which Lin Xun replied yes, she would leave in the afternoon. She said, "The rescue team will come, but until then, what you need to do is stay quietly at home. If there's something you're unsure about, use your abilities and ask for advice from another version of yourself." Siet Chomo was both amused and exasperated. Does this really work? Lin Xun lifted his chin and thought, "You'll know if you just try. After all, it's still you." So, Siet Chomo activated his powers and summoned another version of himself. The formless mechanical eyes coldly stared at Lin Xun, and the expressionless face seemed as if it had been taken out of a freezer and pressed against his neck. Lin Xun wrapped his arms around himself and asked him, "Do you want to leave with me or stay here waiting for the rescue team?" In his extraordinary state, Siet Chomo had a characteristic of being straightforward. He would say whatever he wanted to express without any hesitation. He replied, "Leaving with you. There isn't much food at home, and we can't last for many days. Today's breakfast for the 3 of us is equivalent to 3 days' worth." Lin Xun was extremely satisfied. This was exactly the answer she wanted. Therefore, in his special ability state, Siet Chomo captured her heart even more. "Remember what you said. Now, return to normal." Siet Chomo was able to switch between states freely, but after realizing what he had just said, his expression turned awkward. He didn't expect to have revealed all his true feelings. Lin Xun had already come up with a plan. If she let others follow her, there would always be some benefits for herself, and the other party would be willing to follow. So Lin Xun took out some well-preserved vegetables and meat from her space. She hadn't forgotten that Siet Chomo's other identity was a chef, so handling the ingredients was not a problem. Since the kitchen was too small, Lin Xun had no choice but to put these things in the living room. Just then, Siet Chomo, who had just finished showering, saw the green vegetables all over the floor. Was he seeing things because he hadn't eaten enough? How could he see so many vegetables laid out in his house? Cabbage, asparagus, green bamboo shoots, bean sprouts, chives, cauliflower, mushrooms. Is this really my home? It's not a vegetable market. Siet Chomo was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth, while Lin Xun was still pulling out ingredients. She then ran into the breeding space to take a look, but couldn't help but be stunned. It was still the place that made one feel relaxed and the air fresh. But why did she feel that the number of livestock on the grassland seemed to have increased? Moreover, there were so many fish and shrimp in the pond that they were about to overflow. She quickly scooped out some, put them in a large basin, and then brought them out. Lin Xun placed a freshwater shrimp on the ground and straightened his back. Only then did he notice that Xie Chumo had been standing here for who knows how long, maintaining a dazed posture. These are. Lin Xun waved his hand and said, "I'll explain later. Come help me. I can't move all of this by myself." A of lively shrimp had already left Xie Chumo speechless with surprise. He followed Lin Xun into the kitchen and then found the floor covered with fresh ingredients. It almost made him bite his own tongue in astonishment. "Are you planning to open a seafood market? Freshwater fish, freshwater shrimp, hairy crabs, scallops, oysters, clams, abalones." Just looking at all of this on the floor made him unable to hold back his drool. Where did all this come from? Do you have a space that looks like a farm? The two of them rolled up their sleeves and worked together to move these ingredients into the living room, finally clearing space in the kitchen to cook. Now, there was no place to step in the living room. I also have quite a few cows, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, rabbits, and geese here, but luckily the grassland is big enough to accommodate them. Xie Chumo heard Lin Xun's casually extravagant remarks and almost spat out the water he had just taken a sip of. Lin Xun gently guided, "This is just the tip of the iceberg. As long as you follow me, you can enjoy even more." Xie Chumo's heart fluttered. The lack of food was their biggest problem for survival right now. It was fine for him to be hungry, but his son was still growing, and he couldn't let him suffer. Originally, he could have grown to be 1.8 meters tall, but now, due to malnutrition, he could only grow to 1.7 meters. As a father, how incompetent should he feel? After finishing his morning homework, Xiaziki opened the bedroom door to get some fresh air and nearly tripped over a basin of water at his feet. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was still half asleep and hallucinating. Had his home turned into a seafood market? The pleasant aroma of seafood soup wafted through the air. Xiaziki had only smelled it a few times before, mostly when he went downstairs to the restaurant to find his father and could sneak a peek in the kitchen. And now the same smell was present in his home. When he ran to the kitchen, he found that his father was indeed cooking seafood himself. His mouth watered uncontrollably, and he stared intently at the steaming pot on the stove. Wow, what a delicious smell. Chapter 39. The task given to Xiaziki, these must have come from the big sister's treasure chest, right? Xiaziki's eyes sparkled. It was so cool. Xie Chumo lifted the pot lid and, with her two unyielding iron hands, lifted a plate full of abalone. For a moment, her mouth softened. "You know? Yeah, yesterday. The big sister prepared a lot of toys and picture books for me, and they all appeared out of thin air." Xiaziki was particularly happy. "Okay, got it. Go wash your hands and eat." Xie Chumo placed the plate on the small, narrow table and patted her son's head. She sat down on the dining chair and casually picked up a poster placed on the table. "What is this?" At this point, he looked at the heavy rain outside and said dejectedly, "But with the rain pouring like this and monsters outside, it must be canceled. Ruin's Circus." Lin Xun lowered his head and flipped through the poster, with its exaggerated color combinations and eye-catching gilded title, which immediately caught one's attention. This circus has a history of over 100 years and has performed in various cities around the world. Although it is not large in scale and the performances are no longer novel, a small number of people still have an interest in it because it was a popular activity from the last century, which supports the development of the Rhine Circus. Chainsaw body cutting, underwater escapes, knives in a box. Each performance carries the risk of death if one is not careful. The awakened twins left the circus and, after a series of selections, became Lin Xun's teammates. Lin Xun lightly brushed her fingers over the faces obscured by masks on the poster. Calculating the time, she thought that if luck was on her side, she might be able to recruit them right here, silently noting down the address. She set the poster aside and started eating her meal. Today's lunch was a lavish seafood set: steamed fish, fried shrimp, sashimi, and fresh soup that were all mouth-watering. The CF father and son were both enjoying their meal, and the light in their eyes brightened significantly. Lin Xun was also filled with emotions, feeling grateful to have a chef in the team. She remembered the little recipe notes she had collected from various types of restaurants and took them out to give to him. With a serious tone, she said, "From now on, the meals will be up to you." Xiaochumo had already agreed to follow Lin Xun, with the condition that she would provide the ingredients. In response, Lin Xun also set a condition. After dinner, she handed him a dagger and a plate of vintage record discs. Xiaochumo found the DVD player that had been gathering dust at home, set it up in the living room, and inserted the disc. A long, slow narration came from the television, followed by a martial arts tutorial. Although he didn't understand why Lin Xun wanted him to learn this. Since he had nothing to do at home, Xiaochumo decided to start exercising early and go to bed early in the future. The sumptuous and delicious seafood feast attracted the taste buds of neighbors upstairs and downstairs, who began to complain and inquire in the group chat about where the food was from. Only Chef Xie from our 4th floor could make such a fragrant dish. Where did he get the ingredients? He has been home for a week. Seafood spoils if left out too long. Shoo, maybe he has special channels to get food. Ah, it smells so good, I want to eat. Xiaochumo, why don't you come out and explain? Is your family making fish soup? Can we exchange some supplies for a bit of food? I can pay. Xiaochumo, how much for a portion of fish? Even when he cast a pleading look, Lin Xun merely smirked for a moment before quickly putting her expression aside. A smooth sailing life is certainly stable, but only in certain dire situations can one break through themselves. As the team leader, Lin Xun naturally couldn't let up on training her team members. This was a small gift she prepared for her dear teammates. Xiaochumo and his ability still seemed like two different people, one hard and one soft, incompatible with each other. Xiaziki, I have something to give you. Xiaziki put down her pencil and took the item in her hands. Sister, what is this? She then pointed to the white one and said, if his appearance makes you feel scared and distant, give him this color. Remember? Got it. Xiaziki nodded and repeated what Lin Xun had instructed. Good girl. Lin Xun greeted Xiaochumo and left his house, just in time to be seen by Yang Mei, who was going downstairs to throw out the trash. With a face full of weariness, she climbed back up the stairs, not daring to say a word. The overcast sky continued to pour rain, and the humid ocean breeze made one feel sticky, wishing to take a few more showers. A young man in a black uniform burst in with a task list. His chest emblazoned with a number 2 in red, made of special leather, reflecting a sharp light under the cold fluorescent lights in the room. Number 3 was checking number 4's arm and merely shot him a faint glance upon hearing the noise created by number 2. It was quiet. Number 2 then softened his voice, frowning as he looked at his captain sitting on the sofa, eyes tightly closed, resembling a meditative Buddha statue. Even if the 3 of us don't need rest, the captain isn't made of iron, who would distribute tasks like this. The captain had gone missing not long ago, and when he was finally found, his injuries were still not fully healed. Yet he rushed to the temporary safe zone in Binhai City for rescue. Number 2 rubbed his short hair, his tone extremely displeased. There are other teams in the base that haven't gone on missions, yet they insist on sending us. Even if they want to exploit us, they shouldn't just grab one sheep. Number 2, the ice-like man opened his eyes with an extremely low pressure. At the same time, number 3 and number 4 also focused their attention. What's the task? Number 2 shook the documents in his hand and said, find someone. The location is a nearby Binhai City. Here's a photo. In the blurry photo is a tall woman, wrapped up tightly. In her hand is a beautiful, brilliant black flame, pulsing like a beating heart in the rain. Chapter 40. The Woman with the Pirate Eye Patch. The red rain completely disappeared, leaving only clean. Pure raindrops falling. Lin Xun pressed the accelerator, driving in the direction of the circus troupe, according to the GPS. The road was filled with mutants, and with the rain washing the front windshield, her visibility was obstructed, so she drove particularly slowly and cautiously. After speeding for about 20 kilometers, the surrounding buildings became fewer, and the road narrowed significantly. Ahead, there were orange barriers and a row of spike strips set up by someone, forcing Lin Xun to stop the car and face forward. 2 bald men, one tall and one short, sitting by the roadside immediately perked up. The 2 approached Lin Xun's tactical vehicle, one in front and the other behind. Wow, nice car you got here, the tall bald man exclaimed, tapping on the car window in admiration. How about leaving it here for us to use? He was playing with a red brick in his hand, quickly closing his fingers, and the bricks shattered into stones, demonstrating his strength. Lin Xun placed his hands on the steering wheel, lightly tapping with his index finger. He was an ability user, but his strength wasn't very strong. Setting up a blockade in this desolate place where there were no villages or shops nearby indicated that they had been doing this for more than just a day. Otherwise, they would have already robbed other vehicles and left. Lin Xun didn't want to waste time here. She rolled down the window and raised her gun. "Get out of the way." The two cold and intimidating words came out of her mouth. The tall man was taken aback. A woman? The first thing he noticed was Lin Xun's voice. The second was the silver handgun in her hand. He laughed dismissively. "You know how to handle a gun?" The short man also laughed. "That gun must be fake, right?" Lin Xun tilted the gun slightly and fired a shot at the tall man's shoulder to let him know how real the gun was. Bang! Ma Jie. The gunshot and Ma Jie's scream were drowned out by the heavy rain, which washed away the blood on him. The short man hurried to support Ma Ge. Gasping for breath, Ma Ge, ignoring the pain in his shoulder, urgently issued orders. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and move the spike so she can pass." The short man quickly helped Ma Ge to one side and nimbly ran to remove the spike that was blocking the vehicle. Lin Xun closed the car window and sped past. Brother Ma was in so much pain he was about to faint, urging his little brother to quickly contact the organization and report this matter to the big sister. He didn't want to lose his life because of this. She used a gun to show that she was not a supernatural being. Although he didn't know where she got it from, the big sister's abilities could definitely restrain her. Brother Ma nodded, waiting for his teammates to come to his aid. As long as they captured that woman and found out the source of the gun, their organization would become even stronger. The injury on his shoulder was nothing at all. Lin Xun left the sparsely populated dirt road and was about to enter the highway when a flash, several bright white lights suddenly appeared in the rearview mirror. The vehicles behind her kept honking, as if giving a warning. Even if she changed lanes, the cars behind wouldn't speed up to pass. Instead, they intensified their flashing lights, almost as if they were continuously provoking her. Lin Xun lowered her lip line, pressed the accelerator with her right foot, and instantly created distance from the cars behind her, trying to shake them off. The cars in the trailing group had been modified for speed and were trying to force her to stop. The road signs flashed by overhead, and Lin Xun noticed that the next exit led to a quarry. She shouldn't have taken this route, but suddenly the structure and outline of the quarry flashed in her mind. A spark of inspiration ignited. Her tactical vehicle wasn't designed for racing, but it had a significant advantage on the rugged, rocky terrain. She should be able to lose her pursuers in the quarry. So, she suddenly accelerated, changed direction, and took the side road off the highway. The two cars closely following her were caught off guard and missed the exit entirely. The toll booth had long been unguarded, and the tactical vehicle charged through, then turned and crashed through the decayed wooden gate of the quarry, driving on the bumpy stone road. The remaining 2 or 3 cars also followed in. But as Lin Xun had anticipated, their modified vehicles had low chassis, and the flying stones were likely to get stuck underneath or puncture the fuel tanks. Therefore, they had to slow down, creating a significant distance between them and Lin Xun. The relentless pursuit team communicated via radio. "Boss, we've been tricked. The stone road here doesn't let the cars run at all. Oh no, my fuel tank is punctured. I can't move. Everyone shut up and focus on driving." The woman, referred to as boss by her underlings, pressed the accelerator to the floor, closely following Lin Xun's vehicle. Her right eye seemed injured, covered with a medieval pirate-style black eye patch. The stones kicked up by the tires hit the windshield, creating a clattering sound that mingled with the patter of rain. The beautiful red taillights of the car ahead glowed like poppies in the rainy night, capturing the attention of the woman with the eye patch. The smile at the corner of her mouth became more pronounced, her expression one of determination. Soon, the distance between the two cars shrank to less than 3 meters. Lin Xun couldn't shake off the persistent follower behind him, his brows furrowed. The quarry was vast, and the giant mining machines parked around loomed like towering beasts in the night, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Lin Xun unbuckled her seatbelt. Good children shouldn't learn this. Released one hand. Her foot firmly pressed the accelerator. Taking a deep breath, she pulled out a handheld rocket launcher from the weapon compartment. Lowering the window, wind and rain poured into the car, Her hair blown askew by the wind obscured the coldness in her eyes. Her muscles tensed like a shrimp. She leaned halfway out of the window, the cold rain sliding down her sharp, delicate jaw. The woman with an eye patch widened her intact eye, as if trying to imprint the scene firmly in her mind. The girl, half out the car window, twisted her waist, carrying a black rocket launcher on her shoulder, looking even more ruthless in the rain. The contrast between her fair fingers and the dark body of the launcher was striking. The woman with the eye patch's heart raced. As a military enthusiast, she not only recognized the uniqueness of the girl's tactical vehicle, but also couldn't name the model of the rocket launcher. Want it. Whether it was the car, the weapon, or this mysterious girl, she wanted them all. Lin Xun aimed at the relentlessly pursued modified car, ready to pull the trigger and blow it to pieces. A gray-black figure brushed past the outside of the car. The thing scraped against the car body, producing a sharp, piercing, creaking sound, and then the car suddenly shook violently. Lin Xun quickly steadied the steering wheel, his nose catching a whiff of rust and the stench of decay. Chapter 41. Yin na Yuvan. More and more of those black, sticky objects appeared ahead. They looked like people, but they were definitely not human. Nor did they belong to the frenzied, biting mutants. Even when illuminated by the headlights, all that could be seen was a mass of black, covered in what looked like sludge. The hard-shelled tactical vehicle charged recklessly in front of these monsters, with tires that had excellent traction on the ground, preventing the car from flipping over. Lin Xun was startled and steadied the car. What on earth were those things? Her brows furrowed like mountain peaks, sharp and defined, her lips tightly pressed together. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her back, as if countless eyes were watching her. It made her want to floor the accelerator and fly out of the quarry. Although being jostled around was uncomfortable, she found herself staring through the car window at the abyss-like shadow, feeling her hands and feet tingle, as if her whole body was being eroded by ants. The convoy of the masked woman following her wasn't so lucky. Their vehicles were not as sturdy as Lin Xun's, and there was a constant risk of flipping over on the rugged terrain, forcing them to slow down. The shadow, disturbed, emitted a low growl similar to that of a beast. Lin Xun had just left the quarry when the convoy behind her was suddenly blocked by layers of shadows, ultimately swallowed by darkness. Only she managed to escape. The rain poured heavily, and the wind howled fiercely. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, yet the sky outside seemed as dark as night. After Lin Xun escaped from the quarry, she realized that a large area of her back was wet, and her palms were covered in sweat. What exactly were those? In her memory, such monsters had never appeared in the apocalyptic environment of the future. She was not afraid, just felt it was very strange. She even sensed that the sticky, inescapable gaze was closely following her. Lin Xun shook his head, forgetting about the little incident, and got back on the highway. In a sleek silver car, Number 3 squinted and nodded at the man in the back seat. "Captain, we found her." "Follow them." "Got it." Suddenly, 2 honks echoed on the quiet road, and the white lights behind the car tried to blind Lin Xun. It was that group again, chasing after her. They really were relentless. Lin Xun still wanted to solve the problem with a rocket launcher, but she saw a car driving up behind her and matching her speed. The other party rolled down the window, and a woman wearing a single black eye patch waved at her, shouting loudly in the noisy and intense rain. "Hey, shall we join forces?" Lin Xun couldn't even be bothered to roll down the car window and was preparing to accelerate and overtake. Suddenly, the roof of the tactical vehicle was struck by a massive force, causing it to dent inwards. The 2 rear windows shattered completely due to the intense pressure. The car's center of gravity became unstable, and it began to sway left and right. Bang! Bang! Bullets pierced through the night sky. "Damn it, the bullets are useless. Are you really not considering it? Let's join forces and kill this monster." Lin Xun was slightly distracted, and then her pupils. The rain was so heavy that she almost couldn't see the road ahead and nearly crashed into the guardrail. The tires skidded on the ground, and the immense steering force made it hard for her to grip the steering wheel tightly. The tactical vehicle spun in place several times before finally coming to a stop. With a violent crash, Lin Xun and the vehicle slammed directly into a utility pole by the side of the road. Fortunately, her physical strength was greater than that of an ordinary person, After the impact, she only felt a slight dizziness. Her body was numb for a few seconds, but she quickly regained clarity. Lin Xun wanted to push open the car door, but found that it had been deformed due to the violent impact. She had no choice but to crawl out from the passenger seat. Standing in the rain, a sharp pain suddenly shot through her thigh. The deformed car door had cut her leg, and blood began to flow with even the slightest movement. To make matters worse, her right forearm was fractured from the recent violent collision. Fortunately, it was raining heavily, and Lin Xun managed to conceal her expression well. So the woman in the eye mask running from a distance didn't notice her injuries. "Are you okay?" The woman asked as she parked the car nearby and ran over to greet her. Lin Xun ignored the pain on his body, swiftly pulled out a gun with his left hand, and aimed it unhesitatingly at the woman's forehead. "It was all a misunderstanding just now. I didn't mean to chase you. Since we are all facing difficulties, why not help each other out?" She continued speaking without paying attention to him. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Yuan. I'm Italian. The one you just injured, the tall bald guy, said you have a gun and should know the source of these goods, so I'm here to gather information today." Gina was very straightforward about her intentions. She had healthy, brown-black skin and shoulder-length, chestnut curly hair. Her healthy golden eyes shone with an incredibly dazzling brilliance, like the sun. Lin Xun remained unmoved. Gina shrugged helplessly, pointing at a mass of black, mud-like substance next to her car that was slowly wriggling. "Can we talk about our grudge later? This thing can't be dealt with by a handgun, but your rocket launcher might do the trick." As the woman approached, Lin Xun took a step back to avoid her touch and retorted, "How did you catch up to me?" Gina smiled, lifting her chin to indicate her car. So much had happened in an instant that Lin Xun only now realized that her car looked less like a vehicle and more like a pile of large metal sheets assembled into a makeshift RV. "I can control metal. That monster wanted to devour everyone at the time, and we couldn't subdue it. So we dismantled everyone's cars into pieces and reassembled them into this form to escape disaster. What about the others? They're all in the cars. Some are unconscious. Some are injured." Gina smirked, looking somewhat indifferent but genuinely concerned. She added, "That mud-like substance seems to have a life of its own, wriggling constantly, and it particularly likes to eat metal. It's such a pity about your car. I've never seen such a modification method." Lin Xun's tactical vehicle has already sunk almost halfway into the black mud, and, as Gina said, it can no longer be used. Although it is very distressing. Now is not the time to worry about such matters. The road ahead is blocked, and we can only find a way to detour or solve this major problem in front of us. Lin Xun recalled the conversation just now and said to Gina, "Did you just say my rocket launcher is useful?" Gina pointed to the gun in her hand and replied, "Put it down first, and let's have a good talk. Let's talk like this." Lin Xun directly chambered a bullet, and Gina immediately put away her cynical expression, becoming serious. Chapter 42. Nan Yen Ci came to recruit people. That was because my bullet had unintentionally hit a certain spot on it, producing a very crisp sound like hitting extremely fragile glass. Lin Xun instantly understood her meaning. There might be newly formed crystal nuclei in this mass of black mud. Although for people today, they do not know what the existence of crystal nuclei signifies. Gina sighed, expressing her regret. But strangely, no matter how many times it gets hit, it just can't be shattered. That thing is probably the core of this monster, similar to a human heart, which is why I thought your rocket launcher might be able to kill it directly. In the blink of an eye, the black mud monster had completely devoured the entire tactical vehicle, not leaving behind even a single screw. Lin Xun was thinking, Gina's ability is not effective against monsters, and bullets are useless. Only her fire ability might be able to burn the monster to death. However, her hands and feet were injured, and even the slightest movement caused excruciating pain, let alone fighting a monster. In other words, even if she killed the monster, she couldn't guarantee that Gina wouldn't take the opportunity to shoot her. Unfortunately, the monster had a crystal core. Otherwise, if she could seize it and absorb its energy, her abilities could be enhanced. The monster let out a roar and slowly moved towards the two, likely because it had eaten too much and was a bit slow. Lin Xun didn't want to expose his abilities, so he turned to Gina to discuss a countermeasure. Gina was somewhat distrustful. "Are you sure this will work?" Lin Xun snorted. Since bullets are ineffective against it, then rocket launchers might not be useful either. It's best not to confront this guy head-on. Since it's moving slowly now, let's trap it. The woman with the blindfold frowned and murmured something, but still began to activate her abilities. She turned her back to Lin Xun, allowing the sound of the rain to effectively mask his footsteps. She dragged her injured leg over the highway, railing and left. She was furious. Damn it. I knew I shouldn't have trusted her so easily. Then she added, I forgot to ask for her name. Nearby was an uncultivated wild field. The endless heavy rain had turned the muddy ground into a melted mud soup resembling chocolate. The advantage was that there were no mutated creatures here. But the downside was that walking through the fields was very troublesome. Exploring near Lin Xun, she found an unattended shed to take shelter from the rain. She treated the not-so-deep wound on her thigh and secured her fractured right hand to prevent further injury. Finally, she swallowed 2 painkillers and stood up as if nothing had happened, heading towards the road according to her phone's map. After half an hour of sweating while walking out of the fields, a white car awaited her. Seeing the person get out of the car, Lin Xun couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She just wanted to go to a circus to find someone. Why had she encountered so many things along the way? The man walked over to her with an umbrella, and his gaze seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds on her. Lin Xun resignedly raised his head, his voice. Is there something? Get in the car, let's talk. His cold demeanor was like rain falling freely from the sky, and his commanding tone made it impossible to refuse. It seemed that to refuse him was equivalent to refusing life itself. Lin Xun had no choice but to get into the car, and then she saw the man's long legs also stepping in. His powerful physique almost filled the entire interior of the car, and the strong sense of oppression made her unconsciously frown in resistance. With a bang, he shut the car door, instantly cutting off the annoying sound of the rain. She asked, "What are we talking about?" "You are a wanted criminal and need to be arrested." His long and thick eyelashes concealed an unreadable expression, and on his stern face, 2 dark eyebrows arched upwards like unsheathed swords. Nanyan Chi. He was sparing with words. Lin Xun silently repeated his name in his heart, confirming that he had never heard of this person. "Since I wasn't arrested immediately, should there be something else you want me to say?" Lin Xun was taken aback. Joining his team? The man explained, "I belong to the Northern Central, and I have my own team. Currently, we are short on personnel, so I want to recruit people. As long as you are willing, it won't be difficult to change your identity." Lin Xun tilted her head, seemingly casual but actually serious, and said, "What if I don't want to? Are you going to arrest me now?" "No, I'll give you 3 days to think about it." "That's quite generous. 3 days is enough for me to disappear without a trace." "All right, let me think about it." Concluding that Nanyan Ci would not harm herself, Lin Xun lifted her chin and said, "You don't have anything else to do you? Why not take me somewhere?" Nanyan Ci glanced at her, and for some reason, Lin Xun felt that his eyes were smiling. He asked, "Where to?" Lin Xun reported the address of the circus. Nanyan's expression remained unchanged as he instructed. Number 3. Number 3 drove and soon arrived at the entrance of the circus. In the rarely visited mountainous forest, surrounded by mountains, the trees stood tall and lush. On a wide, sunken flat area, there were many joyful amusement facilities. Colorful carousel, small and exquisite pirate ship flying trapeze, claw machines, and shooting targets to win prizes. Under the rain curtain, 3 or 4 tall and wide red and white tents stood quietly, with the colorful flags at the top drooping wetly like deflated basketballs. A white-faced, red-nosed metallic clown portrait hung on the largest tent. The clown grinned broadly, making it unclear whether he was joyful or mad. Lin Xun's expression tightened as she thanked him and got out of the car, once again enveloped by the rain. She had never known there was such an open space here. Nanyan Ci watched her leave from the car, and only after she was out of sight did he ask, "Are you ready?" Lin Xun searched the circus all around, and not to mention living people, not even a single mutated being was seen. It was as if everything was plunged into a deep sleep, with only the sound of rain continuing. He walked into the clown's tent and took out his flashlight to turn on. 2 steps ahead were 5.5 rows of semicircular seating for the audience. The empty space in the middle was scattered with colorful ribbons and plastic balls. The magician's black top hat and gloves were carelessly thrown on the ground, with multiple footprints around. The candy-colored accompanying instruments had lost their owners, lying haphazardly, unorganized. It seemed that a rehearsal for the circus performance was taking place, and then suddenly chaos erupted, causing all the performers to leave. Chapter 43 invited into two opposing groups. The voice of the person in charge on the other end of the phone was impatient. Ryan's circus? The coastal city is in complete chaos now. Who would still want to watch their performance? I really made a huge loss by partnering with them for this event. You want to find them? They're staying at the resort hotel nearby. It wasn't the circus leader, but likely the local investor from the coastal city. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xun silently walked to the Half Mountain Hotel, not far from the center of the circus theater, where the performers usually rested. The pattering raindrops hit the brim of her raincoat as she stopped in her tracks, noticing a beautiful beige building at the foot of the mountain. Several giant spotlights illuminated the hotel's walls, creating the illusion that it was still in normal operation. Nearby, no mutated beings were seen. Everything was clean. For strong men were patrolling around the entrance of the building. They held some common sticks as self-defense weapons. The rain intensified again. It was still late in the day, and visibility was very low, with water pooling around her feet, already soaking her shoes. One of the men, vigilant of his surroundings, suddenly spotted her and called out to his companions in a foreign language. "Hey, there's someone over here. Come over." To her surprise, the man who approached quickly spoke fluent Mandarin, with an accent that was almost indistinguishable from the locals. "Are you injured? Are you here to seek refuge?" The middle-aged man assumed at first that she was there for shelter and showed genuine concern. Lin Xun simply went along with their words and created an identity for herself. She claimed to be a farmer living in the nearby mountains, who had just been chased by an unknown monster and had come out seeking help. Pretending not to know who they were, she questioned, "Who are you?" The man replied, "I'm the ringmaster of a circus planning to perform in Benhai City. My name is Rox, and these are my members. Relax, it's safe here. There are many people like you who have come here for refuge." Rox instructed someone to take Lin Xun inside to escape the rain, while he continued to assist other refugees at the door. If they were not well-intentioned, they would likely meet a grim fate. Upon entering the hotel lobby, many chandeliers were unlit, leaving only wall lights sufficient to illuminate the path. The interior space was quite large, and the damp air made it feel as if her throat was glued together. Lin Xun followed the young man for a while and was about to go upstairs. However, he suddenly put on a sullen face and coldly said to her in broken Mandarin, "You better behave yourself and not try to pull any tricks. Our captain is a kind person, but the others here are not." He casually swayed his coat, revealing two black pistols tucked at his waist as a threat. "As soon as the rain stops, get out of here." Lin Xun nodded, not complaining. The young man then restrained his temper and handed her a room card marked 413, still with a tough attitude. It was not affluent, which means it was still adequate. At least the people staying here would not be thrown into chaos due to food for the time being. Lin Xun had a rough idea in her mind and silently reached out to take it. Before going upstairs, the young man specifically took her for a tour of the hotel kitchen and told her that the leftover food had been safely and properly stored, warning her not to have any crooked thoughts about sneaking in for a midnight snack. In the kitchen, all 6 2-meter freezers against the wall were open, empty inside, and there was no cold air. "Are you in control of the food?" Lin Xun asked in their language. The young man was taken aback for a moment, and upon hearing the familiar language, his expression relaxed slightly. He said, "It's our leader's request. He has paid for this hotel for a month, and the food inside was also prepared by him for the members of the troupe. He was worried that we might not be used to the food here. A lot of it was airlifted." "What a nice guy." He suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly, and the last few words almost vanished into the air. Lin Xun said, "Nowadays, the quality of sincerity is extremely precious. He is a good person. Using familiar language gives a greater sense of security than a foreign language." Because of this, he spoke at length. The young man accompanied Lin Xun to the hotel room door, and the two exchanged contact information. "My name is Luo Wei. Nice to meet you." Lin Xun placed her phone on the table, took off her wet clothes from the rainy night, and put them in the bathroom, checking the room for hidden cameras and listening devices. The hotel has a total of 7 floors. The first floor features the lobby, kitchen, storage room. and a garden leading to the outdoor hot springs. The second floor contains the restaurant, conference rooms, KTV rooms, and other entertainment venues. The third floor is dedicated to the hot springs and swimming area. The fourth, fifth, and sixth floors consist of standard to premium guest rooms. The seventh floor has private suites and private hot springs. Due to the hotel's above-average prices and high-quality service, along with its somewhat remote location, there are not many guest rooms available. Lovey added her to a group which was very straightforwardly named Hotel Refuge Group, 34 people. The group owner is a circus leader named Rox, who is also in the group. The remaining members include hotel staff and service personnel, as well as people seeking refuge from the nearby area. After Lin Xun joined the group, apart from a few active members who welcomed her, most others were basically in a lurking state. On the contrary, Luo Wei chatted with her a lot about various things in the group, as if opening a floodgate and talking nonstop. He is a foreigner and one of the only two who can speak the local language, relying on him to communicate with the team leader and the others. He complained about the people in the shelter group, saying they were verbally abusive and hoarding food. But Captain Looks clearly kept the food to prevent everyone from fighting over it. He also said that the hotel restricted their personal freedom and they couldn't go anywhere. Luo Wei angrily stated they wanted to come in to shelter from the rain, and now they feel unfree too. The hotel door is right there, and no one is stopping them from going out. It's really hilarious. Ruyan Circus, 17 people. Luo Wei. This Miss Lion has excellent English. She can help us communicate with those people. Then someone sent a long string of sentences and emojis, warmly welcoming Lin Xun. Against a blue sky background, there was a red balloon rising into the air. She added someone named Chi Si Xiao Do Do, but they hadn't chatted at all before she was pulled into another group. Lin Xun. Chapter 44 Attic, Protecting the Home and Country, 28 people. Welcome our new friend. What shall we call you? Lin Xun. My surname is Lin. What is this group for? It allows us locals to express ourselves more freely without feeling constrained. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow, wondering how that group from the circus had managed to bind them. We are all from the same country, and the language is convenient. Compared to those foreigners, isn't it more familiar here? Lin Xun. How long have you been staying here? From the words of the group friends, she learned that these people arrived here a week ago and were arranged to take refuge in the hotel. The person in charge is Rox, the circus leader, a gentleman who always has a smile on his face. He and his members almost control the entire hotel, and even all the workers in the hotel have to listen to them. At that time, the heavy rain had just stopped, and several people had turned into monsters after getting drenched, including the poor hotel manager. Everyone was in a state of panic, and, fortunately, Rox and his team stepped in to resolve the trouble, preventing the entire hotel from falling apart. Lin Xun asked, what was used to solve it? What else could be used? Naturally, it was guns. We have a gun ban, but those foreigners carry them around. From this person's tone, it's clear they are very displeased with the circus. No one knows when the heavy rain will stop, and the communication signals here are intermittent, leaving everyone on edge. Just right, Lin Xun can rest and recuperate here, and the twin cannons she is looking for are also here. So she chose to wait and see, capturing news about the twins. In the evening, she took out seafood-flavored instant noodles, 2 sausages, and vacuum-packed spicy chicken legs, filling her stomach. Licking her lips, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated twice. Everyone come to the restaurant on the second floor of the hotel at 8 o'clock tonight. We will have a meeting. Luo Wei. Lion, can you come to the 7th floor at 9? Captain Rox wants to see you. The hotel is not very strict internally. Although the surveillance is always on and working, it has no effect on people like them who move around casually in the building. Lin Xun went downstairs and stood on the second-floor platform, looking down at the hotel lobby. To ensure safety, the glass door leading outside was tightly locked with chains, and she could vaguely see 2 people guarding outside. She turned around and went to the restaurant, standing outside and unable to hear any sounds from inside, until she pushed the door open and walked in, at which point the voices of men, women, and children emerged. The conversations blended together, small and chaotic, making it hard to discern what was being said. After closing the door, Lin Xun found a discreet spot to sit down. It seemed that this place was specifically meant for Chinese people to gather and communicate, and Captain Rox did not stop them. Is there a lot of food there? Not much. We can't fill our stomachs every day. I just want to leave like this. The sound of the rain is so annoying. I'm tired of hearing it. When will the rescue team arrive? If this continues, we will all starve to death here. The man who said this had a strong regional accent. He was not a local from Binhai City. As he spoke, the conversations of others gradually diminished until it fell completely silent. He stood at the center of the crowd and continued, "We must talk to those people from the circus. Whether it's to offer them more money or to help them out, we need more food." Immediately, someone echoed, "Yeah, it's been several days since we've had a proper meal. Every day, it's just a piece of dry bread that doesn't fill our stomachs at all. The food we get for a family of 4 is completely insufficient. We are all starving." The crowd responded angrily, "Why don't we just leave? Maybe we'll get lucky and catch a ride." Another person rolled his eyes at him. "Forget it. If we're unlucky and run into those monsters, we'll just end up as their food." At that moment, a young man weakly raised his hand. His skin was covered in bruises, with a band-aid on his chin and dark circles under his eyes. I went upstairs to demand an explanation from them, and I ended up getting beaten by that unreasonable group. The crowd was shocked and even angrier. They arranged for us to be here while they comfortably sleep in luxurious rooms on the 7th floor. There are so many of us. I don't believe he can take us all on. Like a pre-revolution uprising, the outsider became the leader of this group. "Everyone, please calm down." As he spoke, the injured young man stood up from the corner, his tall and skinny figure making one feel that a gust of wind could knock him down. Strangely, even though his voice was not loud, everyone around stopped talking. The young man had a vacant expression, his voice faint. "I know where they hide the food. It's in a warehouse in the backyard." After saying this, he seemed to use all his strength, breathing heavily, his fingertips gripping the wall behind him as if he was enduring something with great effort. Lin Xun immediately noticed something was off about him. He was very likely a drug addict, his body curled up as if feeling cold, and his frail form barely clinging to life. His gaze was confused and hollow, with dark circles under his eyes, covering his mouth as he yawned repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. It was getting more apparent. The man from out of town was very dissatisfied with his remarks, sounding a bit angry. "We should do something now, Xiao Zhang. Why are you yawning every day? As if you haven't woken up?" "That's right, Xiao Zhang, but different from us. We all have children and wives. To put it bluntly, you should just care about yourself. But we have a lot more to consider." Xiao Zhang felt somewhat uneasy, standing up and sitting down again, feeling extremely uncomfortable, wanting to advise them not to act impulsively. Several family men united, wanting to go upstairs to find the circus and secure more food. However, a few disagreed with their approach, believing that it was already quite good that the others were willing to take them in and provide food. If they clashed with them, bad things could happen. The radicals and conservatives began to argue, and it spiraled out of control. Chapter 45. Conflict on the brink. "Everyone, let's not argue for now. We should stand united." Lin Xun glanced at him. The man who stood up this time had a very simple and honest aura, with an ordinary appearance, plain to the extreme. He tried to calm the crowd. "What we need to do now is to figure out how to survive. Waiting here for rescue. We don't even know how long it will take. Since the two sides have different ideas, why not split into 2 groups? Those willing to go outside can look for rescue teams. Those who are not willing to take risks can wait in the hotel for rescue." The voice of the outsider rang out again, somewhat urgent and impatient. "I think this is a good idea. After all, we have to leave here anyway. So we might as well take a chance outside." Xiao Zhang's face lost some color, his speech unclear. "The circus people we have to deal with. Why we have to deal with the circus? Exactly. Our goal is to wait for the rain to stop here. Why do we have to deal with them? They haven't posed a threat to us, right? It's better to avoid trouble." A sly smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Zhang's mouth, his gaze like that of a rat in a gutter, looking at everyone present with a slightly provocative tone. "Haven't you all noticed? The circus people have been coveting the resources in the hotel, and they have taken all the food for themselves. Indeed, they are now like prisoners in a jail, being fed at fixed times every day." The outsider was also thinking along those lines. They might already be planning in secret to monopolize everything. Someone disagreed and immediately retorted, "But what evidence do you have to prove they have such thoughts? I think staying here is the safest option. Yes, don't spread rumors. People's hearts will become sensitive and anxious. The seeds of doubt are sown in such situations." Xiao Zhang's smile was eerie. Evidence? Who has time to look for evidence now? I just have a gut feeling. The circus people are not simple. The key is they have guns. At the mention of guns, everyone fell silent. Xiao Zhang's words were not without reason. Anyone could act unexpectedly for the sake of survival now. And if you step out of the center of the topic, it is not difficult to find that this was all intentionally guided by Xiao Zhang. Lin Xun observed quietly, feeling a bit bored. It was about time for her to go upstairs to find someone. The crowd didn't want to sit idly by and discuss taking everything that was swimming around in the vacant rooms. The hotel staff went to the first-floor lobby to open a few universal room cards and, along with others, began to scavenge the supplies inside. Free mineral water, some black tea, green tea, and coffee packets. Disposable slippers, toiletries, towels, bathrobes, and hangers. The upscale rooms also had biscuits and other juice drinks, and if they were lucky, they might find 2 boxes of instant noodles before anyone else. People suddenly realized they should have done this earlier. They had been too rule-bound before, almost starving themselves. Each room had 2 large gift bags with a hotel logo, perfect for carrying these items. Pillows and blankets were also bundled up and taken away, almost turning the entire hotel upside down. Since the hotel provided these dry goods, there must be plenty of stock in the warehouse. Lin Xun didn't need these, so she didn't go along. Outside the hotel, dark clouds loomed. The sky was gray and misty, and the rain fell endlessly, showing no signs of stopping. Standing alone outside the door of the room on the 7th floor, she suddenly heard the sound of a baby crying and a woman's gentle cooing coming from the next room. Luo Wei opened the door, apologizing. Please understand, most of the suites on this floor are occupied by families. The rooms downstairs are too small for them. It's not as the people downstairs said, that the circus folks monopolized the luxurious rooms on the 7th floor. The 2 entered the door at the end of the corridor one after the other. All 12 members of the circus were inside, either standing or sitting, busy with their own things, and no one paid attention to the newcomers. Some were polishing throwing knives. Some were organizing costumes. Some were practicing ball tossing, and some were working on their flexibility. The room was well lit, and heavy curtains blocked the view of the rainy scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Captain Rox sat in the center, quietly waiting for Lin Xun's arrival. Then he said, "Thank you for agreeing to meet. Please have a seat." He gestured to the sofa next to him, and Lin Xun sat down without changing her expression. Suddenly, 2 furry black beast claws lunged at her from behind, the sharp claws just a step away from her vulnerable neck. "Who told you to sit down?" The elongated tone sounded strangely like a clown, the cold words appearing in her ears. Lin Xuanping looked ahead and said, "Your captain invited me to sit." Rox quickly spoke up, frowning seriously. "Amin on, no rudeness allowed." Sigh. "So boring. Why is she like a piece of wood? She doesn't even show any signs of fear." 2 identical voices emerged from behind. They wore dark blue long shirts, and beneath their neat black short hair were 2 completely identical handsome Eastern faces. At first glance, one might think it was an illusion. The twins smiled slightly, their indifferent gazes sweeping Lin Xun from head to toe, then they shook their arms, which were still in animal mode. This was their ability to turn a part of their body into that of a black panther and exert its strength. Keen hearing, sharp teeth, powerful limbs. If they wanted, even their running speed could match that of a black panther. Rox showed an apologetic expression and said to Lin Xun, "Sorry, they mean no harm." But if it weren't for his permission, how could the twins do such a thing? Lin Xun didn't mind and wasn't angry. "It's fine. What did you want to say to me?" Her attitude won Rox's favor. He didn't think Gemini was a monster and wasn't scared enough to turn and leave. Rox's eyes brightened as he said, "I want to know what happened just now in the restaurant." "Oh, so he knows everything." Lin Xun did not hide it. After all, she did not gain any benefits from it, and this time she came only for this pair of twins. She was indifferent to the lives of others. Well, she still needed to care about Rox's life and death. Lin Xun shared everything she had heard from the restaurant. As soon as she finished speaking, she could clearly feel the air around her becoming a few degrees colder, and everyone's gaze fell upon her. After listening, the team leader simply frowned lightly. He was indeed a good-hearted person. While others were thinking about how to deal with the circus, he asked Lin Xun, "Is there any way for all of us to coexist peacefully?" Chapter 46. Warehouse Fire. The twins, however, sneered and revealed a sinister smile, whispering to each other, "Hey Ming, why don't we just kill them all?" "Yeah, Ayan, let us kill them all. We kindly let them stay. But they're thinking of how to deal with us." The twins' words received agreement from others. Unlike the team leader, who was kind-hearted, they were only loyal and trusted rocks, which was why they didn't take action against those downstairs. There were even more radical individuals who wanted to kill Lin Xun right away to set an example. But they were stopped by rocks. Lin Xun took out 3 bottles of spirits from the space and placed them on the table to her left, a small token of appreciation. It seemed to be a gift for rocks, but in reality, it was for the twins. She knew they loved fine wine. The twins were momentarily taken aback, but their tails behind them couldn't help but wag. A man in a baggy red and green striped performance costume nearby saw this and couldn't help but spit out, cursing, "What? Are you trying to win over the captain with alcohol now? What? Eh?" Swish, the sound of a sharp weapon slicing through the air, accompanied by a chilling sense of danger. "No one asked you to speak, so shut your mouth." "Miss, I apologize on his behalf." One of the twins grabbed the man's neck with a beastly claw, punishing his disrespectful words. The other knelt beside Lin Xun, smiling as he kissed the back of her hand, thanking her for the fine wine she had given. Suddenly, both of their beast ears twitched simultaneously, and they exchanged glances. Something was happening. The ground began to shake. One twin left the man to protect rocks, while the other shielded Lin Xun. Their beast-like vertical pupils flickered as they remained alert to their surroundings. The entire process was very quick. 2 seconds later, the sound of an explosion echoed in their ears, and the hotel building shook violently. The theater actors stopped practicing, panic-stricken. What happened? Is it an earthquake? Their feet trembled uncontrollably, and someone drew back the curtains to see chaos in the once quiet hotel garden. Many people downstairs were running around in a panic, some crying out in fear. Lin Xun's keen hearing detected gunshots. Rox's expression changed, and he quickly issued orders. "Everyone go down and put out the fire. Gemini, go see who's causing trouble." This was clearly not a natural disaster, but a man-made calamity. Lin Xun quickly walked out of the room. Not only did the residents on the 7th floor come out to check the noise, but people from other floors also stepped out with a strong sense of curiosity. They made their way to the lobby, where the door leading to the garden, originally locked, was forcefully broken open. Glass shards were scattered on the ground, along with many chaotic footprints. She looked around and spotted a familiar figure hurriedly slipping into the kitchen. Just then, the twins came down, and Lin Xun pointed towards the kitchen, mouthing, "Over there, someone went in." The 2 big boys exchanged glances with each other and then looked at Lin Xun. Without saying anything, they transformed into their beast forms and vanished from the spot. Outside, heavy rain poured down. Lin Xun stepped outside, and, at that moment, a strong explosion occurred. She quickly leaned against the wall column to steady herself. The exposed white building was engulfed in flames. Despite the distance, the scorching waves of heat still hit her face. In a garden filled with dense greenery, fallen trees and broken lampposts were everywhere. "Child, my child is missing. Where's the fire extinguisher? Hurry and find it. We need more people. Go call for help to put out the fire." Amid the chaos, there was a hint of order as Captain Rox stood in the heavy rain, urging his troop members to help extinguish the flames. Many evacuees also spontaneously came down to help put out the fire, searching everywhere for fire extinguishers. Lovey grabbed someone and asked what had happened. Unexpectedly, the person glared at him, shoving him roughly, causing Lovey to stumble and nearly fall. "How would I know? It's all your fault. You deliberately hid the food. We couldn't sleep at night because we were hungry and followed the hotel staff to the warehouse looking for food. When suddenly there was an explosion and everything caught fire. Now look, it's all burned to ashes." Lovey's face turned ashen, his heart chilled, followed by uncontrollable anger. Such heavy rain couldn't extinguish the fire. The air nearby was thick with the smell of gasoline. Someone had deliberately set fire to the warehouse where the food was stored. Even salvaging supplies now seemed too late. He turned to look for the twins, hoping they had caught the sneaky person. However, not long after he left, a rough voice barged in. "You won't take all the food." A muscular man with a scruffy face was running towards them with a few subordinates, holding a gun and looking menacing. Nearby, civilians dealing with the fire hurriedly ran away, unwilling to get involved. The man snatched the gun from his subordinate and pointed it at those moving the meager supplies. "Put all the food down, or I'll shoot." Cross immediately said in a deep voice, "Everyone, put down your things and step back." The circus crew was, of course, not willing to back down either. As someone raised a gun and aimed at the man seemed to have anticipated the standoff, waving for them to bring over a crying little boy. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. If you don't drop the gun, I'll kill him." The child's mother screamed and rushed forward, only to be stopped by her fellow troop members. "Don't go. Let go of my child. Don't hurt him." The man forcefully grabbed the boy's hair, dragging him in front of himself with a fierce expression. "If you dare take another step forward, I'll kill this kid." He raised a gun, the dark muzzle aimed at the boy's forehead. The woman immediately froze in fear, trembling all over. "No, don't." Among the crowd, someone couldn't bear to watch and rushed forward, trying to save the boy. Seeing someone approaching, the man pulled the trigger without hesitation. The gunshot shocked everyone. The woman screamed heartbreakingly, then fainted. Everyone's eyes widened as the ground was stained red with blood, their faces pale with shock. No one expected the man would actually dare to shoot and kill. It was then they realized that the villain before them was not someone to be trifled with. The man casually tossed the boy's body aside, feeling exhilarated at the sight of the others' disoriented and terrified faces. "See, this is the consequence of your rebellion." However, in the next moment, before the man could react, his head was struck, sending him flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. He hadn't even had time to get up before a hole appeared in his forehead, just like that of the boy. Bang, bang. Kill her. She had only been gone for a few minutes, and yet someone had already died. Hopefully, this wouldn't trigger the twins' nerves and lead them to darkness. Forget it. As long as Rox is okay. Chapter 47. Not a good person? 1/to kill. You. Lin Xun stood calmly in front of the commander and said to him, "Let these people go. They won't be able to handle the upcoming enemies." Rox looked like he had seen a savior. Without a doubt, he quickly ordered everyone to leave. Lin Xun also said to Luo Wei, "Go tell the others in the hotel not to come out tonight." Luo Wei saw the gun in her hand suddenly disappear, replaced by a dagger, and his heart jolted. He quickly turned around to get busy. "No, I'm staying here." Lin Xun did not try to dissuade. Soon, there were only the two of them left. The sound of rain fell like beads dropping onto a jade plate, creating a crackling noise. The situation was not over yet. As the last flames of the burning warehouse were extinguished, more than a dozen people emerged, holding guns. Their expressions were indifferent, their gazes fierce, and they gripped their rifles tightly. Without even glancing at their dead companions on the ground, they simply searched their bodies for guns and bullets. Then someone coldly asked, "Two choices, become our companions or die." From their accents, it was clear that they were not from Huaxia, but outsiders. Lin Xun quickly glanced at their clothing and weapons, judging that the others had also gone through a tough battle to survive. But how did they get here? And how did they know the location of the warehouse? Rox immediately realized that the situation was worse than he had imagined. These people were not to be trifled with. He didn't know what choice to make now, and could only place his hope in Lin Xun. Which one to choose? The man asked coldly. Lin Xun was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "I won't choose at all. You will regret it." He laughed ominously. As soon as he finished speaking, a dangerous aura approached him. Before he could react, a shadow flashed by, and a cold knife was plunged into his throat. Lin Xun expressionlessly drew out a short dagger, looking at the man on the ground who was convulsing. "Is this what you said would make me regret it?" Everyone in the room was stunned, their eyes wide open, unable to take their eyes off the woman before them. What incredible skill is this? At the same time, the twin brothers, fully transformed into Black Panthers, burst through the window on the second floor, bringing with them several corpses that they had pierced with their claws. "What are you standing there for? Shoot!" Lin Xun let out a cold laugh, flicked her wrist, and the dagger sliced through the air, instantly severing the necks of several people. Blood sprayed like a fountain, soaking her entire body and staining her pair of chillingly cold eyes. The dead were quickly replaced by those behind them, who opened fire at her. She quickly retreated with the stunned Rox, hiding him behind a thicket to avoid the enemy's line of sight. Then she charged out again, her eyes shining with a cold light. It was as if the Grim Reaper had descended. Damn it! How could they not hit her? Lin Xun took a deep breath, tightly gripping the weapon in his hand. Hey! Did you forget that we are still here? The lazy voice of the twins came from behind the group of people firing their guns. Amin smiled and said, "A bunch of big guys bullying a girl. What kind of thing is that?" Licked his lips and added, "Just playing with us, huh? You guys just wanted to aim your guns at our old man, right?" The old man referred to Captain Rox. The twins were a pair of abandoned siblings picked up by the captain. Those people were at a loss, not knowing which one to deal with. Lin Xun's figure was like a ghost. Her movements were completely unclear, and yet she had already claimed lives. As for the two twins, they seemed unafraid of bullets, swinging their beast-like claws. Before long, the ground was strewn with corpses. Lin Xun stopped to catch his breath, wiped his wet hair with his hand, and then began to search for equipment on these people. Guns, bullets, magazines, knives. The twins helped Rox, who had just emerged from the bushes, and saw the aftermath of the woman's actions, leaving nothing behind like locusts. Amin couldn't help but chuckle and tease her. "Although we know you have space, you don't have to strip them of their clothes too, right? Thank you for your help." Lin Xun casually waved his hand. He was still covered in blood, sticky and uncomfortable, and dragged the unconscious Xiao Zhang out of the room and threw him on the ground. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow, and sure enough, he had just seen him run to the kitchen. "Hey, wake up!" Was not polite at all, directly kicking Xiao Zhang in the abdomen. Luo Qixi hesitated to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Xiao Zhang let out a painful wail. Upon waking up, he found his hands and feet bound, unable to move. Trembling, he asked, "What are you going to do?" Kicked him again, flipping him over so that he could see the dead bodies lying on the ground, stripped of their clothes. Ming squatted down beside him, smiling kindly. "Why did you hide when you saw us?" I didn't." Still trying to argue, grabbed his clothes and, with his half-beast, half-human face, threatened, "I saw you talking to these people on the ground, telling them to make the explosion louder. You are the mole?" To save his life, Xiao Zhang finally confessed. He had been in contact with this group of smugglers before. This time, for drug use, he not only told them the location of the hotel, but also exposed the warehouse where food was stored, allowing them to take it freely. Lin Xun's eyebrows were raised. So there actually wasn't much left in this warehouse? Xiao Zhang nodded painfully, scratching his neck with his nails, suffering immensely. "What about the things inside?" Rox asked eagerly. Xiao Zhang told him the location and then pitifully asked Lin Xun if he could give him some powder. Lin Xun pursed his lips and said quietly, "Captain, you should go to the place he mentioned first. I'll handle the rest." Rox nodded and left the back garden with Anne. After the two left, Lin Xun dragged Xiao Zhang to the semi-open corridor, avoiding the surveillance, and executed him with a gun. Ming was silent for a moment, then looked up, his expression suddenly much more serious. "Lion, who exactly are you? You coming here can't be a coincidence, right?" An, who had returned, stopped in his tracks and hid in the shadows. Lin Xun was about to speak when Ming beat her to it and said, "No matter what you're here for, can you take me with you in the future?" Is this hitting the nail on the head for her? Chapter 48. Whose family makes fish soup? This caught Lin Xun off guard. She had been hoping that the twins could follow her, but she didn't expect Ming to bring it up first. "I have no problem, but Captain Rox and your brother." Ming smiled gently. "I can handle things with the captain. As for my brother, how do you know our ages?" "Just a guess." "Well, you guessed very accurately." In Xiao Zhang's room, there were piles of instant noodles and bottled water. Things that should have been shared among everyone had all been hoarded by him alone. There were signs of items being moved on the floor. That group of ill-intentioned outsiders had already taken some away. Rox snorted coldly, hoarding like a hamster. And Ming? He went to check for any fish that slipped through the net. After a night of thrilling yet safe experiences, everyone woke up the next day to everything as it was. Outside the house, the smell of blood mixed with the stench of rainwater, making it hard to breathe and impossible to eat anything. Rox gathered everyone together and informed them that the circus people were leaving. Then he distributed the supplies from Xiao Zhang's room to everyone. The circus people only took a small portion, leaving the rest for others. They had someone cook the nearly rotten food and vegetables into dishes to share. In the afternoon, the circus members prepared to set off, except for the twins. Their bodies had returned to normal human appearances, showing no signs of beastification. Last night, Ming asked the captain if he could follow Lin. She was extraordinary with a unique aura, Perhaps he could learn more fighting skills from her to protect others. Moreover, she never showed any fear when facing beastmen like them. Ming said, she treats us like normal people. Ain said, sometimes we forget the terrifying aspects of our bodies. The feeling of prey being torn in half still lingered in their senses. The smell of blood would make them tremble with excitement. Beings like them, even in the diverse circus, would still evoke fear in people. Rox looked kindly and gently at the young man he had raised. If you've all made your decision, then go ahead. But Lin's background is not simple. She has many secrets, so be careful. No need to worry. We both have our own secrets as well. The twins knelt on both knees, startling Rox. Dad, we have one more thing to ask of you. Lin Xun didn't stay at the hotel for long, and she wasn't interested in what would happen to that group of people afterwards. It was a little past 4 in the afternoon, and she was driving while listening to the twins chatting in the back seat. So that's how we both got our names in the true sense. My name is Luo Ming. I am Luoan. They named themselves using the initial sound of Luo Kusi. This time, they were talking about their names, their faces filled with joy and full of longing for the future. Lin Xun was sincerely happy for them. Where are we going now? To another team member's place. Lin Xun turned the steering wheel and drove into the coastal city. Luo Ming smiled and asked her, "A lion is the captain? That's so cool. Bro, behave yourself." Luo and pulled Luo Ming down from the driver's seat for the 5th time, trying to keep him in check. Luo Ming didn't mind, still grinning. A new adventure is coming up. You should be a bit more excited. You're young, so stop frowning like an old man. Luoan was at a loss. His brother was elated because of a woman, and he could even tell that his older brother had deep feelings for Lion. But before today, it was clear that they only had each other. Lin Xun saw Luo and looking pensive in the rearview mirror. He took out 2 bottles of brandy from the compartment and tossed them to the back seat. First time away from home, right? Have a drink to ease the tension. What tension? Luo, like a sulking child, pouted and opened the bottle cap with his bare hands instead of using a bottle opener, taking a few swigs straight from the bottle. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xun lightly curled his lips. Is it good? The aroma of the wine quickly filled the entire workshop, making the air feel intoxicated. Luoan took a few big gulps, wiped his mouth, and when he looked up, he met Lin Xun's beautiful and bright eyes in the rearview mirror. Startled, he quickly lowered his head, feeling guilty. Luo Ming exaggeratedly praised that he had never had such delicious wine before, and turned to see Luo, Anne's flushed face. Hey, why is your face so red? You don't usually turn red when drinking. None of your business. Happy Garden, room 301. A haggard woman was softly singing to a child about 4 or 5 years old. Once the child fell asleep, she stopped to talk to her husband. The woman's brows were tightly knitted. Is there any food left at home? Her husband sat across from her, looking troubled, and shook his head gently. Only the child's formula is left, and there are a few dumplings remaining. When will the rescue team arrive? The woman sighed deeply and closed her eyes, gently swaying her body. There is no food left, no food left. Room 202, 2 teenagers, looking like high school students, were counting the few items left in their home. 3 packs of beef jerky, a bottle of mineral water, a pack of damp compressed biscuits, a bag of potato chips, and a few milk-flavored candies. They had originally prepared these for a hiking trip, but now this was all they had left. Let us leave together tomorrow, one of them said. We can't just wait here for rescue. Let us head west. It's higher ground there, the water rises slowly, and we might find food along the way. What if we wait a bit longer? Maybe the rescue team will come tomorrow. The boy who suggested leaving smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yesterday, the day before that, we thought the same. He said, if you don't plan to go with me, I'll set off at dawn tomorrow. But it's dangerous outside. That is still better than starving to death. Room 401, a couple snuggled in bed, unable to sleep on empty stomachs, resorted to chatting. The man said, when I went down to take out the trash yesterday. The woman exclaimed, are you crazy? The news said it's pouring rain here now, and there are many dangers outside. Is food going to fall from the sky? The man lowered his cheerful voice. You're so smart, babe. You guessed half right. He said, yesterday, I was standing in the hallway when I suddenly smelled a fragrant fish soup. At first, I thought I was just hallucinating from being hungry, but the smell got stronger the higher I went. The woman couldn't wait to ask. And then I found out that the aroma was actually coming from our neighbors next door. Next door? From Sietchamo's house? Yes. That smell was simply irresistible. It got me high, but unfortunately, you were asleep and I didn't wake you. Listening to the man's description, the woman unconsciously swallowed and her stomach growled twice. She showed a look of envy and sighed. That is so nice. Right now, I deconsider even a bowl of plain rice a delicacy, let alone fish soup. The man nodded, revealing an envious look, then felt strange. Chapter 49, I heard your family has a rich stock. In the hazy rain, several figures quickly passed by. Lin Xun lowered the brim of her hat, her expression slightly heavy as raindrops fell along the edge of her raincoat. Keep it down, follow me. The twins followed behind her, walking in silence on their beastly feet. They were surprised to find that Lin Xun, wearing boots, also made no sound like them. The motion sensor lights in the stairwell gradually lit up as the group moved forward. They stopped at room 401 on the 4th floor. Lin Xun sneered, just as expected. Someone finally couldn't hold back. Sietchamo's voice came through the security door. Who are you? Is there something you need? A slightly older man spoke up. We live in this community. We're out of food at home and heard that your family has a good stockpile. We even heard you had fish soup yesterday, so we came to ask if you could sell us some food. After saying that, he added, we have elderly and children at home. If you could help us, we would be very grateful. He appeared polite, but his tone was undeniably domineering. Among this group of men, Sietchamo saw Yang Mei. She was shrinking her neck, her head lowered, wishing she could be an ostrich. It seemed she had gathered this group of people. Sietchamo couldn't help but frown slightly, pausing before saying, but you don't seem like you're here for a discussion. You look more like you're here to cause trouble. If I refuse, are you planning to break into my house? The people here were already dazed from hunger, the sound of their stomachs growling one after another. Lin Xun had once experienced the extreme feeling of hunger, to the point where she wished she could eat everything around her, fully aware of the torment they were currently enduring. However, because of this, suppressing her hunger with rationality became even more precious under this natural disaster. It was unclear whether she was deliberate or not, but in any case, the reactions from the people on both sides were not pleasant upon hearing her words. The man angrily said, we gathered our courage to come here just to seek a little help. Yes, someone sighed. As humans, we should help each other and get through this tough time together. The man nodded in satisfaction before saying to Sietchamo, what we ask for isn't much, just a little bit of vegetables and meat, and we will pay for it. Let me think about it. He turned and went inside. Although Sietchamo was soft-hearted, he did not forget Lin Xun's advice. Even if he helped them, would this group of people stop once they got what they wanted? They would continue to demand endlessly. Human desire is an insatiable pit. Once one tastes sweetness, they will chase after it endlessly. At the same time, he was conflicted in his heart, thinking maybe he should share a little. They looked quite pitiful, and his parents, they surely did not want their children to suffer from cold and hunger. But the food at home was all brought by Lin Xun, and if he were to distribute it to those people, he would have to ask for her opinion first. While Sietchamo was thinking inside, the group of people outside was not idle. The leading man quietly gathered everyone together. Just like we said before, once they opened the door, we rush in. A few people around looked at him as if he were an idiot. Their house had never had the smell of delicious food before, in just these 2 days. Every meal had been different. It was clear that they had plenty of food. But with so many of us, would their food be enough? What if they themselves didn't have enough to eat? The man helplessly replied, at this point, you are still thinking about others. I really don't know if I should call you kind or foolish. Don't talk, he's coming out. Sietchamo stood at the door, and, for some reason, the crowd suddenly felt a strong sense of pressure emanating from him. He slowly spoke, no sales leave. You. No one expected the outwardly gentle Sietchamo to refuse so quickly. Damn it. That woman Yang Mei had said that as long as they played the victim a little, based on Sietchamo's cowardly nature, he would definitely give him food. Yang Mei was also stunned, feeling the gaze emanating from Sietchamo's eyes. It was like the overwhelming force accumulated from hundreds or thousands of battles. Remembering what had happened to her a few days ago, she couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end. His aura was unmatched, with a significant gap compared to everyone here, almost writing "Do not disturb me" on his face. You will regret this. The man showed unwillingness on his face and had no choice but to flee with his tail between his legs. His resentful gaze brushed past Lin Xun as he walked by. Finally, the crowd dispersed. Xiechimo saw Lin Xun below, along with the two young people behind her. Lin Xun said while going upstairs, "The teammates after this." The three of them walked into Xiechimo's house, and the already small place felt even more cramped. Luo Ming turned his neck and sighed. "What a small house. It feels even smaller than a hotel room." "Sorry to disturb you, uncle. This is my brother Luo Ming. And I'm Luoan. We're twins, you know." Xiechimo nodded, feeling that their faces looked very familiar, but he couldn't recall immediately. He turned and went busy in the kitchen, with Lin Xun closely following. "Are they your former teammates?" Lin Xun nodded, which was considered an acknowledgement, and looked at Xiechimo, who was preparing to cook new dishes. "But I haven't told them yet. Speaking of which, aren't you going to deactivate your ability?" Xiechimo was focused on washing and cutting vegetables, his expression as bland as plain water. This state is sometimes quite good, although it consumes a lot of physical strength and energy. He wanted to see where his limits lie, so he switched to this state while contemplating whether to give the food away. In the living room, Ziki widened her eyes, staring in surprise at the two identical faces. "You are that pair of twins from the circus." Luo Ming raised an eyebrow and squatted down. "Oh? There's actually someone who recognizes us?" Ziki nodded repeatedly, found a poster, and showed it to the two. "Of course. The performance I looked forward to the most in the entire circus was yours. It's dangerous and exciting, and you're very cool." Luoan also smiled gently, unable to resist ruffling Ziki's hair. "Thank you for your support. Although it's a pity that the circus can't perform as scheduled. Would you like to see our magic show?" Chapter 50. Life is worry-free, yet walks on the edge of a knife. The kitchen was filled with enticing aromas, tempting everyone's taste buds. Xiechimo, dressed in colors that were almost invisible, said indifferently, "Come eat." There were sweet and sour ribs, lotus root, and corn soup, stir-fried meat with green peppers, as well as cold cucumber and preserved egg. Because three more people suddenly joined, Xiechimo made 2 additional dishes in the kitchen. The room was too crowded, and Luoan sat to Lin Xun's left, looking happily at the dishes on the table. The aroma wafted, enticing his taste buds. The twin siblings used their chopsticks very well, indicating that rocks had often made them practice. Lin Xun introduced each other to both sides. Xiechimo gave a faint which counted as getting to know the other person. Fortunately, the twins had a carefree and cheerful personality and didn't feel that Xiechimo was cold, which prevented the dinner table from falling into silence. "I plan to leave here after my leg injury is completely healed." The others were surprised to realize that she still had an injury, but she appeared no different from a normal person. The twins didn't mind. Wherever Lin Xun went, they would follow. After eating for a while, Xiechimo put down her chopsticks and cleared her throat. "Although I mentioned before that I would follow you, I would like to know the answers to a few questions." Lin Xun nodded slightly and asked, "First, where are we going after leaving here?" "To find the remaining team members." Xiechimo was taken aback. "You plan to keep your former teammates around?" Lin Xun shook her head and smiled lightly. "I won't force them. That's their choice. My task is to find them and offer them another way of living." The twins asked, "What kind of lifestyle?" "A life free from worries about food and clothing, but one that requires walking on the edge of a knife," she said, her gaze sincere. "I want to eliminate all the mutants in the world. And you are my comrades in this battle. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. As long as I'm alive, I will use my knife and my gun to kill every mutant I see. As for after my death," she shook her head silently, looking far ahead, "that won't be something I need to worry about." Xiechimo tightened the hand he had placed on his knee under the table, his expression remaining calm as before. He had heard Lin Xun say that she had lived through 10 years of natural disasters. During these 10 years, the number and types of mutants had not decreased, but rather increased, yet she claimed she would eliminate them all. But the expression she wore while discussing this made Xiechimo believe she would follow through on her words. The second question, "If we leave here, where will we live?" "I'm still a child and don't want to sleep outdoors." Lin Xun stood up and showcased her tent, stove, sleeping bag, and so on in this small room. Even though it wasn't fully set up, one could feel that the tent was even larger than Xiechimo's home. Although it couldn't compare to a real home, it was enough to relieve her fatigue. Lin Xun proudly said, then confessed that he owned a farm, so he didn't have to worry about food. The twins were stunned. And then they jumped off the table, sliding down and tightly hugging Lin Xun's thighs, one on the left and one on the right. Luo Ming was completely in awe of Lin Xun. Boss, from now on, we will follow you. Luo had previously harbored some minor dissatisfaction with Lin Xun, but now it was all forgotten. He was willing to work hard for him without hesitation. Siechimo, two spineless guys. Lin Xun suddenly remembered something and pulled out a beautifully crafted set from space, spreading it out on the dining table. The dazzling golden, cold blade light attracted attention. Lin Xun pretended to lament. I seem to have quite a few different styles of knife sets, but they are of no use to me here. Siechimo bit his tongue, pressing tightly against his molars. For a chef, the most important thing is his knife. He has a knife obsession. And Lin Xun hit the nail on the head. All right. At another person without backbone, damn. The traces extended upward. Suddenly, he felt a thud in his heart. A bad premonition washed over him. Wife. Child. He hurried upstairs, where two indistinct figures were lingering at his doorstep. Sun Jiangwo felt all the hair on his body stand on end, a wave of numbness spreading across his back, his hands and feet icy cold. The two zombies didn't notice him, scratching at the door with all their might. Screams and panic echoed from inside the house, and Sun Jiangwo quickly looked around, trying to find a suitable weapon. He grabbed the battery from his electric bike and raised it above his head, smashing it against the zombies' foreheads. Bang! Bang! He didn't stop until he had turned their heads into a mushy mess. Looking at the pool of bloody, mushy flesh on the ground, he couldn't hold it in any longer, leaned against the wall, and vomited, his tears and mucus smearing his face. Having not eaten much these past few days, all that came up was bile, nothing else. Sun Jiangwo roughly wiped his mouth with his sleeve and then knocked on the door. It's me. It's safe outside now. Open the door. The door finally cracked open, and his wife, Ji Xiang, hurriedly came over with the child, looking anxious. How is it? Did you get any food? Sun Jiangwo closed the door behind him, momentarily choked by the question, and could only weakly force out a pale smile, shrugging, pretending to be relaxed. No, they wouldn't give me any. Let's eat first. I made some dumpling soup with the leftover flour and added some chili to drive away the dampness. All right, should we go to Xie Chimo's house to grab some food? As night fell, Sun Jiangwo lay in bed, bringing his thoughts to the surface to contemplate. Ji Xiang touched the forehead of their eldest child in her arms, which felt a bit warm. With an anxious gaze, she tightened her hold on the child. She stared at her reflection in the glass, lost in thought, when an idea suddenly popped in her mind, and she quickly began to discuss it with her husband. We can only try, hope it works. Sun Jiangwo gritted his teeth and sighed. Ji Xiang, let's sleep first. We'll deal with this tomorrow. Chapter 51. The chewing sounds from upstairs. Lin Xun was half reclined on the sofa, his long legs resting on the armrest, in a state between sleep and wakefulness. His eyes suddenly opened. Luo Ming and Luo also sat up from the mat on the floor, their furry ears twitching cautiously. At the same time, Xie Chimo, who had been in Xie Ziki's room, closed the door and came to the living room. Everyone heard the sound from upstairs. Thud, thud, thud. Then came the sounds of animals gnawing on meat, writhing, swallowing, and gasping. This sound shouldn't have been heard. However, everyone in the house had good hearing, making it difficult not to hear it. Lin Xun sat up from the sofa and said in a deep voice, I'll go upstairs to take a look. Luo Ming also said, I'll go with you. No, you and Xie Chimo stay here. Lin Xun refused, but turned to Luo and said, you come with me upstairs. Luo Ming's ears drooped, looking a bit unhappy. The two moved softly like cats, stepping on the damp stairs to the 5th floor. However, they found that the strange chewing sound was not on this floor, but further up. The 6th floor, she had been there before. I'll go take a look, Lin. You wait here. The big cat's vertical pupils flashed twice, and the night vision capable Luo and spoke up. His keen nose had already caught an indescribable scent. Lin Xun nodded. Be careful. He didn't understand why Lin would want him to follow her. Clearly, his brother would prefer a bit more. Forget it. Let's not think about that for now, he said. Be mentally prepared. The Yangmei couple's home was still in a half-open state. Even before getting close, just standing at the door, Lin Xun could smell a foul stench mixed with the smell of blood. Luo pulled the door, and the two peered inside together. The orange-yellow light from the table lamp, like that of dusk, bathed everything in the room in a sunset hue. The floor, cluttered with bottles strewn about haphazardly, was still a mess, similar to before. The windows were sealed, the air stagnant and filled with a rotting smell. It was the stench of the mutated creature. Lin Xun couldn't help but frown, holding a knife in both hands, ready to use her abilities. As soon as she detected anything unusual, she would launch an attack. Luo thought about moving ahead, but Lin Xun stopped him. Not this time, you stay behind me. She moved closer to the innermost bedroom, where the stench was even stronger. The carpet underfoot seemed to have been soaked with water, making a sticky sound with every step. But Lin Xun knew it wasn't water, it was all blood. The sound of the monster chewing and swallowing became more pronounced, chilling and horrifying. Lin Xun slowed his breath and reached out to find a light switch on the wall. Click! His vision was restored to brightness. A large, blood-red, blurry figure suddenly appeared in the line of sight of the two. A blood-soaked mutant was feasting on the person on the ground, tearing off large chunks of fresh red flesh from the bone of the arm, with blood splattering everywhere. Lin Xun's strong, psychological acceptance of the situation only made her frown in disgust. But for Luo, it was a dual shock to his visual and olfactory senses, stimulating his brain system. A strong feeling of strangulation came from his abdomen, as if something was trying to come up from his throat. Without hesitation, Luo turned and left the room, running to the hallway to breathe in the outside air, suppressing the contents of his stomach. He gripped the windowsill with his fingers, turning pale, and took deep breaths for a long time before forcing himself to calm down. The innocent woman lying on the floor had her head intact, clearly preserved. But her body below was almost completely chewed away. Luo would rather face a few more mutated creatures than see a skeleton stripped down to nothing but bloody bones. Ding! A sharp, piercing sound caught Luo's attention. Lin was still inside. Lin? Luo gently called out to Lin Xun. He stopped in his tracks and saw Lin Xun conjuring a dangerous black flame with one hand, radiating intense heat. The monster had been decapitated at some point, and with a flicker of fire, it vanished without a trace. After holding it in for a while, he finally managed to say, "Lin, your hand is on fire?" Lin Xun corrected him. "It's called supernatural ability, and your beast transformation ability is 1-2. Luo's eyes brightened a bit. "Aren't we monsters?" Lin Xun left Yang Mei's house and said, "No, it's a special ability." Luo's lips moved, but in the end, he chose not to say anything to avoid making everyone unable to eat later. Lin Xun just mentioned that there are mutated beings, and she has already dealt with it. The group didn't continue on this topic. After taking turns to shower, there was a sudden click, and the lights in the room went out. Complaints echoed throughout the entire community. At this hour in the early morning, there were still so many people awake. The community group chat on Xie Chumo's phone was also discussing the power outage. Fortunately, the weather was neither too cold nor too hot, and aside from the refrigerator losing power, the fan and air conditioning were not needed at the moment. Although the TV was unwatchable, there were still phones and internet access, allowing them to understand somewhat what was happening outside. The rescue team was on their way, but the heavy rain had flooded many streets. Moreover, the monsters were rampant, and their movement speed had slowed down significantly. Lin Xun placed her phone on her body, half lying down with a long sigh, and continued to doze off with her eyes closed. Xie Chumo stood in the living room, pulling back the curtains to look outside. The night was dark as ink, and the sound of rain pattered against the window edges, breaking into beads. Nothing could be seen. "Let's take a look." The twins leaned in, their beast-like pupils capturing everything outside through the cold rain gaps. Luo Ming snorted, the corners of his mouth curling up. Indeed, the rain was too heavy, already flooding the first floor. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the community group asked if anyone was willing to shelter those living on the first floor. The water had already submerged half of the first floor, leaving no place to stand. "Everyone, please have mercy. Can anyone provide a place to stay?" Not only were there pleas for shelter, but also voices asking for supplies, food, and medicines surged in the group. In the initial days, neighbors were able to lend a helping hand to each other. But as time went on, everyone was struggling to take care of themselves. Outside, there was a hurried sound of someone going upstairs, stopping at their floor, and knocking on the neighboring door. A woman's voice said a couple of words, sounding somewhat disappointed. before knocking on Xiechimo's door. The three in the living room, who were still awake, turned to look at Lin Xun on the sofa, seemingly worried about waking her up. But her breathing was steady, as if she was truly asleep. Xiechimo didn't wake her, but walked straight to the door and opened it. Through the silver security door, he saw a drenched woman holding a child. Chapter 52. 1 minute to resolve your issues. Hello. Can you help us? Outside was Ji Xiang, holding her child. The woman was petite, her frame thin, with hollow cheeks and a few strands of hair sticking to her face, mixed with rainwater. Her gaze was pitiful and cautious, her lips pale, and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. She felt unsteady on her feet, almost falling, desperately seeking help while awkwardly holding her child. After explaining her situation, Xiechimo thought for a moment and opened the security door to let her in. However, Ji Xiang waved her hand, saying it wasn't necessary, as she was soaking wet and would dirty the floor. Xiechimo didn't insist and turned to get some things. Ji Xiang took the opportunity to search the room for food. Inside the warm and dry house, there were emergency lighting devices on the living room table and cabinet. Although the furniture was old, it was spotless, having been cleaned by the owner. Here, take this towel to dry off. Xiechimo handed a towel to Ji Xiang. Ji Xiang gratefully accepted it, wiping away the raindrops on her face. Debeo started to cry softly in her arms, and she hurriedly used the somewhat rough towel to wipe the child's little face. The child's cheeks were rosy, and his weak voice could barely make a sound, only able to whimper. The urgency on Ji Xiang's face was genuine. She wanted to take a risk, using her pitiful identity to elicit sympathy. A poor mother knocking on doors for medicine with her fever child. This was the best method she could think of. With good luck, someone might give her extra food. With bad luck, she would just be chased away. Yes, who would have thought this would suddenly happen? Why does God make us go through such hardships? Ji Xiang said, and she began to cry, feeling sad and wronged. Not only was the child in her arms crying, but she also started to weep. I've put cold medicine, fever patches, some canned meat, and milk in this bag. Xiechimo, despite his state, couldn't wear a worried expression, but he still carefully tied the wrapped plastic bag to Ji Xiang's hand to prevent it from slipping. You take this. I hope it can help you a bit. Thank you, you are so kind. Ji Xiang wiped her tears at the corners of her eyes, sniffed, and reached out to take the package. But in the next moment, she suddenly grabbed Xiechimo's wrist with all her strength and pulled him directly out through the security door. A fruit knife was pressed against the man's neck. You, don't move. I don't want to hurt you. This was Ji Xiang's first time doing something like this. She couldn't control her strength. Inadvertently, she cut Xiechimo's neck, causing it to bleed. She didn't notice, her expression tense, her hands trembling. I don't want to do this either. Don't blame me. This is all for survival. Sun Jingwo also came over, picking up the umbrella on the ground and holding it over his wife and child, while also taking Debeo from Ji Xiang's arms. He lifted the bag in his hand. It was quite heavy, and when he opened it, he found it was filled with a considerable amount of supplies. So many good things. These items once again proved that Xiechimo was definitely wealthy. In such a predicament, he could still offer such good things to unfamiliar strangers. He raised his malicious eyes, coldly staring at Xiechimo. Don't blame me. I'm also forced. I really can't live like this anymore. Anyway, your family has so much stuff. Giving us a little is no big deal. That voice, right? It was the same person who wanted to buy food during the day with a group of people. A light laugh came from inside the door. 3 pairs of eyes turned simultaneously towards the source of the sound, and they saw a well-proportioned, exquisitely beautiful woman lazily leaning against the door. She ignored the fruit knife, her tone carrying a hint of malicious sarcasm. Is this how you get taken hostage? Pathetic. Xiechimo raised his eyes. You've been awake all along. When he let the woman in, Lin Xun had already sat up from the sofa and led the twins into the kitchen. Lin Xun remained non-committal. You're being threatened with a knife right now. Can you handle it yourself? Or do you need my help? Give me a moment. Xiechimo lowered his eyes and replied, just 1 minute. Clearly a hostage, he appeared much calmer than the other two, seemingly unconcerned about the dining knife threatening his life at his neck. To be honest, the knife wasn't much of a threat. Sun Jingwo gritted his teeth. They were still here. Did these two think of them as air? Human desire is an endless abyss that can never be filled. Husband, let it go, let him go. Jixiang trembled as she spoke, having already taken quite a bit from him, even some medicine. Knowing when to stop was the wisest choice. The woman's dining knife gradually moved farther from Xie, who could easily break free from it. Don't panic, I'm watching him here. You go check if he has any food at home. She knocked the fruit knife from the woman's hand, following with a punch to the man's beer belly. Then, in a fluid motion, she subdued the man who tried to resist. Baby! Jixiang quickly hugged the child, her heart half lost to fear. You've already taken what you wanted, just get lost. Xie touched the blood on his neck. The dampness and pain made him frown. You despicable. Unable to fight back. He tried to pull a trick, but was seen through instead. Sun Jiangwo held his belly, unable to straighten up, hunching over as he fled in embarrassment. Xie locked the two defensive doors, and the golden light surrounding him flickered before finally disappearing. Ouch, it hurts. He couldn't help but grimace. The wound wasn't large, but since it was on his vulnerable neck and had bled a bit, it looked somewhat alarming. Is this the limit of your abilities? Lin Xun took out the medical kit at some point, patted the sofa, and let him sit down to bandage the wound. Xie lowered his eyebrows, honestly walked over and sat down, and couldn't help but sigh. Do you think I'm weak? Clearly, it was a highly rational state, yet he still had to open the door for others, inviting the wolf into the house. Weak? Lin Xun dipped a cotton swab in some iodine and gently wiped the wound. I never said you were weak. You clearly said I was useless. Lin Xun found it amusing. Being a novice doesn't equal being weak. Your mediocre skills might be laughable, but you neither back down nor lost face. How is that weak? She tossed the cotton swab into the trash can, closed the iodine bottle, and put it back in the medical box. Xie noticed her good mood and heard her say, strike while the iron is hot. Why not have a duel? Chapter 53. Your wound is infected. Xie had no chance of winning at all. Lin Xun directly took him down with one strike. The twins, enjoying the spectacle, were clapping on the side. No wonder he's Lin. When will we have the chance to spar with him? Luo Ming couldn't help but unleash his powers, and a tail emerged, swaying below his spine. Luo unhooked his brother's shoulder, a smile on his lips, saying, yes, we also want to fight Lin. Let's see who is stronger. However, Luo knew in his heart that the two of them would not be a match for Lin Xun, especially since he had seen Lin Xun's strange flame abilities. Lin Xun proudly lifted her chin, appearing relaxed in front of her teammates. No problem. How about this? Whenever Xie is ready to spar with you, I'll compete with you then. Thus, the Geminis successfully shifted their attention and started bothering Xie with their chatter. Lin Xun also had some free time to chat with Xie. Unable to make a decision, she let another version of herself think about it. That's why Xie used her ability. After 2 days, the rescue team finally arrived at the community building on the third morning, paddling in kayaks. Everyone had endured 3 days without electricity and was so hungry that their stomachs were pressed against their backs, suppressing their anger with nowhere to vent. They initially wanted to vent all their frustrations on the rescue team, but upon seeing them in a similarly exhausted and numb state, and realizing they had lost quite a few members, they silently swallowed their complaints. The flood had reached the second floor, and Lin Xun suddenly gasped as she looked through the window. On the kayak, she saw the last person she wanted to see, Nan Yanxi. He actually appeared here. Perhaps sensing an unusual gaze among the crowd, the man looked up and accurately locked onto the window where Lin Xun was. But there was only a slight movement of the curtain left there. Lin Xun is already preparing to run away. She almost forgot that Nan Yanxi said he would come to arrest her in 3 days. She has her own teammates. How could she possibly join his team? You guys go ahead with the rescue team first. I won't go with you. Xie was taken aback and asked, what's wrong? Why are you leaving all of a sudden? Lin Xun's voice paused. I forgot that I am now a wanted criminal, unlike you. There are people in the rescue team who know me. Once I handle my own matters, I will come to find you. The Gemini jumped down from the balcony and said in unison, we are with you. We don't care about your identity. Lin Xun shook her head and said, no, you stay here. Trust me, you won't have to wait too long. She had just left when, a few minutes later, the sound of footsteps came from downstairs, marching in unison directly to the 4th floor. Although Xie had mentally prepared himself, he was still surprised by the group of people with guns before him. Why you guys? Hello. The leading officer nodded at him and scanned the room, as if searching for something. Is this everyone in your family? Siet Chimo calmly explained that at this moment. He realized he wasn't as nervous as he had thought. Okay, let's go. Lin Xun was cornered in a small space on the 6th floor, unable to get out. The sound of breathing was amplified dozens of times in his ears, and he was enveloped in a huge shadow. When he looked up, he collided with a pair of calm, pitch-black eyes. Is this how much you don't want to see me? Lin Xun moved his lips and turned his head, saying, Sir, after all, I'm still a wanted criminal and don't want to bring trouble upon myself. Nan Yin replied with a soft and chuckled. There's no need to be scared off directly by me. Who knows, you might be quite dangerous. Lin Xun finished speaking and then heard him laugh again, feeling puzzled. He then heard him say, The last time we met, I saw that you had an injury on your thigh. Now, not only has it not healed, but has also become inflamed. What? Lin Xun's mind hadn't caught up yet when a cool, glass-like object was shoved into his palm. Leaving the rooftop, Lin Xun hesitated and nodded, looking at him. Are you going to let me go? You can leave. Since the other party said so, Lin Xun didn't hesitate any longer. Without any delay, he climbed up the iron ladder extending from the wall, pushed open the top cover, and crawled out. Before long, a few people in matching black uniforms came up from downstairs. Chief, we didn't find anyone here. Nan Yinzi's lips pressed down, his aura as cold as ice, making his subordinates dare not look directly at him. There are traces of mutants here. It's been cleaned up. Yes. Lin Xun sat silently on the rooftop until she could no longer hear the footsteps below, then relaxed from her breath-holding state. Rainwater soaked into her deep gray raincoat, and the cold sensation at her fingertips was gradually replaced by warmth in her palms. A small glass bottle contained a somewhat viscous green paste, which seemed to be an ointment, but it had no label. Lin Xun couldn't help but wonder if it was made by Nan Yin, specifically for her. But then again, how could that be possible? There was also a note. Go here, take the item, make amends. Item? Make amends? Could he be planning to exonerate her? A round silver object fell from the bottom of the bottle and stuck to Lin Xun's wrist with a snap, resembling a watch face. What is this? Lin Xun subconsciously tried to press it, but couldn't manage to do so. The dial rang twice and then spoke. Hello, I am the good and evil counter, and I am currently assessing you. Your kindness value is currently 0 points. Please work hard to do good deeds and surpass this number. Your evil value is currently 0 points. Please do not exceed this number and continue to maintain it. You are currently in the evaluation period. If your evil value exceeds your kindness by the end, you will be arrested. Lin Xun was utterly speechless. That scoundrel Nan Yinzi actually set a trap for her. If she had known earlier, she shouldn't have bothered with that worthless man and just let him fend for himself. Lin Xun gritted his teeth, suppressing the burning rage within him as he moved across the rooftop, trying to avoid exposing his body. The advantage of the old rooftops was that they were tight and compact, allowing for continuous running and jumping without obstruction. It wasn't until he reached the edge of the old town that Lin Xun stopped to catch his breath, intending to see where Siet Chomo and the others had moved to. However, he was startled by a chilling roar coming from the street corner below. The crowd immediately fell into chaos. Run. People led by the rescue team began to scatter in panic to escape, with no shelters nearby. Some had bites on their necks, while others had lost half their heads outright. The narrow road beneath him was filled with debris and chaos, like spilled ink staining an entire sheet of paper. Lin Xun held a dagger, stepping on an air conditioning unit and quickly jumping from a high place to a spot just a step away from the water surface. The rain blurred her vision as she concealed her face, her gaze sharp. The water level had risen again. She raised her hand, and flames erupted from her fingertips. The mutated creature that brushed past her had its head exploded by the fire. The rescue team was simultaneously shooting at the mutated creatures struggling in the water, trying to board the boat, while also keeping an eye on the direction ahead in the kayak, leaving them no time to be distracted. Now, with Lin Xun's involvement, the mysterious and powerful flames helped them resolve many dangers. Who is that person? I don't know. An unknown wild ability user. Thank you so much. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to handle so many mutated creatures at all. Chapter 54. Encountering Jinnah again. Help. The woman calling for help saw the raging fire in that person's hand and the coldness in their eyes, shock and helplessness flickering in her gaze. However, Lin Xun's attention only briefly lingered on her for a second before killing the mutated creature at her feet. She then forged ahead, clearing the path, and finally climbed over the stairs to leave the area. That is, Lin Xun. Don't speak. Saving a person, kindness value 1, current total 12 points. If it weren't for this thing in her hand being like a moral indicator, she wouldn't waste time on this matter at all. Arriving at the dry, open ground, she spread out the damp but still legible note in her hand. It marked a series of latitude and longitude coordinates. Lin Xun took out a stylish motorcycle from the space and swung his long legs over it. The motorcycle had no windshield, and the wheels directly crashed into the mutants, grinding over them, blood and flesh flying everywhere. It was just the right way to vent his anger. Deliberate venting, evil value 5, currently accumulated 5 points. Lin Xun was furious. Are you out of your mind? The navigation was getting closer to the destination, finally arriving at a forest on a hillside that Lin Xun had never been to before. The trees blocked out the sun, and visibility was dim. 20 meters ahead, there was a downhill path, and then she turned past a tall locust tree. Continuing forward for another 50 meters, she entered the third stone fork on the right, which led her straight down to her destination. At her feet, she could overlook the entire coastal city, and not far away, she could see that a metal fence had been breached. It wasn't due to a collapse, but rather by human action. A car had crashed through the fence, allowing the mutants to squeeze in. What a hassle! Pulling out the dagger stuck in the mutant's head and shaking off the blood droplets, she jogged down, finally able to see what had happened. A woman's name jumped into her mind, Jean Na. That black-skinned woman from Italy with one eye missing. No wonder Lin Xun found that car that crashed into the fence so familiar. Get away. Don't touch my brothers, you bunch of monsters. Jean Na cursed in her native language, while controlling metal to continuously pierce into the heads of the mutants. Her ability required metal to function, and the fence that had been breached was just that, metal. Die, all of you die. I want to avenge my brothers, you despicable monsters. Jean Na was blinded by rage, completely unaware of Lin Xun's approach, and even mistook her for a mutant, intending to stab her brain with metal as well. Lin Xun immediately raised the dagger above his head, interrupting the attack and producing a crisp sound. This made Jean Na regain a bit of her awareness. Lin Xun stood 2 or 3 meters away from Jean Na, kicked away the mutated creature crawling on the ground, and then turned his head. He looked for an opportunity to block the gap. Is it you? That little girl. Jean Na was astonished for a moment, and finally, there was a glimmer of light in her eyes. Oh my God, there is nothing better than encountering a familiar face in times of crisis. Lin Xun frowned and said, No more nonsense. You go block the gap, and I'll cover you. Finally seeing a living person lifted Jean Na's originally low spirits significantly, and she immediately started to work, using the scattered metal from all directions to block the huge gap created by her collision. No, they can't be pieced together. I can't secure them. Just hold still. I'll handle it. But those monsters were coming again. Lin Xun took a deep breath. At this moment, she could no longer hide her weapon. She took out a machine gun with a preloaded magazine from her space and steadily raised one hand. What is that? Jean Na's eyes lit up. Shut up. Lin Xun aimed her gun at the sea of mutated creatures. Her other hand gently rested on the intact, web-like metal fence controlled by Jean Na's powers. As she fired at the oncoming monsters, her other hand released a scorching heat ability. The flames quickly enveloped the entire metal net, causing it to start softening. She had to precisely control the temperature of the flames, ensuring not to melt the metal directly or harm Jean Na. Therefore, her muscles were tense, and she gasped, speaking in a low voice, Help, weld it together. Okay. Jean Na stared in shock, nearly losing control of her powers. She gazed at Lin Xun as if looking at a treasure. What was that? A brand new machine gun she had never seen before, and she actually had powers too. Lin Xun's temples throbbed violently, her head feeling like a hydrogen balloon about to burst, both painful and filled with pressure. A scorching liquid flowed from her nose, and she couldn't care less to wipe it away. Time seemed to slow down countless times at that moment, as if it had stretched into eternity. The endless gunfire and the wearisome silence filled her ears. Finally, mission accomplished. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally ended the chaotic scene. After rechecking the sturdiness of the metal fence and confirming that it wouldn't be easily broken by the mutants, they both took a moment to catch their breath. Lin Xun suddenly stumbled, but fortunately, Jin-Na steadied her. "Hey, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a little tired." Help a companion survive. Kindness value 3. Now accumulated 15 points. Jin-Na was very curious when she heard the voice. "What's that?" "It's nothing, just treat it as hearing a mosquito buzzing." Lin Xun wiped the blood from his nose and glanced at Jin-Na, who was also struggling to hold up her tired body. Jin-Na rubbed her sore lower back and looked around at the relatively safe environment, then leaned against a big tree to take a short rest. "I was delivering goods for my father. But last time you just left me behind without a care. I haven't even had the chance to settle the score with you yet." Lin Xun hadn't said anything yet, but Jin-Na spoke to herself. "But considering that you saved me today, I won't hold it against you." Lin Xun nodded. Her ability level was still not strong enough, and she could barely control the flames only by overexerting her body. She had to become stronger. "Where are your goods?" Lin Xun asked her. She guessed that what Nanyan Ci wanted her to take was the item in Jin-Na's hand. As a result, Jin-Na let out a long sigh, pointed in the direction she had come from, and looked dejected. "They've all been burned to ashes." Chapter 55. Golden liquid potion. Lin Xun frowned imperceptibly. "All gone?" "Yes," Jin-Na said, and then, as if remembering something, she took out a glass, cylindrical test tube from her pocket, with golden liquid slowly floating like quicksand. She checked her phone for the location and said, "It's strange. A man asked me to come here to hand over something. I was too flustered before and didn't pay attention, but now that I think about it, the coordinates he mentioned happen to be here. There's no doubt about it." Lin Xun thought, her task is to take this. She then unfolded the note for Jin-Na to see. Jin-Na was extremely shocked. The same coordinates indicated that they indeed had a connection. "It's actually you?" "Yes." Lin Xun took the test tube from her hand, thought for a moment, and decided it would be safer to put it in her space instead of carrying it with her. She asked, "Do you know what's inside?" Jin-Na shook her head and said, "I don't know. I'm just delivering it for him, and he gave our family a large sum of money." "Family?" "With the surname Yuan. Sometimes the world is so small that even the people we encounter have intricate connections." She didn't know who Jin-Na was delivering this batch of goods to, but her identity was becoming clear. "Feel free to ask whatever you want. You look like you have something to say." Lin Xun was not shy and asked directly, "Is your father Jack Yuan?" Jin-Na looked at her with even more eagerness. "Do you know my father? Are you also one of our customers?" In theory, in this life, Lin Xun had not yet interacted with old Jack, so the other party did not recognize her. Thinking of this, she replied, "No, I haven't met him. I've just heard a friend mention him. He's a very impressive businessman." "What do you want to see my father for?" Jin-Na felt puzzled about Lin Xun's identity and couldn't figure out who she really was. However, her personality was quite straightforward. As long as the person wasn't bad, she didn't mind becoming friends with them. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Lin Xun shook her hands to relax her muscles, her voice tinged with a cold tone. "Naturally, it's a deal regarding ammunition." Before the red rain arrived, she went to the container area at the dock specifically to find old Jack for a transaction. However, at that time, she abandoned the idea due to the awakening of the weaponry. But now she realized that there would come a day when the resources in her arsenal would be depleted. The bullets in there are not for infinite use, which is why she wanted to find a long-term partner to supply her with ammunition. Jin-Na did not doubt the truth of these words too much. If Lin Xun really wanted to harm her, she wouldn't have saved her just now. So there was no need for such unnecessary actions. Since the other party was seeking profit from her, she also needed Lin Xun's help. "That can work, but our food supply is insufficient. Do you have any channels to provide us with food?" Lin Xun understood. The Yu family had about 30 people responsible for running the entire clan, and feeding so many was a problem. She said to Jinna, "How about 20 cattle and sheep for a month?" Jinna was taken aback, momentarily unable to respond. She was not shocked that Lin Xun was using cattle and sheep for trade, but rather that she could produce so many at once. Without thinking, she blurted out, "Where did you get the cattle and sheep from?" Lin Xun glanced at her, quickly looking away, not intending to tell her directly. "I have my own channels. Do you agree?" Jin-Na pulled out a business card from somewhere and stuffed it into Lin Xun's hand. suddenly feeling that the situation she had chosen wasn't so bad after all. She mimicked Lin Xun's earlier gesture, shrugging her shoulders. But the previous fight had taken quite a toll on her muscles. Every movement sent pain throughout her body. Hiss! The two sat on the burnt but rain-soaked car hood, resting and chatting. Gina shook her head, one hand in her pocket, seemingly gripping something tightly, her smile radiant. You think I don't know you're trying to sell me a personal favor? She snorted coldly, then quickly burst into hearty laughter. The woman turned and walked away in the opposite direction, soon disappearing from Lin Xun's sight, her figure obscured by a thin veil of mist. Lin Xun's phone in his pocket vibrated. When he answered, he found it was a strange number. After hesitating for a while, he pressed the answer button. It's me. The voice, cold as ice and snow, sounded even more deep and hoarse through the electronic transmission. I'll send you the address later. Okay. After a moment, the other party neither continued speaking nor hung up. The two just listened to each other's breathing. Hang up. Lin Xun couldn't stand his rambling and ended the conversation first. Ding! A text message was received. After saying goodbye to Lin Xun, Gina walked a long way, her beautiful golden eyes filled with sadness and pain. She finally found a flat spot, squatted down, and dug a hole with her hands, then placed the item from her pocket into the pit. It was the nameplate of her brother who had died on the way while delivering goods with her not long ago. The Yuan family never betrays their trust. May your lives rest here, may glory crown you, and may you live on forever. The heavy rain continued to pour above her head and under the lead gray sky. Gina slowly walked away. The air currents over Tianjin City gathered into a circle. The meteorological department stated that they had never seen a storm form this quickly in this area, and its diameter was not small. Chief, my suggestion is to not go. The risk factor is too high. No one can survive in the eye of the storm. The temperature at the center is beyond human endurance. You will freeze to death. Nan Yinzi crossed his legs and rested his hands on the table, the strong light above casting a shadow over his perfect, sculpted face. A hand wearing a fitted black glove lightly picked up the pen on the table, unscrewed the cap, and then screwed it back on. Nan Yinzi ignored the researcher's suggestion and asked, "How long will the storm last?" "All right, then we will carry out rescue operations 2 days later in the areas affected by the storm." Chapter 56, Disturbing the Gu Family. Nan Yuanming stood heavily outside the newly built rescue camp tent. It was Monday, but the convoy that was supposed to deliver guns and ammunition had not arrived yet. While feeling suspicious, he also wondered if that old man Yuan had betrayed their agreement or if they had encountered an accident on the way. He hoped it was the latter, so he could seize all their powerful weaponry. Nan Yuanming cursed softly, then put on a hypocritical mask of a gentle smile and turned to enter the tent. His research experiment was ultimately halted by the higher-ups. The explanation he provided was that the underground fortress was attacked by mutants and an accident occurred, not an issue with their experiment. The prophetic son in the family had also gone missing, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. His heart was in turmoil. And then there was Chiu Rui's daughter. Nan Yuanming felt that everything seemed to be related to that girl. Thinking about all the matters he had to handle, he wished the world would just end. A soldier entered his tent and saluted him. "Lord Nan, we expect to evacuate this place tomorrow morning. Please comfort the injured." He spoke with righteous fervor, and this was also the answer the soldier wanted to hear. In fact, many had awakened their abilities after hearing his speeches and joined the ranks of the awakened. If everyone awakened their abilities and gained power, they would have a better chance of survival in this chaotic world. Those who could never possess abilities were merely the dregs at the end of this era, unable to keep up with future developments. Nan Yuanming held this belief and gave speeches and promotions, subtly influencing those people with his words. He knew he was not a god, but foolishly wished to become one and guide and dominate everything. Gu Ting stood on the roof of his villa, picking up binoculars under the eaves to check the surrounding environment day after day. The altitude of Binhai City was too low. Whether it was heavy rain, hurricanes, earthquakes, or tsunamis, any disaster that struck here would easily destroy it. Even though the Gu residents had the best geographical location, it could not withstand an earthquake. There were still dozens of luxury homes on this mountain, and no one knew if anyone lived inside. Because of the troublesome rainy days, no one visited anyone. However, Due to food shortages, someone noticed that the Gu residents had rich reserves, and thus, in the past 2 days, people have been coming to the Gu family every now and then. If Lin Xun were still here, she would have coldly watched those people. Even disasters could not make them shed their ingrained humility. I saw from my balcony that both of Madame Xie's sons have abilities, unlike our family, which is none. Madame Xie had also become clever, not directly inviting them in, but holding an umbrella and maintaining an elegant smile on her face. Although it's unfair to those who have died, isn't it a kind of luck that we can survive? The Gu family was kind-hearted, but not everyone wanted to socialize. So Madame Xie took charge of some unimportant diplomatic occasions. By the end of the day, Madame Xie was parched from talking. Many people had come to visit the Gu residence, but Madame Xie did not let them in. So other ladies whispered among themselves that the Gu family must be hiding something good. They were not easy to deal with either, going around in circles, trying to gather information, not letting any clue slip by. Some even took out long-preserved red wine, hoping to give it to the Gu family in hopes of forming an alliance. Of course, Madame Xie did not accept a single bottle. She knew that accepting this wine represented something, and she did not want to cause trouble for the Gu family anymore, just wishing to live a stable life. The 3 sons of the Gu family sat at the dining table, eating the garlic vermicelli shrimp on the table, with varying levels of enthusiasm. Today it was Gu Ting's turn to cook, and it was time to show off his culinary skills. He even killed a chicken to make chicken broth. Although they were at a certain distance, the nearby houses could already smell the aroma of the food wafting from not far away. People living here, like them, had private butlers, chefs, and a host of housekeepers, and they would prepare extra ingredients. But the larger the number of people, the greater the food consumption. And after more than half a month, there was actually not much food left in the houses of these gentlemen and ladies. There was no supermarket, and even the vegetable market they looked down upon was not nearby. After 3 days of cordial encounters, Madame Xie finally had a moment to rest and relax in the residence. Everyone watched the news. More than 70% of the cities were in distress, with heavy casualties. The most serious was Binhai City, which had almost completely fallen. A base 50 kilometers away from Binhai City was also attacked by mutants, with fewer than half of the population surviving. The country called for personnel to carry out search and rescue operations and advised the public to stay indoors as much as possible to avoid going out. They also began to recruit awakened individuals, providing them with food, clothing, and shelter. That afternoon, a helicopter that had been announced in advance to deliver supplies arrived at the mountaintop, the sound of the rotor blades and the broadcast arriving together. On the helicopter, a commander in military uniform held a loudspeaker and addressed the crowd on the ground. This is a week's worth of living supplies and canned food. Please distribute them fairly. Do not fight, do not grab. The helicopter dropped dozens of tightly packed supplies and then headed to the next location. 1/4 of the supplies were daily consumables, and the rest were canned goods. Various canned meats, fish, beef, as well as canned vegetables, potatoes, and carrots. The hearts of the people here finally relaxed. With food, they no longer troubled the Gu family. In a certain chat group, a dozen or so wealthy ladies were chatting idly. They had previously lived a carefree life, shopping and pampering themselves everywhere. Now, they could only stay at home with their doors tightly shut, unable to find new ways to entertain themselves. In desperation, they invited the ladies from each household to create a group, chatting and sharing their family matters in the group. For example, when someone's child is being disobedient again, or when they have had a fight with their husband, or when the food doesn't suit their taste, but they can't complain. This group of wealthy ladies loves to chat about various people's gossip and romantic histories. Chapter 57. Lin Xiaoyu's revenge. The topics that women love to discuss are usually just a few. Who has the best husband? Whose child is the most obedient? And who is living the happiest life? In the circle of wealthy ladies like them, most of their lives are tied to the benefits brought by family marriages, and their relationship with their husbands isn't exactly a passionate love affair, but they do enjoy each other's company. Speaking of this, we must mention Mrs. Xie from the Gu family, who is truly enviable. She has a good husband and 3 capable and handsome sons. Yes, if it weren't for my eldest daughter still being abroad and my youngest daughter just starting 1st grade, I would want to introduce my daughter to their family. However, it seems their eldest son is also at the right age to get married. It's a pity he doesn't have a girl by his side. He.'s busy with the company all day, so of course, he doesn't have the time or energy to do anything else. For the men, getting married a little later doesn't matter. After all, career is the most important. Mrs. Xie was half lying on her bed, enjoying herself while scrolling through her phone. At first, she was happily consuming various gossip, but she didn't expect that in the end, she became the subject of everyone's discussion. Some even tagged her, asking her to share what had happened at home recently. Mrs. Xie felt a bit distressed. The events that had occurred in her family over the past month were quite exciting. Moreover, they have so many abundant resources and impressive children and husbands. Just one piece of information would be enough for this group of wealthy ladies to gossip about for an entire day. Thinking of this, Mrs. Xie suddenly missed Lin Xun and wanted to know what she was doing, so she casually dialed her daughter's video call. "Hello, Mom. I can't do video right now. Can we just do a voice call?" Lin Xun's voice sounded no different from usual. "That's fine." Mrs. Xie didn't ask for the reason, and like an ordinary parent, she asked her how she had been lately, if she was eating well and sleeping well. Lin Xun answered simply, brushing away his own whereabouts, only saying that he had encountered fellow companions. "How are father, brothers, and Aunt Joe?" "They're all well. This afternoon, a helicopter will come to deliver supplies to us." Lin Xun smiled gently and said, "That's good. If you need any help, just let me know," to avoid the chatter of the neighbors. The mother and daughter chatted for about 10 minutes, and Mrs. Xie reluctantly into the conversation. How wonderful her daughter is. Mrs. Xie's heart was filled with softness. Lin Xun put down her phone. Her muscles began to tense and tremble again, and sweat dripped down her smooth chin. 20 minutes ago, she found an empty restaurant, went up to a private room on the second floor, closed the door, and blocked it with a stool. On the round table lay her 2 silver pistols and a black dagger. She removed the bandage wrapped around her thigh. The gauze had stuck tightly to the wound. And after some time, with pale lips, she revealed the inflamed, pus-filled wound on her leg. She opened the cap of a green glass bottle and dipped a clean cotton swab into it. Lin Xun first smelled it at the tip of his nose. It wasn't an unpleasant smell. Then he carefully applied it to the wound, and the cool sensation quickly spread from his thigh to other areas. The pain and burning sensation from the wound soon diminished significantly. What kind of miraculous medicine is this? After doing all this, he tidied up the trash, exhaled the stale air from his body, and looked up at the small window. It was completely dark outside again. Yawning, a sense of fatigue washed over him. After finishing a box of self-heating rice with fish-flavored shredded pork, Lin Xun set up a warm and comfortable tent and went to sleep. In a villa somewhere, 2 bodies intertwined under dim, enchanting lights, changing into various positions. After a while, Lin Xiaoyu wrapped herself in a blanket and got out of bed, her face expressionless as she walked into the bathroom to clean the traces off her body. Her complexion was pale, and her beautiful eyes were like blades dipped in poison, as if they could cut someone into 1,000 pieces. At 3 in the morning, Sun Yuehua made some white fungus soup and placed it in front of Lin Xiaoyu. She thought she would die that crazy night. After being pulled away by Sun Yuehua, chaos erupted shortly after. The scene was filled with splattered blood and weeping crowds. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around her waist, and amidst her startled cry, she was pulled into a car. A man's frivolous voice rang in her ear. "Be careful. Such a beautiful face would look terrible if it got hurt." The man was ugly but had a strong, muscular build. Lin Xiaoyu didn't know what expression she had at that moment. She didn't have time to think much and hurriedly said, "My mother is still down there. Please, save her too." The man smiled broadly. Realizing it was his mother-in-law, of course he would save her. Saying this, he grabbed Sun Yuehua and pulled her into the car, quickly driving away. "Thank you." Her gaze fell on a man's scarred face, looking almost like a devil, forcing a smile. The man laughed heartily, seemingly in a good mood. "Ha ha ha. This is the first time I've seen a woman smile at me. You're really becoming more to my taste. What's your name?" Lin Xiaoyu steadied her mind and put on a frightened expression. "Lin Xiaoyu, the Rain of Rain." The man murmured her name and then said, "My name is Fong Hao. You can call me Brother Fong. Where are you and your sister going? I can take you there. If not, why not just stick with me for a while? It's nice to have company on the road. This is a good opportunity. There's food and a place to stay. And you don't have to worry about monsters coming after you outside." However, Lin Xiaoyu didn't want to live with such an ugly man. Just as she was about to politely refuse, Sun Yuehua pinched her waist, and she quickly changed her response. No, we don't have a place to stay for now. If you could take us in, that would be great. Great. And so, Lin Xiaoyu and Sun Yuehua were taken in by Feng Hao. During their conversation, Feng Hao expressed his affection for her and told her that he had special abilities that could protect the mother and daughter. Lin Xiaoyu saw the flicker of flame in Feng Hao's hand, capable of killing zombies, and her eyes lit up with joy. She remembered that Lin Xun's brother also had abilities. How boastful. Now she had a superpowered ally backing her up. If anyone dared to bully her again, especially Lin Xun, she would have Feng Hao burn that nasty woman to death. Chapter 58. Beautiful women always have thorns. By the way, Brother Feng. Lin Xiaoyu told Feng Hao about the suffering she endured in the Lin family, and unexpectedly, he was even angrier than she had imagined. How outrageous. Your family raised your sister for 20 years, yet she repaid kindness with enmity and even killed your father. This is simply too much. Lin Xiaoyu continuously echoed, yeah. She even said she would kill me the next time we meet, sob. I've always regarded her as my sister at home, but she doesn't seem to care about the past at all. She's so cruel. She leaned closer to Feng Hao, who froze for a moment and instinctively pulled the girl into his embrace. His face was one that almost no woman would willingly approach. But Lin Xiaoyu's actions made him feel that she liked him, so he felt he had to perform well in front of her. Don't be afraid. If you encounter your wicked sister in the future, you don't have to avoid her. I'll stand up for you. Lin Xiaoyu smiled, resting her head on him, her fingers tracing circles on his chest as she softly said, Really? Thank you, Brother Feng. You're so nice. That evening, Feng Hao drove the car to his apartment building, and Lin Xiaoyu realized that he was actually a wealthy person living in a pretty nice place. The rooms were spacious and plentiful. Lin Xiaoyu appropriately showcased her White Lotus skills, completely captivating Feng Hao, who willingly presented her with a house key, and then went downstairs to get food for the two of them. After the man left, Lin Xiaoyu's expression darkened. Mom, why didn't you let me refuse him just now? Sun Yuehua quickly replied, Silly daughter, being with him is a blessing. We need a support right now, and I can see he has an interest in you. Just agree for our sake. But he's really ugly. I don't like him at all. Sun Yuehua shook her head repeatedly and said earnestly, Silly girl. It's already good to find a man who truly cares for you. Don't be so picky. Listen to your mom. Let's first secure him, and later, if there's a chance, you can switch to another man, right? Lin Xiaoyu nodded slightly, feeling a bit wronged, as if agreeing. So the three of them temporarily settled down here. Sun Yuehua knew that she was no longer young and could only rely on her daughter. Clearly a young lady from a wealthy family. She was now treated like a housekeeper. She picked up her phone, opened a photo of Lin Xun to show Feng Hao, and said softly, This is my vicious sister. If you encounter her later, make sure not to go easy on her. Feng Hao took the phone, squinted his eyes to take a look, and instinctively swallowed. It was an extraordinarily beautiful and delicate face. The clever gaze made him involuntarily think of the cold moonlight at night. It seemed soft yet cruel, making one hesitant to approach, yet it had a strong allure. Lin Xiaoyu observed Feng Hao's every expression and knew that he was momentarily captivated by Lin Xun. She was aware that her looks could not compare to her sister's, but a woman as sharp as Lin Xun would not be liked by men. They should prefer sweet, obedient girls like herself, who were gentle like little white rabbits. I knew all along that men are all big pigs, and their words cannot be trusted. Lin Xiaoyu whispered softly in his ear, with a hint of playful pouting. Are you mesmerized by my sister? Feng Hao also realized it, and quickly replied, No, Xiaoyu darling. I'm just a bit confused. You and your sister look completely different. Lin Xiaoyu pushed his chest. What's so strange about that? Didn't I tell you? She's an orphan we picked up, so it's natural that she doesn't look like me. Feng Hao immediately comforted her. No wonder I really hate ungrateful people. Don't worry. I will definitely find a chance to teach her a good lesson. This opportunity was quickly realized. Lin Xun left the restaurant and looked around for tall buildings where he could land a helicopter, based on the content of the text message. The ground here was significantly higher than in the old town, so the roads were not completely submerged. The buildings were almost deserted, and although there were some mutated creatures, their numbers were not many. After killing 4 or 5 of them, Lin Xun moved her thigh and found that the wound didn't hurt as much anymore. In just one night, the inflammation of the wound had successfully subsided, and she couldn't help but marvel at how miraculous the medicine he gave her was. Lin Xiaoyu still loved her white dress, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. She held an umbrella, not caring that the rain splashed at her feet, soaking her shoes, socks, and the hem of her dress. Her black eyes fixed fiercely on Lin Xun, her whole body trembling with anger. Lin Xun, stop. Why do you have to leave? Her voice, filled with rage, was particularly piercing in the torrential rain. Clearly the perpetrator, yet pretending to be the victim. Her demeanor made Lin Xun feel sick. He stepped hard on the ground, sending droplets of water flying. The cold, gleaming black dagger locked onto Lin Xiaoyu's vulnerable throat with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! A faint red flash passed in front of her. Lin Xun quickly created distance. His gaze fierce like a lone wolf. A man with scars all over his face stood beside Lin Xiaoyu, his biceps powerful like a fighter, as if one punch could threaten a life. Lin Xiaoyu cheered, "Brother Fong." She looked at the man with a pitiful expression. Fong Hao lived up to expectations and approached Lin Xiaoyu, pulling her close to him to assert his claim. Lin Xiaoyu pointed at Lin Xun and pouted, saying, "She is my wicked sister. Can you deal with her?" Fong Hao's gaze turned to Lin Xun, and he couldn't help but be stunned. The girl looked even more beautiful and stunning than in the photos. Fong Hao considered himself experienced in women, yet none could compare to the dazzling Lin Xun before him. Her eyes, devoid of any emotional color, resembled a pair of cold glass beads, set in a flawless, exquisite face. She wore no makeup, yet remained beautifully natural, with three-dimensional features and a sharp jawline that made one's heart itch. Such a perfect sculpture made Fong Hao feel an impulse to destroy it. However, since she was now with Lin Xiaoyu as his woman, he had to do his utmost to support her. Lin Xun is very beautiful, but beauty is too dangerous, making Fong Hao feel that one careless move could cost him his life. He is as ugly as a rat that cannot see the light underground, while the woman is like the unreachable silver moon in the heavenly palace. If only he could tear that beautiful face off. He thought to himself, "Brother Fong, what are you doing standing here? Hurry up and help me teach her a lesson." Suddenly, a fire ignited in Fong Hao's hand. A brilliant red like a rose in the heavy rain, beautiful like an oil painting in a palace. Lin Xun raised his eyebrows slightly, not expecting that there was an ability user beside Lin Xiaoyu. Chapter 59. A shot blows up Lin Xiaoyu's head. Lin Xiaoyu stood behind Fong Hao, gripping his clothes, glaring fiercely at Lin Xun, and deliberately said proudly, "How about it? My good sister, you wouldn't be scared, would you? This is just the beginning. Don't let it scare you into soft legs." Lin Xun spoke softly, his tone revealing no hint of emotion. "I didn't expect you to have a supernatural being by your side. I truly underestimated you." Lin Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and said, "Don't slander me. It's actually you. As long as you obediently kneel and apologize to me, I might consider letting you off the hook." Lin Xun didn't even spare a glance at Fong Hao. Compared to his abilities, Fong Hao's were simply not worth mentioning. Kneeling down to apologize? The villain is crying out first. What you did to me is now being turned back on you. He must have been deceived by your sweet words too, right? If he knew your true face, do you think he would still be willing to help you? Fong Hao spoke mercilessly. "Shut up. I know exactly what kind of person Xiaoyu is." Lin Xun sneered in his heart. The man had been tamed well by Lin Xiaoyu. Over the past few days, Fong Hao could feel that Lin Xiaoyu was particularly nice to him, speaking softly and treating him gently. Lin Xun felt that the muscle man wasn't very smart. Forget it. Let's wish them well. There will always be someone willing to be deceived, so she couldn't force them otherwise. "I have no grudge against you. Just get lost." Lin Xun lazily raised his eyes to glance at Fong Hao, only to have a curved flame suddenly appear in front of him. However, Lin Xun seemed to have not seen the flame at all. He simply waved his hand lightly, and it vanished before him. Could it be that woman also has supernatural powers? She has supernatural powers. Lin Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. She wasn't even sure herself, or rather, she had no idea. No, she shouldn't have, right? Amidst her confusion, she suddenly heard a bang. A bullet pierced Lin Xiaoyu's forehead, her head exploding like fireworks as she fell straight backward. "Xiaoyu, The man let out a heart-wrenching scream. Lin Xiaoyu, struck in the brain, had her eyes stained with blood as she trembled and widened her eyes one last time before dying in Fang Hao's arms. Everything happened too quickly, catching everyone off guard. Lin Xun had previously given the mother and son a way out, but now Lin Xiaoyu was shamelessly coming to trouble her. She decided to simply eliminate this nuisance to avoid further headaches. In the blink of an eye, the woman had vanished into the rain, leaving no trace. Fang Hao held Lin Xiaoyu, weeping bitterly, his eyes bloodshot. "I will kill you. I want to kill you." Under the curtain of rain, the electronic watch on his wrist emitted a sound. Revenge killing, evil value 5, currently accumulated 8 points. Lin Xun frowned and clicked her tongue, but she couldn't get the metallic object off her wrist, no matter how hard she tried. Bang, bang, bang. She fired several shots in a row, but the silver dial didn't even have a scratch on it. She disdainfully curled her lips and looked provocatively. "You better pray that the next time I see your master, I won't blow his head off." Following the text message prompt, Lin Xun found a platform where she could land a helicopter and sent the coordinates. Then it was just a matter of waiting. Lin Xun stood on the platform, arms crossed. Surrounding him were towering office buildings, their nearly transparent glass windows washed clean by the heavy rain. No lights were on in the offices, and there were no figures or sounds of people. In the vastness of the world, it seemed that only Lin Xun remained here. His small shadow contrasted sharply with the massive buildings, insignificant like a grain of sand in the ocean. A white dot appeared from afar, quickly coming into Lin Xun's line of sight. Besides the white noise of the rain, the rumble of a helicopter's rotor was the only sound he could hear. A white-shelled helicopter hovered in the downpour, and a man opened the cabin door, calling out to Lin Xun, "It should be you, right? Come up." The man was Li Sanbai, the person in charge of picking him up for the next location, and he was the captain of a military action team. Besides the helicopter pilot, there was also a fully armed woman holding a gun. After Li Sanbai introduced himself, Lin Xun boarded the helicopter, fastened his seatbelt, and put on noise-canceling headphones. The clear and capable voice of the woman sitting opposite him came through the headphones. "I'm Su Lele. Just call me Sister Su." Lin Xun nodded to her. "Lin Xun." Li Sanbai asked her, "Did you get the stuff?" "It's with me," she said. "What's the situation now?" Li Sanbai slightly raised his head. It seemed that the officer really hadn't told her anything. He had to explain it himself. Li Sanbai organized his words. "I don't know much either. But the task now is to go to a certain hospital in Tiansun City to get the remaining potions. Combined with the 2 you have obtained, they can be used to resist the virus." Lin Xun frowned. Virus? After the heavy rain, the environment deteriorated, and many places couldn't clear the garbage and corpses in time, leading to the emergence of viruses. Sulele said so. Recently, a strange virus has appeared in various cities. At first, it resembles a common cold, but as the condition worsens, it causes continuous high fever in the human body, ultimately leading to death. In the underground freezer of the medical institutions in Tiansun City, there are precious medicines from all over the world. Lin Xun closed his eyes, ing this information in his mind, and opened his eyes again, regaining clarity in an instant. "I understood what my task was, to assist us at all costs." Li Sanbai paused his voice for a moment, waiting for the potion to be successfully taken out. That person said that the previous matters would be wiped clean. He better be able to follow through on his words. Lin Xun suddenly smiled, looked at her wrist, half cold and half mocking. In short, she was stunningly beautiful, making people's hearts race. Li Sanbai and Su Lele unconsciously shifted their gazes, seemingly enchanted. With nothing else to say, Lin Xun began to close her eyes and rest, preparing to face the upcoming actions in a better state. On the helipad, a man and a woman stood there, dressed in the same clothes as Li Sanbai, his teammates. Safe takeoff and landing. The short-haired woman greeted them warmly, raising an overly enthusiastic smile. "Hello, I'm a member of Team Li. My name is Chi Fong." The helicopter remained stationary, on standby. The group left the rooftop and entered the building, the strong smell of disinfectant lingering in the air, causing Lin Xun to frown. "You all go ahead." The remaining man, who had not spoken, nodded his chin towards Lin Xun. He also wore a mask and gestured with his eyes for her to follow Chi Fong. Lin Xun shifted his gaze, stepping down the stairs while walking through the puddles left by the rain, realizing that this was the main hospital. Chief Fong said to Li Sanbai, "Captain, Uncle Amo and I have checked down 3 floors from here and haven't found any mutants or humans. They should have all evacuated in time." "Okay." Li Sanbai pushed open the fire door and walked in front with Su Lele. The two found an empty VIP ward, pushed the door open, and the man named Amo remained at the back. After Lin Xun and Chief Fong entered, he closed the door and stood by it with his gun, keeping watch outside. Li Sanbai's expression was serious as he lowered his voice and said, "Time is tight. I'll say a few words briefly, then we'll start the operation." "Understood." Chapter 60. Zhou Fong is sick. Zhou Fong looked unwell as she walked out of the kitchen, holding the last plate of sweet and sour ribs, feeling dizzy. Gu Qingzhu quickly stepped forward to support her. "Aunt Zhou, what's wrong? Are you sick?" He helped Zhou Fong to the sofa, allowing her to lean back and rest, then went to the kitchen to pour her a glass of warm water. Zhou Fong shook her head and sighed. "I don't know. I just feel restless lately and have no appetite." Perhaps the urgency in the second young master's tone made Zhou Fong nervous as well. "I haven't done anything unusual. It's just the same as usual, following the plans set by the eldest young master to complete daily tasks." "Handlingar boss." Gu Qingzhu immediately caught the key point and asked, "Where do we usually put the garbage?" Zhou Fong suddenly realized and widened her eyes. Usually, garbage trucks take the trash away, but due to the current situation, I remember the garbage there is piled up like a mountain. The man frowned and quickly gathered the family together. In no time, everyone in the Gu family sat in the living room as if facing a great enemy. Zhou Fong clenched the corner of her apron, appearing somewhat anxious. Gu Qingxing squatted down to comfort her. "Don't worry, Aunt Zhou. This isn't your fault. We just didn't consider this factor." "What happened? What exactly is going on?" Zhou Fong hurriedly asked. Gu Qingzhu said, "It's a serious topic. The garbage dump in the back mountain hasn't been cleared by dedicated personnel, so the garbage is probably piled up in heaps now. Aunt Zhou might be infected with a virus, which is why she has some fever symptoms." Madame Xie quickly came over to check on Zhou Fong's condition. Zhou Fong's face turned red, and she kept backing away. "No, madam, don't come into contact with me. I'm a patient now. It won't be good if I infect you." "What are you talking about? We're all family now. Let me see how high your fever is." Madame Xie firmly placed her hand on Zhou Fong's forehead, then slightly furrowed her brows. "Indeed, you have a fever. I'll take her upstairs to rest and get some medicine." After Zhou Fong and Madame Xie went upstairs, Gu Ting, who had been silent but serious, suddenly spoke up. "Everyone, stop what you're doing for a moment and disinfect the entire house, inside and out. Yes, after the heavy rain, flooding has occurred everywhere, and there are corpses all around, which can easily lead to another type of natural disaster, a plague. This highly lethal disease, if not protected against and treated, can lead to a wave of deaths. Moreover, because it is contagious, we don't know when it will be discovered, so it's quite troublesome." No one disagreed. They put on masks and began to divide up the disinfection tasks by area. Zhou Fong took the medicine and quickly fell asleep. After some thought, the Gu family decided to send a text message to Lin Xun to inform her of the situation. When Lin Xun received the text, she happened to be sitting on the hospital bed, listening patiently. Her expression was inscrutable. Everyone was fully focused on listening. Li Sanbai said, "Sister Su and I both have abilities, so we will split into 2 teams. Lin Xun, what is your ability?" Since Nen Yinsi had already informed Li Sanbai about her abilities, she didn't need to hide it. "Fire," she said, revealing her ability. A ball of black-red flame covered her palm, the heat and immense energy causing a shiver. "Wow, someone really has fire abilities. So cool." Chi Fong was almost envious. Those with abilities can sense the strengths of each other, so the 2 people present, aside from Lin Xun, saw surprise in each other's eyes. "Li Sanbai Liga Likuga. My ability is light. Although it's not an attack type, its brightness is enough to blind the eyes of those mutants." Su Lele also introduced her ability. "I can enhance my body, commonly known as a meat shield." Li Sanbai continued, "Chi Fong and Amo do not have abilities, so we will split into 2 teams. One team will go to the underground warehouse to find experimental samples, and the other team will guard at the exit to prevent a large-scale mutant attack." He pointed at Lin Xun, his gaze locking onto her. "You, me, and Chi Fong will go to find the experimental samples, while the other 2 will guard the exit. There was no unnecessary talk. The entire process was straightforward and efficient. Li Sanbai took out a black device from his pocket. Radio. Everyone wear one. We start the operation in 3 minutes. Any questions? Captain Li was completely different when doing serious work compared to his usual demeanor. The 5 prepared, and Amo walked to the door of the ward, opened a crack to check the surroundings, and after confirming there was no issue, let the teammates follow him out. The hospital has 12 floors. The 16th floor has various departments and operating rooms, while the 7th to 12th floors are patient wards. Amo continued to hold the rear, with Su Lele leading the way, Lin Xun and Chi Fong in the middle, and Li Sanbai at the front. The journey went smoothly. Apart from encountering a few infected patients and doctors along the way, they arrived at the ground floor without any obstacles. Li Sanbai activated the tactical watch on his wrist, and a light projection appeared on the wall at the staircase. He spoke in a very low voice. This is the floor plan below the first floor of the hospital. We need to go to the -2nd floor first, then walk to the end of the corridor, and use the key provided by the higher-ups to open the door to access the drug sample database. Li Sanbai's expression was very serious as he pointed to the long corridor of the hospital, which was about 1 kilometer long. The biggest problem was that they did not know how many mutants were lurking below the first floor, so everyone had to remain vigilant. The power supply in Tiansan City had not been interrupted, but large enterprises like shopping malls and hospitals were naturally powered down to ensure normal power supply in other areas. So the downstairs would be pitch black. No wonder they sent Li Sanbai to carry out the mission. His ability was just right for illumination. The 5 maintained the same formation, and Li Sanbai released his ability, condensing it into 2 light balls placed at the front and back of the team. He glanced at Lin Xun again, who kept her gaze straight ahead, reminding herself to focus. Captain Li, you don't need to keep an eye on me. It's best not to be distracted while executing the mission. Lin Xun's voice was very soft, but with her earphone on. Her voice was clearly transmitted through the radio to the other 5 team members' ears. Chapter 61. She's not a soldier under Li Sanbai. Li Sanbai chuckled a couple of times and said, this is a public channel. Lin Xun's voice was steady. I know, so please focus on your task, and don't worry about me. Li Sanbai wanted to say something else, but suddenly Su Lele in front broke the awkward atmosphere. There's a situation. Su Lele's gaze was fixed straight ahead, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, engulfed in silence. The 5 stood still, carefully observing. Everyone was on guard, with only the faint sound of breathing coming through the radio channel. Be careful, there's also a situation behind us. Amo's words were like adding fuel to the fire. The problem was that no one could tell what was wrong. Li Sanbai concentrated his mental energy, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Something is approaching us. Lin Xun and Chi Fong, who had not spoken all along, almost spoke in unison. Chi Fong looked unexpectedly at the woman beside her, surprised that someone could have a perception as sharp as hers as a soldier. Just as the words fell, hurried footsteps carrying a strong smell of blood approached rapidly. Su Lele activated her abilities, her hands as solid as rock, and directly smashed her fist towards the incoming monster. At the same time, Amo also fired a shot into the dark depths behind them. Lin Xun also noticed the rustling sound behind her, as 4 or 5 mutated creatures quickly rushed over. In an instant, she raised her hand to aim at the center of her forehead and pulled the trigger. The bullet sliced through the air, following a predetermined trajectory, and shot into the mutated creature's head. However, she saw with her own eyes that the bullet was dodged. With such a quick movement, Lin Xun instantly realized that this was a second mutation of the creature, just like the encounter with the Jing in Gu Ting's company back then. Everyone take note. These are all second mutation creatures, more ferocious than ordinary ones. The crowd's expressions tightened, their muscles trembling painfully. Amo and Chi Fong both felt a bit of difficulty. They could only keep their distance from the mutated creatures, and while the bullets hit their leg ligaments, they could not kill them. The passage was narrow, and the surrounding light relied entirely on Li Sanbai's glowing orb. The second mutation creature jumped to the ceiling and pounced down, already rushing towards Lin Xun's face. Chi Fong shouted, "Lin Xun." Lin Xun remained very calm, unable to directly switch her handgun for a dagger. The disgusting smell and intense sense of pressure made her adrenaline surge. She then pressed the gun against the forehead of the mutant and set it ablaze. Hiss! The flames shot up into the sky, instantly illuminating half of the corridor. My God, what is that thing? Li Sanbai and Su Lele, in front of the team, couldn't help but widen their eyes. The firelight generated by Lin Xun behind them illuminated the grotesque creature in front of them. It was a pitch-black skinned monster with 8 legs and a gaping maw. Lin Xun glanced at it and frowned slightly. She had seen similar monsters before, right in Nanyuan Ming's laboratory. They were mutated beasts with destructive power even stronger than that of mutated entities. Lin Xun's cool voice calmed Li Sanbai and the others down. She was slightly out of breath. The situation was not good. There were 3 second-stage mutated beings that had not been killed, and even more dangerous mutated beasts were appearing. While she continued to use her abilities to set fire and kill the mutated beings, she spoke into her earpiece. We must take care of that big guy in order to proceed. Lin Xun kicked the mutated creature that was pouncing at her away, directly switching the dagger in her hand for an axe from her space. She swung it fiercely at the creature's neck and head. Blood splattered everywhere, and the skull shattered. Disgusting bodily fluids splattered all over the place. Lin Xun, however, didn't care at all. If she still hid her strength in a place like this, everyone would be finished. What a terrible smell. Damn mutated creature. Qi Fong hadn't reacted yet, and her whole body was straining to fight against the enemy in front of her. A shadow flashed past her, and the next moment came the scream of the mutated creature. Qi Fong, still in shock, propped herself up from the ground and looked up. Standing in front of her was actually Lin Xun, holding a bloody axe. Where did she find such a large axe? And her strength is incredible. With one swing, she decapitated the mutated creature. Qi Fong was extremely shocked, knowing that even the guns they had were ineffective against this monster. Lin Xun reached out to her. Are you okay? I'm fine. After helping Qi Fong, Lin Xun turned around to assist Amo, not taking a moment's pause. Is this even human? Qi Fong couldn't help but marvel at the woman's proficiency, as if such acts of killing mutated beings were something she had done millions of times. Amo, the man who had been silent throughout the journey, didn't need her help at all, and even issued commands to her. I don't need you. Since Amo didn't need assistance, she decided not to help. Lin Xun walked directly towards Li Sanbai, who was struggling against the mutated beast. Even though Su Lele had enhanced physical abilities, she couldn't withstand the creature's claws. Her arms and chest had already been scratched and were bleeding. Fortunately, there were no signs of infection or mutation. Amo successfully dealt with the last-second mutation, and Li Sanbai then shouted, "Everyone close your eyes." Lin Xun covered his eyes, feeling a bright white light enveloping him, and then everything around him fell silent. A light sphere brighter than an incandescent lamp forced the mutated beast into a corner, rendering it immobile and giving them a moment to catch their breath. Having never seen such a creature before, it was a miscalculation. They needed to go upstairs to formulate a plan. Li Sanbai issued the command decisively. And this was indeed the best solution for a captain in this situation. If Lin Xun were just an ordinary teammate, he would have immediately obeyed the order to leave. But now that they had come this far, it felt a bit premature to give up. The other team members did not hesitate, choosing to regroup and prepare for evacuation. Lin Xun wanted to try out his idea. The mutant beast, with 6 eyes, was dazzled by Li Sanbai's ability and couldn't open its eyes, weakly hiding to the side and hissing threateningly. Li Sanbai quickly stopped him and asked, "What are you doing? Hurry up and leave. I have a plan." After hearing Lin Xun's plan, Li Sanbai stopped her again. "No, this is too dangerous. I can't let you die for nothing." Lin Xun ignored him. After all, she was not a soldier under Li Sanbai's command and was not afraid of disobeying orders. "You all go first. If my method doesn't work, I will retreat immediately." Li Sanbai furrowed his brows tightly. Lin Xun's method sounded useful, but it wouldn't be easy to implement. "Sister Su, take them and go ahead. I will stay here." Sister Su was taken aback. "Captain, this is an order." The captain's orders were not to be disobeyed. Su Lele seemed to glare at Lin Xun before turning to leave. Li Sanbai sighed, disapprovingly pursed his lips, and began to control the brightness of the light ball, gradually dimming it. "Just so you know, if there is any danger, I will run away by myself and won't care about you." Chapter 62. the mutant beast blown to smithereens, although Li Sanbai said this. His gaze was firmly locked on Lin Xun. Lin Xun felt that if there were any accidents, he would definitely rush in without hesitation to take on this responsibility for him. A man with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Li Sanbai still did not know that Lin Xun had seen through him. Li Sanbai stared intently at the mutated beast. Get ready, it's coming. Lin Xun took a deep breath and pulled a rocket launcher directly out of thin air, resting it on her shoulder. Li Sanbai was taken aback when he saw such a large weapon in her hands, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Why, where did you get that? No. How do you even have something like this? Captain Li, please step back for now and be careful for your safety. Why, you're not going to blow up the hospital, are you? Despite saying that, it seemed there was no other way. The white light sphere was gradually dimming, and the mutated beast, which had been forcibly suppressed on the ground and unable to move, was slowly regaining its momentum, letting out an angry roar. The foul liquid oozing from its mouth and body was pooling on the ground. Its powerful roar even made the entire floor tremble. Lin Xun calmed herself down, her eyes cold to the point of almost losing all warmth. There was only one chance. She had to shoot the rocket ammunition into the creature's mouth the moment it opened, blowing it to pieces. Of course, that was the ideal outcome. Lin Xun, it's coming. Li Sanbai shouted from behind her. Lin Xun raised the rocket launcher to his shoulder, closed one eye, and aimed at its mouth through the sight. 3, 2, 1. The rocket flew into the mouth of the mutated beast like a flash, leaving a trail of smoke. However, it got stuck in the throat and didn't enter the body. With just that explosion, the power wasn't enough. He needed the shell to go in a little further. Lin Xun made a quick decision, rushing over and kicking the tail of the shell, pushing it further in, then quickly pulling Li Sanbai to retreat. Boom! Qifeng paused on the stairs, wondering if there was an earthquake. The captain and the others were still downstairs. What to do? Su Lele bit her lip and continued to walk upstairs, believing in the captain's judgment that the order was to retreat first. Amo snorted coldly, his expression indifferent, and raised his hand to turn off the radio button, with the other two cutting off communication as well. When the captain said that Lin Xun had a woman who wanted to join their team, Amo strongly disagreed. Even if the other party had abilities, there were definitely just ordinary people who had recently awakened, lacking special training, and would surely hold them back. With this reluctant mindset, he met Lin Xun, but was surprised by her appearance and presence. The woman completely shattered his preconceived notions. Moreover, she demonstrated strong combat capabilities and proficiency on the first floor. However, Amo still refused to acknowledge her strength verbally and rejected Lin Xun's help. He didn't need someone who wasn't his teammate to save him. That would be a great humiliation. Qifeng elbowed Amo and said, I saw you refuse Lin Xun's help. What's wrong with that? You don't look down on women, do you? Amo replied solemnly, Of course not. I respect both of you very much. I just don't like that woman. He didn't mention why he didn't like Lin Xun. Qifeng rolled her eyes at him. Sometimes in life, don't be too confident. If you don't like someone, they might not like you either. Amo fell silent for a moment, his lips pressed together as the tremors from the floors gradually subsided, returning to silence. They were unaware that at this moment, Li Sanbai was astonished to the point that his eyes were about to fall out. Shooting, kicking the shell, and a mutated creature exploded into bits. The whole process took no more than 10 seconds, because Lin Xun had turned off the radio communication between the two earlier. The trio upstairs did not hear the conversation between Li Sanbai and Lin Xun, nor did they know about the rocket launcher she had produced. The troublesome mutated beast was directly eliminated. The walls of the hospital corridor were blown to pieces, revealing empty rooms inside. The floor was covered with chunks of monster flesh, some still stuck to the ceiling, continuously dripping blood, until they finally fell to the ground due to gravity. After running a good distance, the two felt the tremors stop, and with no new mutated creatures appearing, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Li Sanbai looked down to check the radio, and after a long while, he finally got in touch with his teammates. After hearing the radio's orders, Su Lele slowly lowered her hands, feeling a heavy weight lift off her heart. She raised her eyebrows and said, Did everyone hear that? They succeeded, and no one is allowed to mention what just happened. On the first floor of the hospital, Li Sanbai opened the map, memorized the route, and turned it off, only to see Lin Xun bending down to pick something up from the ground. It was a yellow, glowing, transparent stone. He heard her say, "I finally have the first one." Li Sanbai also became interested, taking 3 steps at once to approach, and asked, "What is this?" Lin Xun picked it up and explained to him, "The crystal nuclei inside the mutated species. These crystal nuclei contain enormous energy, and destroying their exterior generates energy equivalent to about 10 hand grenades. However, it also has another very significant function." Lin Xun raised his hand, aligning one end of the light yellow crystal nucleus with the palm of his hand. He activated his ability at the center of his palm and then inserted the crystal nucleus. As the crystal nucleus was absorbed, a powerful wave of energy erupted from Lin Xun, and the flames in his palm became even more dazzling than before. Crystal nuclei can be absorbed by ability users. Li Sanbai was once again significantly impacted as Lin Xun continuously refreshed his worldview. Can this thing be absorbed too? Chapter 63. Reckless Abandon Ability. Users can absorb the energy from crystal nuclei to enhance their abilities. For instance, Lin Xun was at level 1 before, but now she had risen to level 2. She found it easier to deal with mutated beings. However, collecting crystal nuclei is quite difficult and sometimes depends on luck and drop rates. One might find 4 or 5 in a day, but there could also be a month without finding a single one. Li Sanbai curiously asked her, "What level is this yellow crystal nucleus?" Later, people categorized the levels of crystal nuclei by their colors, rather than now. A pale yellowish-white color is low level, while bluish-green indicates mid-level. Purple-red and black colors that deepen in hue represent higher levels, with greater hidden energy. Lin Xun clapped the dust off her hands, moved her fingers and wrists, and said, "Since the road is clear, shall we continue? The intense fluctuations haven't attracted any other mutations, so it's highly likely there won't be any more." The 2 pieces of good news lifted Lin Xun's spirits, especially the crystal core. She wanted it so badly. As they progressed, they checked each room for any remaining supplies, but everything had been mostly cleared out, and they found nothing useful. Li Sanbai noticed a hint of disappointment on Lin Xun's face, but quickly returned to normal. Reaching the end of the corridor, they descended to the 2nd basement level. After entering the key, the door slowly opened. They would enter, close it, and when it was time to leave, they would input the same key again. The temperature inside was slightly cooler than outside, only 20 degrees. Li Sanbai's light sphere guided their way. The ground was littered with chaotic footprints, syringes, medicines, and various medical instruments. Scattered trays of waste paper, overturned iron bed frames, and countless collapsed cardboard boxes suggested that a hurried moving operation had taken place here before. Li Sanbai said, "If we go through Labs A and B ahead, we'll see Lab C at the next corner. The reagent we're looking for is in Lab C. Beep, beep, beep." Li Sanbai took off his gloves and entered the password for Lab C. Lin Xun was on high alert with his gun, giving off a strong vibe reminiscent of a cash transport vehicle. Li Sanbai casually said while typing, "It's my first time collaborating with someone outside the team. Feels pretty good. Have you practiced before?" Before he could finish, the door to Lab C opened, and a voice suddenly shouted from inside the room, "Monster! D!" Li Sanbai's expression changed, instinctively raising his gun into a defensive position. After seeing what was inside the room, he quickly stopped Lin Xun, who was also ready to attack. "Don't shoot, it's human." Meanwhile, several people inside Lab C were also taken aback, holding 2 test tubes for making small explosives, and quickly separated. The young man in front was wearing a white lab coat with various contaminants on his face and body, and a large pair of glasses perched at a slant on his ears, his hair disheveled. He was protecting 2 young women in white lab coats behind him, looking tense. Upon seeing the distinctive attire of Li Sanbai and his group, his taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and he collapsed to the ground. "Dr. Liu." The 2 young women quickly supported him, preventing him from falling, and helped him to a seat. Dr. Liu smiled weakly. "Are you rescue personnel? That's great. I've finally been waiting for you." Li Sanbai was taken aback for a moment, then became serious and walked over to negotiate with him. "We're not professional rescue personnel. We just received orders from above to come to Lab C to retrieve a special experimental reagent. The number is..." Dr. Liu was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded. Yes, I have it. I'll get it for you right now." In a short while, he was holding a completely black, airtight box that looked quite substantial. Sorry. Before you take it, I have to ask, who exactly are you? Li Sanbai glanced at Lin Xun, then silently walked to Dr. Lu sighed and whispered a couple of sentences in his ear. Since he was facing away and his voice was very low, Lin Xun couldn't hear what he said. Nor could he see his lips move. Li Sanbai didn't refuse and shook his hand. No problem. Your joining is very welcome. Zzz. A crackling sound came from the radio earpiece. Sister Sue? What happened? There was a stone hitting the ground. The ground temperature is too low. Zzz. Hey, Sister Sue. Chi Fong Fong. Can you hear me? Bang. The people in the room were startled, hearing a significant tremor from upstairs, as if something had crashed down. Is it a shell? Who would be bombing in a place like this at this time? Doctor. Lu quickly pulled everyone inside, shouting loudly, You all come in. The walls and ceiling of the lab are made of special materials. As long as it's not something like a nuclear weapon, a few shells can be withstood. Captain. Dust was swirling at the other end of the passage, mixed with Su Leilei's voice. Wait a minute. My team members are coming right over. Li Sanbai shouted to his teammates. Hurry up. Run faster. Behind. Behind. Li Sanbai quickly squinted his eyes. What? Lin Xun squinted his eyes and finally saw through the billowing smoke that a massive creature was chasing after them. Another mutated beast. What terrible luck. Captain, don't worry about us. Chi Fong shouted with all her might, vowing that if she could survive, she would definitely strengthen her physical training. She tripped over a broken stone at her feet, and then felt a sharp pain in her arm as her body was thrown out. Lin Xun gasped, her figure disappearing in place as she brushed past the three, leaving behind a sentence. Don't worry about me. Take care of yourselves. Dr. Lu was pulling on the door in front, frantic and at his wit's end. Come in quickly. It's going to be too late if you don't close the door. The three, in a sorry state, stumbled into Lab C. Li Sanbai was shouting at the top of his lungs, desperately calling for Lin Xun to come in and not to worry about the monster. Bang! A massive rock fell from the sky, directly smashing into the entrance of the lab, cutting off his line of sight. The powerful impact knocked him to the ground, and the last thing he saw was Dr. Lu shutting the lab door. Li Sanbai's ears began to ring painfully. He couldn't hear what the people around him were saying. Everyone was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Su Leilei seemed to be asking if he was hurt, and Chi Fong told him that Lin Xun hadn't been able to get in, while Amo was dragging him half out to retreat. The world was so quiet that he could only hear his own heartbeat and breathing. What just happened? Why did a rock fall from the sky? Where is Lin Xun? Didn't she come in? Chapter 64 Heavy Rain turns to snow. Self-sacrifice to save others. Kindness value 5. Current total 20 points. Bang. Bang. Two enormous sounds struck the top of Lab C, creating a dent. Everyone was terrified, crouching on the ground with their heads covered. They didn't feel the pain in their legs or the soreness in their hands until everything around them returned to calm. Li Sanbai was completely flustered, unable to see clearly. His vision blurred. He didn't know how he regained his hearing. There were many voices around him, loud and chaotic. But all he could think about was Lin Xun's last silhouette. It's over, it's over. If something happens to her, that officer will definitely kill me. ZZ. Hey, Team Leader Lee, are you all right? I'm fine. Don't worry. The radio returned to a bit of normalcy, and Li Sanbai seized the lifeline, quickly asking, Where are you? I'm coming to find you. No need. Lin Xun supported her waist and straightened up slightly, realizing she wasn't injured. The mutated beast just now had come down from the ground, tried to escape the cold weather, but was directly killed by a meteorite. The breath she exhaled was still steaming, and the surrounding temperature felt as if they had entered an icy world. Natural disaster? Meteorite? Cold weather? Li Sanbai's mind couldn't grasp it for a moment. Wasn't it raining outside? Su Leilei panted heavily, smoothing her chest, and quickly explained. The weather outside had changed. It wasn't just raining, but it had also started hailing and a storm had kicked up. The surroundings of the city were beginning to freeze, and the helicopter told us that we could only temporarily evacuate. To avoid freezing to death outside, we entered the hospital building, not expecting that along with the cold weather, there were also meteorites. Chi Fong's throat and eyes were equally dry, with a burning pain that felt like being filled with chilly water. She had never seen such a disaster-level scene with fiery meteorites and buildings turned into cold ice. She felt lucky to be alive. Frost began to form around the walls, extending into the room. Everyone quickly gathered towards the center. Dr. Liu adjusted the air conditioning temperature on the wall, and the frost on the ground gradually ceased moving. Phew! Thankfully, the temperature controller didn't malfunction. Everyone should calm down first, and then we can assess the situation. Lin Xun found a relatively flat spot near the collapsed area to start a fire and set up a tent. Fortunately, it seemed to be lower than the second basement level. Aside from being a bit cold, it was quite safe. Just a moment ago, at the brink of death, a strange black mist suddenly appeared around her. In front of her, it shattered the nearby mutant into pieces. That creature looked somewhat familiar to Lin Xun. Once she settled down, she recalled the black mud monster she encountered at the quarry. They were of the same origin. But why did that thing help her? Could black mud monsters appear here as well? Lin Xun fell in a deep thought. Insulation boards, thermal blankets, camping tents, camping lights, small tables, as well as gas stoves, radishes, corn, and chicken. These are cooking materials. Let's set them aside for now. Lin Xun then took out iodine and cotton swabs to treat the abrasions on her body, and then put on a down jacket to keep warm. How could extreme cold weather suddenly appear? Wasn't it pouring rain outside? All around her were ruins, with exposed steel bars and concrete. She judged that she must have landed directly on the negative third floor, frowning slightly, realizing that there was actually another layer below. When she looked at the map back then, there was no information marked for the negative third floor. Lin Xun brought her hands close to the fire, staring at the flames in a trance, lost in thought. After a while, she began to prepare the ingredients for the soup. Meanwhile, Nan Ci added a series of seasonings to the pot to eliminate the fishy smell, including chopped green onions, garlic, ginger, goji berries, cotinopsis, shiitake mushrooms, and astragalus. She also chopped up some bright red chili peppers and added them to the chicken broth, as eating spicy food can ward off the cold. Nan Ci placed the processed chicken into the pot, covered it with a lid, and set it on the gas stove to simmer on low heat. While waiting for the soup to cook, the surrounding environment grew colder, prompting her to start setting up the tent. As she looked around, she suddenly spotted something that caught her attention. Lin Xun's eyes lit up, immediately feeling more alert. She took out a flashlight from her space and shone a beam of light into the area beneath the ruins. Then she sat down on a camping chair and casually picked up something from the ground, examining it carefully under the camping lamp. It was a medical disinfectant cotton swab. Medical disinfectant gauze, sterile gloves, and sterile surgical bags. All very common medical supplies. Lin Xun picked up a pack of cotton swabs, squeezed it in his hand, and checked the packaging. The production date was no more than a month old. Oh, is this an unexpected find? Lin Xun suddenly felt happy, not expecting to find such an unexpected gain. She just didn't know if Li Sanbai was aware that there was a negative third floor in the hospital here. A medical warehouse. If she hadn't accidentally fallen down, she would have missed such a great place. Although she didn't lack medical supplies for the time being, she could pack everything here and use it as trading goods for exchange. This is what they call the coexistence of blessings and misfortunes. Li Sanbai's somewhat mocking voice came through the poor signal headset. The temperature around has suddenly dropped a lot. Are you okay? He had always been concerned about Lin Xun's safety. Lin Xun looked at the warm and comfortable tent room, with the steaming chicken soup bubbling away, and didn't feel cold at all. Instead, she felt quite cozy. I'm fine, how about you? She decided to temporarily conceal the situation on the third basement level. He sighed heavily, wondering what was happening on the surface, why it had suddenly turned cold, and why there were meteorites falling. It must be a storm. It was likely that a low-temperature storm had suddenly formed on the surface, and it was currently in a transitional state. When the eye of the storm arrived, the temperature would drop even lower, so you better think of ways to fend it off in advance, or you might freeze to death. As for her, she would naturally stay comfortably in the tent, sipping on warm, hearty soup, playing games while waiting for this sudden disaster to pass. Logically speaking, as long as there was enough oxygen here, staying for 10 days or half a month wouldn't be impossible. No, she shouldn't think that way. Lin Xun did not forget the message sent by his elder brother, saying that Aunt Zhou suddenly caught a severe cold. At most 3 days, she had to go out. Chapter 65. Living in a tent in the ice and snow, playing games. Lin Xun found a forest adventure game and put into the game console, waiting for it to load. Li Sanbai's teeth were chattering, and he seemed to feel cold. He said, "Take care of yourself. Don't get frozen into an ice sculpture." Lin Xun noticed it but didn't say anything. She powered on the fully charged game console, lay back in the lazy chair, and crossed her legs, feeling relaxed. "Let's keep it this way for now, contacting every 2 hours to maintain the radio's power-saving mode." "No problem." She ended the communication, turned off the radio, took it off her body, placed it on the table, and then started playing the game. In the C laboratory on the -2nd floor, Li Sanbai tugged at the collar of his shirt, feeling a bit hot. Dr. Liu moved a chair over for everyone to sit and rest, slowly explaining. "The thermometer here is solar-powered, and the stored energy can last for about a week. The temperature can reach a maximum of 50 degrees and a minimum of -20 degrees, so we don't need to worry about being affected by the outside weather." Chi Fong rolled up her sleeves, placed her gun aside, and said, "Captain, I didn't expect you to act so well. Lin Xun must be freezing right now." "Yes." Su Lele added, "If she knew our living conditions were this good, it would be too cruel for her." Li Sanbai felt guilty and took a long time to say, "It's just, I don't think we need to lie." However, Amo thought this approach was good. At least it could prevent Lin Xun from harboring resentment towards them once she went outside. He said, "Captain, you don't need to blame yourself. Since it was my suggestion, regardless of whether she notices it in the end, I'll take responsibility alone." Li Sanbai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He wasn't actually anxious. Rather, he felt that, given Lin Xun's extraordinary abilities, even if she encountered such harsh weather, she probably wouldn't just sit and wait. Maybe she was happily finding a shelter and recuperating. Lin Xun played games for almost 3 hours, waiting for the delicious and tender chicken soup to be ready. After finishing the meal and tidying up the utensils, she rested for another half hour, during which she kept in touch with Li Sanbai. She took out more insulation foam and wooden boards from her space to make the tent area warmer. However, these could only provide basic protection. To avoid freezing to death in temperatures below -60 or 70 degrees, it still depended on the gear inside. The most crucial element was Lin Xun's fire ability. Her fire was different from natural fire, although people still didn't understand the principle behind the emergence of abilities. Her fire would not easily extinguish and could be freely controlled and sized by her. Lin Xun found a stove for burning firewood from the camping gear and set it up in the center of the tent. Just above, there was a round opening at the top of the tent to vent the smoke produced by the burning wood. She also gathered a lot of dry firewood and placed it nearby, then put some logs in the middle of the stove. Lin Xun can ignite wood directly with her abilities without the aid of flammable materials. Her flames are dark red, evoking an involuntary sense of dread. However, it's a pity that they are almost useless for illumination. Before long, the temperature inside the tent rose, making it necessary to take off the down jacket. After another 10 minutes, even wearing long sleeves and long pants felt hot. Lin Xun unzipped the tent and lifted several layers of windbreaks outside. A gust of cold air hit her face, stinging painfully. The oxygen was temporarily sufficient, and there were no signs of the firewood being extinguished. At least there was ventilation in the ruins, but it also allowed more cold air to seep in. The surroundings were quiet, turning into a state of solitude for her. In her spare time, Lin Xun made herself a cup of hot cocoa and placed it on the small table in front of her. Outside the tent, the world was a frozen wasteland, filled with cold and white frost. The storm came quite abruptly, like sudden snowfall on a sunny June day, catching people off guard. Yet, its scope was very small, creating a localized area only in the northern part of coastal city. Moving from north to south, the eye of the storm, less than 20 kilometers wide, just passed over this hospital in Tianjin City. All living beings on the ground, whether mutated creatures or humans seeking supplies to escape the disaster, were mercilessly claimed by the storm. In the military camp where Nan Yuanming was stationed, after the blizzard and the falling meteors, he, as a deity, comforted the panicked believers. The new fortress was half above ground and half underground, built rapidly with the help of robotic arms from a tech company. It was truly an honor for the Archbishop to reach a collaboration with our tech company. Nan Yuanming smiled kindly and said, "Not at all. It's all thanks to President Feng's wealth and broad-mindedness for agreeing to build a shelter with me, planning a safe zone for humanity. The two exchanged commercial flattery. Nan Yuanming casually asked, I heard that an elite team under President Fong was sent to Tiansan City for a mission. I wonder what it's for? President Fong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled humbly, downplaying it as just a small task to scout some minor matters. The Archbishop should know that our tech company is not only developing technology, but also working on pharmaceutical supervision. Nan Yuanming smiled like a cunning old fox, maintaining his composure. I see. If you need suitable, superpowered individuals, I think I can recommend a few to assist you with the experiment. President Fong's eyes lit up. What he needed most now was capable assistance. The smile on his face remained, but a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Then I'll trouble the Archbishop. By the way, I participate in your prayers every time. After all, I am one of the members of the White Hat Society. Speaking of which, my disappointing son has also awakened his powers. However, he doesn't care about the company at all and is wandering outside, claiming to save others. Nan Yuanming raised an eyebrow and chuckled. The desire to save the world is understandable. Everyone has their own heroic dream. President Fong waved his hand, shaking his head with a sigh. I wish he could learn from you and also become a member of the White Hat Society. His son has been rebellious since childhood, and now he is nearly 30. He doesn't look for a wife or inherit the company, spending all day loafing around. When he was young, he even made himself look unattractive, and now it's even harder for him to find a girl. Nan Yuanming nodded. The doors of the White Hat Society will always be open for those who wish to join. I welcome him anytime. You are too kind, Archbishop. I won't disturb you any longer. The two old foxes exchanged words, ultimately reaching a semi-alliance. Chapter 66. The combination of two potions in the Gu residence. Gu Ting was keeping an eye on Lin Xun's phone, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He had seen the news this afternoon about the sudden blizzard in Tiansan City and the localized meteor falls, which had caused him great worry. However, now that he could confirm they were safe, Gu Ting felt a bit more at ease. He then heard Lin Xun asking about Aunt Zhou Fong's illness, and when it came to this, her voice carried a hint of concern. Aunt Zhou's condition was not good. She woke up at night to eat something, but fell back asleep again, and she still had a high fever. In the silence, the phone on the table suddenly received a text message from Li Sanbai. Lin Xun, who was half asleep and resting, heard the phone notification and suddenly opened her eyes. Sitting up from her soft sleeping bag, she was wearing a thin t-shirt, looking as if she had just stepped out for a vacation. A thick layer of frost had formed on the outside of the tent, but the fire in the stove was still burning, continuously providing warmth. After Lin Xun checked, there was still ample oxygen inside, so the situation was still good. After a moment, Li Sanbai sent another message. Qi Fong suddenly has a fever, and we have no medication here. We can only use the surrounding items to help her cool down physically. The temperature outside is currently showing minus 40 degrees. We expect to wait for the temperature to rise a bit before taking her away. Can you meet up with us? So sudden? Lin Xun frowned. The way up wasn't hard to find. However, she wanted to wait until after the storm to search the hospital a bit more. But since the other party said so, if she didn't follow the team, it would inevitably raise suspicions. All right, I'll find a way up now. Qi Fong didn't know why she suddenly had a fever. She just felt fatigued all over, leaned against the cabinet behind her, and took a nap. When she woke up, her muscles were sore, she couldn't exert any strength, and her body was inexplicably hot. Her soft murmurs woke up Su Lele beside her. Su Lele turned her head with concern, checked Qi Fong's condition, and concluded that she had a fever. She then took off her jacket and draped it over her, searching the room for anything to keep her warm. Ugh, so uncomfortable. Qi Fong's state of vanity suddenly alerted Li Sanbai. Could it be such a coincidence? Doctor. Lu frowned as well and quickly instructed everyone to put on the protective suits from the lab and wear masks. Qi Fong widened her eyes, feeling that everyone was overreacting. She just had a simple cold. Perhaps it would come and go quickly. No need for such fuss. Dr. Lu walked in to check her condition and suddenly realized, pointing at the black box he had been protecting behind him, no wonder you came looking for the experimental sample reagent C370. It's because this virus that looks like a cold caught your attention, right? A cold-like virus? Qi Fong's smile faltered. What was happening to her? Wasn't it just an ordinary cold? Since you were healthy when you first arrived, but suddenly got sick in such a short time. I think it must be for another reason. Dr. Liu said, opening the black box and taking out a small tube of blue reagent wrapped in layers. This is the experimental product C370, the basic version of a universal medicine I developed. As long as it is combined with the virus in your body, I think we can quickly create a targeted medicine for the virus inside you. If someone outside experiences a similar cold-like illness, they will receive effective treatment. But now, we still lack another stabilizer. Li Sanbai said, the stabilizer is on that other person. Dr. Liu furrowed his brows again, then relaxed. I see. You have already found that golden reagent. Once we leave here and combine the two, I could develop a treatment formula for the virus. Now, let's first take a look at what kind of virus it is, he said, instructing his assistant to prepare 2 tubes of Qi Feng's blood for research. Qi Feng, feeling dizzy, extended her hand to cooperate, not forgetting to tell Li Sanbai, Captain, stay away from me. I can't infect you. It's enough for me to be sick alone. You all must stay healthy. This statement made Li Sanbai give her a light smack on the forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? No one said this virus is definitely contagious. We have only taken the necessary protective measures. Besides, we won't abandon you. Su Lele also brought a cup of water to Qi Feng, letting her sip to soothe her throat and rest well. Suddenly, the air conditioning turbine in the lab stopped running, startling everyone. Dr. Liu immediately got up from his position to check the control switch on the wall for malfunctions. The outdoor thermometer showed -50. 60 degrees. It was likely that the extreme cold outside caused the air conditioning to fail. No one expected the weather outside to suddenly turn into a snowstorm, so the clothes they wore when going out had no cold resistance. He wrapped himself in several layers of blankets from the lab, preparing to go out to find the cause, but his arm was stopped by Dr. Liu. Doctor, Liu angrily said, are you crazy? You're just dressed like this. You'll freeze to death outside. This is the safest place right now. Captain, I agree with Dr. Liu. Maybe the air conditioning will work again in a while. Li Sanbai regained his composure and quickly contacted Lin Xun via radio, but since it wasn't the designated time, the radio on her end was off. He had to call her cell phone, but it went unanswered. Checking his phone, he found there was no signal. Li Sanbai suppressed his growing irritation and searched the room for a spot with signal, finally finding one in a corner where his phone's signal regained 1 bar. He sent a message to Lin Xun, which led to their earlier conversation. Taking advantage of the alcohol lamp still being lit, Dr. Liu instructed his apprentice to take out all the experimental reports from the cabinet, preparing to burn them one by one for warmth. However, he faced strong opposition from his 2 apprentices. Doctor, these are hard work. How can we just burn them? Dr. Liu shook his head, saying, the experimental data can be redone, rewritten, and collected later, but if we freeze to death here, what good will those reports be, even if we keep them? But these are their results from day and night labor. Don't worry, I won't burn everything, only the most basic and ordinary ones. As for the precious data, I won't burn those. He tapped his head, they're all stored in my mind. Dr. Liu's expression grew serious. Even burning that much paper wouldn't last long. The temperature in the lab had become slightly cooler, and Fong Fong's condition wasn't good. AMO, who had been silent for a long time, was intently staring at the thermometer on the wall. Everyone silently prayed that the snowstorm would quickly pass over them. Lin Xun decided to move the plan forward and take all the useful supplies from the basement level 3. However, at this moment, he had to take out the thick clothing gear in advance, put it on, and prepare to walk in the hypothermic environment. He put on the snow suit, snow pants, and anti-slip snow boots. Everything was ready. Hat, goggles, gloves, and mask. Lin Xun exchanged her supernatural flames for ordinary flames. After a while, she could feel that the temperature inside the tent was much lower than before. However, for the current ready-to-go appearance, it was just right. She sat quietly in the tent for an hour, then pulled the rope in her hand to retrieve a thermometer from outside the tent. She wiped off the frost on the surface and checked the reading. The temperature had risen by 10 degrees, which meant it was almost time to set off. Lin Xun stored the stove, chairs, and tent into the space. Before long, a chill descended from the hollow above her head. She took a few breaths of the air in the ruins, and her entire body filled with a sense of cold. The searchlight above her head demonstrated its purpose at this moment, allowing Lin Xun to see everything around her clearly. She reached out to push aside a steel pipe blocking her way, lifted her head, and the searchlight illuminated the wall. The words medical supplies storage came into view. She frowned slightly, hearing a familiar sound, then drew out her dagger and entered the dark room without turning on the light. She closed her eyes to adapt to the darkness inside, then suddenly opened them wide. Gripping the dagger in her right hand, she leaped back sharply. Springing up, she landed lightly on the ground, her gaze scanning the surroundings sharply. "Hiss!" she gasped. Before her was a second, mutated creature gnawing on a body that had originally been soaked in formalin. "Damn it," she cursed softly. With her feet planted on the floor, she leaped towards the upper right, the force of her kick exceeding what an ordinary person could withstand. The moment she landed, her right hand grasped the top of the wall, and she sprang up like a monkey, then heavily landed on the mutated creature. Lin Xun's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, and the dagger in his hand was engulfed in fierce flames, piercing straight through the mutated creature's body. "Hiss!" The mutated creature cried out in pain, abruptly turning around as its black claws rained down like raindrops. Lin Xun calmly retracted her right leg, exerting force under her feet to perform a sideways flip, dodging the attack. Swish! A silver light flashed by, blinding the mutant's eyes. She snorted coldly, using the dagger in her hand along with the scorching power of her flames to burn the mutant to ashes. Feeling somewhat disappointed that no crystal core had exploded, Lin Xun tidied up her emotions and began to fill her material space with items from the warehouse. After hoarding everything, she finally left. Secretly took all medical supplies. Sin value 10, now accumulated 25 points. Lin Xun was already too lazy to care about the thing on his wrist. As soon as he stepped out the door, he heard a familiar voice. "It seems that you don't really like the gift I gave you." Lin Xun raised a faint smile and walked lightly to the corner. Leaning against the wall, she saw Nan Yen Ci, who seemed like a ghost that appeared and disappeared mysteriously, always present everywhere. She pursed her lips, toying with the dagger in her hand, but her expression showed a hint of playful, gritted teeth. The next second, Nan Yen Ci saw that the dagger in the woman's hand had turned into a gun, with the muzzle pointed at him. Lin Xun had a gloomy expression on her face as she looked at Nan Yen Ci, wondering how he had appeared in front of her again. Nan Yen Ci spoke, his tone unreadable, as if he was just saying it casually. "Killing me won't do you any good." "What if I don't agree?" Lin Xun raised an eyebrow, a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. She had thought from the very beginning that Nan Yen Ci was a dangerous person. "Whatever, follow me." Nan Yen Ci spoke, his tone flat, but carrying an undeniable authority. "Where are we going again?" She showed no fear. Yet the man across from her also displayed no sign of fear. "The ground, it's safer." A flash of helplessness crossed Nan Yen Ci's eyes. He lowered his gaze to hide the emotions beneath, slowly turning to walk away, unafraid of revealing any flaws. The man's back was solitary and mysterious. "Exudino inet kanglioha." Hurry up. With those two words, Nan Yen Ci's figure vanished into the depths of the black corridor. Lin Xun squinted slightly, staring in the direction where Nan Yen Ci had left, her gaze filled with suspicion, and ultimately chose to follow him. She couldn't figure out what he was planning to do. The two of them walked up the dilapidated, shaky stairs, one in front of the other. Ahead was a giant, deep pit, with rain mixed with snow falling outside, a chill spreading over them. In the cold and icy world, everything outside was covered in a blanket of pure white snow, resembling a silver ocean stretching to the horizon. Nan Yen Ci led Lin Xun carefully across the enormous pit on the second basement level, seeing the dark abyss extending beneath their feet, surrounded by a chilling atmosphere. His arm was injured. The air was too cold, and Lin Xun didn't immediately notice the smell of blood on Nan Yen Ci. Plus, the scent from the mutated creature earlier had confused her sense of smell. It was only after a moment that she realized the man carried a faint layer of blood aura. "You." Lin Xun had to hold back everything she wanted to say, and after a moment, she finally asked him, her voice involuntarily softening. "How did you know I was here? You didn't install a locator on me, did you?" Nan Yen Ci did not confirm or deny it, only offering a faint smile. Lin Xun knew she was right. Chapter 68, I Have Prophetic Abilities. Nan Yen Ci did not meet with Li Sanbai at Laboratory C, but instead took her directly to the surface. Lin Xun then saw that many search and rescue teams had gathered in the icy and snowy landscape, conducting rescue operations in this area. Soon after Lin Xun came out, Li Sanbai and his group followed. However, seeing the clothes Lin Xun was wearing, he did not ask much, assuming it was a gift from a superior. After nodding to Lin Xun, he helped the feverish Chi Fong into a nearby tent to rest. Nan Yinzi was speaking with his subordinates, and from the attitudes of these people towards him, it was clear that he was the backbone of this group. His exceptionally tall figure stood in the snow, his black, fine uniform coat fluttering in the biting snowy wind, like a towering flagpole. Lin Xun does not have the habit of eavesdropping. He silently stands aside, breathing in the cold air between his lips and teeth. Dr. Liu, with an excited expression, walks towards Lin Xun and says, "Are you carrying a vial of golden potion? Give it to me. I needed to research the virus formula." Lin Xun's gaze fell on him like a feather, patiently looking him up and down without making any actual movement. The meaning of rejection was very clear. This made Dr. Liu even more anxious. "What are you waiting for? The hope of all humanity rests on you and me now." "Dr. Liu, I have long admired your name." Nan Yinzi interjected from the side, standing next to Lin Xun, providing a strong sense of pressure. Only then did Dr. Liu slightly regain his composure and gradually calm down. "Who are you?" "My surname is Nan." Just those three simple words caused Dr. Liu's expression to change dramatically, and he couldn't help but panic. Oh, is his surname very special? But Lin Xun remembered that the Archbishop of the White Hat Society also had this surname. Could they be related? This made her glance at the man beside her again. Dr. Liu no longer acted aggressively. "So it's you. I apologize for my rudeness earlier, but the situation is special now. I wonder if you could let me take over the potion?" Nan Yinzi's gaze fell on Lin Xun, and Lin Xun also looked up at him. He was too tall. Looking up at his neck was so tiring. She pulled out a golden potion from her space and handed it to the man, then turned and walked away briskly. Nan Yinzi's gaze followed Lin Xun as she entered a certain tent, and only then did he hand the potion to Dr. Liu. "Chief, I had someone prepare the laboratory. Let's start the experiment as soon as possible." Lin Xun lifted the tent curtain, and Chi Fong had already fainted from a high fever, unconscious. Su Lele was by her side. Li Sanbai was communicating with the medical staff about something. Amo was still standing alone in a secluded manner as usual. After finishing his conversation with the doctor, Li Sanbai was pleasantly surprised to see Lin Xun and walked up to him. Lin Xun heard him mumbling something like, "That's great. It's fine. I almost thought I was done for." Lin Xun asked, "How is Chi Fong doing?" Li Sanbai shook his head and sighed. It has been confirmed that the symptoms are caused by a new type of virus. However, I heard them say that this disease only occurs in ordinary people, and those with awakened abilities will not be infected. It's as if they are deliberately eliminating ordinary people. Su Lele's words sent a shiver down people's spines. But why? Is an ordinary person's life not a life? Lin Xun slightly parted her lips. So now, is there a temporary way to relieve the high fever symptoms? For example, is the common cold powder effective? Li Sanbai sighed deeply. The effect is minimal, but it's better than nothing. Got it. Lin Xun did not show any signs of panic on her face as she lifted the curtain and walked out of the tent. Lin Xun, Li Sanbai's voice sounded from behind her. "Thank you so much this time." Lin Xun said coldly, "It's nothing. I just did what I was supposed to do." As the tent's curtain fell from her hand, the ward returned to silence. Amo couldn't help but roll her eyes, still unhappy with Lin Xun, thinking that her face looked like we owed her money. Su Lele stopped her teammates' impolite remarks, saying, "Don't say that. She saved our lives before. Without her, we would have been shattered to pieces." Amo continued to snort coldly. "Ahem, don't blame her." Chi Fong suddenly woke up, her voice still weak, staring at the tent's exit, white mist escaping from her mask. "Chi Fong, you're awake. How do you feel?" Chi Fong nodded, closed her eyes, and then said, "I accidentally saw her phone earlier. Some of her family members are infected with the virus, so don't be hard on her." Lin Xun encountered Nan Yinzi again outside the tent, or rather, it seemed that he was specifically waiting for her. She walked over, raised her wrist, and thought it was time to take this off, right? Nan Yinzi stared at the silver watch on her delicate white wrist and nodded, saying, "Follow me." He led Lin Xun into a tent, and the two disappeared into the cold rain. People around them began to talk instinctively. Who is that woman? Why is our leader being so polite to her? Who knows? That's not for us to question. The leader must have his reasons for acting this way. The tent did not block out the sounds from the outside world very well. Therefore, all of their conversation was heard by Lin Xun. As for whether Nan Yinzi heard it, she could not know. The man's handsome and stern face was as cold as the outside world. Come here. Lin Xun stood still in front of him. Nan Yinzi raised her wrist, gently touching her warm skin with his cold fingertips. All right. She thought he was taking advantage of her. Slowly rubbing her wrist, the cool sensation seemed to linger. Nan Yinzi suddenly changed the subject. Why save Su Lu? She was also a target he originally planned to rescue from the White Hat Society. Lin Xun pressed her dry lips together, calmly walked to a nearby chair, sat down, and stared at Nan Yinzi. Su Lu, that 6-year-old girl who was blind, had been drained by the White Hat Society to the last drop. For a moment, no one in the tent spoke, because I have prophetic abilities. Chapter 69, taking their relationship further. 1 second, 2 seconds. Lin Xun was waiting for him to continue. Due to his experience of rebirth, Lin Xun could fully accept that he would predict this matter, so he raised his eyebrows, indicating for Nan Yinzi to continue. Nan Yinzi sighed softly and began to narrate. 3 days before the red rain fell, I had a natural disaster dream on a small island 200 nautical miles away from Binhai City. Lin Xun captured the key message among them. You mentioned natural disasters? Nan Yin replied decisively. This red rain is a precursor to the outbreak of a natural disaster. It has been raining for a week, and it will not stop. Instead, it will get heavier and ultimately flood the entire city. Lin Xun thought that he might also be someone who was reborn. However, Nan Yinzi did not give her the feeling of a reborn person, so she dismissed that answer. She asked, So you came here to save humanity? I came to remind about the arrival of the red rain, but there was a slight mishap on the ship, causing me to arrive late. What does this have to do with the White Hat Society? Someone in my family believes in the White Hat Society, and they know I have prophetic abilities, wanting me to predict the future for them. His eyes instantly dimmed, the pitch-black pupils resembling a cold, emotionless robot programmed to be indifferent. But when he finished speaking and looked again at the girl beside him, a faint light returned to his eyes, like stars after the twilight fades in the night sky. It was as if he were gazing at a hard-won treasure. All of this was overlooked by Lin Xun, who was looking elsewhere, organizing information in her mind. In simpler terms, the White Hat Society considers Nan Yinzi, who can prophesy, to be an indispensable existence in the organization. This is why Nan Yinzi faces so many pursuits from the members of the White Hat Society, rather than a hunt to kill. Those people never intended to put him to death. They just need him to stay alive and require the power he possesses. So, did she indirectly save an extraordinary person? Lin Xun suddenly felt a bit troubled, as if he had become involved in some extraordinary event. Nan Yinzi lowered his voice, his tone as gentle as flowing water, melodious and captivating. I had predicted that I would die soon under the red rain, and at that moment, I was prepared, but I didn't expect to meet you. Meet her? What does this mean? Am I something special to you? However, Nan Yinzi simply parted his lips, ultimately saying nothing, letting out a faint sigh. The tent was so quiet that the only sound was the rain continuously falling on the canvas. He said, It cannot be said, it must not be said. Lin Xun felt a strong sense of déjà vu. Had he also encountered a situation in a cave similar to his own? Had he seen himself at some point in time, in some event? Lin Xun, I can only tell you that you are influencing many things. So why not join my team? I can. Ensure your safety to some extent. He revealed a smile, his sharply defined face carrying a gentleness and softness that were completely at odds with his own nature. It was as if a corner of an ice block had shattered, revealing a tangible softness within. Compared to Lin Xun's formulaic fake smile, those eyes contained a discernible hint of amusement. No, this was a sincere and genuine persuasion. Lin Xun understood this sentence. So, danger will happen to me? She smiled and felt relieved. I live this kind of life every day. I'm used to it. Aren't you afraid of death? Am I afraid? Lin Xun questioned herself, and then shook her head firmly. The wish to eliminate all the mutants had not yet been fulfilled, and she would not die so easily. There were still her teammates and family. These were everything she had once lost. If she were afraid of death, she wouldn't have agreed to cooperate with you. Lin Xun's tone was rarely accompanied by a smile, yet it was very firm. I will firmly hold onto the name of the fugitive and wander far away, making it impossible for you to find me. Although Nan Yinxi's background and motives were shrouded in mystery, the goodwill he had shown and the information he had shared so far had given Lin Xun a certain level of trust in him. How about we make a deal? The man was indeed handsome, with a strong and tall physique that gave off a feeling of security, much like a large dog. However, Lin Xun would not judge a person by their appearance. Character and values were always her first criteria for getting to know someone. What kind of deal? Nan Yinxi also became interested, raising an eyebrow to inquire. Lin Xun stared at him, as if she could see through his innermost thoughts. I don't know if I appear in your prophetic dreams, but I will do what I want to do and ensure that I stay alive. She pointed at the watch he was playing within his hand. My sin value hasn't exceeded my goodness value. The dignified leader wouldn't go back on his word. Would he? Nan Yinxi chuckled and agreed to Lin Xun's condition. Only then did they formally exchange contact information. She was curious. Is this your supernatural ability? Nan Yinxi smiled, but did not answer. It's a secret. The sound of rain beside them grew louder, and the bone-chilling cold finally turned into the same dampness as before. Outside, the sky darkened again. The storm subsided, turning into the usual heavy rain. However, Nan Yinxi shook his head, unsure. This is the field that Dr. Lu dabbles in. Lin Xun lightly tapped the table and said, I feel like he's hiding something. To his surprise, Nan Yinxi did not refute this, but instead continued, Yeah, we are also keeping a close eye on him. The lab is filled with people I arranged, so he doesn't dare to make any small moves. You know he has a problem? I have noticed something. Lin Xun's eyebrows furrowed slightly, which means that Nan Yinxi has long known that Dr. Lu was acting strangely. Forget it. This is his business and has nothing to do with me. It has something to do with you too. Nan Yinxi seemed to hear her thoughts, and Lin Xun's eyelids twitched, appearing somewhat uneasy. What does it have to do with me? Lin Xun suddenly looked up and met a pair of smiling eyes. She gritted her teeth. You used me? Not used. But thank you for helping him fulfill a wish. Chapter 70. The past need not be mentioned. Nan Yinxi watched the girl storm out his tent, angry with herself once again. The cold, damp rain seeped through the gap in the door curtain, lowering the temperature in the space he occupied. Nan Yinxi softly murmured these two words, revealing a hint of envy. In his memory, the word family had become increasingly unfamiliar. Nan Yinxi thought that his childhood should have been happy. Although the island where he lived was almost isolated from the world, it was not devoid of everything. There were towering trees that reached the sky, crystal-clear meandering rivers, many gentle and lovable animals, and kind-hearted tribespeople. History seemed to have erased the traces of his clan, which had always been low-key and mysterious. As he thought this, he felt a bit of pride, but then, as if recalling something, he slowly lowered his head. Yet behind the mystery, there were also a very tragic group. People on the island could not leave, and outsiders could not enter. Unless granted permission by the chieftain and blessed by divine power, one would have to break through layers of fog to find their island. Young Nan Yinxi had once secretly followed a supply convoy off the island. The moment he stepped onto the land, his feet on the steaming asphalt road, the shock of the outside world was something that words and text could not describe. He understood and saw what it meant to have people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens. The place he lived in was like a sesame seed compared to the big city before him. He missed his mother's funeral. At 11, he mentioned to the elders of the clan that he had a dream about storms and waves. 10 days later, a ship sailing on the sea was engulfed by a sudden hurricane and massive waves, leading to the loss of the entire crew. Among those aboard was his father, returning from the big city. The tribespeople turned around in surprise to discover he had prophetic abilities, revering him as a divine child and worshiping him fervently. They provided him with a life of nobility, luxurious food, clothing, and housing. Yet the power he could wield was less than that of the birds flying freely outside his window. No one taught him how to conceal his brilliance. He truthfully told the elders about each prophetic dream, which they then relayed to the tribespeople. He was like a useful chess piece, pushed into the crevices of hardship whenever difficulties arose. When he was not needed, he was cast aside and ignored. Sometimes, Nan Yin Ci completely forgot the meaning of living, blurring the lines between life and death, feeling that being alive was no different from being dead. He began to carry a coldness and loneliness that did not match his age, turning into an isolated island, much like the place he lived. While experiencing all of this, he was a boy who had lost his parents and knew nothing. Now, commanding others, he had long been able to master his own fate. His gaze towards Lin Xun was not clear, but was very calm. Anyone could see that he was infatuated with her. Yet the person involved remained completely unaware. Meeting the girl from his dreams was his only longing for brightness. After that day, Lin Xun never saw Nan Yinci again, even forgetting to ask if his arm injury had been treated. The Gu family was very happy, preparing for a big feast. Lin Xun received an injection from Nan Yinci that can temporarily resist the invasion of the virus, but it cannot completely eliminate it. However, it was not given to him directly by her, but rather by the number 3, who he had met once before. Number 3's actions were robotic. Every move was standard and mechanical. What is Nan Yinci busy with? The captain is busy with rescue operations. Lin Xun asked again, but isn't he a leader? Does he need to participate too? Well, it seems that nothing can be learned for number 3. Everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief, and the tense atmosphere finally eased a lot. Let's try the honey pomelo tea. Madame Xie brewed some new tea and handed it to Lin Xun. The tea is very delicious, sweet, and warm. Lin Xun thought of Nan Yinci again. What was he doing now? Nan Yinci wiped the bloodstains from his cheek with his sleeve and continued to walk towards the area with signs of life. Number 3 followed behind him, stepping on a struggling arm beneath her feet, seemingly devoid of emotion, as if executing a command. Before she left, she asked if the captain's injury had healed. Nan Yinci paused for a moment, then continued walking. The overcast weather made one's bones feel weak, and it was hard to muster any energy to do anything. Only wanted to lie around lazily. Lin Xun is a person who is strict with herself. She wants to quickly restore her body to its peak condition. Although she is injured, she still insists on exercising every day. The strong body of a superhuman allows her to recover from her injuries quickly. In just a week's time, she is basically healed. Lin Xun's bedroom is filled with fitness equipment. Sometimes she wonders if, now that she has reliable family and friends, it is necessary to be so harsh on herself. But the nightmares every night make her realize that as long as this disaster continues, she cannot return to a normal life. While Lin Xun was training, the rest of the Gu family were also busy to ensure the safety of the Gu residents. Gu Hanzhou formulated several plans overnight and eventually selected the most suitable one. For instance, someone must keep watch every night, implementing a shift system. They would clean the rooms daily, take care of the garden plants, and clear out the clogged drainage pipes to ensure smooth rainwater drainage. The kitchen couldn't be solely managed by Gu's father and Zhou Fong. After a long time, they would also feel exhausted and bored. Lin Xun also took turns cooking in the kitchen for everyone. However, starting from the next day, Gu Hanzhou came up with a new plan. Then Lin Xun realized that it seemed he would no longer need to enter the kitchen. That day, Gu Qinxing was tidying up the garden and thought it would be good to find a place to cultivate a piece of land for planting vegetables. After discussing with the highly proactive Gu Hanzhou, the two of them observed the area together and came to a conclusion. Aside from needing to build a rain shelter and a drainage ditch, there weren't any other major issues. Lin Xun, upon learning this, took out some vegetables, fruits, and flower seeds from his space. He could try to be self-sufficient. Madame Xie was very interested in farming, so she took the initiative to take on this responsibility. Lin Xun also found many books related to planting for her as references. Life proceeded in an orderly manner. The helicopter transporting supplies brought 2 good news. One was that a drug to combat the virus had been developed and was stored among the supplies. The second was that a new shelter had been completed and would come to pick people up in 3 days. This also meant that Lin Xun, who had been taking care of her health, would have to leave home again, as her teammates were still waiting for her. Chapter 71. Non-staff members. Delivering gifts, Zhou Fong's illness was quickly treated, and her health gradually returned to normal. By the 3rd day, she was busy with various household matters as usual. On the day the helicopter arrived on schedule to pick people up, she received the news. That's good. The resettlement area was located to the north, on a plain near the depths of the mountains. Because it was sparsely populated, it didn't have as many people as the big cities. And there were clusters of green trees, with wild birds and beasts rushing about. Therefore, the mutated beings were relatively few. Lin Xun looked down from the helicopter window at the vast plain below. Not only was it surrounded by high city walls, but each level was also heavily guarded, creating a large protective zone. Vehicles transporting construction materials were coming and going, while large and dense mechanical arms helped humans rebuild their homes. Endless high-rise apartments and commercial areas were in the planning and development stages. There are already 7 such resettlement areas established later. This location was increasingly resembling what she remembered of humanity's future development. Many technologies that had once stagnated were revolutionized due to natural disasters. Human technology advanced 50 years in an instant, something no one had anticipated. Of course, that was all in the future. After Gu Jia and the others descended to the ground, they were met by dedicated personnel and vehicles. Lin Xun held onto her hat, partly because the helicopter's propeller wind was too strong, and partly because she was worried about being recognized. Fortunately, the people around the military were too busy to notice her. The connections and prestige of the Gu family allowed them to secure a very nice house in the resettlement area. It was a separate 3-story villa, surrounded by some flowers and plants, looking no different from before the disaster. However, with 7 people living inside, it was inevitably a bit cramped. But this was already a privilege that ordinary people could not enjoy. As Lin Xun said, disorder was just temporary. Chaos was gradually calming down. Only class remained as solid as diamond, unbreakable. The Gu family knew Lin Xun was leaving again, so they made a nice meal, tacitly avoiding the topic. The next day, before Lin Xun left, she stuffed the refrigerator full of food, and the storage room was also filled with supplies she had left behind. Gu Qingzhu stood at the kitchen door, shaking her head and smiling, saying, "Sister, you don't need to." Lin Xun hummed in response, but her hands continued to move. After finishing the last pack of tissues, she stood up and looked at her second brother. "What are you planning to do next?" Gu Qingzhu said, "For now, I'll stay here with Mom and Dad, and once things settle down, I'll leave home." Lin Xun nodded and thought for a moment before saying, "Although we all have our own things to do, we are family. If you need my help with anything, just let me know." The second brother smiled and said okay. After leaving the Gu family, Lin Xun sent a message to Xie Chumo, asking where they were. Xie Chumo quickly replied with a photo and a few sentences. "In the newly built resettlement area. Because I'm a cook, it seems they want me to help in the army, but I declined. The twins' magic is captivating, and I'm currently at the kindergarten comforting the little ones." Laughs. "If you don't come soon, they might start crying." Even though she said that, Lin Xun still quickened her pace to find them. Standing at the checkpoint leading to the residential area, she saw an unexpected person waiting for her. "You are number 2? Number 2 frowned, glared, and walked back and forth impatiently, exuding an aura that clearly said, "Don't bother me. I don't want to talk to anyone." However, the bold red letters on his uniform made it very clear who he was, and the soldiers at the checkpoint showed him great respect. As people came and went, many gazes lingered on number 2. "Stop staring and come over quickly. The captain has something for you," he said. Number 2 took out a small square white box and handed it to Lin Xun. Lin Xun asked casually, "What's inside?" "Such a useful thing." The base color is pure black, with some geometric patterns unevenly distributed on it. The most prominent feature in the center is a fresh flower with blue petals and green leaves, resembling a rose or a wild rose. Lin Xun did not recognize it. It was a type she had never seen before. The flower was surrounded by 4 golden stars, making it shine brilliantly like the moon surrounded by stars. The outer layer was a light purple, resembling a double-layered ribbon of the galaxy, wrapping around the various elements inside, like a precious gift. "What does this represent?" "He is the highest commander of the Northern District, the only commanding officer of the Central Authority." Number 2 snorted, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. "You better follow through on your word." Of course, he couldn't understand why the captain would give such a precious thing to this woman. Number 2 couldn't make sense of it at all. Forget it. After all, he was just a heartless machine executing orders. Lin Xun called out to him. Number 2 turned to the side. "What are you doing?" She shook the white gift box in her hand and chuckled. How about right now? Could you do me a favor? Number 2 sneered and bit his tongue. Indeed, he still found this woman very annoying. Go ahead, what do you want me to do? 2 hours later, Lin Xun was driving a heavy-duty Jeep with Chumo in the passenger seat. In the second row were the twins and little Ziki. The 5 of them had a smooth journey, passing through layers of checkpoints and leaving the resettlement area. I never expected that one day we would encounter these big shots. Hey, did you see the faces of the people inside? A nearby soldier curiously asked his teammate while watching the car drive away. The kind of glass is made of special materials. You can't even see inside the windshield. But that's not something we should worry about. That car has a military-exclusive license plate. As long as we know that it's the commander inside, that's enough. Chapter 72, Gray Crow District. There was no sound system in the military vehicle, so Lin Xun connected her Bluetooth speaker to her phone and played music. The hottest song right now was the new release by popular star Sulina. Outside, the raindrops were as heavy as a thunderstorm, and the wipers were constantly working. Lin Xun rested both hands on the steering wheel and said, "No one asked a word, and just follow me out?" The 2 Geminis laughed and teased each other, sandwiching Ziki in the middle with smiles on their faces. "Boss, no matter what, you won't sell us out, right?" Luo Ming swallowed hard, and besides, it's been several days since we had Brother Xie's cooking, which we really miss. Chumo looked quite helpless and turned to Lin Xun, asking, "So where are we going now? I remember you said there were other people in our team. Shouldn't we go find the next one?" Lin Xun gently tapped the leather of the steering wheel with the fingertips of his tactical gloves and then lifted his chin. It's time to find the next team member. But he wasn't sure if she would join. Anyway, one step at a time. Luo unhappily said, "Yay, we have a new partner joining us." Recently, practicing with Brother Xie wasn't interesting anymore. The 2 of us had almost practiced enough. Luo Ming continued, "Captain, if you're free afterward, why not practice with us?" "Sure." Lin Xun smiled and agreed to them. The twins couldn't drive, so Lin Xun and Chumo took turns driving until they reached their destination at noon the next day. The Gray Crow District, also known as the slum, was synonymous with dirt, chaos, and poor conditions. The nearby mutants had been cleared out, and the people living here had spontaneously built barricades, forming a safe zone. From the moment they stepped into this place, the air was filled with an unsettling and oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Unlike the glitz and glamour of the big city, this was its opposite. It was hard not to think that even in 2049, such a dilapidated place still existed. The surroundings were filled with makeshift shanties made of iron sheets, with faint lights seeping through the gaps, and distant whispers of people communicating occasionally reached their ears. The gray sky drizzled lightly, washing the muddy ground below, their shoes soaked in the soft, polluted mud puddles, picking up the smell of the place. Who were they? How did they get here? They must have something good on them. The cacophony of voices intertwined with the colorless surroundings, creating a complex picture. The outsider's bag stood out in the midday sun, like an oasis in the desert, attracting countless greedy eyes around them. A ragged, middle-aged woman, with a complex glint in her eyes, quietly followed behind Luo Ming, inching closer. Her fingers gently brushed over the worn skin of her palm, as if calculating something. Not far away, several children hid in the shadows, secretly exchanging glances, their small feet unconsciously inching forward, their eyes fixated on the outsider's backpacks. The wind intertwined with the rain, carrying a hint of chill, gently brushing against their cheeks, making them shiver involuntarily. Just then, a large, hairy hand suddenly reached out and forcefully grabbed the woman's neck, lifting her up. "Ah!" The woman screamed and struggled. Hey, we just arrived, and already something dirty is getting close?" Luo Ming smirked, his attitude nasty as he held the woman's slender neck. The arm, muscular and hairy like a black panther, seemed completely out of place with him. He leered at the woman, licking his lips, and threateningly said, "Which hand just touched my bag? I'll twist it off." His strange demeanor instantly scared away others who were ready to make a move. Lin Xun stopped, his expression as calm as water. In front of him, a man holding an umbrella rushed over in a fluster. Sorry, I didn't expect you to come so soon." The man was named Zhang Yan, who ran a small convenience store and had a bit of money. The person beside him was his assistant, a professional thug who specialized in cleaning up messes. He was considered a notorious figure in the Gray Crow district. According to Lin Xun's request, the second-in-command had arranged for her to have a place here, and Zhang Yin was the contact person. However, Zhang Yin was unaware of the identities of Lin Xun and his companions. He only knew they were big shots he couldn't afford to offend. The second-in-command, on the other end of the phone, ordered with a cold smile. You wouldn't want to know her identity. Someone so powerful that with just one word, she could flatten the entire Grey Crow district. Zhang Yin was so frightened that he nearly wet his pants, and within half a day, he found someone to clean out the small room and rearrange the furniture. Zhuang, go and get rid of that woman. Zhang Yan's expression changed slightly, and he quickly instructed his thug beside him to take the troublesome woman away. He smiled at Lin Xun and said, if I had known you were coming at this time, I would have come to pick you up personally. I'm really sorry for letting the people here spoil the mood. Lin Xun ignored his flattery and raised an eyebrow, asking him, where's the house? It's right over here. Just follow me. Luo Ming threw the woman to the ground, sneered, and then left. A beautiful two-story villa appeared in front of everyone. The surrounding area had been cleaned up thoroughly, with no trace of garbage or sewage in sight. It was as if a flower was blooming from the ruins. Lin Xun crossed his arms and looked around, as if he were on vacation. 3, 2, 5. There were about 10 people hiding nearby to monitor them. Not bad. Lin Xun placed a hand on Zhang Yan's shoulder, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. He coldly said, it would be better if there weren't so many eyes around, don't you think? Zhang Yan's face turned pale, his legs trembling. I think so too. That night, all the annoying flies disappeared. De Zhuang dragged the woman to a corner, suddenly lifting his knee and forcefully driving it into her stomach. The woman curled up in pain, letting out a piercing wail, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Woo! De Zhuang raised his fist again and struck her nose. Filthy woman. Who told you to run out? Still thinking of asking for help? After saying that, he swung his arms wildly, attacking her. The woman did not resist, merely cradling her head and curling up on the floor. A sharp whistle pierced through the sky, finally snapping the enraged man out of his fury. He stopped attacking, breathing heavily, his eyes bloodshot, his expression terrifyingly fierce. The woman lay in the muddy ground, her body convulsing violently, her hair soaked in blood, her injuries severe. Humph. Zhang Yin sneered, standing up and looking down from above. I'll let you live tonight, but if you dare to offend again, don't blame me for being ruthless. The woman clutched her chest, coughed twice, and her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. Brother Zhang, what should we do about those people who came at noon? Zhang Yin replied irritably. Let's see what they want to do. Try to accommodate them. And don't go against their wishes. He was in a high position, powerful, mysterious, and formidable. The arrival of Lin Xun and his group quickly spread in the Grey Crow district. Chapter 73. Qin Xiaoru. The rain outside was heavy, as if the sky had been torn open, pouring down in torrents. Raindrops densely pattered on the rooftop, creating a dull sound, and the water on the ground quickly gathered into small streams, flowing rapidly. Pedestrians on the street hastened their steps, their umbrellas swaying in the wind. It's still unable to shield them from the waterfall-like downpour. As far as the eye could see, the world seemed shrouded in a layer of mist, blurring the distant scenery. The air was filled with a damp scent, and the entire world felt soaked in rainwater, immersed in a sense of coolness and tranquility. Qin Xiaoru hurriedly clutched a pile of tin cans. The girl was so thin that it seemed a gust of wind could blow her down. Her slender limbs looked like little more than bony supports, with the outlines of her bones faintly visible. Her cheeks were sunken. Her eyes appeared especially large and protruding, so thin that it was heart-wrenching. Her skin was pale, exuding a sense of frail weakness, like a withered leaf in the wind, ready to drift away at any moment. Qin Xiaoru wound her way along the narrow street. On either side were dilapidated houses, their walls worn and mottled. The children living here were unaware of what was happening outside. They wore tattered clothes and played barefoot in the streets. Adults busied themselves at makeshift vendor stalls, selling everyday necessities. The roofs here were patched together with discarded metal sheets and wooden planks, forming a rudimentary shelter. The floor inside was still muddy, with stagnant water and garbage mixed together, emitting an unpleasant odor. Qin Xiaoru placed the cans she was holding on the table and let out a long breath. A woman as fat as a pig came out of the inner room wearing slippers. Qin Xiaoru nodded, left 3 cans on the table, and then took the rest into the kitchen, placing them in the cupboard. After closing the cupboard door, she noticed the kitchen was connected to the toilet. A man lived inside. She told me to call you for dinner. The fat woman had already sat down, taking a can opener and opening one with delight. Looks like it's fish today. That factory boss treats you well, doesn't he? The woman opened the second and third cans. One was chicken-flavored, and the other was beef-flavored. Without hesitation, the woman claimed the last 2 cans for herself, leaving Qin Xiaoru and the man to share the remaining one. The fat woman swallowed hard, took a spoonful, and began to chew loudly, making noises like she was eating pig food. This tastes really good. You guys hurry up and eat, then go back to fixing the roof. It's been raining every day, endlessly soaking the place. In just a few bites, the woman finished off the 2 cans, leaving not a drop of grease behind. You eat first. I'm not hungry yet. The man said little, holding the can with his fingers, using them to scoop out the fish meat and eat it like that. Only after he finished did Qin Xiaoru lick the remaining meat scraps clean. The 3 of them were clearly strangers without blood ties. Yet they had ended up here together 3 years ago. The fat woman provided shelter. The man was responsible for repairing items and collecting garbage to sell nearby. Qin Xiaoru had initially worked on handicrafts at a shoe store until the store manager offended the owner of a nearby canning factory and was beaten to death. She then went to work at the factory. Qin Xiaoru's biological parents favored sons over daughters. When she was 3 years old, they abandoned her, and she was taken in by an elderly man who sold scrap. After finishing elementary school, the old man passed away, since she was too old to enter an orphanage. She worked part-time as a dishwasher in a restaurant. Later, when someone reported the restaurant for employing child labor, the restaurant owner vented his anger on her, beating and scolding her before throwing her out. 3 years ago, her relatives remarried and started their own families, unable to take her with them, leaving her to fend for herself. Yet Qin Xiaoru, like a weed in a crevice, stubbornly survived. Desperate, she came to the Gray Crow district, hoping for a stroke of luck after the incident at the shoe store. Eventually, she found a job at the canning factory, managed to support herself, and even gain a home. These were the past experiences that Qin Xiaoru openly shared with Lin Xun later. In a small Western-style house high up, after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Xiaochumo assigned his son tasks for recitation and dictation, sending him off to study in his room. The adults continued chatting at the table about the purpose of their visit. Among the 4, only Xiaochumo cried inconsolably after hearing Lin Xun's account. Lin Xun handed him 2 pieces of paper and teased, "People who don't know would think you're Qin Xiaoru's biological father," crying so heartbroken. Xiaochumo wiped his eyes, blew his nose, and choked out. "Even if I'm not her biological father, as a stranger listening, she really is pitiable. That child lives in this area?" Lin Xun gazed out through the glass window adorned with paper cuttings, looking into the distance where all he could see was a haze of rain and a multitude of self-built houses made of iron sheets. "Do you think it would be so easy to find her? The Gray Crow district is not just this small area, as you saw when you came here today. This is the poorest and most chaotic place where anything can happen. The long arm of the law cannot reach here. Criminals, thugs, and ruffians, who are usually out of reach, are commonplace here. If you walk another 2 or 3 kilometers south, you'll encounter a different scene. There, you'll find basic residential and commercial areas, known as District 2. Lin Xun and the others live in District 3, with a canned food processing factory at the southernmost part, which is District 1. The ranking goes from low to high, representing the level of chaos and resource abundance. Therefore, District 3 is the worst district. District 1 is temporarily unrelated to our goals, so we don't need to worry about it. The focus is on District 3 and District 2. Luo and leaned forward, eagerly looking at Lin Xun. "So our task is to find the girl named Qin Xiaoru here?" Lin Xun originally wanted to nod in agreement, but at that moment, the phone on the table buzzed twice. Her gaze fell on the screen, and she stood up, pausing for a moment. "I'll take a call." Chapter 74. "Blending in, are you done?" The person on the other end made a brief nasal sound. "Is it going smoothly?" "It's okay. Some tricky issues have been resolved. How about you? Are you getting used to the new place?" Lin Xun stood under the eaves, watching the heavy rain pouring down above her. The warm light spilling from the small house behind her softened her voice involuntarily. It's quite nice here. This place is great. Thank you. No need. This was found for you by number 2. If you want to thank someone, thank him. Lin Xun's lips twitched. This person really. Forget it. Considering his voice, he must be tired, so I won't hold it against him. Do you like it? Lin Xun instinctively nodded, then remembered that he could not see him now, and spoke up. It's a beautiful flower, but I don't know what it is. It's a type of flower from my family. I'll tell you its name next time. On the other end of the phone, the man let out a long sigh, seemingly exhausted. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Get some rest. Nanyan CI put down his phone, and a few soldiers came running from not far away. Chief, it's bad. Those things are coming again. It hadn't been a few hours. And how could their numbers have doubled? It's really infuriating. It's night again, and the team is already tired. On a 100-meter-high city wall somewhere along the northern border. Countless laser shells shot down from a wall, while some powerful ability users moved across the ground, repelling the mutated creatures and beasts. The air was filled with the stench of decay and blood amidst the gunfire. In the distance, there were low and irregular footsteps growing closer, as if the earth was trembling along with them. Countless mutated beasts surged in from all directions, their shambling figures appearing particularly terrifying in the dark rain. They had twisted faces, grayish-white rotting skin, hollow and lifeless eyes, and their teeth revealed endless hunger and cruelty. Their heavy footsteps and low growls sounded like a call from hell, sending chills down one's spine. Like an endless darkness, it approached slowly yet inexorably, devouring all life and hope. The entire world had gradually fallen, and the mutations occurring in the city were hardly worth mentioning compared to what was happening here. The soldiers stationed at the border would be the lock protecting the truth of the world. Here gathered monsters that were of a higher level than the mutated beasts, more dangerous and more ferocious. Even letting one in would bring about an undeniable disaster. The soldiers stationed here were almost working around the clock. No one could relax immediately. They wished they could split the 24 hours of the day, feeling it was not enough. Let those who can't hold on go down to rest, and let my squad take over. But Chief, your health. The person saw Nanyan CI frown slightly and immediately stopped speaking. Yes, I'll pass the order down right away. In front was a bottomless abyss and fierce enemies. Behind was the glow of countless lights, and there was no retreat. Lin Xun sat in the chair, the chatter of the twins in his ears, while his fingers absent-mindedly slid across the phone screen. Was it the voice of a mutant that just came through the sound of electricity? Where exactly was he right now? Boss, are you listening to us? What? Luo Ming's mouth turned down for a moment, then quickly lifted up, saying, We just talked about starting from tomorrow to search for Qin Xiaoru's whereabouts in this area. The reward is that you, boss, have to spar with us. Is that okay? Lin Xun quickly agreed. The next morning, the twins left the villa. Lin Xun was tidying up the room with the Xie family father and son, as they still didn't know how long they would be staying here, and wanted to make their living space more comfortable. The first floor consisted of a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. The cream-colored space emitted a tranquil and warm atmosphere. The living room was furnished with a soft sofa and cushions, primarily in beige and light brown tones. On the wooden coffee table was a moon-shaped lamp that emitted a soft glow when the surrounding environment darkened, illuminating the view. Several landscape paintings hung on the walls, adding a touch of nature to the interior. The kitchen was connected to the living room, featuring wooden cabinets and a white marble countertop, simple and practical. The refrigerator was not fully stocked, with less than a third of it filled. This was because there had been sneaky individuals coming to steal things over the past few days. It wasn't until Lin Xun dealt with them severely that they dared not come again. The dining table on the first floor was placed by the window, covered with a light-colored tablecloth, and adorned with a very realistic artificial flower bouquet. The second floor had 3 bedrooms, all small but comfortable. The beds were covered with thick cotton sheets and pillows, and in the Xie family's room, there was a desk and bookshelf beside the bed, filled with various books and decorations, all prepared by Lin Xun for Xieziki. Xieziki had a distressed expression and did not want to study. Just like now, Luo Ming and Luo passed by a tin house and heard someone inside discussing their boss's looks and figure speaking disrespectfully. Without a word, the twins transformed into Black Panthers and went in to beat them up until that group admitted their mistakes and begged for mercy. From then on, wherever the twins went, they were treated with great respect, making a name for themselves in the Grey Crow district. Someone informed the canning factory owner about the twins' activities. The owner, sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigar, exhaled a puff of smoke after hearing the news and said lightly, "They're just two ability users who could be asked to fight. As long as they don't cause trouble, let them have their fun." Zhang Yin, I heard, that woman is very beautiful. The owner's interest was piqued. He had basically played with all the women nearby and had no fresh goods to entertain himself with. According to Zhang Yin, that woman had a stunning face and figure, like a young lady from some prominent family. She was accompanied by a cook and his son, along with a pair of bodyguards and nothing else. Is that so? The owner squinted his eyes and thought it would be great if he could get her play with. Go write a letter to that lady, saying I invite her to dinner. Okay, boss. Zhang Yin hurriedly left. The owner pressed a button to summon someone in. Did you call for me? Qin Xiaoru, dressed in a factory uniform, stood in the office. The owner pointed to some freshly canned goods on the desk and said, "The response to the new ingredients is good. Where did you find them?" Qin Xiaoru remained expressionless and shook her head. Boss, you wouldn't want to know. Slap. A hand struck the girl's cheek, and it quickly became red and swollen. The owner then kicked her in the stomach, sneering, "Am I the boss, or are you? Tell me, where did those meat ingredients come from?" Qin Xiaoru clutched her stomach, sweating from the pain, the edge of the Grey Crow district. There are many dead monsters that haven't been cleaned up. The owner raised his eyebrows in surprise and let out a contemptuous laugh. I thought using rats and rotten meat was already ruthless enough, but I didn't expect you to be even more ruthless than me. Qin Xiaoru hunched over, not saying a word. The owner patted her back and praised, "You provided a new perspective. Well done. It's a pity your face doesn't suit my taste. Otherwise, I'd definitely make you my woman." Chapter 75. Does she have abilities? To be his woman? Qin Xiaoru exited the office, her face still devoid of expression. Thanks to her plain appearance, she avoided becoming the boss's plaything. The factory environment she saw was filthy. The factory floor was covered in stains and oil, with discarded cans and packaging materials scattered everywhere, emitting a foul odor. The processing equipment was old, covered in a thick layer of grease and dust, and many machines clearly lacked maintenance for a long time, with some areas piled with rotting food scraps. The walls were stained with dirt and mold, and from Qin Xiaoru's elevated perspective, she could see cobwebs and dust on the ceiling. The drainage system also had issues, with standing water often on the floor, accompanied by a bad smell. Qin Xiaoru often felt that not being very sensitive to her five senses was a blessing, as it prevented her from being overwhelmed by the nauseating stench here. But the food was all for that man and woman. She found her own elsewhere. The food source came from mutated creatures, and no matter how one thought about it, it was not something edible. However, this time the fat woman did not speak, and the room was eerily quiet. An untimely noise came from the bedroom. Qin Xiaoru remained very calm, slowly moving her feet, her gaze cold, first heading to the kitchen to grab a seldom-used kitchen knife. The fat woman had her back to her, wearing a nightgown, with her exposed skin pale and stiff. She moved heavily and slowly, her eyes filled with an insatiable hunger as she searched for something. Just as Qin Xiaoru's gaze shifted away from the mountain of cans piled on the floor, the fat woman noticed her and immediately turned to charge at her. Lin Xun learned the specific address of Qin Xiaoru from the twins. It was not in District 3, but in District 2, on a street closer to the factory in District 1. However, those living here were still people who had fled from elsewhere. Luo Ming was still outside on another mission, while Luo Ming was at home taking care of Xieziki. After putting the child to sleep at night, Lin Xun and Xie Chumo followed the information provided by the twins to find Qin Xiaoru. They happened to hear intense sounds coming from the dilapidated little house. Bang! Crash! Ugh! Two dark figures tumbled out from the doorway. Qin Xiaoru was straddling a fat woman whose body was pale and bluish, repeatedly hacking at her with a dull kitchen knife, striking her dozens of times. Blood was seen, but the woman did not stop her movements. Lin Xun quickly pulled Xie Chumo to the side of a nearby cover to hide. "What are you doing? Didn't you come to find her?" Lin Xun stared at the two figures entangled together and said, "Wait a little longer." In her previous life, Qin Xiaoru had no special abilities. Yet she entered Lin Xun's army through a path of bloody slaughter. It was unprecedented. It was only because her skills and speed in killing mutated beings were astonishingly fast. Lin Xun focused and held her breath, staring unblinkingly at Qin Xiaoru. Her body was weak from malnutrition, and her bamboo stick-like arms lifted the seemingly 1,000-pound knife handle. She struck repeatedly at the weakest points of the fat woman's body. If the head was no good, then the throat. If the throat was no good, then the heart. There was bound to be a weak point that could lead to the mutant's death. The sound of the rain masked the collision of the weapon and flesh, and no one noticed the change happening here. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Xiaoru gradually slowed her movements, panting, and got off the fat woman. Her lower body was covered in dirt and blood. Her gaze was chillingly calm. However, the moment she relaxed her guard, the mutant on the ground, resembling a dead body, suddenly twitched and reached out to grab her calf with its fingers. Xiaoru, a similarly emaciated man, stumbled out of the room, looking panicked. To everyone's surprise, he charged at Qin Xiaoru with great force, pushing her out of the way and taking her place instead. The next second, the fat woman's claws precisely scratched his leg. The man winced in pain, but still showed concern for Qin Xiaoru, asking, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Qin Xiaoru paused for a moment, quickly realizing, and frowned, saying, "Why did you save me just now?" The man quickly calmed down and replied, "Aren't we family? What's wrong with a father protecting his daughter? Although I dislike this woman just like you do, we have to compromise with her words to survive." Qin Xiaoru shook off the man's hand, a bit impatient, saying, "We have no blood relation. We just came together by coincidence. You don't still have feelings for this make-believe family game, do you?" The man opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing and changed the subject. "I hid something in the innermost toilet, the third stall from the back, under the second tile on the left. I had saved up for our fare to leave here, but now it seems I won't need it." "What do you mean?" Qin Xiaoru was slow to react, and the noisy rain made her completely ignore the man's heavy breathing and muffled groans since he was grabbed by the fat woman. The man bit his lip, trying to clear his mind, and stammered, "I feel something's wrong. My whole body feels terrible. You should go. Stay away from me." As soon as the man finished speaking, he suddenly knelt on the ground and roared at the sky. The sound was loud enough to drown out the heavy rain, causing the neighbors around to poke their heads out. However, Lin Xun and Xie Chumo were cleverly hidden, and no one noticed them. The man's wound was scratched, and dark blue veins expanded like twisted earthworms spreading out from the wound. He looked like a specimen soaked in formaldehyde, devoid of any color. His bones made cracking sounds as the bones in his arms and shoulders twisted at an incredible angle. This was the first time Qin Xiaoru witnessed the complete transformation of a human into a mutant. She should have turned and run far away from here, but her feet felt as heavy as if they were filled with 1,000 pounds, unable to move an inch. "Xiaoru, kill me. Kill me." The man's final words landed heavily. Xie Chumo leaned close to Lin Xun's ears, a bit anxious. "What are you waiting for? Can't you see she's scared, silly? If you don't save him now, it will be too late." Xie Chumo was about to rush out to stop the mutant man attacking Qin Xiaoru. However, Lin Xun stopped him once more. "No rush. Let's wait a bit longer. In my past life, even without their help, Qin Xiaoru managed to survive. So what exactly went wrong that has prevented her from awakening her powers?" Lin Xun couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that Qin Xiaoru is really just an ordinary person? Chapter 76, The Cold-Blooded Person. It turned out that Xie Chumo's worries were completely unnecessary. Qin Xiaoru only calmed down for a moment, then quickly acted, slicing through the man's uninfected neck with a knife. The kitchen knife in her hand was like a sword that had been blessed. One strike to kill. The man fell into a pool of blood, his head tilted, breath gone. The fat woman was also swiftly dealt with by Qin Xiaoru. Killing. She killed. Qin Xiaoru killed her own parents. This alternative lunatic. Wasn't District 2 less chaotic than District 3? Why was there still a violent assault incident here? She had killed 2 people. She shouldn't stay here. She should be expelled. Yes, expelled to District 3. We need a peaceful and stable living environment here. Tisk, it's so noisy. Qin Xiaoru's voice sounded somewhat hoarse and low. as if it had been ground down by rough sand, leaving it riddled with holes. The emotionless voice clearly told everyone that her current mood was very, very bad. Don't disturb her. Anyone who dares to say another word will be next. Instantly, the neighbors who originally had opinions on this all shut their mouths. Cold-blooded person. Since Qin Xiaoru dared to do this to her own parents, it was evident that killing one more or one less was something she completely didn't care about. A bunch of cowards, Qin Xiaoru commented. Lin Xun curved her lips, revealing a silent smile. It perfectly overlapped with the figure in her memory. Leaning against the cold iron wall behind her, she raised an eyebrow at Xie Chomo, as if saying, "See, I told you she doesn't need your help, right?" Lin Xun slowly emerged from the shadows, clapping her hands in appreciation. The previous move was impressive. Are you interested in joining us? Beside her, Xie Chomo twitched his lips. He couldn't help but admire the captain's mental fortitude. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the girl before him ruthlessly kill 2 people. And now, she was smiling and asking if they wanted to join her team. Any normal person would know to refuse. But he overlooked the fact that Qin Xiaoru was not an ordinary person. That person didn't even ask where Lin Xun and her companion came from, or how long she had been watching them from behind. It was unclear what their names were. Who are you? The sky was overcast, and the night was deep. Raindrops fell like a curtain of pearls from the sky, beating against the windows and rooftops. The streetlights blurred in the rain, their light reflecting in the puddles on the ground, casting hazy shadows of those standing in the rain. Come help you out of your predicament. Lin Xun started to talk to her. You were very skilled in taking down the mutant just now. I want you to join my team and fight against the mutants with me. How about it? No need. Qin Xiaoru rejected him simply and decisively. Her voice, mixed in with the rain, soaking most of her body. The person you should be looking for isn't me. There are stronger and more capable guys in District 1. They are the ones worth your time. Lin Xun didn't force the issue and instead changed the topic to a completely unrelated question. So, where do you plan to go next? If these 2 bodies are not dealt with, they will be discovered by someone early tomorrow morning. There are people nearby who know you. You have no room to escape. If I can't escape, then it's my fate, my end. So there's no need for you to worry about it, he replied. Xie Chomo listened nearby, feeling a chill run down his spine. Qin Xiaoru's fingers were tightly gripping the kitchen knife, as if she would strike at Lin Xun the moment she blinked. In contrast, Lin Xun appeared completely at ease, most of his face blending into the night and the rain. His casual stance could even be described as lazy and indifferent to everything. How pathetic. Do you really have no reason to live anymore? A sentence from Lin Xun made the tension in the air even tighter, as if it could explode at any moment. However, before the taut string could snap, it was Qin Xiaoru's attitude that relaxed first. She straightforwardly admitted, "Yes, I can no longer find a reason to live. I see all the ugliness in this world, and I know it clearly and distinctly. In this murky world, and in my own murky self, one of us has to die first. So, did you choose such a way to die for yourself?" Lin Xun let out a scoff, leaving Xie Chomo stunned. In his impression, this woman would never mock or sympathize with others. She always had a straightforward and serious demeanor, believing that everything around her was not her concern. She said what she meant. However, in her conversation with Qin Xiaoru, there were many twists and turns, as if she were conversing with another version of herself. Xie Chomo was startled by his own thoughts. In the end, Qin Xiaoru still left. Lin Xun gave her 4 words: live in the moment. It means to feel every minute and every second of the present, to sense the breath and the heartbeat. Xie Chomo couldn't help but strike up a conversation with Lin Xun, asking her when she became so artistic. As if saying the words meant to persuade Qin Xiaoru to stay was filled with so much inspirational wisdom. She said, Qin Xiaoru is a person trapped in darkness, who has seen the light but has been thrown back into darkness by it. Her heart no longer believes in anything, including herself. Without a goal, she doesn't even know why she lives, which is why I said what I just said. Xie Chomo retorted, will that really be useful? Who knows? Lin Xun shrugged helplessly, not caring at all. Perhaps she would turn around and forget my words. But that's her business. I just did what I was supposed to do. Lin Xun stretched lazily, took off his raincoat and hung it by the door, continuing, just like you have your own things to do. Xie Chomo was confused, pointed at himself, and chuckled twice. What I need to do? Make a late-night snack? I want beef dumplings. I'm a bit hungry. After that, no one in the Grey Crow district had seen Qin Xiaoru's figure. Even the secretive twins could not grasp her whereabouts. It was as if she had completely vanished. The tails on the twins' coccyx wagged joyfully like a rattle drum. Interesting. It's a hiding technique that even we can't detect. Luoan was itching to act. Chapter 77. Refusing to eat, however. Days passed, and the twins still found nothing. Recently, though, they discovered something new and interesting. Luo Ming pulled out a low-quality can from his bag and placed it on the dining table. What is this? It's a hot item in the Grey Crow district. Luoan added. Xiachumo leaned in, wrinkled his nose, and indeed didn't he smell anything particularly unusual. Aside from the suspicious packaging, it looked fairly normal otherwise. The twins looked up to search for someone in the room, while Xiachumo sat down on the sofa, closed his eyes, and said, "No need to look. Lin Xun has gone out. Whether the Grey Crow district is safe or not can only be determined by an on-site investigation. Lin Xun is currently at the edge of this area. It's hard to believe that this region is built on a garbage heap. Behind a thin iron fence, there's a huge mountain of garbage made up of scrap metal and junk, blocking out the sun. The highest part even blends into the light gray sky. A few mutants are grabbing the iron net. Judging by their clothes and appearances, they were once residents of the Grey Crow district. What a hassle. Why are these guys so hard to shake off? A few people come running from a distance, wielding clubs and hammers. Driving away the mutants, they're getting too close through the iron net, which is as thick as a forearm. If only we had guns. I take down every single one I see. As the man spoke, he suddenly noticed someone standing still beside him. Raising his eyebrows, he was about to angrily scold why someone was loitering here, but was stopped by the person beside him grabbing his arm. Hey, don't go over there. She seems to be that person. Which one? The one even Zhang Yin doesn't dare to offend easily. Mentioning Zhang Yan's name made the man who was about to lose his temper stop in his tracks, urging his companion to leave hastily. Those words clearly fell into Lin Xun's ears. The people here already recognized her face. Excuse me, gentlemen, please wait a moment. The two men felt a chill run down their spines and involuntarily shivered as they turned around tremblingly. Is there something wrong? I don't see many mutants around here. Have you two been the ones doing the expelling work? One of them replied, We're just looking around to see where mutants appear and then report to the boss's subordinates. They will send someone to handle the danger. As for the rest, we don't know. Lin Xun's eyes drooped slightly as she pondered for a moment, then looked at the two men again. The scale of this canning factory seemed quite large. Nearly 2/3 of District 1 was occupied by this factory. The young man nodded, his tone somewhat proud and boastful. Of course, this factory practically supports half the people in the Grey Crow district. They all work inside, producing canned goods. The bizarre red rain that appeared half a month ago, along with the continuous rainy days until now, if it weren't for the factory owner's help. Not to mention the people in District 3, even the relatively peaceful and stable District 2 would face disaster. It seems the owner of this canning factory treats people well. Lin Xun thought they would continue the conversation, but both men suddenly stopped talking. The young man awkwardly smiled. After all, we are not formal employees of the factory. We just do odd jobs to make a living. As for other matters, we really don't know. We have things to do, so we'll take our leave. The sound of rain was incessant. Lin Xun walked along the iron fence to the right until the road ahead was blocked by the factory sign, at which point she stopped. Besides the few mutants she encountered earlier, she hadn't seen a single one elsewhere, and there weren't even any corpses on the ground. Wasn't a bit too clean? At the entrance stood Zhang Yin and his bodyguard, De Zhuang, as if they were specifically waiting for her. Indeed, as soon as Lin Xun stepped into the yard in front of the small villa, the man under the black umbrella greeted her with a friendly smile. Miss Lin, you went out in such heavy rain? Where have you been? Lin Xun saw that he was holding a black gift bag, which was quite exquisitely packaged. Zhang Yin quickly handed the bag to her and said, This is a greeting gift from the factory owner, and I hope to invite you to lunch together tomorrow noon. What do you think? However, Lin Xun was not very interested. I don't have time. Just let him know I appreciate the kind gesture. She felt no need to attend an invitation from someone she had never even met. Zhang Yin was taken aback. No one in the Grey Crow district had ever refused the owner's invitation. Wasn't this a bit disrespectful? Lin Xun raised an eyebrow and reached out to take the black gift bag from Zhang Yan's hand. However, the twins are sending them off. All right then. Zhang Yan's face turned ugly. Several times he wanted to explode in public, but forcefully held it back. He had a temper too, with Lin Xun treating him like this. Was he just supposed to willingly endure this anger? Miss Lin's words. I will relay them to the boss exactly as they are. Dezhuang, let's go. Lin Xun casually tossed the gift bag to Luo Ming. Not knowing what was inside, he said it was a gift for them. Back in the room, Luo Ming eagerly unwrapped the present, while Luo incuriously looked over. However, when they opened the box, the brothers' expressions changed instantly. The packaging and size were exactly the same as the canned food they had received from the old man that morning, weren't they? Chapter 78. Processed mutants. On the table lay 2 identical cans. Xiaochumo used an opener to open both cans, but a different smell emanated from each. What is this smell? So pungent? The twins covered their noses and seriously stared at the beef-flavored can closest to them. Indeed, there was a lingering scent of decay, and upon closer inspection, there was also a foul smell of sewage. In contrast, Lin Xun's can had no strange odor at all. It simply smelled like beef and was particularly appetizing. Luoan blinked, puzzled, and said, "How strange, they clearly have the same packaging. Why are the products different?" Lin Xun picked up the box on the left, turning his wrist to examine it closely under the fluorescent light, but the expression on his face grew increasingly serious. Xiaochumo didn't notice any issues, but kept a close eye on Lin Xun's expression. What's wrong? Did he see something? The box on the table should be fine, but this one is different. Lin Xun's tone paused, his voice gradually turning cold. This contained a mixture of mutated tissue and beef. Mutated tissue? The faces of the other 3 people in the room immediately changed. We shouldn't stay here long. I'll burn it. Lin Xun raised her hand and set the canister on fire, burning it clean inside and out, then leaned back against the sofa. Just as you think. She sneered. No wonder I haven't seen any mutants recently while patrolling the edge of the Grey Crow district. They must have all been taken to the factory to be processed into canned goods. Luoan gasped, having witnessed the wickedness of humanity. But this was clearly devoid of any humanity, something he had seen less of. This factory owner really isn't human, he said. These mutants were at least once human, right? Luo Ming added, not only that, but what's even more outrageous is that he distributes these disgusting canned goods door to door in the name of charity, making everyone eat them together. The twins said in unison, Boss, should we do something about this? Let's promote good and eliminate evil, and return the truth to the public. Lin Xun gave them a glance and said, with just the 4 of us, how can we go against an entire big factory? Don't forget, so many people here rely on that factory to make a living. We're more likely to drag ourselves into this mess before we even target them. But we can't just sit back and watch everyone eat such disgusting canned food, right? And we don't even know if it's poisonous or if it could cause infection. Just the thought of canned food made from mutated meat makes Xiaochumo feel extremely nauseous and resistant. That's right, it's exactly this. Lin Xun snapped his fingers and pointed at Xiaochumo, saying, no wonder the factory owner wants to do charity. It turns out he is using the residents here to help him conduct experiments for free. If people eat it and nothing happens, then they can vigorously promote this canned food. If it causes mutations or even death, no one would associate it with their tampering in the cans. Moreover, most of the people living here have lives cheaper than grass, so death is hardly worth mentioning. A few people, including Lin Xun, had only been here for about 10 days, even if they had the status to walk around freely. It couldn't compare to the help that the factory owner provided to the people here. She stood up and walked to the coat rack by the door, picking up her damp raincoat and putting it on. The twins hurried to follow her, asking where she was going at such a late hour. She replied, it's just a quick outing. You all go to sleep first. Remember to leave one person to keep watch. You don't need to worry about me. Lin Xun pushed the door open and stepped back into the rainy night. Even during the day, in the Grey Crow district, one could hear the sounds of people moving around and talking, even the rain. But at night, everyone seemed to fall silent at once. At this moment, the sound of the rain was amplified countless times, dulling the sense of hearing. The morning after the girl left, the twins came to take a look, and sure enough, the 2 corpses were completely gone. Moreover, Due to the heavy rain, even the blood on the ground had been washed away completely. Lin Xun walked into Qin Xiaoru's home. Looking around, it was empty and desolate, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. She turned on her flashlight, searching inch by inch throughout the house. The sofa crevice in the living room, under the coffee table, inside the cabinets in the room, and the kitchen cupboards. There was nothing, as if it had been ransacked clean. Clang! As she walked out of the bathroom connected to the kitchen, Lin Xun accidentally bumped her right foot against something, producing a clear sound. She held her breath for several seconds, waiting until there was no sound around, then slowly crouched down, shining the flashlight on the floor. A stack of clean empty cans was neatly arranged against the wall, with different colored packaging representing different flavors. The beef-flavored canned food from Lin Xun's place is also here. 1, 2, 3. I counted the number of cans here, and there are about 20 or so. No wonder when they went to find Qin Xiaoru that night, they discovered there were mutated beings. That woman probably mutated because she ate too many cans. Leaving Qin Xiaoru's residence, Lin Xun followed the small path to the iron fence she had seen during the day. However, before she could get close, 3 or 4 beams of searchlights appeared in her line of sight. She found a hidden corner to hide and patiently listened to the conversations of those people. What bad luck, having to come out to do such a dirty deed in this heavy rain. Can you keep it down? If we get caught, it'll be the end for both of us. Oh, don't shove me, it's pouring. Besides us few who were called out to do this, who else would be crazy enough to hang around outside? Xiechimo left a lamp on and sat in the living room waiting for her, flipping through a book out of boredom. Lin Xun took off his raincoat, told him about the 2 things he had discovered, and then poured a cup of hot water to hold in his hands. Indeed, the mutant that appeared that night was not a coincidence. Xiechimo said, I thought it was strange at the time. How could a mutant, which gets infected from being scratched, suddenly appear? It turns out it was related to this can. Lin Xun put one hand on his waist and said, something happened these past 2 days, and then I left. Xiechimo nodded in agreement and said, I don't really like this place either. Different people come to visit late at night, every day. Just now, when Lin Xun wasn't here, he chased away a few bad rats again. And I'm thinking, Xiechimo looked hesitant. I also want to find a school for Xieziki to study and pass on knowledge to him. But right now, in the Gray Crow district, that's impossible. Chapter 79. Almost beaten to death early in the morning before dawn, Lin Xun suddenly received a call from Nanyansi. The voice on the other end sounded low and hoarse. He had just recruited a new batch of canned food suppliers, but in the food inspection report, one of the products was found to be seriously out of specification. Moreover, the production site was right here in the Gray Crow district. Lin Xun thought without hesitation. It must be the food produced by that canned food processing factory. You want me to help you investigate this matter? Lin Xun crouched down with his right ear and shoulder pinching a phone, his hands continuously turning the soil. Raindrops from the canopy above tapped against the plastic. A couple of days ago, Xiechimo set up an experimental field here, preparing to plant something. However, now they needed to retreat and take away all the seeds before they sprouted. Nanyansi sighed softly, his voice drifting from the other end of the phone. Logically, this matter should be handled by us, but right now I'm short on manpower and can't spare the effort. The most important thing is that you're there, so I wanted to ask for your help. It would be unreasonable not to help out a bit, so I tentatively agreed. All right, then let us see what you need me to do. Nanyansi said, I'm not very familiar with the situation in the Gray Crow area, but that canned food processing plant, after going through layers of screening, can ultimately provide ingredients to the military. I believe someone must have done something wrong. Indeed, if they can enter the military's warehouse without obstruction, then they can also quietly blend into the market, selling these cans to those who need them. Lin Xun immediately understood what he meant, then put down the shovel, stood up with his phone. Are you saying there's an insider messing around? Yes, but you don't need to alarm the snake. Just find out who the mastermind is and report back to me. No problem. Lin Xun readily agreed. But doing reconnaissance wouldn't take too much time. Nanyan's voice also sounded much more relaxed. Let's do it this way for now. If anything happens, call me immediately. Thus, the twins' recently monotonous lives became lively again. They collected information related to canned goods, built good relationships with people around them, and hoped to sneak into the factory to see what was going on. That afternoon, Lin Xun thought about going to the iron fence area again and called Xiechimo to join him. On their way there, They unexpectedly stumbled upon a bullying incident while passing by a residential area. Xiaochumo was quite surprised. Was that Qin Xiaoru? Qin Xiaoru looked even thinner than before, confronting 3 or 5 ability users. The abilities enhanced the strength of those men's arms and legs, and their punches and kicks fell on her paper-thin body. Aren't you supposed to protect them, you little brat? Fine, then use your life to pay for it. I'll let you be a hero. I'll let you uphold justice. Why don't you get up and continue to oppose us? Aren't you so tough? Oh, I didn't steal anything from you. Why are you so angry? The crowd watching grew larger, but everyone just watched coldly, unwilling to lend a hand. Because once someone stood up, they would become the next target of the mob. Qin Xiaoru was in very poor condition. There were faint traces of blood on her body, and her face was bruised. Without abilities or weapons, she couldn't kill these people like she did with the mutated beings. She also couldn't resort to violence against violence. The rain falling from the sky mixed with the dust on the ground, splattering mud all over her. Qin Xiaoru managed to hold back any cries of pain, silently enduring all the harm. Xiaochumo couldn't bear to watch any longer. He was anxious to save her and wanted to rush out. But Lin Xun stopped him once again. Wait a bit longer. If she can awaken her abilities in this moment of crisis, that would be great. Lin Xun never wanted to believe that Qin Xiaoru couldn't awaken her powers. It must be that she hadn't reached the brink of death yet, and thus her latent life force hadn't been triggered. Bang, bang, bang. Fists fell on Qin Xiaoru like the wind. However, this miracle did not happen. Qin Xiaoru lay on the ground motionless, nearly beaten to death. Lin Xun, if this continues, she will die. Xiaochumo pushed Lin Xun aside, stopping his hand, and angrily scolded him a couple of times. Then he released his powers, enveloping himself in golden light, and ran to save her. Everyone get away! Xiaochumo shouted in anger, startling those around him, causing them to retreat silently, not daring to stay any longer. Meanwhile, the 3 or 5 ability users who wanted to see who was ruining their good time were met with the sight of Xiaochumo and Lin Xun's faces, as if they had seen a vengeful ghost, and they all fled. Lin Xun, you go ahead. She is a girl. I can't lay my hands on her. Lin Xun took out the medical kit and began to bandage Qin Xiaoru. Qin Xiaoru had been unconscious for a day and a night. When she woke up and saw the unfamiliar scenery on the ceiling, she thought she was already in hell. Am I dead? Not yet. Lin Xun lifted her bangs, tore off the fever-reducing patch on her forehead, and put on a new one. She woke up quite early. Maybe she should sleep a little longer. It's you. Qin Xiaoru was somewhat surprised, but ultimately could not resist the heaviness of her eyelids and fell back into a deep sleep. It wasn't until noon on the 3rd day that she finally woke up again, her consciousness gradually clearing. You're awake? Is there anywhere in your body that still feels uncomfortable? Qin Xiaoru sat up, placed her hands on the blanket, and remained silent, staring blankly at him. Lin Xun was not in a hurry. She placed the bag by the door, opened it, and took out the contents. A string of inconspicuous colored glass bracelets, a toy car missing a tire, a rusty robot with only half a body, and some crumpled paper bills. These were the gifts sent by the elderly man and the child you saved that day. They said if you hadn't intervened, it would have been them who died that day. I just couldn't stand to see someone being bullied. She raised her eyes and said, what about those people who beat me that day? They ran away. Lin Xun said slowly, walking closer to Qin Xiaoru, lowering his eyes to see her clenched fist, still trembling slightly from the force of her grip. I want revenge to kill them. Lin Xun chuckled lightly. Do you think you're very weak? Qin Xiaoru was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded. I can teach you combat skills. Do you want to learn? Qin Xiaoru's breath momentarily faltered. Her throat felt painful from not drinking water for several days, and her mouth was filled with a faint metallic taste of blood. She lowered her gaze and said, Do you need me to do anything? To Qin Xiaoru, this felt like a transaction. Lin Xun gave her something, so she inevitably had to repay in some way. Lin Xun pondered for a moment and suddenly pointed out the window. Then during this time, the vegetable garden outside will be entrusted to you. Chapter 80. Teaching Qin Xiaoru combat skills. Qin Xiaoru agreed and temporarily stayed in the small villa. About a week later, when her health had improved significantly, Lin Xun began to teach her combat skills. She learned quickly and earnestly, even memorizing every word Lin Xun said. Your strikes need to be fast, accurate, and fierce. Right now, you've only achieved the fierce part. You can gradually practice speed and accuracy. The nutritious meals prepared by Chumo soon helped the frail girl gain a more balanced physique. She never wasted a single grain of rice or a spoonful of soup, eating everything cleanly. While in the small villa, she was mostly quiet. Apart from communicating with Lin Xun, she remained tight-lipped with the others. During mealtimes, whenever Shizuki came out from the room to sit at the dining table, she would feel intimidated by the cold gaze of this older sister. Lin Xun knew that Qin Xiaoru was born for this. She had slender and well-proportioned limbs, and her whole person was light and agile. Gradually, she could exchange a few moves with her, making significant progress every day. Qin Xiaoru's hatred, unwillingness, and resilience were all hidden in her sharply cold eyes. Lin Xun curved her lips and threw a dagger to her. The sharp blade could cut through iron like mud, reflecting a cold light under the illumination. She also took out her usual dagger and said to Qin Xiaoru, "You're not an ability user, so every time you strike, it must be a killing move. If one strike can't take the life, then the second and third strikes must put them to death. Your physical strength can't support extensive combat, so it's best for you to observe the enemy's fatal weaknesses before you act." The dagger was light, feeling like air in her hand. Qin Xiaoru imitated the way Lin Xun had demonstrated, recalling the moves from memory. After going back and forth, she began to look quite proficient. The twins, full of confidence, practiced with her, even claiming they wouldn't use their abilities. As a result, being careless and underestimating Qin Xiaoru, they ended up defeated. The duel shook their confidence. Without Lin Xun's pointers, they went into seclusion to practice on their own. About 3 days later, Qin Xiaoru's moves finally began to look decent. One day, half a month later, at the dining table, Qin Xiaoru suddenly asked Lin Xun, "Why are you so good to me?" Lin Xun picked up a piece of asparagus and placed it in her bowl. She said, "In you, I see another version of myself." Qin Xiaoru silently focused on her meal. After that day, everyone noticed that her attitude was no longer so cold and hard, and she gradually integrated into the group. Night was approaching. Luo Ming finished a shower and came out of the bathroom, drying his damp hair as he walked to the kitchen on the first floor. He took a can of juice from the fridge and turned to sit on the single sofa. The past few days had been surprisingly smooth. "Do you think they're planning something?" Lin Xun's action of wiping the pistol paused for a moment. Then he continued to wipe it slowly. "No need to worry. He won't stir up any big waves. How is the task I assigned to you before coming along?" Luo Ming took a sip of juice and said, "It's showing some promise, and I've also spread the news about the deadly substance in the cans throughout the Grey Crow district as planned." He frowned, sighed deeply, and then continued, "But the effect is minimal. It seems that everyone knows that stuff is harmful, yet they still want to eat it. At this rate, I'm afraid. Boss, tomorrow I want to eat stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat." The gun in Lin Xun's hand had also been replaced with the dagger she usually used. She looked at Luo Ming with a hint of amusement and said, "What is the point of talking to me? Do you want to eat the food I make?" Luo Ming twitched the corner of his mouth and frowned, recalling the day when Chumo was absent and Lin Xun cooked for them. "Forget it. I might as well eat canned food." Lin Xun narrowed his eyes dangerously. "What did you say?" Qin Xiaoru took off her wet raincoat and naturally joined the conversation. "What's wrong, Sister Lin? Is your cooking not good?" Compared to the beginning when she didn't say a word, she was now able to talk to others besides Lin Xun. "If there's a chance in the future, I must get the boss to cook you a lavish meal." "Luo Ming, are you looking for a fight?" Lin Xun pretended to be angry and waved the dagger in his hand. Luo Ming coughed lightly and went upstairs with the juice. "Really?" Lin Xun put the dagger into its sheath and tossed it to her. "Don't forget to bring this lifesaver when you go out." Qin Xiaoru tightly grasped the gray sheath and murmured, "This dagger." Lin Xun lifted his chin and said, "This is a welcome gift for you." Qin Xiaoru's eyelashes fluttered, and then she heard Lin Xun say, "Okay, I understand." The next evening, Chumo showcased the skills by preparing several rich dishes and soups. Laid out on the table, braised pork, spicy chicken, lotus root clear soup, steamed pork with rice flour, and corn rib soup. Lin Xun also took out the red wine that had been opened in advance and filled everyone's glasses one by one. "Congratulations to our team for welcoming a new member. From now on, we will share blessings and bear difficulties together, enjoying the sweetness and hardship and create brilliance again." Qin Xiaoru pursed her lips, stood up, and said, "Thank you all for accepting me, and I hope you will be patient with me in the future." Lin Xun shook the glass in his hand. The sound soft and ethereal like clouds and mist. "Besides that, is there anything else you want to say?" Qin Xiaoru thought seriously for a moment, looking around, and finally said, "I'm not picky about food. I'm easy to take care of, so if there's a chance in the future, I would like to try the dishes made by Sister Lin." The twins' lips twitched, and then they burst into laughter. "Then let's have Sister Lin cook a special meal just for you." Xie Chumo patted Qin Xiaoru's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, those who have tasted her cooking end up with only one thought, and that is deep regret. Ha 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 ha. After a few rounds of drinks, Luo Ming and Luo and pointed at each other, unable to count. Xie Chumo had long since fallen asleep on the sofa, snoring like waves. Lin Xun rubbed his temples, feeling a bit dizzy, and the scenery in his sight gradually became blurry. Strange, am I drunk? Even Xie Ziki, who hadn't drunk any alcohol, suddenly felt drowsy, leaning against her father and quickly falling into a deep sleep. Only Qin Xiaoru's eyes were clear as she moved her lips. Everyone is asleep. Get them out of here. Chapter 81. The traitor Lin Xun slowly opened her eyes in the dark and moved her limbs. As expected, she was tied up. Her mouth and eyes were not covered, but the faint stench coming from her nose, along with the smell of meat, made her very uncomfortable. There were no other breathing sounds around, indicating that she was the only one brought here. Once the effects of the anesthetic wore off, Lin Xun conjured a dagger from her space and cautiously tried to cut the ropes on her wrists. Suddenly, a strong light shone on her face. She instinctively shut her eyes tightly and furrowed her brows. Behind the intense light stood a man whose face she could not see clearly. Soon, she heard footsteps approaching her. A frivolous and disgusting voice said, "Miss Lin, why have you fallen to this level?" Lin Xun calmly pressed the dagger in her hand down, hiding it beneath her, and remained silent. The man shifted the spotlight away from her face, and the sound of his leather shoes scraping against the sand on the ground was jarring. She slightly opened her eyes and saw a greasy man sitting on a leather sofa, crossing his legs and showing her a lewd smile. His gaze seemed to casually sweep over her chest and legs. "If you had agreed to my invitation earlier, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Look at you. Isn't this just asking for trouble?" Lin Xun licked his chapped lips, relaxed his tone. "You are the owner of the canning factory?" The factory owner stroked his jaw, looking pleased. "Strange. Didn't she tell you that she works for me?" "She? Who?" Lin Xun's eyes flickered slightly, and his expression was one of astonishment, which made the factory owner broaden his smile and wave to a corner of the shadows. "Aren't you going to come over and say hello?" Qin Xiaoru, dressed in a neat work outfit that Lin Xun had given her, emerged from the darkness, a gray sheath hanging from her waist. She had her hair tied up in a high ponytail, revealing her sharp cheekbones, while the overhead light cast a black shadow over her. The factory owner's eyes shifted, and he said, "Recently, someone has been asking around about the factory and the canned goods. It's you guys, right?" Lin Xun turned away and looked at Qin Xiaoru, resting his head on the ground. He didn't seem like a prisoner. Rather, he appeared to be there for negotiations. "How do you know so much about us?" The factory owner smiled and said, "It seems you still don't know. She is mine, and naturally, she is an undercover agent I placed beside you." Lin Xun's eyes glinted coldly as she stared fixedly at Qin Xiaoru. "Is that so? So I've been betrayed." However, Qin Xiaoru didn't even bother to look up at her. Her gaze fixed on the ground, as if feeling ashamed and embarrassed. The factory owner suddenly walked over and pinched Lin Xun's chin, forcing her to look at him, clearly pleased with her beautiful face. "What exactly is your identity?" Zhang Yin said your status is not to be underestimated. You wouldn't be in league with the police. Would you? Lin Xun's gaze grew increasingly cold, filled with disdain for the hand he had placed on her face, her beautiful eyes like poisoned daggers. "Take your filthy hands away and release my companions." She propped herself up from the ground with her elbow, her left cheek and hair covered in dust, looking somewhat disheveled, yet still breathtakingly beautiful. The factory owner swallowed hard, his desire clouding his judgment, reaching out to touch Lin Xun's collar. She coldly replied, "If you dare to touch me, think carefully about the consequences." The proud and aloof snow lotus on the high mountain only intensified a man's desire to conquer. I advised Miss Lin not to be too ostentatious. Lin Xun looked puzzled. What do you mean? The man clapped his hands, signaling Qin Xiaoru to show Miss Lin the fate of her companions. Qin Xiaoru pressed the button in her hand, and with two beeping sounds, light suddenly shone from above the ceiling. The walls on all sides opened up, revealing that she was actually tied up in individual metal containers, less than 10 meters away. For people were suspended in midair, bound with hemp ropes, with a pot of steaming oil beneath them. They were still unconscious, unaware of their surroundings. The factory owner watched Lin Xun's expression grow darker and gloomier, knowing that he had achieved his goal. If you want to save them, just obediently follow my orders. Do whatever I say and do not defy me. Now let me enjoy you. The greasy man with a fat head and big ears approached Lin Xun with a sinister smile, reaching out to take off her clothes. Qin Xiaoru moved as if she wanted to stop him. However, before she could act, Lin Xun had somehow freed herself from her restraints. Get away. At the same time she spoke, a black dagger flashed in her hand. In an instant, a bright spray of blood shot out as the extremely sharp dagger severed the man's entire hand that was trying to assault her. Ah! The factory owner staggered back, panicking and crying out in pain, clutching his right wrist with his left hand. My hand! Damn filthy woman! I will kill you! Blood flowed continuously from the clean cut. The owner trembled all over, his clothes soaked with sweat, frantically shouting for Qin Xiaoru to kill Lin Xun. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill her. Qin Xiaoru moved her lips, standing there like a statue. I can't take her on. Useless thing. Zhang Yan. Dazuan. What are you waiting for outside? The factory owner's face suddenly changed. Where are they? They should have been taken care of by now. Lin Xun moved her wrist and patted the dust off her clothes. After all, we had long suspected her. Her gaze briefly landed on Qin Xiaoru before quickly disappearing. Qin Xiaoru was taken aback for a moment, then buried her head even lower. Lin Xun then explained slowly, if I hadn't always been unaware of where your hideout was, I wouldn't have known what strategy to use to locate you. Thanks to the undercover agent you placed beside us, we were able to take advantage of such a good opportunity. The man was so angry that he couldn't utter a word. It turned out that he had been used against his will by Lin Xun. All the pent-up frustration was directed at Qin Xiaoru. Hurry up and come over to take me away. Qin Xiaoru stood still, as she had already heard the sound of helicopter blades whirring above her head. My task is only to bring you here. The rest is not my responsibility. You. After saying that, Qin Xiaoru walked up to Lin Xun and suddenly knelt down on both knees. Chapter 82, Self-Loathing. Everyone in Lin Xun's house knew about Qin Xiaoru's actions. Being as cautious as they were, how could they possibly let their guard down against an outsider? The red wine and juice had been laced with a knockout drug by Qin Xiaoru in advance. Otherwise, how could Lin Xun deliberately leave the decanter unattended in the kitchen? It was all to make it easier for her to act. Did they really think the night watchmen were blind and couldn't see where she went? Qin Xiaoru knelt on the ground, took out the dagger from the gray sheath at her waist, and offered it back to Lin Xun with both hands. I have betrayed you. Whether you want to kill me or torture me, I will have no complaints. Lin Xun ignored her, his gaze fixed outside the house. Qin Xiaoru maintained her position without moving. Boss, we've taken care of those people outside. Luo Ming and Luo and rushed in, and upon seeing Qin Xiaoru kneeling on the ground, their expressions immediately sobered. The factory owner was taken aback, instinctively looking up towards the direction of the frying pan. There were indeed 4 people tied up there, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that they were all dummies. Lin Xun and the others were not fooled at all. When the boss saw that no one was paying attention to him and tried to escape, he was subdued by the quick-witted Luo Ming. That father and son were waiting outside, but the dosage she used was really severe. Brother Xia's son still hasn't woken up. Luo Ming snorted coldly and shot a glare at Qin Xiaoru. Lin Xun met their gaze and asked, "Did you report to the person I told you about before?" Luo nodded and said, "The army has arrived. Hurry, hurry. Seal this place off, and no one is to be let go." The leading man, dressed in the same military uniform as Nan Yinzi, commanded his subordinates to quickly surround the area. He stood firm in front of Lin Xun and saluted, saying, "Commander, just leave the next matters to us, and thank you all for your help at such great risk." Upon hearing the title commander, Lin Xun quickly averted his gaze. I'm not a commander, just an ordinary person. The man was taken aback, but reacted swiftly, thinking that Lin Xun's undercover mission was not yet complete, and quickly changed his words to cover it up. Lin Xun's gaze passed over him and looked towards the two medical staff nearby who were bandaging the factory owner. How do you plan to handle him? Arrest him according to the law and destroy all harmful food here. Lin Xun paused for a moment and said, So, you're going to close the factory? Yes. Once the canning factory shuts down, the Grey Crow area that relies on this factory for its livelihood will suffer a fatal blow. Lin Xun gently hummed, We'll leave in a bit, and the follow-up tasks will be up to you. The young man's gaze drifted vaguely towards Qin Xiaoru, who was kneeling on the ground with a dagger raised, resembling a statue. Then he hesitantly asked Lin Xun, She should. It's fine, you all go ahead, I'll handle her, Lin Xun replied. All right. Lin Xun reached out to grab the dagger, playing with it in his palm. Get up, let's change the place to talk. Qin Xiaoru bit her lip, her gaze lowered, and self-deprecatingly said, I'm the criminal, I should be taken away. With a swift motion, Lin Xun threw the dagger, which dangerously grazed past Qin Xiaoru's ear, cutting off a portion of her loose hair. The sharp blade was embedded in the concrete floor. If it had been off by just a little more, what would have been severed wouldn't just be a strand of hair, but Qin Xiaoru's ear. Pick it up, follow me, and don't make me repeat myself. Lin Xun turned and walked away. The Geminis followed closely behind, but were sent by Lin Xun to take care of Xie Chumo and his son. The two girls found a deserted corner. Qin Xiaoru looked around. It was early morning, and the sound of rain was like thunder. This area didn't seem like a place where anyone would come. She glanced at Lin Xun, who was smiling at her in amusement, and a vague suspicion began to form in her mind. Could it be that she wanted to resolve things here? Well, that way no one would find her dead here. Qin Xiaoru waited for Lin Xun to take out a dagger or something else to vent her anger and kill her. Would it be a punch? Qin Xiaoru couldn't help but recall how powerful Lin Xun's punches were when they practiced together before, feeling as if all her bones were about to fall apart. She even felt a slight anticipation for the pain that would numb her body and remind her that she was still alive rather than just a walking corpse. Lin Xun noticed the self-mockery and disdain deep in her eyes. The corners of her lips slowly flattened, no longer smiling, and she asked two words, Want to die? Qin Xiaoru's body trembled slightly, neither affirming nor denying. What kind of joke is this? Lin Xun tightly grasped Qin Xiaoru's collar, pulling her close, his hot breath spilling over her face, filled with an unshakable anger. You, who I saved for Yin Yan's sake, have spent over 20 days with me, enjoying good food and clothing, and I even taught you many self-defense techniques. Now you're telling me you want to die? Qin Xiaoru gently sniffed the faint fragrance on Lin Xun, tilting her head slightly, trying to distance herself from him. But she couldn't break free. She sneered, You eat my food, or my clothes, and even the weapons were given to you by me. You're not going to stay here and repay me for a lifetime as my servant. And now you just want to walk away? Lin Xun took out his two daggers from his space. They were entirely black and deadly, reflecting no light. His palm gently covered the blade, and black-red flames immediately enveloped the entire dagger. Qin Xiaoru widened her eyes, surprised enough to part her lips slightly. She had supernatural abilities. The rain could not extinguish her, and the black flames could not be noticed in the night. Yet they made Qin Xiaoru, who was very close, feel the scorching heat that burned her soul. I'll give you two choices. First, become my soul under the knife. Second, survive and join my team. As soon as the words fell, the blade, faster than during the previous training, was pointed at Qin Xiaoru's neck. Qin Xiaoru instinctively drew the dagger on her body and engaged in combat with Lin Xun. In the silent, rainy night, only the unclear clinks of metal could be heard. The two equally swift figures were entangled together. No one noticed that a life-and-death struggle was occurring here. Or rather, it was completely Lin Xun crushing Qin Xiaoru on his own. He showed no mercy, eliminating every possible retreat for Qin Xiaoru with each step, making it impossible for her to let her guard down. A slight mistake would truly lead to her demise under his blade. Now, do you still want to die? Chapter 83. Fighting to become teammates, the twins found a perfect vantage point, overlooking from above, allowing them to see Lin Xun and Qin Xiaoru's figures clearly. TSK, TSK. The boss is really ruthless, not giving her a moment to breathe. She's even more intense than when she fights us, Luo Ming observed with interest, nudging his brother's back with his knee and asking, "Hey, how long do you think we could last against the boss?" "I don't know." Luo chuckled and shook his head, but he noticed that Qin Xiaoru's movements had already become sluggish, with several injuries on her body. Luo Ming snorted, mocking her mercilessly. "Fortunately, the boss is kind and doesn't hold it against us for drugging her. If it were someone else, they'd be sent to meet the king of hell in no time." Luo nodded, sighing deeply. It seems that Qin Xiaoru is special in the boss's eyes. While the two were conversing, Qin Xiaoru was already exhausted and gasping for breath, her muscles trembling from tension. Her throat felt as if it was burned by fire, causing unbearable pain. Lin Xun, however, had a relaxed expression, not even feeling tired, just her hair slightly dampened by the rain. "Do you still want to die?" Qin Xiaoru asked herself, her heart beating more violently than ever. Every time she brushed past death, it brought her a bone-deep thrill. In the past, she had perhaps never had a goal like a walking corpse. Now she experienced the beauty of her heartbeat and a desire for life. "Do you still want to die?" Lin Xun asked again. Qin Xiaoru smiled, a wild light flashing in her eyes, her lips curling into a split as she spat out the blood foam from her mouth. "Come again." She was excited. The twins did not see the expression on her face, but they caught a glimpse of the astonishment that flashed in Lin Xun's eyes. Then Qin Xiaoru pounced on Lin Xun like a hungry wolf, entangling with him once more. Just in time. In the distance, a blue light appeared on the horizon, signaling that dawn was approaching. Lin Xun dodged Qin Xiaoru's dagger and took the opportunity to kick her several meters away. It was only when she could no longer stand up that the duel came to an end. The two fought fiercely, both taking off their jackets and throwing them on the ground. Lin Xun had a scratch on his face, as if a dagger had slashed across it. The wound had already scabbed over, and the blood on his face had been washed away by the rain, leaving behind a scar that was neither deep nor shallow. Qin Xiaoru got up from the ground, her body trembling and gasping for breath, with several blisters formed on the palm of her hand where she gripped the dagger. "I lost." She had always been convinced of Lin Xun's abilities. Lin Xun picked up the coat from the ground, shook off the mud and water on it, leaving a silhouette for Qin Xiaoru. Qin Xiaoru also picked up her coat and draped it over her shoulders, following behind her. He had been relatively kind to Qin Xiaoru, but after Ziki was drugged, he had lost his good temper. However, seeing the injuries on the girl's body and her slightly flushed cheeks, he couldn't help but soften. After all, she was just a little girl. Her living environment had forced her to become what she was now. However, it was indeed unexpected for Chumo to see Lin Xun also covered in bruises. He opened the medical kit, took out iodine and cotton swabs, and prepared to treat Lin Xun's wounds. Lin Xun waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to worry about him for now and should focus on her. This guy had started to run a fever while they were fighting, yet he was still trying to hold on. While Chumo was treating Qin Xiaoru's wound, Lin Xun quickly took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Then, in the bathroom, he treated the wounds on his face in front of the mirror. After cleaning it up and taking care of the wounds, he looked at the warm, fresh porridge on the table, but really had no appetite. He hurriedly took a few bites, and then lay down on the sofa to rest with his eyes closed. Qin Xiaoru went to the guest room to rest. Chumo came over and brought some appetizing sour plums. Lin Xun ate 2 of them, which were so sour that she couldn't help but frown. Chumo sat down beside her and said, "I didn't expect you to get hurt." Lin Xun glanced at him and slowly closed his eyes again. "I'm not a god. Getting hurt is quite normal." Chumo nodded in agreement and asked, "So, is she planning to stay? Let's see what she thinks. We'll leave in a couple of days." "So soon? Aren't we going to stay and let her recover from her injuries first?" Lin Xun glanced at the heavy downpour outside and the gradually brightening sky. The owner of the canning factory had been arrested, and the factory was shut down, leaving thousands of people in the Grey Crow district without jobs. If they found out we were responsible, wouldn't they come to settle the score with us? Chumo was momentarily speechless. It was true. They had clearly done some good deeds, but in the eyes of the residents of the Grey Crow district, they were the ones seen as the bad guys. However, if we just walked away like this, Wouldn't it mean we were being falsely accused of crimes we didn't commit? Lin Xun thought for a moment, nodded his chin, and beckoned with his finger for Xie Chomo to come closer. Actually, I have a way that can satisfy both sides. Xie Chomo's eyes lit up, excitedly asking, "What is it?" Lin Xun smiled faintly and said, "If we kill all the residents of the Gray Crow district, then no one will know about this matter, right? You are really ruthless." Qin Xiaoru went missing again that evening. Everyone tacitly continued to pack their bags and handed them over to Lin Xun to put into the space. The next morning, Lin Xun sat in the living room with a fan blowing, cleaning her gun. It was already summer, and the heavy rain outside not only failed to alleviate the heat, but instead added to the stuffy air, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Qin Xiaoru had a red ribbon tied around her wrist, bright as blood. "Can I stay here to work?" Lin Xun continued to maintain the pistol and asked her, "What can you do?" "I'm great at farming. I asked a few experienced farmers last night and compiled their words into a booklet." She took out a small notebook and showed it to Lin Xun, her arm still wrapped in bandages. "I could take charge of the vegetable garden from now on. You don't need to take care of the garden here." Qin Xiaoru felt a moment of disappointment. "What are you thinking?" Lin Xun stood up and tapped her forehead. "We are about to leave here, and the next place will hand over the garden to you, if the next location can grow vegetables." Chapter 84. Make a name for yourself. In the interrogation room, the factory owner lay on the cold floor, panting, his right hand missing a palm, the dark bandage exuding a foul odor. He looked as if his soul had been drawn out, his eyes unfocused, as if he had encountered a ghost. The judge in a black uniform walked out of the interrogation room and saw an officer leaning against the wall. He suddenly froze, then raised his arm to salute. The man casually played with 2 silver beads in his hand, as if exercising the dexterity of his fingers. "Did you find any clues?" The judge nodded and respectfully said, "That man is scared of death and has basically confessed everything. But he told us that the idea of mixing the meat scraps of the mutant with the canned goods was not his idea, but that of a female employee beside him. The information is all here." The judge handed the folder in his hand to the man. The man took it, flipped through it casually, his expression showing no significant change, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his lips. When he saw the familiar face on the last page, his expression darkened. "This Miss Lin, who is she?" According to him, she is a person of special status. This young lady arranged for a place to stay in the Gray Crow district a month ago. Nothing major happened, but that man, driven by lust, kidnapped Miss Lin with the intention of assaulting her, only to have his palm severed. The man chuckled softly, his voice muffled between his lips. Truly her style. The judge didn't hear clearly. "I'm sorry. What did you say?" I said, "You don't need to worry about the next matter. He will hand it over to me. You can leave first." Although the judge felt puzzled, the other party's position was higher than his, so he handed the report entirely to the man and then left. The man stepped into the interrogation room and casually closed the door. The room was very empty, unlike the countless torture devices seen in typical movies. The man leisurely pulled over a stool, straddled it, his long legs seemingly without a place to rest, propping his knees in front of him. The factory owner opened his eyes in pain, saw the visitor smile, and stammered. You came? Are you here to save me?" He turned over and knelt at the man's feet. The man smiled slightly. "Your task was to transport the special canned goods. So how did you end up getting caught instead?" The factory owner trembled, and mentioning this made him furious. He said viciously, "It was all going well at first. Who would have thought that Miss Lin would come out and ruin my plans? If it weren't for her, those canned goods would have." The man's black boots pressed down on his other intact hand. The interrogation room was soundproof enough. Without opening the door, one could not hear what was happening inside. You, I heard that you had your eyes on her. Wanted to make a move?" The factory owner curled up like a shrimp, completely disregarding the pain in his hand, and honestly confessed, I haven't played with women for a long time, and she's just too beautiful. I got bewitched without realizing it. So the failure of the plan is entirely because you had thoughts you shouldn't have?" The man's voice was no longer as lighthearted as before, sounding like a blade coated with poison, causing the factory owner to shudder. Montak ge. I really didn't mean it." He quickly promoted himself, hugging the man's long legs. "I still have bases elsewhere. Keeping me around is useful. I can still help you complete the task. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The man seemed amused by his anger, raised a foot, and kicked him in the chin, his posture cold and arrogant. You have no value anymore. Before you die, be a little guinea pig. I am soda. I am soda. The factory owner repeatedly bowed his head to beg for mercy. I really know I was wrong. Don't kill me. The man pressed one hand on his head and activated his ability. Originally, you deserved to die, but unfortunately, you had dirty thoughts about someone you shouldn't have. The factory owner screamed, his eyes turning blood red, as if he was enduring immense pain. In just a few minutes, he lay on the ground like a salted fish, foaming at the mouth, convulsing all over. The man slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then exhaled slowly, as if addicted. Memories, images, yes, it was indeed her. The factory owner's eyes bled tears, his pupils dilated, dying with his eyes wide open. The man kicked the corpse on the ground twice, confirming he was not breathing, then set his body ablaze with a black-red fire, burning it to ashes. As for the report in his hand, after reading it, he also burned it to nothing with a fire. Lin Xun. He walked out of the empty interrogation room, slowly muttering these two words, then let out a cold laugh. Lin Xun was driving, and the car, which initially had only her, was now filled to the brim. Xie Chomo wanted Xie Ziki to go to school. Having heard that a school had been rebuilt in the disaster area, he intended to send his son there. The other three didn't have the same concerns as he did. So wherever Lin Xun went, they followed. The central area of Tiansun City had experienced a large-scale meteorite attack, leaving the ground and buildings pockmarked and severely damaged. Lin Xun stopped the car at a safe spot and watched them leave. Once Xie Ziki's situation is settled, I will reunite with you. Lin Xun told him not to rush, and to contact him anytime if there's something urgent. After Xie Chomo left, the space in the car suddenly felt much larger. Qin Xiaoru was sitting in the passenger seat, while the twins were still in the second row. Sigh, but now that Brother Xie has temporarily left, no one will cook delicious food for us. I really want to recruit a chef to join our team. I still have a lot of compressed biscuits here. If you're not used to hot dishes, you can eat these. Luo uncurled his lip, and Luo Ming put his arm around his shoulder to change the subject. Boss, where are we going on our next adventure? Are we still looking for team members? Lin Xun shook his head. We won't encounter the other two here. Let's head west first. Lin Xun's expression returned to seriousness. The number of mutants in the west is increasing, and recently a non-military government's bounty organization has been established. That place is a gathering spot for ability users. Lin Xun wants to boost his visibility there first, make a name for himself, and attract the attention of influential people. Chapter 85. Crystal Core as a Stepping Stone. The weather in the west is worse than in the east. Lin Xun had been driving nonstop for over a week, finally reaching the outskirts of a western city. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, looking out through the car window, it was dark as if it had already entered the night. The torrential rain was even more fierce than before, with raindrops hitting the car window, making sounds like bullets striking glass. The wipers couldn't keep up, struggling to clear the rain curtain that obstructed the view. Lin Xun had no choice but to stop the car and rest by the roadside, waiting for the heavy rain to end. The four of them started playing poker in the car out of boredom. Lin Xun took a bite of the beef jerky in his hand, raised an eyebrow with a smile in his eyes, and placed the last 4 cards into the pile. 4 twos, I win. The Gemini complained endlessly, with many white stickers plastered on his face. A few days later, following the navigation prompts, Lin Xun finally arrived at this city in the west, Wind and Sand Fortress. Originally, this was a well-equipped scenic area with beautiful scenery, attracting a large number of domestic and international tourists. However, because of this, a red rain changed the fate of many people here. Elderly and children alike all turned into monsters. Thus, a place meant for relaxation and enjoyment of beautiful views became a hell. Moreover, going further west and a bit north leads to the border. Here, one could say it is relatively peaceful, but danger often lurks within this peace. Entering Wind and Sand Fortress, the buildings in the city exude an ancient and weathered feel. To attract visitors from afar, these yellowish-brown houses, which look like they were trimmed with mud cutters, are actually built in a Gobi style. Although the exterior has weathered storms and sands, the interiors are all reinforced concrete. The arrival of Lin Xun and her group immediately attracted a lot of attention. This impressive off-road vehicle was given her by the general manager of HRC Supermarket at that time, worth at least $2 million. Looking at the four people who got out of the car, there was a girl with a detached expression, a pair of identical twin brothers with constantly upward curving lips, and the last one, whose aura was like a drawn blade, sharp and pointed. It felt as if locking eyes with her meant having a knife held to one's throat, teetering on the edge of life and death. In the shadows, various eyes were discussing how to hijack the Group S car. However, the next second, they only saw the woman lightly wave her hand, and that impressive and bold off-road vehicle vanished from their sight. A space ability user. Everyone couldn't help but be taken aback. Lin Xun stepped into the lobby of the hotel, pulling down the brim of his raincoat in the somewhat crowded and narrow space. It was said to be crowded because four big men were also squeezed in here, nearly filling up the available space. Each of them had black tattoos on their arms, and upon closer inspection, they all featured the same gun pattern, resembling the insignia of some organization. They were tall and strong, with fierce expressions, making them seem quite difficult to get along with. In just a few minutes, they started arguing with the front desk. Lin Xun wasn't paying much attention, but certain words caught her attention, such as the price of crystal cores is too expensive and talk of robbery. After the big men finished their business, they glared angrily at the boss on stage and turned to leave. Finally, at the exit, one of them glanced at Lin Xun again, cursing as they disappeared into the heavy rain. Lin Xun walked up to the front desk and tapped on the surface. It was a suite with 4 people. The receptionist was a woman with bright red lipstick and exaggerated purple smoky eye makeup. She looked young, around 30 years old. Even with heavy makeup, it was clear that she had a great foundation. The woman smiled charmingly, her slender wrist playing with her wavy hair beside her cheek. "We don't have any sweets here. Did you perhaps remember wrong?" "I did not remember wrong," Lin Xun said, taking out a few shiny blue stones from his pocket and placing them on the table, then repeating what he just said. "A sweet for people." The woman's eyes lit up as she reached for the stones, and then, as if performing a magic trick, she pulled out a room key card from under the cabinet. "Haha, you're still the best, boss. Those few stinky men just found out I have good rooms here and wanted to stay, but they can't afford the rent." Before entering the elevator, she looked back at the few unfamiliar faces following Lin Xun and said enthusiastically, "Although the scenery remains the same, you still need to have the life to enjoy it." Luo Ming, very much in tune, leaned forward with a smile and asked the woman, "So, what suggestions do you have, boss lady?" The woman was momentarily taken aback by the sudden close-up of a handsome face, her ears turning red as she chuckled softly and reached up to fix her hair. Lin Xun noticed that all 5 of her fingers were adorned with beautiful, shiny rhinestones, each with a different color of nail art. "You don't need to call me boss lady, just call me Sister Mo," she said. "I am the person in charge of this hotel apartment. Young man, let's exchange contact information so we could discuss things in the group later." As she spoke, she added Luo Ming. Sister Mo continued, "I'll also add you all to the apartment group later. If there's anything, we can communicate in the group. After all, the Sandstorm Fortress hasn't been very peaceful lately." The elevator stopped on the 9th floor. Sister Mo led them out of the elevator. There were only 2 units on this floor. This apartment building is quite special. While she swiped the door card to open the door, she waved the room card in her hand and handed it to Lin Xun. "This door can only be opened with a specific room card in your hand. No matter what you have, whether it's a rocket or a cannon, you can't break it open." "So it's amazing?" The twins were somewhat surprised. Lin Xun remained calm and nodded, not finding anything odd, and accepted the room card with a normal expression. "I don't provide 3 meals a day, but there's a kitchen in the room, so you can make do and cook for yourselves." Before leaving, Sister Mo winked at them and then went downstairs with a smile. The 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment had independent bathrooms in each bedroom. The living and dining areas were relatively small. As you entered, there was the dining area, and directly opposite was a floor-to-ceiling window. The 4 bedrooms had similar layouts. The rooms were only equipped with simple chairs and tables, along with clean sheets and duvet covers. Besides that, there was nothing else, making the whole place feel rather empty. Fortunately, this didn't pose a problem for Lin Xun, as she had plenty of furniture in her space to fill the house and transform it into a cozy home. After checking all the facilities in the house and confirming there were no dangers or listening devices, Lin Xun finally relaxed. Luoan became interested, his big eyes sparkling, and quickly asked what was on his mind. Boss, how did you know about this place? I found out about it by chance long ago. Lin Xun smiled and then continued. I forgot to mention, Sister Mo is also an ability user. This entire apartment building is her ability. Chapter 86. The rental ability user. Not only did the twins widen their eyes in surprise, exaggeratingly opening their mouths, but even the unshakable Qin Xiaoru slightly widened her eyes. They could accept the idea of ability users, but to conjure up such a large apartment building out of thin air was simply unbelievable. Luo Ming touched the sofa beneath him and voiced his confusion. So all of this was created by her ability? Lin Xun was somewhat impressed by his creativity. If all these 20-some floors were created by Sister Mo's supernatural abilities, then her powers must be incredibly strong. The furniture is provided in the house, and her abilities are quite different from what we are familiar with. Sister Mo's supernatural power, to be more precise, is a rental system. Everything in the house, the facilities and decorations, is arranged according to her wishes. This building was originally an apartment building. After awakening her powers, Sister Mo took over the building and pretended it was her own apartment. However, maintaining such a large structure requires more than just ordinary energy consumption like water, electricity, and gas. Therefore, she requires those who rent from her to pay with crystal cores as a condition of moving in. She needs the energy from the crystal cores to sustain her powers. Otherwise, it would be impossible to maintain this apartment building. The beautiful stones that Lin Xun took out are crystal cores. The luck on the way to the west has been pretty good, collecting more than 20 crystal cores of different colors, with the highest level being blue, which has already been used. Sister Mo definitely knows her stuff, so she straightforwardly accepted her rental request and reserved a 1-month rental period. Luo Ming suddenly understood, clapping his hands. I get it. So if a few of us come, the rooms here can turn into several rooms? Lin Xun raised his eyebrows. Indeed, it was so. This ability is really powerful. What would happen if it were discovered by others? Qin Xiaoru couldn't help but feel a bit worried. If Sister Mo's ability were to be discovered, wouldn't it be exploited by those with ulterior motives? Lin Xun explained. I heard that this apartment has its own security system that automatically triggers to protect the residents if any ill-intentioned people appear. However, these are all things I heard in my previous life. This is my first time living here, so I don't know exactly what it's like inside. The three did not ask the captain how she knew so much. They just thought she was impressive and almost all-knowing. After everyone rested for a moment, Lin Xun took out a wardrobe from her space and placed it in the corner of the bedroom. She replaced the dining table and chairs with a better quality set in the same color scheme. She also moved in 2 new leather lounge chairs into the corner of the living room, along with a television and air conditioning unit. The curtains by the window in the living room were changed to dark fabric that could block out sunlight. In the kitchen, the small refrigerator was replaced with a larger one. Dishes were placed in the cabinet, and knives, forks, and kitchen utensils were arranged on the countertop. The pots and rice cooker commonly used for cooking were placed on the stove, and the oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, rice, flour, and oil were all neatly organized. Ordinary and simple items filled the originally small kitchen, bringing a richer sense of life. After organizing the kitchen and living room, the other three had a hard time choosing their bedrooms. Once Lin Xun selected a room facing east, everyone tacitly wanted to pick the bedroom next to hers. Luo secretly smiled and said, I'm a younger brother. You should give way to me, brother. At that moment, Qin Xiaoru delivered a decisive blow. You're all males. Why do you want to live so close to Sister Lin? Naturally, I should live next to Sister Lin. The twins were left speechless. So Qin Xiaoru naturally moved into the room next to Lin Xun. After the twins played rock, paper, scissors, Luo Ming suffered a crushing defeat, and his room was assigned to the far end of the corridor. The 4 of them rearranged their rooms, and it was time for dinner in the evening. Just as everyone was debating who should cook that day, Sister Mo suddenly knocked on the door. Boss, are you in your room? Lin Xun opened the door, walked out calmly, and closed the door behind him without turning around. Mo Jet didn't say anything, just looked pleasantly surprised, and quickly said, I still don't know your surname. Madam Boss, my surname is Lin. Boss Lin, it's like this. Someone downstairs saw you come in driving a particularly cool and flashy off-road vehicle, so they wanted to chat with you for a bit. I wonder if you have time now? Did they come to find her just because they saw her driving? Normally, Lin Xun would refuse. But since he had come to a new place, it was necessary to integrate into the group a bit. Moreover, Mo Jia seemed to value this conversation a lot. Who is that person? Wait for me for a minute. All right, Boss Lin, I'll wait for you downstairs. Luo Ming offered. Boss, how about I go down with you? We can keep each other company. Lin Xun reassured him that there was no need to be nervous. She was just going to chat on the first floor, and there wouldn't be any surprises. Mo Jia was indeed a businesswoman. As soon as Lin Xun stepped out of the elevator, she caught a whiff of tea fragrance. The aroma wafted from a deep corridor. Hearing the sound of the elevator doors opening, Mo Jia sensed something and quickly stepped out of the room in the corridor, leading Lin Xun over. This way, Boss Lin. Her attitude was very respectful. She had even prepared a special reception room for a small conversation and brewed high quality by Luo Chun tea. Who exactly was coming to see her? Lin Xun entered the reception room, sat down on a chair, and looked up at the person opposite her. It was a woman she did not know and had never seen before. The woman appeared to be about the same age as Sister Mo, with a bare face that clearly revealed the lines at the corners of her eyes and the texture of her skin. She had a very gentle and dignified face, with a kind smile on her lips, but the warmth did not reach her eyes, giving off a feeling of mild obedience. However, the surrounding aura conveyed an undeniable sense of pressure, indicating that her identity was not as simple as it seemed. The woman got straight to the point and introduced herself first, taking out a business card from her pristine suit jacket and placing it in front of Lin Xun. The card displayed the woman's name and the company she worked for. Miss Lin, I am Qian Li, responsible for the security around the Sandstorm Fortress. This is your first time here, isn't it? I heard from my subordinates that you arrived in a very flashy car, attracting envious glances from others. Moreover, you have the strength to kill a mid-level mutant and can afford to stay here with Sister Mo. You must be an ability user, right? Chapter 87. Ability User Association. Lin Xun turned the teacup in her hand. Why come to the Wind and Sand Fortress? It can't be for sightseeing, right? Qian Li's kind smile carried an undeniable authority. Her voice was gentle and delicate, yet it had woven an invisible net around Lin Xun, tightly binding her, making it hard for her to breathe, forcing her to lay down her arms. Lin Xun was unaware of Qian Li's identity when she arrived. She had never encountered her in her previous life. She also didn't know the reason why Qian Li was trying to get close. Speaking more now would only expose herself. Qian Li slightly retracted her smile, fully aware of the meaning behind Lin Xun's words. She hadn't even found her footing before she came knocking, which indeed seemed a bit urgent. However, she did have something to ask of Lin Xun, which was why she rushed over. It was best to get to her before that guy did, to make this Miss Lin her own. Qian Li took a sip of tea, adjusted her tone, and said, It's my fault. I was so focused on asking about your situation earlier. I actually do have something I want to ask of you. Lin Xun made a sound of acknowledgement, urging her to continue. Qian Li took something out of the pocket of her suit and placed it on the table. It was a very pure blue crystal core, a color that is quite rare, and as far as I know, only certain dangerous mutations are likely to carry it. After she finished speaking, she observed Lin Xun's expression. However, Lin Xun showed no change, so what? Qian Li chuckled, then sighed. My company is in great need of crystal cores, and I would like to invite you to become a part of it. In return, there will be a generous reward. Nowadays, some people are gradually realizing the importance of crystal cores. Lin Xun blinked her eyes, pretending not to know what she was going to do. Her expression full of confusion. What do you need this thing for? Isn't it just a stone with a rather unique color? She paused in her tone and continued. I came here because someone recommended it to me, saying that I just need to provide this thing called a crystal core to check in. I didn't know it was so sought after. She was unaware of the specific function of the crystal core. She had come based on someone else's recommendation. Qian Li and Mo Jia, who was responsible for making tea nearby, quickly exchanged a brief glance. May I ask who referred you here? Lin Xun calmly distanced himself from her. The woman's perfume was a bit too strong. It's inconvenient to disclose. But interestingly, she keenly noticed that when she mentioned being introduced by someone else, Sister Mo's gaze changed completely, showing more interest, as if there was a big figure managing this place above her and Qian Li. The seasoned Lin Xun knew well that in a conversation, one should never reveal too much and share everything with someone whose background is unknown. Instead, it was better to keep concepts vague, prompting the other party to guess and think. The tea room returned to calmness, and Qianli slowly set down her teacup, her expression finally becoming serious. Recently, we found that crystal cores can enhance the abilities of superhumans and can also replenish their lost energy, serving as a source of energy. She continued, "My company. Sorry, it shouldn't be called a company anymore." She smiled apologetically and rephrased, "What I manage is not a company, but an association. Many wild superhumans are registered in the association. They earn points by eliminating mutated creatures and then exchange them for what they want." Similar to a bounty guild? Qianli raised her head. Yes, and the crystal cores they obtain from the outside can be used by themselves or submitted to the association in exchange for points. Lin Xun thought for a moment and suddenly became interested. How is the points calculated? Knowing that she would be interested, Qianli began to introduce the points system in the association. There are two modes of calculating points in the association. One is based on individuals, and the other is based on teams. A team must consist of at least 2 and at most 6 people. The points earned from team battles are averaged. For example, if a mutated beast crystal core is blue, an individual can earn 300 points, but if it is divided among a 6-person team, each person would only get 50 points. Therefore, most members of the association are lone wolves, and the number of teams is relatively small. Lin Xun nodded. She was already very clear that her purpose in coming this time was not to exchange points for supplies, but to make a name for herself. Simply put, you have supplies, but lack crystal cores, so you're using points to exchange for crystal cores. Qianli nodded. That's about it. Lin Xun pretended to think. The tea had cooled, and she drank it down as Sister Mo poured another cup. Aside from exchanging points for food and supplies, can they be exchanged for something else? Aren't those the two things people need the most right now? What does she want exchange for? Qianli frowned slightly and asked in a low voice. Are you referring to? I have some special collecting hobbies. Lin Xun relaxed a bit. I'm interested in things like guns and bullets. At this point, if one still doesn't understand, they'd be a fool. Qianli smiled broadly, and this smile was much more genuine than before. When it comes to me, you're asking the right person. Although the points don't include what you mentioned, I know someone who can help you get them. However, you'll also need to exchange for crystal cores. Deal. Finally hearing what she wanted to hear, Qianli finally breathed a sigh of relief. How about tomorrow? Come to the association to register your and your teammates' information. Sister Mo took out a sticky note, wrote down the specific location, and handed it to Lin Xun. Lin Xun stacked the sticky note with the business card of Qianli she had just received and put them in her pocket. It turned out that this Qianli was the head of the association, and the company on the business card was just a facade. Before going upstairs, Lin Xun suddenly asked Sister Mo, "By the way, is there a good restaurant nearby?" Sister Mo thought for a moment and said, "The restaurants nearby have gradually closed one by one since the red rain. I usually buy some ingredients and cook for myself. However, the cafeteria in the association is quite decent. If you have enough points, you can give it a try there." Got it. Sister Mo suddenly remembered something, tapped her forehead, and said, "Needless to say, you must have a lot of points. After all, you can afford the blue crystal core." Lin Xun was taken aback, his eyes dimming slightly as he asked, "Is the blue crystal core rare here?" "A little," she replied. "Generally speaking, those that can produce a color close to pure blue are usually among the top powerhouses in the association." Sister Mo smiled charmingly. After all, in everyone's perception, the stronger the mutant, the higher the color grade of the crystal cores obtained from their bodies. After asking the question she wanted, Lin Xun bid farewell to Sister Mo and went upstairs. She remembered that she still had 2 purple and 1 pure red crystal cores in her space. It seemed unnecessary to take them out now, and she should also avoid getting too many blue ones in the future, or it would attract too much attention. Chapter 88. The rain stops. The sun shines the next morning. When Lin Xun woke up, she felt that something was off with the sky outside. Usually, she would either be awakened by the sound of rain or by the dim light outside. But today was different. Today, what woke her up was a beam of sunlight. After nearly a month without seeing a trace of the sun in the sky, it surprisingly made an appearance today. Lin Xun was stunned for a moment, then quickly flipped out of bed like a carp and walked to the window, pulling the curtains open. In an instant, The somewhat glaring sun poured into the room, landing on a pair of pristine white feet on the wooden floor. The electronic clock showed that it was now 6 a.m., and the rain had stopped. A few people were discussing the rain stopping at the dining table, and their moods had improved quite a bit. After eating some bread and drinking some milk, the four of them tidied up and left the apartment building. Sister Mo was not at the front desk at this time. She had opened an umbrella and walked outside to enjoy the sun. Luo Ming walked over to greet her. Sister Mo, good morning. Why are you using an umbrella to sunbathe? After saying that, he deliberately glanced at Lin Xun, who had done no sun protection at all. Look at your friend. That's what you call really white. But if the sun lasts for a few days, I'm afraid she will still get tanned. Luo also came over, deliberately exaggerating. Sister Mo, don't worry, our boss is naturally beautiful. She can't get tan no matter how much she basks in the sun. Her skin is as good as a newborn baby. Sister Mo huffed a little, somewhat unhappy, but still good-naturedly reminded Lin Xun to pay attention to sun protection, as this weather wouldn't allow for sunbathing for long. Lin Xun thanked her for her kindness, took out the car from the space, and the group left. Sister Mo waved away the exhaust fumes in front of her, squinting her eyes and probing, just as the rumors say. A space ability user? To think she can fit a car in there. I wonder how big her space really is. When did you guys get so close to her? Lin Xun asked the twins in the car. Luo Ming shrugged, looking calm and composed. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never lose a battle. Since Sister Mo is so mysterious, we naturally have to gather information from her. Luo added with a bright smile. Who knows? We might get some special intel from her. Besides, she's our landlord, so we should flatter her a bit, right? Lin Xun was non-committal but still said, smooth talker. Last night, Lin Xun had informed them about the association's matters. The three had no objections. After all, they were just following Lin Xun, so they would do whatever he said. Luo Shuangzi had a playful expression. The boss's decision is our decision. If the boss says to go north, we absolutely won't run south. Qin Xiaoru, not good with words, simply said, same here. Thus, a discussion that hadn't even started ended. However, boss, if we register as a team, do we need to come up with a name? Lin Xun tightened his grip on the steering wheel, glanced at the rearview mirror, and raised his eyebrows. Didn't you say you would listen to me on everything? Who said we have to sign up as a team? Both Gemini and Qin Xiaoru were taken aback. Are we going to fight alone? Lin Xun had this intention. Yesterday, Qin Li didn't mention that registering a team would prevent her from registering as an individual. Although the reputation of the team is important, she also places great value on individual combat ability. She doesn't want to be the only one famous in the future, with people only thinking of her as the captain when mentioning the team. She doesn't want the strengths of others to be overshadowed by her own, as that is not the outcome she desires. It is crucial for everyone to be in the same team, to motivate each other and grow together. Arriving at the association's entrance at the agreed time, many people were wandering outside, with the appearance of the sunlight. More people stepped out of their homes to feel the warmth of the rays. They were curious about the unfamiliar faces, especially the leading woman who was so beautiful. The association has a pleasant name, Golden Eagle. It was a very ordinary office building, and the lobby was no different from that of a typical company, except for a few more security personnel patrolling the hall. Lin Xun explained the purpose to the front desk staff. It was her first time here, and because her off-road vehicle had caused quite a stir yesterday, the front desk staff took them seriously and personally led them to the back hall. While walking, she introduced them to the specific matters of the association. Thank you. The back half of the association building resembles an environment where one can easily make friends, drink, and relax. On the right side is the bar, pool table, and game tables, while on the left side against the wall is a row of high-end booth sofas. Since it was still early, there were not many ability users present. There were even private rooms available for discussions. The twins, who traveled with the circus around the world, were accustomed to many novel and luxurious environments. However, it was Qin Xiaoru's first time in such a place, having never seen anything like it. She could only silently follow Lin Xun, feeling extremely nervous under the gaze of many eyes around her. Lin Xun noticed her and couldn't help but slow down his pace, walking alongside her and gently leaning closer to her ear. Don't be nervous. Don't show any signs of fear, or you'll be watched by everyone here. Once you show a hint of weakness, they'll realize you're easy to bully. Qin Xiaoru, squeeze her damp palm. What should I do? Noticing the predatory gazes around them, Lin Xun's lips curled into a cold smile devoid of warmth. Imagine them as the most detestable beings to you. Tell yourself that they all want to take advantage of you. Although Lin Xun's method may not be suitable for everyone, it is enough for Qin Xiaoru. A few men lingering nearby noticed that she was initially timid. However, after the tall and cold woman beside her whispered something in her ear, her cowardly demeanor vanished instantly, and she became quite formidable. They had no choice but to leave with their wine glasses in disappointment. "Good morning. How can I assist you?" The girl in charge of registration said with a standard smile. Lin Xun rested his hands on the registration desk, his gaze lowered. He heard that points could be exchanged for food and supplies here, so he asked the girl to help them register. The girl nodded and typed on the keyboard. "Okay, please wait a moment. May I ask if you're registering as an individual or as a team?" Chapter 89. Even as an older brother, I won't go easy. Individual. Lin Xun's voice was not loud, but it caught the attention of those around her. The four of us registered separately. The registrar glanced at her a couple of times, but didn't say much and lowered her head to operate the computer. Soon, she took out the 4 printed forms and handed them to Lin Xun. The forms included basic information such as name, gender, age, and below that was the type of ability. Lin Xun pointed at this column and asked, "Do we really have to write this?" She didn't want to expose her abilities. "It's just one space. Isn't that really not much of an ability? Just one space. Does he even realize how pretentious his words sound? It's a space large enough to fit an SUV. How precious is that?" Yet her tone was filled with disdain. "What is this? Is it a provocation implying that the rest of us don't have space? Just a few outsiders, thinking too highly of themselves as if they hold some noble status?" Lin Xun listened to all these words and wrote spatial ability in the column for the type of ability on the paper. The twins also wrote down their beast transformation ability. Qin Xiaoru held the pen, unsure of how to write. Lin Xun tilted her head and mouthed 2 words to her. Qin Xiaoru wrote them down. The registrar took the paper and looked over it one by one. The beast transformation ability of the twins had already surprised her. Her gaze lingered on the last sheet, Qin Xiaoru's registration form. Confidential? What does this mean? Could it be that her ability is extraordinary? After imagining many strange types of abilities, the registrar's attitude shifted to one of respect. "Thank you for filling it out. I'll take care of this for you." After a while, she handed Lin Xun 4 wristbands and explained their function. Each time a normal mutated creature was killed, it would reward 5 points. And for a mutated beast, 20 points. The wristbands would automatically sense and record the score. At the same time, the wristbands also functioned as life detectors. When a supernatural ability user entered a dangerous area, they would activate automatically. If they encountered life-threatening situations or lost the wristbands in a danger zone, the association would be notified and send a team to rescue them. Therefore, the wristbands also had a positioning function. However, Lin Xun didn't rush to leave. Instead, she leaned in and said, "We also want to register a team. That should be allowed, right?" The registrar nodded. Many people came to form teams like Lin Xun and then dispersed into individuals, so the association tacitly allowed it. After registering the team, the registrar asked Lin Xun to give their team a name. The twins happily listed several team names, but either they were already registered or Lin Xun thought they sounded too cheesy or unpleasant, until Lin Xun was overwhelmed by their suggestions and finally asked the registrar, "What number are we registering as?" The registrar looked at the number on the computer and said, "Lucky you, your number's 666. Lin Xun clapped her hands and said, "All right, then our team name will be 666, short for Team 36. Luo Ming stared at his leader in disbelief, his face filled with worry. "Boss, this team name is too ugly. Can we change it? Thunder, Morning Glow, Starlight, and such would be fine. Why choose this name?" Luoan also frowned, wondering how he would explain to others which team he belonged to. The twins were critical, but still followed Lin Xun's lead. What else could they do? They had to pamper their leader. Xie Chumo on the other end of the phone was laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. His voice was loud enough for Lin Xun to hear, and with his arms crossed, he said leisurely, "What are you laughing at? You'll have to join this team when you come over. Do you think you can fly solo?" A heart-wrenching remark. Thus, Xiaochomo could no longer laugh. Xiaziki's school matters were gradually being settled, and he would come over to join everyone after he adapted to the environment. Luo Ming kissed his phone a couple of times, wishing the chef would come over tomorrow. The quality of meals had dropped significantly in the past few days, with no good food to eat, and he felt like he had lost a few pounds. This place is located in the northwest, where the cloud cover is weak and UV rays are strong. Moreover, it is currently summer, and the bright sun is shining down on the ground. The rain-soaked ground is steaming with mist due to the high temperature. Lin Xun called the Gu family again to check on their recent situation. Both his mother and father were doing well, helping out wherever someone nearby needed assistance. Gu Ting was selected as a community representative due to his excellent guidance. It's hard to imagine that he once held the imposing title of CEO, managing and directing thousands of people in the company. But now he has to manage tens of thousands in the community, keeping busy every day yet feeling fulfilled. The three older brothers all had their own plans and left the Gu family not long after, each pursuing their own paths. However, everyone seemed quite busy. Lin Xun tried calling his brothers, but none answered. The eldest brother, Guhan Zhou, was teaming up with a few wealthy second-generation individuals he knew from the community to start business. The second brother, Gu Qingzhu, joined a team of superpowered individuals, but not with the kind associated with the white hats. Rather, it was a legitimate military base. Lin Xun even secretly guessed that with second brother's strength, he might meet Nan Yinzi in the future. Third brother Gu Qinxing had gotten to know a group of people and formed a team to hunt mutated creatures, helping the weak, somewhat similar to Lin Xun's team. Gu Qinxing's voice sounded a bit hoarse, even carrying a hint of breathlessness. He adjusted the headset hanging on his ear and showed a gentle smile. Sister, you should know about crystal cores, right? If we both take a liking to the same one in the future, I won't hold back. After hanging up the phone, Gu Qinxing increased the gravity release in his hands, crushing the mutated beast beneath him into pieces, its inside shattered. A purple-red crystal core exploded from within. Beautiful moments always pass in the blink of an eye. After a few uneventful days, everyone adjusted their physical conditions. Lin Xun led everyone to the entrance of the danger zone. Stepping out from here meant placing their lives in the hands of death. Chapter 90. Entering the danger zone. Outside the fence of the danger zone, it was originally not dangerous, but rather a desert scenic area. In the distance, the Gobi Desert had a clear boundary between the sand dunes and the blue sky. The vast and boundless desert was covered with rough gravel and dry soil. The unique terrain here was dotted with stones of various sizes, and occasionally low shrubs and drought-resistant vegetation could be seen growing tenaciously. During the day, the scorching sun baked the ground, with extremely high temperatures and dry heat waves permeating the air. At night, the temperature dropped sharply, and the Gobi became cold and silent. The sky was exceptionally vast. During the day, it was a clear blue, while at night, it was filled with countless stars, seemingly within reach, creating a sense of desolate yet magnificent solitude. From the safe zone, there were no signs of any mutated creature's activity. Before entering the danger zone, Lin Xun first said, "The first rule, and the most important one, is that I hope all of you can come out alive. The danger zone doesn't require you to earn a lot of points. I hope you can accumulate experience and train your physical skills through continuous real combat." The twins were eager to try, looking impatient. Luoan said, "Boss, we understand. You want us to grow quickly and not hold you back." Luo Ming said, "Don't worry, boss. We are following you because we want to become stronger." After the twins finished speaking, they were the first to step into the danger zone. Qin Xiaoru hesitated for a moment, then stood still in front of Lin Xun. Lin Xun didn't say anything to her, not even a word of encouragement, but the two understood each other without words. "Go ahead." "Okay." Lin Xun watched her figure fade away, gradually disappearing from his sight. She had no special abilities. To survive in an environment full of ability users, she could only rely on her own cunning and the knife in her hand. Qin Xiaoru tightened her grip on the knife handle and bent down to kiss the cold blade, which had become somewhat heated by the sun. "I will not let you down." Finally, it was Lin Xun. She wandered freely in the danger zone, as if searching for something, humming a tune, not at all concerned about points or her own safety. The sunlight at 8 in the morning was a bit too fierce, comparable to noon, making people just want to stay in an air-conditioned room. Beneath the gobi was a small grayish-brown town. A few plants swayed unsteadily in the soil, their leaves fluttering in the wind. The continuous rainy days had not made them wither. Instead, they had soaked up enough water and grown even more lush. Lin Xun was thinking about where his team members would go for training. The twins were already strong enough. What they needed more was practical experience. So they would go to areas with more mutants. Therefore, they would venture deeper into the Gobi Desert. However, Qin Xiaoru was not capable of that yet. And since she was alone, she would tend to look for solitary mutated creatures to hone her skills. This area was still relatively close to the safe zone, so there were no mutants in sight, as they had all been dealt with. Lin Xun was neither arrogant nor impatient, seemingly wandering aimlessly on the street, but in fact, she had already noticed a few annoying tails following her. She turned into a secluded corner, and sure enough, it attracted those few people. When they saw her disappear, they hurriedly chased after her. Where did she go? Didn't she run in this direction? That's right. I saw her come over. How did she vanish in the blink of an eye? Lin Xun squatted on the second-floor balcony, watching the few people below scurrying around like headless flies, and found it amusing. She found a flashbang from the armory, tossed it to the ground, and made these pesky followers lose their sight. Oh, my eyes. What the hell? Why can't I see anything? Lin Xun jumped down from the second floor and knocked them to the ground with just a few punches, without even drawing her dagger to threaten them. She grabbed one of them by the collar and coldly asked, "Who sent you to follow me? Speak." The women's voice. The few of them immediately came to their senses and hurriedly apologized. No one sent us to follow you. You were just wandering around the street alone, and we just wanted to ask if you needed help. Yeah, that's right. Another person, covering their eyes, which were too swollen to see anything, and with a painful abdomen, said, "Who knew you would hit so hard, indiscriminately beating us up?" Lin Xun found a pile of weapons on them. There were small knives, daggers, as well as tranquilizers and pepper spray, all arranged by them. Lin Xun poked them and gently lowered her eyes. It seemed they were just ordinary people, not superhumans. Otherwise, they would have retaliated when she attacked them earlier. After asking a few more questions, Lin Xun let them go. However, after walking just a few steps, someone came running from front to talk to her. It was a tall, thin young man wearing glasses, looking just like a college student, harmless. But in a danger zone, could he really be as simple as he appeared? When the man saw Lin Xun, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had found a lifeline, and he ran over. It was as if a flood or a ferocious beast was chasing him. "Help me, kind person!" The young man shouted, quickly hiding behind Lin Xun. Lin Xun was confused, but the next moment he suddenly felt something was off in the air. His body instinctively reacted, raising his arm to block a fierce blow. Was it an invisible person or an invisibility technique? Lin Xun took a few steps back, her arms feeling a bit numb from the impact. However, apart from herself and the young man, there was no one else around. But Lin Xun clearly knew that just a moment ago, she had definitely made physical contact with him. "Oh, you little girl have some skill managing to catch my movements. So, how about this next move?" A slightly hoarse male voice suddenly emerged. Immediately, something made a heavy sound in the air, forcing Lin Xun to continuously sidestep and retreat to avoid the invisible man's attack in front of her. Finally, feeling a bit annoyed by his antics, she threw the two daggers in her hands. With two clangs, her daggers were actually deflected by him, landing on the ground beside her. Lin Xun frowned and said, "I have no grievances with you. Why are you chasing after me to fight?" The person still refused to show themselves, their voice carrying a sense of entitlement. "Weren't you just protecting that kid? With your skills looking so sharp, anyone would think you two are in cahoots." It turned out the problem lay with that young man. Lin Xun tilted his head and raised his eyes to look at him. The admiration on the young man's face instantly turned into panic. Lin Xun walked over and kicked him in the butt, causing him to kneel on the ground. "I've given you what you want, don't bother me." Just as he raised his foot to leave, the young man grabbed his calf and refused to let go. "Oh, don't go." He actually cried. Chapter 91. Battle with the invisible man. Lin Xun was speechless. She tried to take 2 steps, but the young man at her feet was like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. She instantly became angry, narrowing her eyes and enveloping them in a cold, icy aura. "If you don't let go, don't blame me for being rude." The young man was in tears, shouting loudly, "I won't let go. You should do a good deed to the end and help me get rid of him. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I deal with a supernatural being? As long as you're willing to save me, I'll give you a crystal core as a reward. He casually pulled out a green crystal core, faintly glowing with a blue light from his pocket. Oh, this made Lin Xun curious. Since he claimed to be an ordinary person, how could he have a crystal core? Let go. You promised not to abandon me first. The young man cried pitifully. Let go. This is the last time I'm asking. Reluctantly, the young man eased his grip a little. Lin Xun seized the opportunity to break free from his arm. Regaining control of his left leg, the gradually forgotten invisible man spoke up. So your final decision is to save this kid after all? He even offered to trade his life for the crystal cores. Lin Xun replied, casually lowering her head to ask, 3 blue crystal cores. Can you afford that? The young man was overjoyed, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes, yes. However, this remark made the invisible man somewhat dissatisfied. You can give 3 blue crystal cores to someone you've just met, but when our boss asks you, you refuse? It seems my knife is still a bit dull. It didn't strike you. The young man trembled in fear, but then thought the girl in front of him was now his bodyguard, which gave him a bit more confidence. He raised his voice. Those were earned through my labor. I can give them to whoever I want. It's not my fault that Boss Kuei broke his promise first. The invisible man's attitude suddenly changed, his tone turning cold. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I want to see how long she can protect you. Lin Xun conjured 2 long knives from her spatial ability. She rarely used such weapons because the movements were not as simple and smooth as when using a dagger. However, since her opponent was an invisible person and she was unsure of their exact strength, the short dagger did not feel as safe as the long knives. Spatial ability? The invisible man was clearly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. So, you are the woman who has been the talk of the town here. Falling into my hands. You are indeed out of luck. The yellow sand filled the air, and the heat waves surged. Lin Xun held a long knife, his gaze like a torch. The invisible man suddenly struck, the blade darting towards Lin Xun's chest like lightning. Although she couldn't see where he was, she could sense a slight disturbance in the air. Her stance was as steady as Mount Tai. Her foot lightly tapped, her body shifted, and the long knife moved like a dragon emerging from the sea, narrowly avoiding the opponent's attack. The invisible man was incredibly serious. Could she see her own knife? No, she shouldn't be able to. The man, seeing his strike miss, quickly changed his approach, pressing forward step by step. Lin Xun was calm and unhurried, skillfully dodging every attack with agile footwork. The long knife in his hand was as light as a swallow, neither clashing head-on with his opponent nor falling behind. As if he were effortlessly waiting for the perfect moment. Lin Xun, in every move and stance, judged the man's physique and height. Right here, a flash of cold light flickered in her eyes as she suddenly accelerated her twin blades, stabbing out like lightning, targeting the gap under her opponent's rib. Although the man reacted quickly, it was already too late. The protagonist's blade was already closing in, and he could only hurriedly raise his sword to block. With a loud clang, the long sword in the man's hand fell to the ground. Lin Xun swiftly turned his wrist, and the long knife followed suit, pointing directly at the opponent's throat. Huh. The man instantly froze, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, realizing he had no chance to fight back. He lowered his head and sighed, accepting his defeat wholeheartedly. The young man was left dumbfounded, completely unaware of what had just happened. He only felt Lin Xun slashing at the air in front of her, and in the blink of an eye, her long knife was already across the opponent's neck. Lin Xun stepped closer, coldly saying, "What's wrong? The loser still refuses to show up?" The man, infuriated and unwilling, dispelled his invisibility ability. "This is driving me crazy." Lin Xun was taken aback, not expecting to be facing an old man with gray hair. When she assessed the opponent's physique and height earlier, she had clearly noticed that the other person was too thin, completely unlike a normal adult male build. She thought he belonged to the leaner type, but never imagined he was actually an old man. The old man also held 2 long knives, which had intricate patterns engraved on them. The knife handles were wrapped in somewhat faded cloth strips, indicating they hadn't been cleaned or removed for a long time. Over the years of use, they had lost their luster. The old man's face was grim, and although he seemed about to say something out of frustration, he ultimately held back. instead glaring at the evasive young man. Girl, you chose to wade into this murky water yourself. Once you come into contact with him, some things will become beyond your control. Hearing the insinuation in his words, Lin Xun wasted no time in exposing him, her eyes filled with disdain. Why speak so cryptically? Don't you just want to say that I'm in cahoots with him, and that when it comes time for revenge, you'll come after me too? The old man's face darkened a few shades, gritting his teeth. You don't understand the importance of respecting the elderly and loving the young. Truly rude. As he spoke, he raised his knife again, but Lin Xun also positioned her long knife in front of her, her expression calm. She barely curled the corners of her lips and casually said, "Who was the one who initiated the attack first?" The old man was momentarily speechless. Forget it. Arguing wouldn't work. Fighting wouldn't work. The best strategy is to retreat. After the old man left, the young man was overwhelmed with gratitude and opened his mouth to express thanks, only to find his neck caught between a pair of knives. Having dealt with him, "Let's talk about you." Huh? The young man's eyes reddened. He had just chased away a wolf, and now a tiger had come. The young man walked in front, while Lin Xun, with her hands in her pockets, followed behind. The young man was named Beihai, a researcher and mechanic skilled in mechanical modifications. That old man, just now, was a subordinate of Boss Kuei, who had come to capture him to make him work for Boss Kuei. Beihai. Lin Xun silently repeated the name in her heart a few times and suddenly remembered that this was the master of crystal nucleus technology who would later become famous. At this moment, Beihai's face was youthful and his gaze was clear. 10 years later, when he appeared before people's eyes, he would no longer possess the innocence of this time. To confirm her thoughts, Lin Xun hurriedly walked over to him in 3 steps and 2 strides, startling Beihai, who stammered and asked her, "What's wrong?" Lin Xun stared at him. "What have you been researching lately? Implanting crystal cores into firearms?" Beihai raised his eyebrows in surprise and smiled happily. "This is my recent research idea, but how did you know?" He was a bit puzzled. However, he had always kept this proposal buried in his heart and hadn't told anyone. How'd she know? Chapter 92. Master of Crystal Core Transformation. Before Lin Xun could speak again, Beihai started to self-analyze and patted his forehead, helping Lin Xun cover up the lie. "I understand now. You must be thinking the same as me. The crystal core contains immense energy, just like a battery can convert electricity. So the crystal core must also be convertible." Lin Xun's eyes suddenly flickered twice as he placed his hand on Beihai's shoulder. Don't speak. How much longer until we reach your laboratory?" "It's just in the basement of that abandoned house up ahead." Lin Xun nodded, grabbed his arm, and started running as someone was following them. "Hey, wait a minute." Lin Xun ran through the small town with him. This used to be a town near a scenic area in the depths of the Gobi Desert. Now, all the townspeople have been relocated by the government, leaving behind only some uninvited superpowered individuals. Beihai was panting as he followed Lin Xun. Was this woman a devil? After experiencing such a fierce battle, she didn't even seem tired and could still run this far with him. He was just a frail scholar, and his stamina couldn't keep up. If he didn't want to die, he had to run. Beihai was taken aback for a moment, then gritted his teeth and made an effort to stay behind Lin Xun. After going around in circles several times, they finally shook off those people. Beihai was sweating profusely, gasping for breath and unable to speak. He quickly pointed to an inconspicuous small hut on the right. Lin Xun followed him in quickly and closed the panel. How did they lose them again? Quick, keep looking around. Several waves of noisy footsteps passed outside, eventually fading into silence. Beihai covered his chest, feeling dry and parched, and gestured for Lin Xun to follow him. He led Lin Xun deeper inside, and she could clearly feel that they were going downhill, no longer on the surface. The temperature underground was much cooler than above, and after walking for about 10 minutes, they still hadn't reached the end. It was only when the ground beneath Lin Xun's feet was no longer rough sand, but heavy steel that she realized they had entered the laboratory that Beihai mentioned. He used his phone flashlight to light the way. Under the beam, it resembled a cold fortress. At the end was a metal door that had a sense of age to it. Beihai entered the password and opened the door, leading Lin Xun inside. The cold, suffocating presence of metal was everywhere. The smooth metallic floor reflected the cold white light, bringing a bone-chilling sensation. Silver-gray alloy panels were embedded in the walls, covered with sheets of paper filled with numbers and calculation symbols. The floor and ceiling were made of the same metal, each inch seeming to remind them of the seriousness and ruthlessness of this place. Wait for me here. I'll go get the crystal core. Dugu Beihai hurriedly left the laboratory through one of the doors, not knowing where it led. Lin Xun turned around slowly to survey the laboratory. It was a simple circular room, with 4 metal doors closely arranged on either side, each embedded with complex numerical locks and scanning devices. Just a moment ago, Dugu Beihai had entered through one of those doors. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant, mixed with the cold metallic scent, which was not very pleasant. Looking further ahead, the instruments on the experimental table were neatly arranged, and under the cold light, the surfaces of the equipment Lin Xun couldn't understand glimmered coldly, appearing particularly ruthless. On the other side of the operation table, there were also 2 complex mechanical arms made of precision alloys, continuously creating something while emitting a low humming sound. The entire laboratory would be engulfed in silence if not for the footsteps of Lin Xun and Dugu Beihai. Only the occasional sounds of electronic devices operating announced that there was still some metallic heartbeat here. The woman's skin was as white as snow, glimmering faintly under the cold light, exuding an aura of unapproachability. Her lips were thin, usually pressed into a cold straight line with just a hint of light powder. Her long black hair fell like a waterfall, creating a chilling airflow as she moved. "What are you looking at?" Lin Xun suddenly turned her head and asked in a, "Oh no, I've been found out." Dugong Beihai unconsciously coughed lightly, shifting his gaze away from her and looking down at the beautiful stone in his hand. Cough. This crystal core is really a crystal core, which instead made it more conspicuous. Lin Xun walked over and took the crystal cores from his hand, inspecting them carefully. All 3 were genuine. Dugu Beihai hadn't lied to her. Quite impressive. How did he obtain these? Dugu Beihai lowered his head and smiled shyly. Whenever I have new progress with my experimental subjects, I test their power on mutated beasts. Over time, I ended up with more crystal cores. Lin Xun nodded. The next moment, he knocked the young man to the ground, a dagger pressed against his defenseless throat. "Where are the remaining crystal cores?" Dugu Beihai gasped in pain, staring at her in disbelief, still in shock. You really want to kill me?" Lin Xun pressed the dagger close to him. Her gaze was so cold that Dugu Beihai almost forgot that this person was no different from the group of bloodthirsty people outside. Was he really going to meet his end here today? "I'll give you all the crystal cores. Can you let me go?" Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, and Dugu Beihai looked at Lin Xun with tearful eyes, on the verge of crying out loud. "Has anyone ever told you that you trust others too easily?" Dugu Beihai was taken aback. "If I were a bad person, I wouldn't just take all your crystal cores. I would lock you up and study new weapons day and night." Dugu Beihai rubbed his sore shoulder that had been suppressed earlier and muttered, "Then you'll be just like Big Brother Kuei. Perhaps I would be even more cruel." Lin Xun snorted coldly, walked to the side, and tapped on the metal table. "Who here knows about this?" Dugu Beihai shook his head. "So far, I've only brought you here. This used to be where my parents worked, but they are no longer here now. Only I know all the passwords, and this place is level 10 bulletproof security. It's quite safe here, except for the lack of food." Lin Xun couldn't help but smile. "You don't suspect me at all?" "Just a little bit, but when I see you, for some reason, I feel a sense of familiarity, and I unconsciously choose to trust you." Chapter 93. The twins went missing. Lin Xun rolled her eyes, not taking Dugu Beihai's words to heart. Her face was not a common one. It was clearly very recognizable. "I'll safely take you away, and I've accepted the payment. So what happens next has nothing to do with me." Dugu Beihai hurriedly stopped Lin Xun. "Wait a minute. Can I ask you to be my bodyguard? I will pay you with crystal cores just like today." "You look like someone who gets into trouble everywhere," she said. "That old man just mentioned that getting involved with you. I can't escape from it either." At this point, Lin Xun suddenly paused, frowned, and asked, "Who is Boss Kuei? Why does he want to capture you?" Dugu Beihai couldn't help but sigh, sat down on the chair, and began to explain to Lin Xun. "Boss Kuei is very powerful in the danger zone. Even the Golden Eagle Association can't do anything about him. Moreover, I've heard that he was once a death row inmate in a certain district, suddenly awakened his supernatural abilities after the Red Rain, escaped from prison, and somehow ended up here in Sandstorm Fortress. and because he is too ruthless and violent. Those who oppose him either end up dismembered or tortured to death by his supernatural abilities. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but ask him what his special ability was. It's poison, Dugu Beihai said. Lin Xun's eyes flickered. No wonder he could act lawlessly. Dugu Beihai had been saved by Boss Koei before, and, in times of food scarcity, he even shared his food with him. Therefore, he felt very grateful to Boss Koei and had inadvertently revealed his weapon modification research to him, not expecting it to attract the other party's attention. Boss Koei asked Dugu Beihai to work with him, assuring him that he would not be treated poorly and would receive plenty of help. However, due to the poor quality of the guns, they could not withstand the energy from the crystal cores, making them all single-use and extremely wasteful. Boss Koei said he could provide Dugu Beihai with a batch of high-quality guns if he brought the crystal cores to him. In the end, all the guns he brought were snatched away by Boss Koei, who suddenly changed his mind. Dugu Beihai regretted it immensely. The method of merging machinery with crystal cores, which he had previously told Boss Koei about, was now being used by him with great proficiency. At this point, the young man couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly, almost on the verge of tears. After all, Boss Koei had saved his life before, and he truly believed he was a good person. But as Lin Xun had said, he was still too naive. Now he had seen through his true nature and realized that Boss Koei was completely coveting the success of his research. When he went to confront him today, he intended to sever ties, but unexpectedly, Boss Koei sent someone to capture him. Fortunately, he was spotted by Lin Xun, which allowed him to escape capture. Boss Koei not only had poisonous supernatural abilities, but also possessed crystal core weapons, making him increasingly powerful. He specifically took in those vicious and homeless supernatural beings to work for him. Therefore, the elite association members had to be wary of him. Fortunately, he often operated in dangerous zones and rarely caused trouble in safe areas. Lin Xun pondered for a moment. It seemed that in order to live here peacefully, she should avoid getting involved with this troublesome person and preferably have no ties to him at all. He had given Lin Xun his contact information, telling her to call him if she wanted to come to the lab. She wondered how long this scorching weather would last, as she had been exposed to the sun for too long. Dugu Beihai turned and entered deeper into the experimental area. Unexpectedly, the more one tries to avoid something, the more it seems to come. 5 days later, Qin Xiaoru had sunburned skin peeling off and was lying on the sofa while Lin Xun applied ointment to her. 2 days ago, the twins had gone missing and no one answered messages or calls. If there was still no response by tonight, Lin Xun decided she would go find them herself. Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door. She opened it to find Sister Mo standing there in colorful clothes, holding a letter specifically meant for her. Sister Mo hadn't even finished her makeup. One side of her eyeliner was missing, and she looked anxious. Lin Xun took the white envelope from her hand, which had no markings or labels on the front. Turning it over, there was a pitch-black python, its sharp fangs bared as if it could take a person's life at any moment. "Oh dear, Miss Lin, how did you get involved with him after just a few days?" Sister Mo said anxiously. "He is the one person you absolutely cannot provoke in our wind and sand fortress. No exceptions." Lin Xun tore open the envelope, where a line was written in pen. "If you want to save the two twins, come here at 8 p.m. Below was an address. It mentioned that the address was not very accurate, as it did not specify which street or which house. Danger Zone Tavern. Go straight for 100 meters. Sister Mo was anxious and flustered, while Lin Xun remained calm. "Tell me, how did you get involved with him? We avoid him like the plague. Yet he actively wrote a letter to you. You've landed yourself in big trouble." Sister Mo pointed to the design on the envelope, urging Lin Xun to look. Indeed, the black snake on the back of the envelope was his symbol. He really liked snakes, those cold and slimy creatures, which he found very appealing. It was said that he even kept several around him. Sister Mo went on, sharing various pieces of information about Boss Koei. One moment, he beat someone up. The next, he killed another guy. In short, his reputation was terrible. No one here liked him. Sister Mo blinked, her brows furrowed like little peaks, and worriedly said, "If someone could subdue him, that would be great. Sigh, it's not like no one has tried before. But they all ended up dead under his abilities. He really wants to rule the entire sand fortress." "That shouldn't be the case." According to their descriptions of Boss Koei, he should be a ruthless character who kills without blinking. But why hasn't he acted in the safe zone? Sister Mo thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a reason, shaking her head and saying, at that time, he seemed to be in a bad state. He hurriedly cursed a couple of times and then left. He came directly to the safe zone. Sister Mo replied, yes, everyone was shocked at that time. This guy who usually stayed in the danger zone actually barged into the safe zone one day. Many of us were on edge, but in the end, didn't he do anything? Don't you think that's strange? It is indeed very strange. Lin Xun was deep in thought, agreeing with Sister Mo's statement. When new mysteries surfaced in his mind, could it be that Boss Koei could only stay in the danger zone and had no way to come to the safe zone? Or was there something in the safe zone that he couldn't deal with, which was why he didn't dare to take action directly here? Chapter 94. Provoking her was like kicking a steel plate. Dugabei had heavy dark circles under his eyes, his hair was extremely messy, and the whites of his eyes were filled with red blood vessels, making him look quite frightening. Only a few lights were on in the laboratory, with just a desk lamp providing weak illumination. He rested his hands on the workbench, meticulously disassembling and reassembling the machine gun, his brows tightly furrowed. Something was off. It still wasn't working. The space left for the crystal core was too small. Should I reduce the stock even more? But that would make it very fragile due to the recoil. If only I had a better quality gun. I would have to worry about so many problems. Suddenly, the phone beside him rang. Dugabei irritably raked his fingers through his hair, ignoring it, and continued to focus on his work. The ringtone stopped, and after a few minutes, it rang again. However, Dugabei still didn't pay attention, until the phone rang a third time. He finally couldn't help it, grabbed the phone from the table, pressed the play button, and shouted angrily without checking who was calling. Do you know it's 3 a.m.? I'm busy working. Please don't disturb me. After venting his anger, Dugabei sighed in relief, supporting his head as he pressed on his slightly aching temples. On the other end of the line, no one spoke, and silence fermented in the air. Dugabei felt something was off and quickly brought the phone to his eyes, gasping in shock. Oh no, it was actually Lin Xun calling. She is awake? She is awake. I'm sorry, Sister Lin. I picked up the phone too quickly and didn't check the contact. I didn't mean to yell at you. I didn't expect you to be working at this hour. I was about to go to sleep. At this point, Dugabei relaxed, leaning back in his chair, feeling a bit down. But then, an idea struck him before going to bed. So he came to the work area to modify things. By the way, I haven't asked, do you need something from me? Lin Xun said softly. I want to ask if anything has happened in the danger zone recently. Lin Xun's eyes darkened as she prepared to hang up the phone. Is that so? Then I won't disturb you. Continue working. Dugabei hurriedly said, but Sister Lin, there's something very strange. What? It seems to be arranged by Boss Koei. And the important thing is that it's free of charge. Dugabei didn't notice Lin Xun's breathing becoming heavier and continued. But the only creatures I've seen around Boss Koei are a few snakes, so it's not really an animal show. I don't know what he's planning this time. Sister Lin, are you listening? You carry on. I won't disturb you. Sister Lin? Dugabei wondered if it was his illusion, but he felt that the other party seemed to be angry upon hearing what he said. But what was she angry about? Lin Xun hung up the phone, suppressing the rage boiling inside her, almost crushing the device in her hand. What kind of animal show could there be in a danger zone? Even if there were, the people here would slaughter them and send them to their stomachs. Moreover, it was Boss Koei who specifically founded the animal show, and with the twins in his hands. Who the so-called animal performers were was self-evident. Qin Xiaoru, listening from the side, also grew increasingly pale. It was late at night, and neither of them had slept. The letter from the morning left them restless. She had walked through the entire danger zone, but had not seen the twins. Treating people as animals was already highly immoral, let alone that the person was a companion who spent every day with them. She hadn't slept all night, organizing the gear she would need. And before the sun even rose, she was waiting under the Golden Eagle Association building. In the morning, Chenli came downstairs and saw Lin Xun, who looked like a cold statue. She was dressed simply and neatly, mostly in black or gray, making it easy to move and blending with the night. A lightweight, sharp dagger was strapped to each side, with the sheaths and hilts devoid of any unnecessary decorations, perfectly matching her stern demeanor. The killing intent emanating from her instantly made Qian Li's face turn serious. Lin Xun jumped down from the high platform, landing lightly in front of her, as silent as a cat. Here to see me? Got time? Let's chat. Qian Li shook her head helplessly, staring at the hand that hung naturally at her thigh, ready to draw a dagger at any moment. It seems you didn't give me a choice. She glanced at the sun overhead, shielding her eyes with her hand. There are too many people here. Let's go to my office. Today, the sun was as blinding as ever. Lin Xun walked straight into Qian Li's office, which was decorated no differently than an ordinary business office. Qian Li slightly pulled the blinds of the office's floor-to-ceiling windows to block the glaring sunlight. After Lin Xun entered the room, he stood still and spoke coldly. If I kill Boss Kuei, what reward will the association give me? Qian Li widened her eyes slightly. Surprised. Her mind raced, trying to understand the situation. Since Boss Kuei arrived at Sandstorm Fortress, he had been like a thorn, deeply embedded in the hearts of everyone here who desired peace. You want to kill him? Sandstorm Fortress wasn't without people who had done that, but the results. I'm different from those people. Lin Xun interrupted coldly, his gaze so calm it felt inhuman. Just tell me what benefits I will get if I kill him. Qian Li no longer beat around the bush. She sat down in her office chair, resting her hands on her chin. Then you tell me first, what do you want? Crystals, food, supplies, or weapons. However, upon hearing these items, Lin Xun shook his head, casually tossing a dagger up and down with his slender fingers, appearing completely relaxed. These items were already a high reward for ordinary people, yet he still seemed unsatisfied. Lin Xun looked at her expressionlessly. I can help you deal with that thorn. Cool out, which shouldn't be equated with these things, right? Qian Li felt a bit angry upon hearing this and sneered. But the premise is that you can really kill him. Chapter 95. The cage on the stage. Lin Xun had a stern expression with delicate and distinct features. Seemingly perfect and flawless like a sculpture, exuding confidence. I never make promises I can't keep. Qian Li sighed heavily, spreading her hands. All right then. Let us hear what you want. First, we will live in Sister Mo's apartment without having to pay for the crystal core. Qian Li thought for a moment. It wasn't a loss, and she could agree to it. Okay. Second, increase the number of points I have. I don't need to be on par with the one who has the highest points. Just staying among the top few is enough. This wasn't difficult. It could be done with just a few clicks. Moreover, if she really had the ability to kill Boss Kuei and eliminate her major concern, the association could grant her a substantial amount of points and allow her to join their camp. All in all, it was a favorable situation. But the premise was that Lin Xun could really do it. If she couldn't kill Boss Kuei and harbored resentment, the association might also be implicated. I can apply for your conditions to the higher-ups, but if you fail or flee, you must never mention the words Golden Eagle Association, otherwise. You will be hunted down by us as well. Lin Xun understood and also knew that above Qian Li, there were higher supervisors. She said nothing more, nodded, and left. Lin Xun saw a few shirtless big men standing downstairs, their exposed necks and arms tan dark but completely unaware. She pulled down the brim of her hat, covering all her skin, leaving not a hint exposed to the sunlight. In a few days, these people would realize the destructive power of ultraviolet rays. The high temperatures were just the tip of the iceberg at this moment. Lin Xun went to the danger zone alone. Qin Xiaoru had a sunburn and was unable to move well, so Lin Xun arranged other work for her, asking her to look for any abnormalities in the safe zone. The black fabric of her clothes absorbed heat, so before entering the danger zone, she specifically changed into a light gray outfit. The sunlight overhead was scorching, and waves of heat hit her one after another. It was not only hot, but also stuffy, as if she were trapped in a steamer, making even breathing difficult. In the past, she could see 2 or 3 companions when entering dangerous areas, but now there was only her at the entrance. Looking around, the boundary between the safe zone and the danger zone was also designed oddly. There was only a large entrance about 2 meters wide, with a long white wall 4 meters high serving as the boundary. There are no supernatural beings patrolling nearby, yet the mutated creatures outside couldn't get in. Lin Xun even suspected that there might be ability users in the safe zone, like Su Lu, who could stop the actions of the mutated creatures. There were too many thoughts in her head to consider each one in detail. She closed her eyes, cleared her mind, and took a deep breath to calm herself down. She walked to the only tavern in the small town, and, after walking another 100 meters, a black door appeared before her, as if waiting for someone to push it open. Do you really want to go in? A few ability users walking together showed displeasure and shouted loudly at Lin Xun, who was blocking the door. Lin Xun said nothing, lowering his head and stepping aside to let those people enter the black door first. Are you looking for trouble? All right. Hurry down. The performance is about to start. This is a staircase leading to the lower level. Lin Xun followed them, her black calf-length boots stepping on the dusty and sandy floor, making a sound that wasn't loud, but she heard it clearly. What caught her eye was a circular underground theater filled with people, with a deep brown oval stage in the center, surrounded by a ring of cracks that seemed to be able to rise and fall. About 100 red chairs were arranged around the central stage, like stars surrounding the moon. Those few people were right. If you arrived late, you could only sit at the back. At that moment, the lobby was filled with newcomers coming to watch the performance. The lighting was dim, and amidst the bustling voices, looking up, it was a sea of black. With heads bobbing, Lin Xun glanced around and sat down in the last row, erasing all traces of his existence and blending into the surrounding black background. 10 minutes later, all the lights in the room went out, and the venue gradually fell silent, with only faint whispers. This time old Koei really put on quite a show. He wouldn't have actually invited some famous animal trainer to perform, would he? One person scoffed. How is that possible? He's usually stingy with even a grain of rice or a bullet. There's no way he'd let us watch a performance for free. There's probably a trick to it. Better to be cautious. Soon, spotlights flickered at the lower part of the stage, and, as the stage rose, it became level with the first row of spectators. Everyone focused intently, but was suddenly taken aback. The originally empty stage was now filled with numerous snakes of different colors surging from below. Black, gold, red, white, green. They all crawled onto the stage. Snakes usually hide in dark, damp places, such as underground caves, crevices in tree roots, or between rocks. However, now these snakes seemed guided by something, all coiling together, tightly packed on the small stage. Each snake's body pressed against another, their smooth scales glistening coldly under the strong light. A smell of blood filled the air as the snakes slowly moved, producing a rustling sound that would send chills down anyone's spine. The hall fell into dead silence. No one dared to speak. Some who were timid and afraid of snakes fainted at the sight, unable to even get up and run. The audience had yet to recover from the shock brought by the snake pit when a huge iron cage descended from above, perfectly fitting around the stage. Two similar figures were also thrown down from above, crashing heavily into the cold, slippery snake pit, unable to get up for a moment. It was Luo Ming and Luo, and in their beastly forms. Lin Xun silently watched everything happening in the venue, his eyes growing colder. What is that thing? Is it human? It doesn't look much like one. It resembles some kind of large animal. Have you ever seen an animal of such size? It's quite noisy around. The woman's features were cold, as if she had just walked out of an ice cellar, her whole body exuding a chilling aura. She was furious to the extreme, yet her face remained calm as ever. On stage, Luo Ming squinted his beast-like eyes, a faint smell of blood around his mouth and nose, his temples pounding with pain. He had fallen for Koei Lao Da's trick. Cough, cough. Struggling to prop up half his body from the ground, it felt as if all his bones had been shattered and reassembled. His younger brother Luo was still unconscious, not faring any better than him. His blurry vision gradually cleared, and the blocked ears regained clarity. A swarm of snakes wrapped around his legs, a tingling sensation flooding his heart. Something was off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the animal show I'm hosting. Let me introduce these beautiful scaled snakes. All my carefully nurtured treasures, each one coated with deadly venom. And the other side of this competition. His tone carried a hint of malice as he chuckled ominously. It's the first pair of twins. Their ability is beastification. The audience was shocked. Chapter 96. The theater inflames. The audience, who had nearly been scared off, now wore curious smiles once again. Because the victim surrounded by the snakes was not them. They felt exhilarated and free. Lin Xun took out a small controller from her pocket, her cold fingertips lightly brushing over the raised buttons. Her gaze was fixed tightly on the stage, not missing any clues. Just now, only the voice of Boss Koei had been heard, but he himself had not appeared in front of everyone. However, the people here didn't mind. They were more concerned about the duel between the human and the snake on stage. At this moment, Luoan also slowly regained consciousness, feeling a sharp pain in his arm as a snake's fangs sank into his skin, slowly injecting venom. Get away! His vertical pupils flickered. Although his beastly body was hard enough, it was not immune to all poisons. A sufficient amount of venom could bring him to his death. Luo Ming reached out to help his brother up, a hint of self-mockery in his eyes, realizing that he seemed to want to kill them here. Luo and was gasping for breath, leaning weakly against the iron cage railing, his throat aching. Absolutely 1T let him succeed. Below the stage, some people began to complain, feeling dissatisfied. Why aren't they fighting? This is getting boring. Hurry up and kill each other. With so many snakes, how can they remain oblivious? Have they already been poisoned all over and can't move? Hurry up, hurry up. They seem to be filled only with blood and slaughter. Their human side overwhelmed by primal desires. The twins' eyelids drooped, their tone indifferent, revealing no emotion. This scene now was quite similar to before. Yes, no one sees us as human. It's this ability that has brought us to this point. No, you forget, the boss has never cared about our oddities. Speaking of Lin Xun, they exchanged a smile. Speaking of which, she is already strange enough. Even coming here right now, doesn't T feel strange to me? It's so noisy around. Outside the stage, there were intense shouts, as if they hadn't had enough of the show yet. Luo Ming was panting heavily, his breath particularly labored, and he suddenly smiled at Luoan, sweat dripping from his forehead. Forget it. I just hope the boss doesn't come to such a filthy place. I don't want her to see us in such a sorry state. Luoan pulled out the venomous snake that had bitten into the muscle of his back, taking a deep breath of cool air, and sliced the snake's head in two. What? Even in sorry state? I'm still more handsome than you. Nonsense. We both have the same face. The two of them exchanged banter, seemingly arguing, but in reality, they were helping each other stay alert, resisting the paralysis of the brain caused by the toxins. The crowd below was too noisy. No one heard what they were saying while cutting the snake. Both twins were battered and bruised, the venomous snakes leaving holes the size of a pinky finger, blood oozing out and mixing with the chopped-up snake pieces on the ground. There was no one to stop them at the exit. Those who couldn't stand this duel and still had a conscience had long since left, cursing Boss Koei along the way for being a terrible person. As for the remaining people, Lin Xun lowered her brows and eyes, exuding an otherworldly indifference. Like the cold, clear moonlight scattered on earth, it was icy and merciless. She saw her enemies clearly and stood up from the last row. The twins were gradually losing their strength, vomiting blood in large gulps. The blood was not red, but a dark, inky black that emitted a foul smell, all highly toxic. A pitch-black python, whose origin was unknown, opened its massive jaws and began to attack. It dodged Luo Ming's assault, quickly coiling its body and seizing the opportunity to wrap around its prey, squeezing tightly, gradually forcing the air out of his lungs. Ugh! Luo Ming! Luo, and exclaimed in panic, "Hold on a bit longer." Luo Ming let out a low growl, his muscles tensed as he tried to shake off the python's coils. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Luo's claws were bloodied from the struggle, his fingers connected to his heart, the pain numbing him somewhat. The python's scales were too thick, and his claws were not sharp enough to inflict even the slightest damage. Meanwhile, the spectators below were still egging them on. Put in some effort. Haven't you eaten? They had been locked up for 3 days, and apart from water, had not eaten anything. If the poison from Boss Koei counted as food, that was another matter. If you keep dawdling, your brother's going to die. Luo and cursed under his breath. Didn't he want to save Luo Ming? His fingers were about to be crippled, yet he couldn't even damage a single scale on the snake. Luo Ming was using every ounce of strength he had left, his face turning a deep purple as he forced out a few words. Don't worry about me. Find a way to escape. What nonsense are you saying? Why have I ever abandoned you? Even when you said you wanted to follow the boss, didn't I still agree? If we're comparing, I'm more like your big brother, right? Luoan. At that moment, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd below, and Luo, exhausted, had no energy to pay attention to what was happening. Then he felt a surge of scorching, searing heat. A fierce fire had ignited outside the iron cage at some point. The flames danced like dragons, wildly licking and consuming everything in their path. The bizarre black tongues of fire shot up to the venue's ceiling, seemingly alive and constantly flickering. Someone stood above the flames, hair flying, exuding a wild and domineering aura. Commanding presence. Who is that? Suddenly setting fire? What the hell? Is he crazy? Is he provoking Boss Kuei? It's so hot. Where did this fire ability user come from? Lin Xun was wrapped tightly, and despite her not being short, her slender figure made no one associate her with femininity. This was a common flaw of foul-smelling men, who believed that only males could possess great strength. She stepped onto the floor that still held flames, and wherever she walked, it seemed as if black mandrake flowers bloomed, each step giving rise to lotuses. The snake, disliking high temperatures, quickly released the nearly lifeless Luo Ming and began to slither away upon sensing the change in indoor temperature. An axe that Lin Xun pulled from her space struck it, pinning it to the wooden floor of the stage. Cough, cough, boss. Without any hesitation, Lin Xun pressed the remote with her thumb. You like to watch the excitement, huh? Then everyone can stay. Chapter 97. Into the snake's den. In the moment of the explosion, a deafening roar tore through the air, and a shockwave swept outward with unstoppable force. The fragile venue lost its support under this fierce impact, shaking violently. The crowd was taken aback and hurried towards the exit, only to be shocked to find the door locked. This place was underground, with no windows, leaving no way to escape. Why did the explosion happen all of a sudden? Boss Kuei, what have you done? Help. I don't want to die. Let me out. The walls began to crack, and the ground emitted a terrifying groaning sound. The flames on Lin Xun intensified, burning with a black fire. She shielded the twins, and as the debris above made contact with her, it evaporated instantly, disappearing without a trace. It's okay, she softly comforted Luo Ming. Luo, just rest well. A heavy stone in the twins' hearts finally fell, and they could no longer hold on, falling into a deep sleep. The crackling of the flames intertwined with the sound of burning wood cracking, and thick smoke filled the air. The glow of the flames illuminated the rising smoke, dyeing the sky with a strange black-red hue, both spectacular and awe-inspiring. The cries of agony rose and fell, but Lin Xun remained oblivious. The pillars and beams broke one after another, and the entire building gradually collapsed like a giant beast losing its balance. Bricks, steel bars, and concrete debris poured down like a flood, dust swirling in the air, blocking out the sun. As the upper floors began to tilt, the ground continued to tremble with a high frequency. The aftershocks seemed to narrate the power of this destruction. The scene was left in ruins, the once sturdy building now a site of devastation. The explosion attracted onlookers from nearby. They saw two figures standing amidst the ruins under the dazzling sunlight. One was dressed in a gray, tight-fitting outfit, making it impossible to discern their gender. The other, a man with his upper body bare, gradually materialized from the smoke. The image of Boss Kuei and Lin Xun's imagination was completely different. He expected the other party to be a heavily tattooed, muscular man, the kind that could deal lethal blows. Rough and barbaric with a scruffy beard. But the man standing before her was incredibly slender with no muscle on his body, wearing long pants tightened with a black belt. The man smiled instead of frowning, his sinister eyes locked onto Lin Xun, as if he found her quite interesting. Lin Xun didn't intend to leave. Waiting for someone from the Golden Eagle Association to come and take the twins away for treatment, she slowly said, "You're the big boss, Kuei?" Quite a misnomer. Her voice carried a hint of mockery. Kuei's expression darkened. He detested his own slender limbs and figure, which were as delicate as a woman's, his skin fair and clean, not at all masculine. He sneered, "I expected you to come today, but I didn't think you would surprise me like this. You've killed so many people. Do you think the association will let you off?" He recognized that the few medics who had just come over were from Qian Li's side, making Lin Xun's affiliation quite obvious. So what? Lin Xun didn't care. They were all ruthless characters, and leaving them in the world was a waste of resources and air. She spoke lightly, her attitude lazy and relaxed. For a moment, Kuei had the illusion that perhaps the woman before him was a kindred spirit. You've made such a big commotion. Now the entire Sandstorm Fortress knows about you. Treating people like animals, you're no good person either. Lin Xun spoke while taking out the diamond claws and putting them on his hands. Kuai Laoda's expression changed, but he still smiled, realizing that Lin Xun had noticed him long ago. Kuai Laoda is the giant python that appeared last, wanting to strangle Luo Ming to death. Lin Xun stepped on the ruins, moving his wrist. Has anyone ever told you that you talk too much? In the scorching sun, amidst the smoky and dust-filled arena, the two faced each other. Boss Kuei pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze sharp as a blade. Suddenly, Lin Xun lunged at his opponent, his golden claws swiftly striking out, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The man's arms instantly revealed scales, hard as armor, directly deflecting the attack and countering in an instant. Lin Xun's gaze was slightly cold as he swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously grabbing Big Brother Kuei from behind, suddenly twisting to try and throw him to the ground. The two engaged in a back-and-forth struggle, narrowly escaping death with each lethal attack. The surroundings were silent, but countless eyes were secretly watching the two entangled in battle. They all knew that whoever won would become the boss of the danger zone. Lin Xun kicked Kuai Laoda in the face, leaving a black flame that burned half of his face. Kuai Laoda cried out in pain, quickly rolling over to gain leverage and break free from the opponent's hold. He retaliated with an elbow strike to Lin Xun's chest, the heavy impact causing Lin Xun to grunt and quickly step back a few paces. The two faced off again, breathing heavily, but the fighting spirit and hatred in their eyes grew even stronger. Lin Xun squinted his eyes and saw that the skin on Big Boss Kuei was slowly smoking. He was currently fighting himself while naked, with the scorching sun directly overhead. The extremely high temperature could rapidly drain the moisture from his skin. Moreover, being a venomous snake type, he hated exposure to sunlight, and the moisture in his body was already low. Big Boss Kuei realized too late that the seemingly lethal diamond claws were not meant to deal with him. His weakness was sunlight. So this was the woman's objective. If he stayed here any longer, he would probably turn into a dried snake and die of dehydration. He had to think of a way to lure her to a more advantageous territory. Big Boss Kuei rolled his eyes, no longer wanting to fight, turned into a snake, and fled, leaving a trail behind on the ground. Lin Xun indeed followed closely behind. The snake's tail had a bloody wound, which was just struck by Lin Xun with an axe earlier. She trailed behind Big Boss Kuei, the sand and wind blurring her vision, until his figure disappeared into the ruins. The surroundings were calm, and after a long while, someone stood up to discuss in detail. Who was that person? They actually fought fiercely with Big Boss Kuei. It was likely a newcomer who had just arrived, and they even possessed a flame ability that had never been seen before. Did you see the people from the association just now? They were with the gray-cloaked person. It seems he can suppress Big Boss Kuei. So this place is about to change. I just wonder who is more ruthless compared to Big Boss Kuei. Everyone fell silent. And then someone asked, but why'd he come to cause trouble today? Lin Xun was brought into a mud house by Boss Kuei, and the temperature inside dropped significantly. The burning pain on her skin from the clothes began to fade away. Unlike the mud houses outside, mixed with steel and concrete, this was a space truly built from earth. It could keep warm in winter and cool in summer, making it a favorite spot for snakes. She was led into the snake den. Chapter 98. I am waiting for time. What are you waiting for? The python's tail brushed against her cheek, shattering the bricks on the wall and stirring up dust in the air. Both sides refused to back down, using all their strength to try to knock each other down. Suddenly, the scene in her eyes became a bit blurry. She paused slightly. Could it be heat stroke? No, it shouldn't be heat stroke. Aside from her vision becoming unclear, her body didn't feel uncomfortable anywhere. Lin Xun stopped in her tracks, the sound of old Kuei's slithering voice gradually fading away from her ears. She could hear her own heartbeat pounding restlessly. It felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. Frowning, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of dark blood. She was poisoned. She hadn't forgotten that old Kuei was skilled in using poison, which is why she had always been careful to guard against his sudden attacks. However, was this poison colorless and tasteless, spreading through the air? That could be a problem. Lin Xun furrowed his brows, contemplating what to do next, while urging the supernatural powers within him. Lin Xun's vision gradually became blurred, yet she continued to provoke, saying, "A mere snake, there are plenty of ways to kill you." Big Kuei sneered, utterly arrogant. "Save your energy. You've already been poisoned by me, specifically designed to blind your eyes." He cursed a few times, and Lin Xun saw a dark object appear in front of her. "Don't you want to know why those twins were captured by me?" "Why?" Big Kuei's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. He had long heard that a tough woman had come to Wine Sand Fortress, even saving Duga Beihai in front of my people and openly challenging me. Lin Xun was puzzled. This had nothing to do with them. How could it not be related? A long snake tail wrapped around the lower half of Kuei's body, making a sticky sound on the ground. "I thought they were like me, both with beast transformation abilities, and kindly introduced them to me. In the end, those two ungrateful creatures nearly beat my subordinates, who invited them over to death." Lin Xun's gaze was cold, and her tone returned to the initial iciness. "A kind invitation? I'm afraid it's not like that," she said. "I know very well what kind of people they are. You must have done something to anger them to be treated this way." The provocation tactic of Boss Kuei was ineffective, and instead, Lin Xun pointed out the truth. The twins were indeed attacked because Boss Kuei had said some insulting words about Lin Xun, but now it was being framed as if the twins were deliberately causing trouble. Lin Xun's body was somewhat swaying, and was caught by Boss Kuei, whose tone carried a hint of excitement. "You fool, are you still wasting time chatting with me here? The poison will soon spread throughout your body, and you'll end up bleeding from all 7 orifices and dying." "Oomph, what proud followers. They could be easily controlled by me." A pair of scaly hands gripped Lin Xun's neck, and with a little more strength, they could snap her neck. Boss Kuei dripped with sweat, unable to move. "When did you wake up?" A shotgun was pressed against his abdomen. Lin Xun loaded the gun directly in response to his words and pushed it forward. She released it. Boss Kuei was flustered and trembling, saying, "You put it down first." He never expected that this woman actually had a weapon. Although the scales of a snake are tough and can even withstand bullets, but she was holding a shotgun at such a close distance. There was no time to dodge. He would definitely be turned into a sieve. Lin Xun placed her index finger on the trigger and applied slight pressure. Boss Kuei no longer hesitated and quickly let her go. "It's your turn." Bang! Boss Kuei's stomach was shot full of holes. Smoke and blood mixed together. You." Boss Kuei's face turned pale as he staggered back, clutching his bleeding abdomen in disbelief while staring at Lin Xun. "The first shot, you threatened them. Bang. The second shot, you imprisoned them. Bang. The third shot, you forced them to perform in public." Lin Xun approached step by step. The burning of the in his body drove away most of the toxins, and his vision gradually recovered a lot, faintly seeing the figure of Boss Kuei. He was too overconfident and had a mysterious confidence in himself. "No, don't come any closer." Boss Kuei begged for mercy. Lin Xun seemed to have not heard it all. After reloading, he continued to fire. Bang! The shot missed. The shotgun's bullets did not hit the target, and the figure in front of him vanished without a trace. Disappeared into thin air. Lin Xun focused and listened intently, hearing the sound of the wind blowing, and without hesitation, she fired towards the direction where the breeze was blowing. She missed her shot, but she was certain that there was a third person present. "Who?" She heard a light laugh, a male voice, deep and seemingly a bit helpless and indulgent. "Let's make a deal," the pleasant voice said. "I'll give you the antidote, and I'll take the person away." A corner of black and red clothing swept past her eyes. "I don't need it. Leave the person." Lin Xun reached out to grab something, but only caught a breath of air. All traces of life had vanished, leaving only the lingering smell of gunpowder and blood. Her shoe brushed against something hard, and she paused for a moment before bending down to pick it up. It was a glass bottle containing a solution. However, Lin Xun had no intention of using it. It was better to be cautious with unknown substances. She casually placed it into her space. With no one around, she found a spot to sit down and rest, then used fire to expel the toxins from her body. It took half an hour to cleanse everything completely. She found an empty room with a window and noticed that the sun outside had begun to set, though it was still early. After contacting Qin Xiaoru to confirm that both twins were out of danger, Lin Xun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she couldn't help but ponder who it was that had rescued Boss Kuei. She didn't recognize them, had no impression of them, and hadn't heard anyone from the Wind and Sand Fortress mention their existence. Yet, Lin Xun didn't think of them as one of Boss Kuei's subordinates. In fact, she felt a strange similarity to the feeling she had when she first met Nanyansi. She couldn't quite articulate it, but her intuition told her that the person meant her no harm. She sighed and thought, I must not have completely cleared the toxins from my body, which is why I'm having such thoughts. Lin Xun searched the earthen house, but found no other hidden passages. Only then did he turn and leave. Chapter 99. Miss Lin from afar. Lin Xun lazily leaned against his desk, somewhat distracted. Dugong Beihai glanced at her and slowly said, I didn't know that Brother Kuei's special ability was not just poison, but a venomous snake. Lin Xun stared at the ground, his eyes unfocused. Does Big Brother Kuei have a subordinate in black clothes who can teleport? Lin Xun had gathered information about Boss Kuei in advance and installed several bombs above the theater. But ultimately, he still managed to escape. If it weren't for the mysterious person who appeared, she would have definitely dealt with Boss Kuei on the spot. Dugibo Beihai thought for a moment and finally shook his head in resignation, saying no, he had never heard of such a person. This is quite strange. How could someone silently come to her side, successfully rescue Boss Kuei, and issue threats? Who exactly is that man? If it weren't for her sudden vision problem, she would have been able to see his face clearly. No, perhaps he deliberately waited until her vision was blurred before approaching. Otherwise, why would he have provided her with the antidote right after their first meeting? That person knows me. Lin Xun frowned and spoke, but I don't know him at all. Dugibo Beihai thought for a moment and suggested his hypothesis. Maybe it's because you are relatively well known in the Sandstorm Fortress? That's why someone might be paying attention to you. Lin Xun lowered his head to glance at the densely packed calculation drafts on his desk, as well as the formulas he didn't quite understand. After leaving Du Gu Beihai's laboratory, the sun had completely set, but the heat remained. One by one, figures emerged to move about, discussing the events that took place in the theater during the day. Lin Xun took a different route, not wanting to be too high profile. Earlier, she had turned off her phone while underground, and now she turned it back on. The phone buzzed twice. There were several missed calls and a text message. Lin Xun, let them rest first. I still have some matters to handle. Qian Li's voice was anxious, with a hint of reproach. Lin Xun stood in the shadowy corner cast by the building and said, Don't worry, I'll give you a surprise later. After saying that, she hung up the phone and turned off her device. That mud house was a bit strange. She needed to investigate further. Reviewing today's actions. Boss Kuei must have led her there for a reason, and there was definitely a way to deal with her. But he didn't expect that she had a shotgun. Qian Li's face grew darker as Lin Xun hung up the phone, and she patiently smiled and apologized to the senior executives sitting in the conference room. A senior leader in a sharp suit spoke up. Manager Qian, our patience is limited. If your people can't deal with the leader in the danger zone, why beat around the bush? Cold sweat trickled down Qian Li's back as the tension in the air of the conference room, cooled by the air conditioning at 22 degrees, became palpable. But what we lack the most right now is time. The leader spoke coldly, almost inhumanly. How long until the next anomaly? I don't need to remind you. Doi, another leader spoke, his tone much softer. Little Qian, we know you have a good eye for people, but there are always exceptions. Maybe this time you misjudged. Qian Li took a deep breath, wanting to fight back, but the first leader slammed his hand on the table in frustration, his attitude resolute. No need for explanations. A week later, I will send someone to take over the internal affairs of the Golden Eagle Association. Since you have no powers, you'll be transferred to logistics. So what if I have no powers? Didn't I manage the association just fine? Wasn't it me who personally found someone to negotiate and solve that issue? What have you two gentlemen in your 40s done? Just complaining and looking down on others? Qian Li, you. Qian Li directly dialed her phone, calling in 4 ability users. Don't you also lack powers? What are you so proud of? Qian Li pulled out her office chair and sat down, having the door closed tightly and guarded, her temples bulging with veins. I will wait for a call right here. Let's see who dares to step outside. The big leader was furious. Qian Li, you gone too far. How dare you speak to us like that? One of the ability users demonstrated his powers, crushing the armrest of a chair with a single punch, turning it to ashes. As a result, the 2 leaders and their secretaries dared not make a sound, each with their heads down like ostriches. Lin Xun ate some dry food, took a sip of water, and re-entered the earthen house. Unlike during the day, The previously empty room and corridor were now filled with people. Tables, chairs, benches, cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and fruits were all laid out on the tables. Lin Xun stepped aside to let someone pass, noticing that every table in the room had playing cards and light-colored crystal cores. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought he had arrived at a ghost market that only opened in the evening. Come on, come on. Once you buy, you can't return. Haha, I've won again. Give me the money. Damn, you came to play without bringing anything. Huh? Have you heard? During the day, that incident happened, and Boss Koei got beaten up? Huh. How far behind are you with this news? I saw it with my own eyes. That person was quite skilled, not at all inferior to Boss Koei. Hearing something interesting, Lin Xun casually walked over, seemingly focusing on the card game while actually listening to the conversation between the two. I said there are so many people here today. It turns out they all came to see if our old boss is still around. Ha ha ha. You better lower your voice. Aren't you afraid of bringing disaster upon yourself? What's there to be afraid of? This place has no order anyway, and there's freedom of speech. I could do whatever I want. An unusual breeze passed through the air. The man who had been boasting a second ago suddenly lost his head, blood spraying all over the earthy little room. Lin Xun took a few steps back, fearing blood would splatter on him. The surroundings suddenly fell silent, and after 2 seconds, the noise resumed. The person who had just been talking to him shook his head helplessly, took a sip of wine, and smacked his lips, saying, I told you that trouble comes from the mouth, but you didn't believe me. Unfortunately, that person could no longer hear it. Come on, don't mind, keep playing. Keep playing. Here, life and death seem to have no boundaries. Lin Xun raised his eyes and glanced at the side, sneering, What's this? Is it specially for me to see? Aren't you afraid of leaving a bad impression on me? The invisible old man who had just fought with Lin Xun released his ability and stood beside her, running his dry, rough hand over the long knife. He let out a strange laugh and rubbed the 2 long knives vigorously, producing a piercing, sharp sound. Strangely, the crowd that had been lively just moments ago suddenly stopped their actions and gradually quieted down. Everyone, this Miss Lin from afar is an honored guest. Why not make way for her to see the leader? Chapter 100. Encounter with Mr. Mo. A pair of eyes fell on Lin Xun. Shocked, watching the show, in disbelief. They had speculated countless times about what those who fought with Big Brother Koei would be like. Yet no one had expected it to be a woman. Lin Xun covered her face, revealing only a pair of almond-shaped eyes that were not particularly deep. Usually, she gazed at the world with indifferent eyes, and no one noticed anything wrong with them. But now, at such a close distance, it was clear that those eyes belonged to a girl. In the makeshift casino, there was a sudden silence so profound that one could hear a needle drop. They heard Lin Xun let out a light laugh. Though she was laughing, there was no trace of amusement in her eyes. The laughter was filled with disdain, arrogance, and mockery. Lead the way, they heard her say. The old man licked his lips and deepened his smile, confidently leading Lin Xun ahead. The crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway, with everyone holding their breath, afraid to speak loudly. The collapse of the theater during the day was still fresh in their minds. They did not want this place to be leveled as well. No one could match Lin Xun's presence. Each of her steps felt like a weight on their chests, as if she could crush their hearts with the slightest force. They brushed past, experiencing the true meaning of how one's aura could be lethal. The old man led Lin Xun directly to a wall at the end, then knocked on the wall's surface. Lin Xun could tell that the sound was different from that of an ordinary wall. Soon, the wall transformed into a door, revealing a pitch-black interior that the lights brought by the card players outside couldn't illuminate at all. The darkness inside seemed to be swallowing the light. The old man made an inviting gesture, indicating for her to enter alone. Lin Xun stood still, coldly staring at her. The leader is waiting for you inside, he said. Go in quickly. How do I know this isn't a trap? The old man snorted coldly. To deal with you, the leader only needs to lift a finger. Lin Xun thought to himself that the person the old man was referring to was most likely that mysterious man in black. The leader. It sounded like he wasn't on the same level as Boss Koei. Lin Xun was particularly cautious as she entered the black room, and the door behind her closed automatically. Seemingly impatient, she couldn't sense how large this space was, as there was not a glimmer of light in front of her. Suddenly, about 5 meters ahead, a solid wooden table appeared, with a burning candlestick placed on it. "You're here." The voice seemed a bit surprised. "Lin Xun. Are you the leader?" Lin Xun watched his every move. "Is my team member's matter related to you?" The man still remained silent. Lin Xun no longer spoke, watching him with an almost hostile gaze. "You didn't use the antidote I gave you." He sighed, his voice tinged with a faint sense of disappointment. "Is it because you don't trust me?" "I have no reason to trust you." Lin Xun felt a bit confused. She couldn't sense any killing intent from him, but perhaps the man was just hiding it well. However, such people were often very dangerous. It seemed he had compromised on something, his tone adopting a hint of a smile, sounding completely unconcerned about Lin Xun's previous answer. "If I say yes, what will you do?" "Kill you. And if it has nothing to do with me, hand over Boss Kuei." He laughed again, and sometimes Lin Xun had no idea what he was laughing about, finding it inexplicable. The man lightly snapped his fingers, and Boss Kuei suddenly appeared out of nowhere, lying on the floor. Strangely, his wounds hadn't been treated at all, the darkened holes of blood looking grotesque. But he was still breathing. Clang! A beam of bright light fell from above. Lin Xun instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the intense light. As her vision gradually adjusted to the surrounding brightness, she slowly lowered her hand and was somewhat stunned. This was a warehouse, and it was filled with a wealth of supplies, mostly compressed biscuits and water. Lin Xun glanced at the labels, all from the Golden Eagle Association. He didn't know if Big Kuei had stolen them from the association or if they were from other ability users. Just as he was thinking, Big Kuei on the ground actually woke up, shaking his head as if he had a headache. Noticing Lin Xun in front of him, he disregarded his image and started cursing rudely, only stopping when he ran out of breath, panting. "How did you find this place?" Big Kuei gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing undisguised hatred and animosity. "It's a secret. Since you found me out, I won't hide it anymore." Big Kuei suddenly said, his eyes cunning. "I can share half of the things here with you. How about it? As long as you let me live and get out of here. I remember you seem to have space, right? With so much food. It would be enough for you to eat for half a year." Lin Xun crouched down in front of him, her eyes as cold and indifferent as the ice and snow of winter. "I don't like eating compressed biscuits." On the other side, the Earth and House Casino was in utter chaos. "Don't move. Everyone behave." The casino was reported for a legal gathering. Anyone could tell that this excuse was nonsense. The real purpose was to control them. Yet, the boss here was missing, and whether he was alive or dead was clear. Everyone here had their crystal cores confiscated and were driven out. There are already quite a few powerful abilities in the association. But the danger zone had always been under the control of Boss Kuei, preventing them from intervening. So Lin Xun helped quite a bit here. Her greatest achievement was getting Boss Kuei removed from power. By the time Qianli arrived at the place Lin Xun mentioned, Boss Kuei was already dead, and those who had seen the corpse all thought the killer was a psychopath. Lin Xun got out of the car, changed into a clean outfit, and had a refreshing and clean scent about him. "You were too harsh," Qianli said, but she was still satisfied with Lin Xun's performance. The people who dealt with the scene didn't want to eat for several days after seeing it. Lin Xun glanced at her and adjusted his sleeve. "Do you believe what I said now?" Chapter 101. "Sister Mo, why did the power suddenly go out?" "I believe it." Qianli was completely convinced and admitted that her previous opinion of Lin Xun was a bit exaggerated. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow and asked, "So the two things I mentioned earlier are completely fine?" Lin Xun stopped, and Mo Jie twisted her body, a flush appearing on her face as she lightly cleared her throat twice. "A new guest arrived beside you, and he was quite a handsome guy. Remember to maintain harmony in the neighborhood." It turned out that no one had lived next door before, and she mentioned that after living there for so long, she had never seen a neighbor. When she returned to her own doorstep, the elevator opened just as someone was coming towards her. He looked even more emaciated than before, exuding an aura of coldness. His gaze seemed unfocused, like the cold moon in a silent and distant winter night. Lin Xun was a bit stunned, unable to believe that he would run into him here. Nanyan Chi. The man was also clearly taken aback. As the elevator doors were about to automatically close, he held his hand against the door. Lin Xun stepped out of the elevator and asked, "Are you my new neighbor?" He nodded, walked into the elevator, but didn't hurry to close the door. "How long have you been here?" "Not long, just half a month." "Why did you suddenly come to Wine Sandfort?" to take care of some business. Lin Xun subconsciously asked, "Something happened?" Nan Yinzi's eyelashes trembled slightly as he pressed the elevator close button, leaving behind a sentence. "The high temperature is coming." "Got it. Let's have a meal together when you have time." It was unclear if he heard it. The elevator quickly descended. Lin Xun received a text message from Nan Yinzi, sent half an hour ago. Sure. After finishing the last chicken leg, Lin Xun wiped his mouth and found himself missing Xiechomo again. What about them? They took the medicine and went to sleep. Qin Xiaoru took the half-finished orange juice out of the fridge, holding in her hand, wondering if everything was going smoothly. Lin Xun walked out of the kitchen. The living room didn't have the air conditioning on, so she opened the window, only to find that the breeze coming in at night was a bit warm. Qin Xiaoru took a few sips of the frozen orange juice, put the bottle aside, and slightly lowered her gaze, apologizing, "I haven't found it yet." "It's my fault." Qin Xiaoru looked puzzled, wondering what exactly it was that we were looking for. Lin Xun lowered her voice, "I don't know. It could be a person or maybe some device used to protect the safety zone." However, she was completely guessing based on intuition, with no concrete evidence. Lin Xun smiled and reassured her to relax and not overthink, telling her to focus on healing her injuries in the next few days. The next morning, the indoor temperature reached an unbelievable level. They were all awakened by the heat. The air conditioner, which was supposed to provide cool air, had run out of power. "Sister Imo, why did the power suddenly go out?" The breakfast temperature was already 38 degrees Celsius, and it was impossible to manage without the air conditioning. "Sister Imo, are you still not up?" Since Sister Mo's apartment was tied to her abilities, Lin Xun wondered if the water, electricity, and gas provided there were the same as in ordinary residences. She had no way of knowing. Waiting idly was not a solution. The twins and Qin Xiaoru were also awakened by the heat, sweating profusely. Lin Xun took out the generator from the space, studied it for a while, and then connected it to the equipment box to provide power. Soon, the air conditioner in the room restarted, blowing away the heat. The high temperature came without warning. The weather, which was originally around 30 degrees, was now approaching 40 degrees, making even breathing feel hot. The elevator couldn't start, so Qin Xia had to take the stairs down to find Sister Imo, only to discover that many people were at the front desk. But there was no sign of Sister Imo. When she returned, her clothes were completely soaked, so she had to go take a shower again. Lin Xun cooked a pot of porridge and placed it on the table, with white steam rising. The twins woke up from a nap, their heads much clearer, but their bodies were wrapped in white gauze, looking both pitiful and amusing. Luo Ming swallowed hard, watching Lin Xun serve him a bowl of white rice porridge, his mouth twitching slightly. This was the first time I had seen porridge cooked by the boss in this form. Luo stirred the bowl with a hand that was injured less, widening his eyes in surprise. It was truly eye-opening to see someone blend water and rice so skillfully. Lin Xun had a blank expression and thought to herself that if the rice porridge was overcooked, they could just say so. It was fine if they didn't want to eat it. Qin Xiaoru had already taken a spoonful and put it in her mouth. The porridge didn't need to be chewed at all. She could just swallow it like drinking water. It wasn't as bad as they said. She blew on it and continued to eat, much better than the grass roots mixed with water. The twins looked astonished. "Qin Xiaoru, what on earth have you eaten before?" "Sister Imo, sorry, some things got delayed, but the power outage has been restored. To apologize, we'll reduce everyone's rent by half for a month." Resident A. "Sister Imo, what happened? Do we need to help?" Resident B. "Why did it suddenly get hot today?" Sister Imo, "You need to check the electric meter regularly. We don't want our rooms to turn into sauna rooms." The four people in the room with Lin Xun were all in the group chat. After reading the message, they put down their phones. They recalled that Nan Yin had told her not to go out recently, fearing that he already knew the scorching heat was about to arrive. After all, he did have prophetic abilities. So, was he here to prevent some major event? Why the hurry? Both of you should be clear-headed now. Thinking I wouldn't settle the score later? The twins felt a chill down their spines as they heard that devil-like woman speak. "Go ahead. Tell me why you clashed with Boss Kuei." Chapter 102. Stagnant Technology. The cause of the incident was quite simple. After the twins dealt with the mutants, they inadvertently overheard two people talking about their boss. As they got closer, they heard nothing but crude and vulgar remarks. Luo Ming couldn't take it anymore and went up to beat them up, telling them to talk less nonsense in the future. Not long after those two left, Boss Kuei arrived, saying they had bullied his subordinates, and he didn't forget to mock Lin Xun in the same breath. This made the twins even angrier, without saying much. They directly took action, only to find Boss Kuei secretly using poison to knock them out, waking up to be locked in a small dark room, where their mental will was being oppressed. Lin Xun still guessed how Big Brother Kuei used various poisons to torture the two of them. In the end, after being starved for several days and nights, they were thrown into a snake's nest to fight those snakes. The Golden Eagle Association had no healers, only basic medical facilities. The twins survived solely due to their astonishing physical abilities. Big Brother, we have embarrassed you. Luo unlowered his head, admitting his shortcomings, thinking that his strength was already formidable, but they were too naive and caused you worry. Lin Xun patted his shoulder and said, "This won't happen again. Once you recover, I will increase the training intensity." Of course, we all listened to the boss. Well, let's take a break. However, he still felt that something was off. After reconsidering the things that Gemini had said, Lin Xun found several discrepancies. Someone had intentionally spoken ill of her, which Gemini overheard. Boss Kuei did the same and captured them, even sending her a notice, as if he was deliberately waiting for her to take the bait. In Lin Xun's mind, the figure of the leader appeared simultaneously. That man was full of mystery. Ding! She raised her wrist to look, and the points in her bracelet suddenly changed from hundreds to 100,000. Although the specific ranking was not displayed, this score was already unattainable for many. Sister Imo sent her a private message, saying that she no longer needed to pay rent, and also mentioned that she had eliminated Boss Kuei, allowing many people to sleep well at night. She was a great benefactor. These two matters were quickly confirmed, and Qianli indeed kept her promise. At noon, Lin Xun knocked on the door of the room next door, but after waiting for a while and receiving no response, she had to give up. The afternoon weather was even hotter than in the morning. It was fine with the air conditioning on in the room, but when she touched the tightly closed window, the temperature was scalding. With nothing to do in the room, Lin Xun called Qin Xiaoru, and the two of them found a horror movie to watch. In the danger zone, underground, Nan Yinzi raised his head and silently surveyed the laboratory deeply buried underground. Dugu Beihai, who had just made a cup of coffee, came out from the passageway of his living area and was startled to see a stranger appear in his secret base, causing him to spill all the coffee in his cup. "Why you? Who are you?" "Dr. Dugu. My surname is Nan." Dugu Beihai froze on the spot, randomly placing the cup in his hand on the experimental table and crouching down to clean up the mess on the floor. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not a doctor. You must have mistaken me for someone else." He trembled as he reached for the pockets of his lab coat. Nan Yinzi had already positioned himself in front of him, even crouching down to help him pick up the scattered documents on the floor. "Don't be nervous. I'm different from the other members of the Nan family." He handed the papers in his hand to Dugu Beihai. "The people hunting you are also hunting me now." Dugu Beihai was slightly taken aback. "Have you become a traitor?" The term carried a derogatory connotation, and as soon as it slipped out, he hurriedly lowered his head. However, Nan Yinzi showed no signs of anger, standing up and saying, "Whether we're traitors is something only we know. I just can't stand the actions of those people in the family." Dugu Beihai sighed lightly. "It's the Dugu family. My family harmed you." But no one expected that this baby would grow up to become the culprit behind the slaughter of the entire island. He wanted the world to recognize the isolated island, to let the island develop and grow. And after discovering the rich mineral resources on the island, he became even more determined to venture out. His original intention was not wrong. The mistake lay in the fact that someone from the Dugu family told him about his background, about his past, that he was a child who had killed a loving couple and was taken away. He began to hate everyone on the island. They were the executioners. He equally hated everyone on the island. Nan Yuanming was still alive. When Nan Yinzi mentioned this name, Dugu Beihai visibly trembled, panic in his eyes. And he has formed his own group called the White Hat Society, developing influence while also pursuing us. Dugu Beihai looked forlorn. He had killed so many people. Was that not enough for revenge? He knew that the person Nan Yuanming hated the most was his grandfather. The sins could not be washed away. Dugu Beihai's grandfather knew this as well. So when the truth was exposed that day, he did not resist at all and had long been prepared to be killed. Dugu Beihai's parents had also been secretly sent out of the isolated island, but they were still discovered by Nan Yuanming's eyes on the mainland. Hatred is not something that can be easily put down. After a long time, Dugu Beihai slowly raised his head and said, "Your prophecy has become this precise? You can directly find my residence and even know the password." He and Nan Yinzi were childhood friends, though they hadn't seen each other since he revealed his prophetic abilities. Even now, he still found Nan Yinzi's prophetic abilities incredibly unbelievable. "What? You need my brain." The man tapped his fingers on his forehead, wanting to use it to predict future events. Dugu Beihai asked him in disbelief, "Can this be done?" Nan Yinzi slowly shook his head. "I don't know. It was the prophetic dream that told me he wants my brain." The young man realized the purpose of his visit. "So you want me to join you in resisting Nan Yuanming?" "No." Nan Yinzi looked at him seriously. "I came here to invite you to develop in the Central District, where you can live and do research safely, with assistance, instead of being here alone." "I'm not alone here," Dugu Beihai retorted. "Don't forget," he reminded Dugu Beihai, his tone even colder than before, as if what he was about to say was particularly serious. "This year is 2049, yet technology has stagnated for 20 years, with no development at all. If you want to know the answer, come with me to the Central District." Beep, beep, beep. A sound came from the door. Lin Xun entered the Dugu Beihai laboratory with the key, holding a gun and rushing in quickly. Chapter 103. You two actually know each other? The moment Lin Xun stepped in the laboratory, she saw the panic-stricken expression on Dugu Beihai's face, filled with fear. Without much thought, she quickly fired a shot at the man next to him. The bullet sliced through the air, and Nan Yanci slightly tilted his head as the bullet split in front of him and swiftly flew past his side, hitting the wall behind him. "You just invited me to dinner not long ago, and now you're shooting at me," he teased. "What are you doing here?" Lin Xun quickly lowered her gun, closed the laboratory door, and walked in. "Is this what you were planning?" Nan Yanci didn't respond, but instead relaxed a bit and asked, "I'm curious about how you two know each other." Lin Xun briefly and quickly explained how he knew Dugu Beihai. Nan Yin was slightly stunned, lost in thought, realizing that the future had been changed. "What does that mean?" "It's nothing. Luckily, it was you who saved him." Dugu Beihai, beside them, was already dumbfounded. He had never imagined that these two people actually knew each other. "What did you guys meet?" "That's a long story," he said, then asked another question. "How have you considered what I mentioned before?" Dugu Beihai pouted. "Since you brought it up, how could I refuse?" "I'll just go with you." Lin Xun blinked and asked curiously, "Where are you taking him?" "The Wind and Sand Fortress is too dangerous and not suitable for his research. Since you've been in contact with him, you should also know why he has been targeted by others." Lin Xun understood his meaning. With the help of Nan Yanci, regardless of anything else, Dugu Beihai at least ensured safety as a priority. Moreover, his military rank was quite high, so he wasn't afraid of encountering any difficulties. This surprised Lin Xun, but he believed in the principle of not receiving rewards without merit. Nan Yanci spoke up from the side, suggesting they accept it. The high temperatures were likely to last for a considerable time, and if any unexpected situation arose later, this place could serve as an alternative location. Indeed, the laboratory was deeply buried underground. Although it was unclear who had built it and there were no visible vents, staying inside did not feel oppressive or stuffy. Lin Xun readily agreed, saying, "All right, then I'll accept it." The young man smiled reassuringly. He truly regarded Lin Xun as a friend. "If you can come to the Central District in the future, I will definitely give you a warm welcome." "It's a deal." Dugu Beihai extended his hand to shake with Lin Xun. Although they hadn't interacted for long, they already felt a very close connection. Dugu Beihai felt a sense of familiarity towards her, while Lin Xun knew he would become an even more outstanding scientist in the future. Dugu Beihai faced Nan Yanci, his brows raised. "How soon can we leave?" Nan Yanci pressed her lips together and replied, "The sooner, the better." Dugu Beihai nodded and turned to pack his things, saying, "I'll pack up and then leave here." "I'll come to pick you up in a bit," Nan Yanci said, then turned her gaze to Lin Xun. "Can you come with me for a moment? There's someone I want you to meet." She added, "I shouldn't have come with you this time, but I wanted to see you." Lin Xun knew who he was talking about and nodded in agreement. But what she didn't expect was that Nan Yanci lived right next door to her room. The man led Lin Xun into the room, and a basketball-sized robot flew over in the hallway. "No need. Where's Su Lu?" "According to your specified health schedule, Miss Su is currently in a sleep state. Would you like to wake her up? No need. Let's just sit here for a while and make 2 cups of tea. Okay, how should I address this young lady? The robot slowly flew toward Lin Xun, its camera serving as its eyes. My surname is Lin. The spherical robot bobbed up and down slightly. All right, Miss Lin, do you have any dietary restrictions? No. Okay. The spherical robot received the instruction and dove into the kitchen. Is this an AI robot? Nanyan Ci nodded and sat down at the dining table, revealing without concealment. 122 is an intelligent housekeeper AI developed in the Central District, specifically designed to serve humans. But Lin Xun had more questions. Frowning, he pulled out a chair and sat across from the man, saying, I remember that the country banned the development of AI 20 years ago. Why is the Central District still producing this stuff? Nanyan clasped his hands together, his gaze deep, and smiled slightly. What does the Central District look like in your eyes? Lin Xun lowered his brows, resting his hand on his chin in a thoughtful gesture. This is the most secret place in the entire country, rich in resources and full of talent. However, it is now 2049, and technology has hardly advanced, remaining almost the same as it was 20 years ago, mainly because the Central District has monopolized most of the scientific research. Lin Xun's heart suddenly jolted, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. But how could this be possible? In this era, nothing would be surprising. Nan Yan's expression darkened, and his tone became noticeably heavier. 122 quickly brought 2 cups of brewed black tea and placed them on the dining table. Then it stood by, waiting for further instructions. Lin Xun fell in her own thoughts. In her previous life, she lived under natural disasters for 10 years without ever knowing this matter, never questioning the existence of the Central District. But Nan Yinzi unreservedly revealed to her a part of the hidden truth about this world. Just this one thing was enough to cause a sensation in the world. Why are you telling me this? Because I believe you will trust what I say. And Nan Yinzi paused. Sulu needs your help. Lin Xun's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. What's wrong? Are you not doing well? Lin Xun's eyes widened in surprise as she quickly put down her teacup, the base of the cup and the tea tray making a crisp sound. Why was this happening? It was caused by her abilities. Previously, in the White Hat Society, those instruments had deepened the harm to her body, making it difficult for her to control her powers freely. Nan Yinzi explained, that set of machines is like a switch. Sulu is already out of control. But at the same time, those instruments will intensify the damage to her body. So you came to me, asking for my help. Lin Xun crossed her arms. I don't see what could be beyond the capabilities of the Central District. This matter must not be known to the Central District. Nan Yinzi's voice grew much lower. Why is that? Because Sulu's existence is a bug in the world. Her abilities are too powerful. She should have died a long time ago. Nan Yinzi sighed lightly, knowing that things would turn out this way, and that Lin Xun would surely be angry upon hearing this. But aside from informing her, he couldn't find anyone else to help. No offense intended, but the only person I could think of to help is you. For the entire Central District, your existence is an exception. Chapter 104. An object that cannot be interfered with. From his words, Lin Xun gradually began to realize many things she had never considered before. She understood why he wanted to bring Dugabeihai to the Central District, to evolve and develop the stagnant technology. The emergence of natural disasters and mutated beings was not coincidental but inevitable. It was all orchestrated by the Central District. The Central District has such vast capabilities. Why did you come to find someone like me? A nameless person. I'm just an ordinary person. Also, why am I considered an exception to the Central District? Lin Xun had too many questions she wanted to ask. She didn't expect Nanyan Ci to tell her everything, but she wanted to hear anything he was willing to share. I'll explain it to you slowly. And indeed, Nanyan Ci said just that. His words were simple, but to Lin Xun, they were undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue. If the Central District could be compared to a supercomputer, then all people's actions, including future events, were within its predictions. In that case, Lin Xun was like a person who originally did not exist, suddenly appearing in the computer. The supercomputer noticed her, but fundamentally could not intervene in her actions. In other words, this little bug, Lin Xun, could do whatever she wanted within the computer. Although Nan Yinzi's explanation was somewhat too macro, those who didn't understand wouldn't know what he was talking about. But Lin Xun knew because she was a reborn person. Her rebirth would bring unexpected storms to the future world's development, just like the butterfly effect caused by a butterfly flapping its wings. Who else knows about this besides you? Does everyone in the Central District know? Nanyan Ci shook his head, put down his teacup, and said, even in the Central District, not everyone knows this. So far, it seems that only I have noticed this matter, but there is no guarantee that more people will become aware of it in the future and come looking for trouble. So what will happen if the Central District is destroyed? Will the chaos in this world come to an end? Nanyan Ci gently shook his head. I don't know. I'm not the supercomputer of the Central District, so I can't know what will happen in the future. But you can predict, right? My predictive ability is limited. Lin Xun rubbed her sore and dry eyes. Outside, the sky was gradually brightening. Unknowingly, they had been talking all night. But when she saw the time on her wrist, she instinctively thought there was a problem with her watch. It was clearly not yet 4 in the morning, yet the sky was already brightening. Lin Xun quickly got up and walked to the window. It was indeed not her illusion. The sun in the east was slowly rising, bathing the earth in light. Sunrises in this area don't usually happen this early. Has the high-temperature disaster also brought longer daylight hours? Nanyan also came to the window and saw the sun rising outside. Just then, a group of people suddenly appeared on the street below, quickly darting through the alleys. They probably didn't expect the sunrise to come so early, and the light instantly exposed their whereabouts. At the same time, another group of people was chasing after them. However, at this hour, most people were still asleep, so very few would know about what was happening on the street. Lin Xun didn't know the specifics of their conflict, but she could still see the pursuers catching up to the people ahead and quickly disappearing into the streets, as if they had never been there. She soon put this little episode out of her mind. Now she needed to deal with the matter concerning Su Lu. How would she help her? Since she had chosen to save Su Lu in the first place, she had to take responsibility to the end. Does the association have hidden ships? Lin Xun couldn't help but remember that Qianli was working on a confidential project that required a large number of crystal cores, which must be related to this AI chip. Do you want me to steal the chip? Of course. Doing so would expose your identity and attract the attention of the Central District, so I do not recommend you do that. Lin Xun understood what he meant. In simple terms, it ultimately required her to steal. As for how to steal, that was something Lin Xun had to figure out. 122. Take me to see Su Lu. Okay, miss. Lin Xun followed 122 to Su Lu's room, opened the door, and peered through the crack, seeing the girl quietly lying on the bed. Next to her, on the bedside table, was a glass vase with 2 delicate fresh flowers. Su Lu was in a deep sleep, her breathing steady and long. But no one would have guessed that such a small child was not only blind, but also could not hear out of one ear. I will come back to see her when she wakes up. Big boss. Sister Lin. Luo Ming and Luo and stood up, and Qin Xiaoru turned away from the window. The sky was too bright too early today. We all felt something was off. Is there a problem with the weather again? There is indeed some issue. The daylight hours have increased. Lin Xun didn't tell them about Nanyan Ci, and it's better not to let the team members know. Also, those things he mentioned about the Central District, it's best not to add any more trouble for the teammates. After a while, a hurried phone call came in. Sorry to disturb you while you were sleeping, but there's something going on with the association. Can you come over? Now. That's right. Her voice sounded very anxious. Lin Xun recalled the people he had seen downstairs and vaguely sensed that it might not be as simple as just an incident. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. Chapter 105. Wanting her to continue helping, the interior of the Golden Eagle Association building was almost in complete disarray, with signs of destruction caused by abilities everywhere. The originally magnificent decor had turned into a dismal state, and some cleaning staff in uniforms were working hard to clean up. The surveillance room had also been damaged, making it impossible to determine who was responsible. Everything that could be smashed inside had been destroyed, while things that couldn't be smashed, such as walls and tables, had been reduced to rubble by abilities. Lin Xun stepped on the debris and found Qianli in the crowd. She was directing various people, dealing with the garbage and fragments in the house, looking troubled. Were they ambushed? Was it those people from this morning? Lin Xun walked up behind her. Qianli turned around, looking at the debris all over the ground with a headache. Did you see those people this morning? I only saw them from the apartment building. At 4 o'clock, the sky was unusually bright, and I looked out the window a bit longer. That's when I noticed them. Those people are under Koei Lauda, and they came for revenge this time. Lin Xun nodded, his expression indifferent, showing little reaction. He didn't expect someone like him to have such loyal subordinates. Qianli blinked and said, "You don't look surprised at all? Wait, this wouldn't be your plan, would it?" "Maybe it is," Lin Xun joked. However, Qianli's face turned pale. Wasn't this inviting a wolf into the house? One Kwai boss was already enough to trouble the association. And if Lin Xun was also out of their control, wouldn't the Sandstorm Fortress be in chaos? "Relax, at least there's no evidence saying I did all this. You call me over. It shouldn't just be to watch your association deal with trash. There's still some stragglers from Kwai's subordinates. And I want to ask for your help. Of course, the reward won't be small." It turned out that was the reason. Lin Xun shook his head. Qian Li's expression changed. "Are you unwilling?" "Why? Miss Qian, I should have the right to refuse you. I am not your subordinate, nor do I work for you. Moreover, it was only because both of us found it beneficial that I agreed to take down Boss Kuei. Now that I have no benefit in this matter, why should I agree to you? I can still provide you with points and resources." Lin Xun smiled faintly and took a step back without leaving a trace. "It's no longer necessary now. Perhaps we could discuss it with my teammates. After all, even if I don't agree, they can still work hard for points." "Wait, Lin Xun." Qianli suddenly spoke up to stop her. Lin Xun stopped and raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to continue. Qianli bit her lip and said, "Actually, it's like this. Boss Kuei has an invisible assistant by his side, whose whereabouts are unpredictable, and we can't do anything about him. But I've heard from others that he was once defeated by you. As long as you're willing to help, we'll do our best to meet any conditions you set." Seeing Lin Xun nod slightly, Qianli knew she had been persuaded. "How about we go over there to talk?" She pointed to a room against the wall, which was originally prepared for meetings. So the two of them entered one after the other and closed the door. Lin Xun found a clean place to sit down and said, "Since Boss Kuei is dead now, the others pose no threat to you. Even if you capture and lock up all those people, it's just a temporary solution, and more people like them will emerge and turn the Sandstorm Fortress into a mess." Every word she said hit the mark, and Qianli knew it. However, the association currently had no powerful ability users like Lin Xun to help. Moreover, with the high temperatures, many people were struggling to take care of themselves, so why would they contribute to the association? A beast tide, a group of mutated beings and mutated beasts, was attacking. Lin Xun's expression changed slightly after hearing this, and he became serious. He lowered his head and quickly thought for a moment before asking, "How many days until it appears?" Qianli forced a smile and replied, "Currently, we predict it will happen in 3 days, so the situation is really urgent." She didn't ask Lin Xun how he knew about the beast tide. She just told him everything she wanted to know. What Qianli needed to do now was to gain Lin Xun's trust and capture all of Ku Lao Da's loose ends. The power of the beast tide formed by mutated beasts was formidable. If a leading mutated creature appeared, it could completely level the entire Sandstorm Fortress. However, she didn't want to miss such a good teaching opportunity at Sandstorm Fortress, where one could train their will and fighting skills. So, she couldn't help but ask, "How many people know about the beast tide now? And when do you plan to tell them?" "About 12 hours before it arrives. I will have everyone prepared." Only notifying the people of Sandstorm Fortress 12 hours in advance meant that Qianli didn't intend for the residents here to evacuate quickly. After all, if the place lost its people, the association would have no reason to exist. "All right, no problem. I can agree to that." After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Xun quickly agreed. "I have only one request." Qianli swallowed nervously, took a deep breath, and said, "You speak. Does your association have a hidden ship?" "I need it." Qianli was immediately struck as if by lightning. Standing dazed in place, her breath stopped. She felt cold all over, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, and her scalp tingled. Although Lin Xun appeared expressionless to her, her weak breathing and rapid blinking had already revealed that the chip indeed existed within the association. Qianli's face darkened. "How do you know?" "No. Who told you about it?" Her gaze seemed murderous, like a knife pressed against Lin Xun's neck. Lin Xun remained calm and unhurried, not caring about the murderous intent in her eyes. She slowly closed her eyes and then exhaled a breath of turbid air. "So really, what did you use that chip for? Predicting beast tides or maintaining the basic operations of the association? Does it require a large amount of energy? Which is why you need so many crystal cores. I advise you not to move. My gun never misfires." Qianli was taken aback. Before she could draw the hidden gun from her body, she felt a gun pressed against her stomach. When did Lin Xun actually conjure up the gun? Sup de sin sis, Qianli scumming. In the past, Qianli thought Lin Xun was easy to control because she was both a newcomer and unfamiliar with the place. Even though she was powerful, she still relied on the resources provided by the association. However, she was completely mistaken. Lin Xun didn't need any guidance from others. She was so powerful that almost no one could pressure her, unless they were stronger than her, not to mention she had a space with a gun inside. Lin Xun lazily looked at her, loading the handgun while saying, "It seems the fox's tail has finally been revealed. How much of your previous attitude towards me was real and how much was fake? Forget it, I don't want to dwell on it anymore. After all, relationships between people are like this. You use me, I use you, and both parties achieve their own goals." Her voice suddenly deepened. "But your recent action of drawing the gun makes me think otherwise. You want to break this mutually beneficial relationship, don't you?" Qianli quietly closed her eyes, and after a moment, opened them. "Yes, I know too little about you. I thought you could be easily controlled and would follow my orders." She changed her tone, speaking somewhat coldly and directly, staring intently at Lin Xun. "But I underestimated you. I thought that staying in the Sandstorm Fortress would lead to a day when you could be controlled by me. So now I realize I was wrong. You have never been trapped in the Sandstorm Fortress. You are who you are." She slowly shook her head, letting out a sigh. "Since you already know we have the chip here, I won't say much more. The request remains the same as before. Help us get through this crisis. And you can take the chip. Moreover, once you take it away, the safety zone belonging to the Sandstorm Fortress will no longer be safe. It will become as dangerous as the outside hazardous area." Lin Xun understood that this was the power of the chip, and it seemed to align closely with Su Lu's abilities. No wonder Nin Yinzi had asked him to retrieve this chip. It was like it was tailor-made for the young girl. Qianli continued to explain, saying that the chip was also obtained by the association unintentionally, and they didn't expect it to provide such a wide range of protective measures, preventing mutated beings from infiltrating and also controlling sub-beastified ability users. This was why Boss Kuei hadn't directly lost his temper in the safe zone, as his ability was also of the animal type, capable of controlling even mutated beasts, let alone a human. So, I'm still very curious as to why that pair of twins among your members seems to be completely unaffected by the chip's power. Qianli resumed her natural tone, looking puzzled. It's important to note that beastification abilities are almost unusable in the safe zone. I don't know either. Perhaps they're exceptionally gifted. Lin Xun really didn't know about this matter, but to Qianli, it sounded like intentional concealment. She didn't ask further, so the conversation ended there. Before leaving, she turned around and told Lin Xun the hiding places of several of Big Brother Kuei's subordinates. And then she was called away by her men. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the sun finally stopped being so dazzling. Lin Xun gathered the team members to capture people in different locations, telling them it was best to take them alive. In just 2 hours, they resolved the problem that had been troubling Qianli and a group of supernatural beings. "All 11 people are here. You can count them." Lin Xun raised his chin and brought the 11 dirty and disheveled people to Qianli. Qianli checked each of them against the list, and only after confirming that everything was correct did she relax. "What about the invisible person?" Lin Xun responded calmly. "If he doesn't show up, I can't find him." "All right, follow me. I'll take you to get something." The other 3 team members followed closely behind, but were stopped by Qianli. "No, they can't come. Only you can come." Luo and expressed his dissatisfaction. "Why? What if you want to do something harmful to our leader?" Qianli snorted and laughed coldly, then let one person come along. "By the way, don't you know what your captain is going to get?" The twins and Qin Xiaoru were both puzzled, but they trusted Lin Xun 100. "No matter what she is getting, even if it's very dangerous, we absolutely won't say anything." Everyone nodded. "Qianli Shukulat, you still say that Boss Kuei has a group of loyal subordinates. Your team members are not bad either. Enough with the nonsense. Qin Xiaoru, come with me." "Okay." Quietly acting like a transparent person, Qin Xiaoru wouldn't draw any special attention wherever she went. Qianli stopped talking and turned, leading the two into a passage that only the headquarters personnel could access. After several twists and turns, taking elevators and going downstairs, it seemed like she was deliberately leading them in circles. Qianli noticed Lin Xun's impatience and smiled. "Don't be anxious. Originally, That place wasn't meant for everyone to enter. I also had to go through a lot of trouble to bring you here. Qin Xiaoru leaned closer to Lin Xun without speaking, just signaling her with 2 hand gestures. Lin Xun acknowledged but didn't give any commands. Qin Xiaoru felt a bit hesitant and confused, but since Lin Xun didn't speak, she figured she must have her own judgment. So she calmed down and remained vigilant. Qianli brought the 2 into an empty room. The chip is in the innermost room. I can't go in anymore. What about the access card? You can use it to enter. After saying that, she handed Lin Xun an electronic card. It was an ordinary white card, with no patterns or icons, making it hard to tell what it was for. So good luck. Qianli turned and quickly left the room, as if it were very dangerous. Once they were alone, Qin Xiaoru dared to speak loudly. Sister Lin, it seems like we were tricked by her. I have a good memory for directions. She just led us in circles in the building, trying to confuse us. In fact, we didn't move anywhere, just went around in the same area. Lin Xun silently nodded and quickly rotated the white card in his hand with his finger. On the opposite wall, there was a door with a black card reader beside it. As long as the card was swiped, the door would open. But would the door really open? Lin Xun couldn't help but feel skeptical about this. Chapter 107. Giving Nan Yin the chip. Could Qianli still be playing tricks? Stand back a bit. After Lin Xun said this, he took out a bunch of bulletproof, radiation-proof, and gas mask items from his space and handed them to Qin Xiaoru. Then he also got himself a set and put it on neatly. I'm going to use this card to unlock the door. If there's any danger, don't worry about me. Just go first, understood? Understood. Qin Xiaoru knew that in some critical moments, her lack of abilities might not help Lin Xun and could even hold her back. Okay. The 2 made thorough preparations, and Lin Xun stood in front of the black card reader, gently placing the white card in his hand against the wall. With a sound, the door opened. Lin Xun was tense. However, the flood of beasts she imagined, various mutated creatures, and dangerous things like toxic gas bullets did not appear. Inside was an even smaller room, with a faint light shining down from above. Lin Xun saw that the object was a black chip, lying quietly on the table, with no protective measures around it. Was it really that easy to get it? She found it hard to believe, but to be safe, she still prepared her abilities and handgun. She approached the chip, took it off the table, and exited the room. The door closed automatically. The whole action took just a few seconds, and, in the end, no danger occurred. Sister Lin, it seems like nothing happened. Could it be a trap? Lin Xun spread her palm, and the chip in her palm was only as big as a thumbnail, with no fluctuations of any abilities. To prevent toxicity, she specially wore isolation gloves. However, it seemed that they were overthinking it. There shouldn't be any problem. Let's get out of here first. All right. Then the 2 of them left the association building without any hindrance and ran into Qianli, who was still directing the team to clean up the scene at the entrance. Qianli noticed them and simply nodded silently. Lin Xun also nodded, considering the deal complete. Qin Xiaoru was somewhat puzzled, but still obediently followed the instructions. Qin Xiaoru's eyes brightened a bit, feeling a little happy. Lin Xun watched her leave, then put the chip into the space, took out the motorcycle, and turned to ride towards the location given by Nan Yanxi. She saw the other party's car parked by the roadside at the edge of the danger zone. Sitting in the passenger seat was Bei Hai, and in the back seat was Su Lu, who had already woken up. Nan Yanxi stood outside the car and spotted Lin Xun racing towards him from a distance, wearing a helmet. He tapped on the backseat window to remind Su Lu that she was coming. Bei Hai also rolled down the window, looking forward to seeing Lin Xun again. Lin Xun greeted the 2 of them, took a couple of steps forward, and approached Su Lu. Su Lu, wearing a special black eye mask, turned her ears towards the sound upon hearing it and looked very happy. Sister Lin, you're here. Lin Xun rested her hands on the car window, leaning her body slightly. The girl smiled sweetly. Everyone in the district takes good care of me, and there's so many delicious foods and drinks. Although I can't see, I can feel that everyone is very kind. Su Lu smiled happily, and Lin Xun could tell that it was a genuine smile. However, throughout the entire time, the little girl did not mention that she couldn't hear with her ears. She was just trying hard to use her other ear, which could hear, to get closer to Lin Xun and listen to her voice. Lin Xun reached into the car and patted her little head. If you're over there, I can relax a lot. If you encounter any difficulties, just ask Uncle Nan for help. I know. The man referred to as Uncle Nan, Nan Yanxi, almost imperceptibly trembled, then quickly returned to normal, turning his back to others, making it hard to see his expression. Duga Beihai held back a laugh and stayed silent. When Su Lu in the back seat spoke again, "Uncle Dugu is really nice. He even brought me a gift." As she spoke, she picked up a copper airplane model and showed it to Lin Xun. Hearing someone mention him, Duga Beihai couldn't help but speak up. Haha. It's a welcome gift for her, a little airplane I made myself. Perhaps because Su Lu also called him Uncle Duga Beihai, who had originally been mocking Nan Yinzi, now found himself stiffening. "It's getting late. You guys should go." Lin Xun found Nan Yinzi and asked him, "I heard that this chip protects the entire safe zone of the Sandstorm Fortress, and there might be mutants that could launch an attack here." Nan Yinzi took the chip that Lin Xun handed him and gave it to Robot 122. 122 checked it and confirmed that this chip was exactly what they were looking for, then stored away. Except for Su Lu, who knew nothing, the other three people quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "Even if I invite you to leave with us, I suppose you wouldn't agree," Nan Yinzi said as he got into the car, quietly gazing at Lin Xun. Lin Xun nodded slowly to him. "Since that's the case, I won't say much more. Take care of yourself, and also trust your instincts." "I will, and so will you." Lin Xun watched them leave, then got on her motorcycle and left the edge of the danger zone. They were heading in completely opposite directions. She stopped the motorcycle and asked a passerby what had happened here. What else could have happened? The water had been cut off, and now the electricity was out too. How are we supposed to live in such high temperatures? It was all fine when she went out in the afternoon. What she didn't expect was that a warning line had been set up at the bottom of the apartment building, and Qian Li, whom she had just seen not long ago, suddenly appeared here. Through the crowd, Lin Xun locked eyes with Qian Li. Qian Li led her to a quiet corner to talk. "What happened here?" Qian Li slightly raised her chin, indicating for Lin Xun to look in the direction she was pointing. Lin Xun shifted his perspective and saw the person lying in a pool of blood. "Montaki?" Lin Xun opened his eyes wide, feeling as if he were dreaming. How could it be Sister Mo? When she left, she had greeted Sister Mo as usual. Now she had turned into a cold corpse. Chapter 108. Who did this? Now the suspicion has fallen on her. Lin Xun pressed her lips together. Qian Li's gaze was fixed on her, not missing any expression on her face. Although the surveillance cameras in the association building had all been destroyed, some on the streets outside had not. She leaned closer to Lin Xun and whispered in her ear, "Where did you go after taking the chip? Why did you run to the danger zone?" Qian Li didn't speak, but turned to let Lin Xun take another look at Sister Mo's wounds. Lin Xun's pupils suddenly constricted, and her breath caught. The burning of flames left marks on her throat, arms, and abdomen. "Do you want to know what the reporter said here?" Qian Li's voice was extremely cold. He said he saw a dark red flame appear on Sister Mo, and it was that flame that killed her. "As far as I know, you're the only one in Fengsha Fort who possesses this dark red flame. Unless you can find a second person, you cannot clear your name." The rare ability of the dark red flame indeed currently belongs only to Lin Xun. However, she calmly said, "What if there's another person here with the same ability as mine, and you haven't noticed?" Qian Li was taken aback. Although he didn't want to admit it, Lin Xun was right, and she had a solid alibi. Moreover, at the time of Sister Mo's death, Lin Xun was still at the association obtaining chips, so it couldn't possibly be her. The real murderer must be targeting me. Perhaps everything happening here is being watched by him. Don't make a noise for now. I will investigate this matter secretly and find the murderer as soon as possible. Qian Li nodded, reaching a consensus with her, and then instructed his subordinates to quickly handle the scene and remove the cordon. Just as Qian Li was about to leave, Lin Xun suddenly asked, "Do you know about the water and power outage nearby?" Qian Li's expression remained unchanged. Fortunately, the emergency exit nearby was still functioning normally. Besides, she didn't live that high up, so she could treat it as a workout. Sister Mo is dead. The originally 4 large rooms have turned into 2, and the layout of the house has been reduced by half. Not to mention, there is now 1 more person in their room. Siechimo arrived here in the evening. The 4 people in the room were still unaware of what was happening downstairs. They only felt the lights dim, the power went out, and there was a commotion, causing a drastic change in the room's layout. Lin Xun had no choice but to take out her generator, filling the room with light while the air conditioner continued to release cool air. Luoan pulled the curtains, not letting a hint of light escape. and then sat down at the dining table. The five of them hadn't sat down together for a meal in a long time, and everyone especially missed Xiaochumo's cooking. They hurriedly stuffed the fragrant food into their stomachs, waiting for Lin Xun to share the important matter she wanted to discuss. Lin Xun wearily pinched the bridge of his nose and said, "Let's take it one at a time. First, Sister Mo downstairs has died, our landlord, so her ability will disappear as well. Except for Xiaochumo, the other three showed their respect with solemn expressions. How did she suddenly pass away? An accident? Or was it murder?" Lin Xun said, "It seems to be a murder at the moment. The apartment building they lived in had turned into an ordinary house. Although the other tenants no longer had to pay rent to Jinghe every month, Lin Xun had already received permission from Qianli, which meant she could stay for free." The other three took out their phones and scrolled through the chat history in the group. Soon someone posted an obituary, and everyone was filled with grief. Luo Ming and Luo and then told him about a series of events that had happened since he arrived here. Especially when they heard the twins say they had been captured and treated like animals for others to perform. Xiaochumo switched to a rational mode in anger, wanting to teach a lesson to the man who had captured the twins. However, he later heard that Lin Xun had dealt with him, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He said, "I was on my way here at that time. You should have called me to come over quickly." After finishing the story about Mo Jie and Feng Xiaobao, Lin Xun took a sip of warm water and finally got to the main topic of today. The Central District. She shared the news she had heard from Nanyan CI with her teammates, and their expressions were identical. Shocked to the point of being speechless, just like she had been at that time. It felt as if the entire world was fake. "So our ultimate goal is to go to the Central District, right?" Xiaochumo quickly grasped the key point, and Lin Xun nodded in approval. "To unravel this series of mysteries and prevent the natural disaster from continuing to develop, we must make a trip to the Central District." The others nodded in agreement. Luo Ming suddenly laughed, and Luo asked what he was laughing at. He said, "I feel like I've embarked on a journey to save the world." Since there were only 2 rooms left, and the twins couldn't stand Xiaochumo's snoring, Xiaochumo set up a sleeping mat in the living room. The other 4, 2 men and 2 women, slept in one room. Qin Xiaoru slept on the upper bunk, and Lin Xun lay on the lower bunk. As she climbed the ladder, she said, "I've never slept on this kind of bed before. It feels so fresh. And it seems like Lin Jie, your space has everything, like a treasure chest." Lin Xun rarely relaxed her expression and asked her, "What do you want to eat tomorrow?" "I still have plenty of good things in my treasure chest." Qin Xiaoru's eyes lit up. "Then I want hairy crabs, lobsters, and lots of caviar." She imagined foods that could only be found in high-end restaurants, half-jokingly. To her surprise, Lin Xun nodded seriously and said, "No problem." Qin Xiaoru was stunned and once again marveled at how incredible Lin Xun's space was. She lay down on the bed and soon fell asleep. However, Lin Xun, who got out of bed, could not fall asleep no matter what. She thought of the wounds that appeared on Sister Mo and, for some reason, recalled the man in black whose face she couldn't see clearly. Chapter 109. I came to see you, and here I am, with a killing intent. Lin Xun suddenly opened her eyes and pulled out the dagger hidden under her pillow. She instinctively blocked the attack. In the next second, she jumped out of bed, unleashing a series of black fire abilities that cut through the darkness. The space in the bedroom was small, with no hiding places. What concerned her more was that the opponent was also wielding a dagger, just like her. Moreover, her abilities left no trace on the opponent. "Who are you?" she asked in a low voice, trying not to wake the still sleeping Qin Xiaoru. The opponent chuckled softly. Lin Xun felt a sense of familiarity and quickly realized that he was the man he had encountered in a dark environment before. "It's you? How did you find your way here?" "Want to know?" The man remained calm and collected, throwing the question back at Lin Xun. "Unfortunately, I don't think you're my match." Lin Xun frowned. The man suddenly moved, kicking out in the darkness. Lin Xun raised her hands to block and deflect the attack. In an instant, a more intense stream of heat swept past her, singeing a few strands of her hair and brushing past her cheek. Like her, it was also a fire ability, and even the color of the flames was identical. Lin Xun was secretly astonished, and the killing move in her hand became much faster. "It was you who killed Sister Mo." She was very sure that it was the man in front of her who had acted with the exact same ability. Apart from Lin Xun, only this man could do it. The man didn't bother to argue, chuckling softly, his voice charming. "Correct. What reward do you want?" Why did you do this? She questioned him. Is your target me? Why involve others? Because I saw you living here quite comfortably and couldn't help but take action. Is it the only reason? Everyone else is sleeping in hot rooms. Why do you still have electricity here? He seemed completely puzzled, like a sincere student asking a teacher questions. Before Lin Xun could respond, he continued to speak to himself. Forget it. I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense. I wanted to see you and tell you that the beast tide has arrived earlier. If you still want to stay here, then go ahead and stay. If I were you, I would leave quickly after all. Someone has already noticed that you are somewhat different. Don't become the target of everyone. Lin Xun. Lin Xun frowned, increasingly unsure of who this person was. As if sensing her doubt, even her skepticism, the man lowered his eyes and smiled faintly. My name is Mo Chun. Mo like ink, Chun like stars. Remember my name. Outside the window, the sky was gradually brightening with a fish belly white, signaling that morning had arrived. There were no traces of fighting or flames left in the room, as if last night's events had never happened. Lin Xun sat up in bed, lost in thought. The more she thought about it, the less she could sleep. So she simply got up and walked into the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water. In the reflection on the glass, she saw her pale, colorless face, as if she had just had a terrifying nightmare. Montak Chen, where did this person come from? After drinking the water, she stood in the kitchen to rest for a moment. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her head, as if something had entered her brain, and she really wanted to smash it open to take a look. That man said something about the beast tide coming early. Such alarming words again. But she couldn't help feeling he wasn't wrong, and deep down, she had a strong premonition. The murderer who killed Sister Mo had already been tracked down in just one night. But even if she told Qianli, she wouldn't be able to arrest him, right? Sister Mo died unjustly, and it was because of her. It was just a momentary thrill for that man. What a joke. She was so angry that she punched the sofa, startling Xie Chu, who had come out for water. Lin Xun, why are you sitting in the living room? Xie Chu fell for the wall switch and turned on a small light. He then noticed Lin Xun's extremely poor complexion and hurried over to ask, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to eat something? Lin Xun pursed her lips and shook her head, appearing to reject anyone from 1,000 miles away. It's nothing. You go ahead and do your thing. I just want to be alone for a while. Yes, she needed to be alone right now. Xie Chu had no choice but to stop bothering her. After finishing his drink and coming out of the kitchen, he discovered that Lin Xun had disappeared from the living room. Seeing the slippers at the door, he knew she had gone out again. It was just dawn. Lin Xun drove his motorcycle into the danger zone, specifically targeting areas with a high concentration of mutants, and began to hunt them down. One knife for one mutant. One punch for one mutant beast. Lin Xun was venting, filled with anger. That man named Mo Chun had clearly come for her, and he had sneaked into her room without her noticing, doing some inexplicable things. Where did he come from? After dealing with all the monsters in the area, Lin Xun was covered in disgusting, sticky slime, collecting many crystal cores and putting them into her space. She raised her hand to check the time. It was already noon. Unknowingly, she had been here for 7 or 8 hours, and the sunlight was extremely glaring. She took out a bottle of frozen mineral water from her space and drank it all, tossing the empty bottle into a trash can that was already overflowing with garbage. There were many people standing in the shadows on both sides of the street, and the situation was even worse than what she had seen last night. There was no water, no electricity. How were we supposed to live? Didn't the Golden Eagle Association say they would handle this? I went to the Power Bureau to find their person in charge, but it turned out the Power Bureau was also managed by the association. What about the government officials? They had long packed up and left when the red rain came, leaving behind a huge mess. And don't you forget, those living here either didn't have time to evacuate or their identities didn't allow them to. A young man sneered. So what if I'm a criminal now? I have abilities now, and isn't the country actively recruiting people like me? I can just report to them directly, with food and accommodation provided. An old man interrupted his naivety. Do you think the people here don't have such thoughts? If it weren't for the remote geographical location and inconvenient transportation, who would come here, aside from a bunch of broken stones attracting tourists? Lin Xun continued to drive forward. She heard a heated argument coming from the convenience store. Boss, I want a box of water. The boss replied, We're out. Everything was snatched up last night. I see you have a few boxes in the back of the warehouse. Why don't you take them out to sell? The boss interrupted. That's for myself. I'm not selling it. I'm not asking for it for free. Just give me 2 bottles. I'm about to die of thirst. Arguments like this were everywhere in the Sandstorm Fortress. Chapter 110. The circulating crystal core, the high-temperature weather continued. The vegetation here was already sparse, and now, with the scorching sun, it had wilted and collapsed to the ground. The moisture in the plant leaves had all evaporated, turning into dry branches and leaves. The burning sun turned the entire Sandstorm Fortress, and even the whole country, into a giant oven. People were crying out in despair, having no choice but to leave while they were still alive. Some elderly individuals, who were frail and had difficulty moving, could barely breathe when they first encountered the hot sun outside, gasping a few times before collapsing without any breath left. The Golden Eagle Association gradually restored power to some areas this evening. People could only stay indoors, unable to go anywhere, because stepping outside would risk being roasted and losing the moisture in their bodies. The sun was too intense. It burned the skin quickly, leaving red marks and drawing blood. In contrast, the group in Lin Xun's room was having a much easier time. Not only was there comfortable air conditioning, but they also didn't have to worry about water and food. There were several bowls of refreshing mung bean iced dessert on the table. Xiaochumo and Lin Xun were in the room, experimenting with different flavors of the dessert. In the evening, everyone helped in the small kitchen to prepare seafood and fish, enjoying a rich and delicious meal together. Qin Xiaoru was so moved she felt like crying, but she realized she didn't love caviar as much as she had imagined. It tasted just mediocre. In comparison, the spicy lobster and braised carp were much more to her liking. Could it be that someone had awakened a chef-type ability? Upstairs. Let us be realistic. Even if there was such an ability, how could you cook without ingredients? It must be that woman on the 9th floor with space abilities who brought a lot of food in. Cough. Everyone, you might not believe it, but I've already sneaked to the 9th floor, and the smell is indeed coming from her room. I plan to go to her place to swap for some food. However, coincidentally, Lin Xun and the others happened to be unaware of any phone messages, as they were all busy cleaning the room, handling the dishes, and rearranging the furniture, leaving only a few simple tables and the bed in the bedroom, in order to be ready for the possible beast tide that might come. Among the 5 of them, only Lin Xun had encountered a beast tide. It was a devastating disaster, with thousands of mutated creatures sweeping through the city, attacking all living beings. Lin Xun had encountered it a few times in her previous life and eventually died because of it. Luo Ming reacted quickly and said, "Does that mean the higher we live, the less likely we are to be attacked?" Theoretically, yes. In the past 2 days, Qianli had begun ordering the residents on the ground, especially those on the 1st and 2nd floors, to find higher places to live to avoid the beast tide. With her reminder, nearly half of the people chose to leave the Sandstorm Fortress, while the rest were mostly fearless supernatural beings. As for why they didn't run farther away, the reason was the same as Lin Xun's. A large-scale beast tide would inevitably trigger stampedes. During this process, both the mutated beings and mutated beasts would suffer serious damage. Therefore, after the beast tide passed, many crystal cores would appear on the ground. The survivors would be able to collect them as rewards for survival. Since learning that crystal cores could be used to enhance supernatural abilities and increase damage, their value had been continuously rising. Someone was knocking on the door. Xiaochumo opened the door and saw a tall, thin young man standing outside, smiling politely at him. "Hello, I'm a resident living above you." Before he could say 2 sentences, he couldn't help but swallow hard, smelling the aroma of crawfish, his eyes lighting up. "Is there something you need from us?" The young man continued with an awkward smile. "I feel ashamed to say this, but I accidentally caught a whiff of the delicious food coming from your place and wanted to ask if I could buy some from you. I'm willing to exchange it for a crystal core." After saying this, the young man sincerely took out a high-quality blue crystal core and waved it in front of Xiaochumo. Xiaochumo found it hard to make a decision. If it were his own choice, he would agree to the trade, but he didn't know what Lin Xun thought about it. Just then, Lin Xun and the others stood at the door. The young man saw her and smiled again, showing the crystal core. His eyes brightened, and he thanked Lin Xun for her generous help. "No need to thank me," she said, leaning against the doorframe. "It's just some food. As long as you can offer a blue-level crystal core, you can make the exchange." Xiaochumo naively thought that Lin Xun had changed her temperament and become generous, wanting to save the suffering people. but he didn't realize she was still the same, never willing to let herself suffer losses. Lin Xun blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "But since you're the first person to come to me to exchange food for crystal cores, only you can eat this batch of crawfish. Others who come later won't have such good luck." Thus, the news that one could exchange crystal cores for supplies with Lin Xun spread throughout Sandstorm Fortress in less than half a day. Really? I need to find her quickly. What if others exchange everything first? Not only were there vegetables, fish, and meat, but also water and rice. It was like a small mobile supermarket. How convenient. Luckily, she hadn't left Sandstorm Fortress. As the sun completely set, although it was still not cool outside, more and more people gradually lined up at the bottom of the apartment building. They all wanted to exchange crystal cores for supplies to survive the beast tide. After all, without food and water, they wouldn't be able to endure. The upper leadership of the Golden Eagle Association found Qianli again. Given the lessons learned from last time, they had become much smarter this time, hiring 2 ability users as bodyguard from somewhere and coming to talk to her. Chapter 111. Selling supplies. Qianli was still busy preparing to deal with the mutated beings and simply didn't have time to talk about such boring matters with these 2 middle-aged men. She suddenly laughed, leaving the 2 men somewhat confused. "What are you laughing at? This is a serious matter. Without the support of crystal cores, our research—" "You still don't know, do you?" Qianli hurriedly interrupted him, her smile cunning. "I forgot to tell you. The chip in the association has disappeared." The leaders were shocked. "What did you say? How could it suddenly disappear? Didn't we tell you to take good care of it? Why didn't you inform us immediately after it went missing?" Qianli sneered. "Would it be useful to tell you? Besides spending your days indulging in pleasure and doing nothing in the safe zone, how would you know what's happening here now? I will revoke your position." Qianli didn't care at all. "Go ahead and revoke it. Without your obstruction, I can develop the Golden Eagle Association even better." She hung up the communication without a second thought and continued to work on restoring electricity and preparing for subsequent supply work. She didn't care where Lin Xun got so many supplies. What mattered now was that everyone worked together to get through the beast tide. Qianli called her subordinates to find Lin Xun, bringing crystal cores with them, and asked if she could exchange more supplies. Okay, at the bottom of the apartment, everyone was queuing up, honestly accepting Lin Xun's barter. Mineral water, instant noodles, bread boxes, self-heating rice, self-heating pots, all could be exchanged. Even daily necessities like clothes, shampoo, shower gel, toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, etc. were all available. It was like an all-purpose store. Everything one could want was there. Some people were initially reluctant to exchange, thinking it was a waste. However, they realized that if they didn't queue up soon, they might end up with nothing. Luo Ming was greatly shocked by Lin Xun's vast space. "Boss, how big is your space?" "It's like a bottomless pit. You can get anything you want." Lin Xun said, "It's not an endless pit. There will be a day when resources are exhausted. I'm not doing charity. If I end up losing everything, that would be a loss." After calculating, there are about 3,000 crystal cores in the space. To become a small, rich person in the future, it's fortunate to have this space to store so many. Otherwise, if left beside me, they would be snatched away by others overnight. Just then, alarms suddenly rang out around the entire city. Lin Xun's expression was serious, and he quickly gave a glance to Xiaochumo. At the same time, Qianli's subordinates also rushed over, driving a car to find her, asking if she could exchange some supplies. Lin Xun saw him driving a big truck and took out a suitcase from the passenger seat, which contained 10 deep red crystal cores. His eyes lit up instantly, and he nodded to accept them. Then, with a wave of his hand, he placed some water and emergency food on his truck. "Thank you. I hope everyone can survive the beast tide." He entered and ran up the stairs, locking the fire door behind him and propping it with heavy objects. He could already feel the ground and walls trembling slightly. As the tide of beasts drew closer, this tremor would become more pronounced and significantly increase people's psychological burden. After running upstairs and locking the door, Xiaochumo stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, seeing a dense black line in the distance, his expression heavy. If they were on the ground right now, they would definitely not be able to escape so many mutated beings. In less than 20 minutes, both the main roads and alleys were filled with their figures, some even stepping directly on their fallen companions. Lin Xun noticed that the leading ones were some extremely ferocious mutated beasts. Not only did they have peculiar appearances, but their bodies were also quite large. She could possibly handle 3 or 4 of them by herself, but now there were at least tens of thousands on the ground. The night was deep. All the houses below the 4th floor had their lights out, and only the slightly higher houses emitted faint glimmers of light. Even though Lin Xun lived on the 9th floor, she turned off all the lights to minimize her presence. Xiaochumo echoed, currently. The weather at Sandstorm Fortress is very hot. The sun rises around 4 or 5 in the morning, and by 7 or 8, it becomes high-temperature weather. I wonder if these mutated beasts can survive until then. As they spoke, the house shook violently, producing a loud noise. Luo Ming quickly sat up straight and immediately looked out the window. A building a little farther away from them had been directly destroyed and collapsed. If there had been anyone inside, they would undoubtedly be dead. Boom! Boom! 2 more loud sounds followed. Xiaochumo couldn't help but glance at the house they were in, relieved that it looked sturdy and showed no signs of cracking. They continued to play cards while waiting for dawn. The glass was not soundproof, and sometimes they could hear the cries of the mutated beings. At other times, they could hear people screaming in agony. But everyone remained silent, gathered together, playing poker to pass the time, until Lin Xun squinted her eyes and saw a faint light finally appearing outside the window. The sun had risen again. Chapter 112. 1 year later, the number of beasts below seemed unchanged. In the sunlight, their ugly faces were exposed for all to see. Xiaochumo stood beside Lin Xun, sighed quietly, and said, "Every time I think that they used to be human, I feel very heartbroken. What about those mutated beasts? What were they originally?" "Anything is possible," Lin Xun replied. "They could be humans. They could be animals, or perhaps a combination of these things." Lin Xun didn't linger by the window for too long. After switching shifts with Luoan, she went to the room to sleep. Now, they operate on a shift system, with at least 2 people keeping watch while the others rest. Lin Xun took a nap and woke up to receive a call from Qianli. She asked, "How is the situation over there? Have you encountered any difficulties?" Lin Xun said, "No, you don't need to worry about me. If you need any other supplies, just let me know." "Oh, have you become generous?" Qianli thought Lin Xun was being kind-hearted, but in reality, the value of the 10 red crystal cores she provided was so great that it couldn't even be fully loaded onto that small truck. Speaking of crystal cores, Lin Xun distributed them among her teammates to help them enhance their abilities. Although Qin Xiaoru didn't receive any, Lin Xun gifted her a better set of equipment, allowing her to replace it at any time, and also taught her how to use a firearm. From now on, she would be the second person in the team who could handle a gun. Compared to crystal cores, Qin Xiaoru felt that guns and knives were what she truly needed. After absorbing the power of the red crystal cores, the twins not only felt an increase in physical fitness and strength, but also found that the duration of their beast transformation ability had extended, and their agility had improved. "Oh yeah, long live the boss." Luo Ming smiled with squinted eyes, and the tail behind Luo and was wagging nonstop. Xiaochumo's abilities also saw significant improvement. When transforming into another version of himself, his instantaneous speed became faster, allowing him to switch almost in the blink of an eye, becoming undetectable. In a rational state, Xiaochumo's divergent thinking became more far-reaching, and his thought processes became richer, enabling him to provide multifaceted suggestions, rather than just thinking differently from the previous version of himself. Lin Xun absorbed the energy of 3 red crystal cores in total, and her flames finally saw a significant improvement. They were no longer just a small, insignificant ball that seemed harmless. Now, with a wave of her hand, a beautiful and brilliant black-red light emerged, swirling in the air like the tail of a firetail fish, bringing an unparalleled sense of oppression and alarming heat. The speed of using her abilities also increased significantly. Although the crystal cores were beneficial, Lin Xun reminded her teammates not to try to absorb too much at once, or their bodies would not be able to withstand it and could explode due to excessive energy. The beast tide lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The surrounding buildings occasionally trembled, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. Finally, the last few mutated creatures wandered the streets. A few seasoned ability users could no longer contain their eagerness and went out to swiftly eliminate them. Afterwards, these people noticed crystal cores of various colors everywhere, in trash cans on the road, on utility poles, and scattered all around. Crystal cores. It was crystal cores. Lin Xun, wearing a mask, also came downstairs and moved the heavy objects pile behind the door. Outside, it was sunset, and many people had spontaneously come out to clear the mutants. They planned to transport them out of the sand fortress and then burn them with fire. Lin Xun thought for a moment and ultimately decided not to use her fire. The killer of Sister Mo had not been caught yet, and someone had already seen that her flames were the same as that man's. So if she revealed her red flames, it would instead raise many suspicions. Qianli found her shortly after. This time, she was very grateful for the water and food provided. Lin Xun waved to her and continued to move the mutated creatures on the ground, restoring normal traffic flow. This caught the attention of other ability users nearby. Lin Xun, thank you for your help a couple of days ago. Yeah, if it weren't for the food and water you provided, we wouldn't have made it through these 3 days. If you need any help, just let us know. By the way, can we exchange some of the crystal cores here for food? I want to exchange too, and then take my family away from here. Although we have lived here for 3 generations as locals, more and more people gathered around Lin Xun, spontaneously helping her clean up the mutated creatures on the nearby ground, chatting with her like friendly neighbors. Who would have thought that just over a month ago? They were strangers and even held hostility towards Lin Xun. People always change, whether for better or for worse, it's still a change. The few sunken buildings were sealed off, and over time, the debris within was gradually moved and cleaned away. Occasionally, mutated creatures still ran onto the streets, becoming prey for Lin Xun's teammates to practice on. Lin Xun's prestige is continuously rising, and more people trust and believe in her. However, they are also wary of her harsh methods, as she is equally ruthless in dealing with evildoers. The high temperatures remain as usual, and for an entire year, the entire region, along with other places, has not seen a single day of rain. Even the weather that should have entered winter still remains scorching here. When Lin Xun was video calling with her family, Madame Xie teased her, saying that she had gotten quite a bit darker. Indeed, after a year of being outdoors every day, even those with good skincare would inevitably get tanned. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Xun. Xie Chimo, Luo Ming, Luo, and Qin Xiaoru had all shed several layers of skin and grown new ones. The food promised to Anna Yuan had also changed from once a month to once every 3 months. Every time Anna saw Lin Xun, she felt that there were many changes in her, compared to the initial ruthlessness and unapproachability a year later. She saw a woman with a healthy wheat-colored complexion and a smile on her lips. There was a noticeable increase in her warmth, which was in stark contrast to her previous cold demeanor. When Lin Xun doesn't smile, she always seems to have a demeanor that keeps people at a distance. However, recently her smiles have increased, and she no longer appears so cold. Instead, she has softened considerably. Anna sat in the car, chatting with her, looking at the city that had transformed into a vast sea, gazing into the distance. Lin Xun, this is the last time I will come to find you. Our family plans to leave here by boat. Chapter 113, Girl Luo Qi. There's no way around it. Who can blame us when it's already so hard for those alive in this world? You won't have to come this way anymore. If there's a chance, I hope we can see each other again later. Anna extended her hand with a smile. There will definitely be that day. Lin Xun shook hand with her. A year can feel quick or slow. At least for Lin Xun, every day was very fulfilling. The man named Mo Chun had not bothered her again. His appearance and disappearance felt like a dream. But Sister Mo's death clearly reminded Lin Xun that the man had not vanished. He just wasn't causing her trouble at the moment. The living conditions in Windsand Fortress returned to normal. People actively stopped to wave and greet her, casually asking about the current situation outside. Same as usual, Lin Xun got out of the car and closed the door parked by the roadside and walked into a small restaurant. Although it's not easy to grow vegetables here, planting some cacti and potatoes is relatively simple. As soon as he walked in, before he could find the owner to order, he saw a girl flying out of the restaurant. Lin Xun dodged and couldn't help but ask Old Ma, "What's going on here? Did you throw someone out?" Old Ma, exasperated, felt his expression lighten a bit upon seeing Lin Xun. "It's all because of this girl. She comes here to steal food every now and then without paying. I let her help wash dishes in the kitchen to cover her meal costs, but she hardly washed any dishes and ended up breaking all of them. Today, I'm not letting her help out here. Hey, go wherever you want. Just don't come here. I can't accommodate you. Oh, great Buddha. Lin Xun found a spot to sit down. And old Ma took a tray and chopsticks from the disinfection cabinet and placed them on the table. His short hair, styled in a messy way, looked like a hedgehog. He was wearing a colorful patchwork shirt, baggy pants, and a pair of canvas shoes. Lin Xun waited for her to slowly turn her face. But the girl remained turned away, unwilling to face her, standing under the blazing sun. No one around stepped forward to help. After all, it was her own doing. Old Ma was already quite willing to provide her with meals, allowing her to work off her meal costs, but she couldn't even manage this small task. So it was no wonder Old Ma would kick her out. Lin Xun, the potatoes have all been sold out these past 2 days. Shall I exchange some other things for you? Sure, it's up to you. I just need to fill my stomach, and I have to leave soon. Old Ma was busy tossing a pan in the kitchen. Hearing this, he looked outside and asked, with such a strong sun, where are you planning to go? The association has something to discuss with me later. Don't worry, after staying here for so long, I know when to go out and when not to. Old Ma quickly brought over 2 dishes, a cold cactus salad and stir-fried shredded meat, along with a bowl of white rice. All of these were provided by Lin Xun, and the items traded were naturally crystal cores. What about the chef in your team? You said he was very good at cooking. Why haven't I seen him these past 2 days? They went to train in the canyon. Lin Xun spoke lightly. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. The people around her stopped their chopsticks and put down their wine glasses, unconsciously staring at her. Before they could say anything, a loud voice interrupted. You went into the canyon? Are you crazy? You actually let your teammates go to such a place to die. It turned out to be one of her former teammates. A little girl with healing abilities named Luo Qi. Can you speak properly, girl? Lin Xun's teammates are much stronger than you think. Luo Qi dismissed it. How strong can they be? No matter who goes in there, they can't come out alive. You. Lin Xun interrupted the people around her, beckoned with her finger, and said, Come, sit down. I'll treat you to a meal, Lao Ma. Bring another bowl of rice. Lao Ma felt a bit helpless and sighed, Lin Xun, you. Rocky's eyes lit up, and he stood up, dusted off his clothes, swaggered into the restaurant, and plopped down right across from Lin Xun. Lin Xun pushed the 2 dishes on the table towards her with a smile in her tone, and then said, So tell me, what's the situation around there? Wait. Luo Qi suddenly stuffed a mouthful of white rice in her mouth, then dug into a scoop of vegetables, feeling so happy she was about to melt. You must be thinking I'm making this up, right? That crying sound must be due to the wind blowing too loud and the valley entrance being too small, which caused the noise. But no. I heard not just women's cries inside, but also men's, children's, and old people's. All kinds of strange cries mixed together. Just think about how creepy that is. As Luo Qi spoke, she became animated, and the people around her felt she was lying, shaking their heads and telling Lin Xun not to listen to her nonsense, as it was a waste of time. Luo Qi pouted and continued eating, finishing off both dishes Lin Xun ordered, leaving not even a clove of garlic behind. After finishing her meal, she wiped her mouth contentedly and noticed the woman in front of her still looking at her with a smile. Only then did Luo Qi feel a bit embarrassed, as being stared at made her scalp tingle. What are you staring at me for? Just to be clear, you're treating me, so I won't be paying. I don't have any money on me to give you. Lin Xun stood up and asked, Have you eaten enough? Luo Qi was a bit confused, but still nodded. Immediately, she was grabbed by the arm and dragged out. Oh, why are you pulling me? You can't be thinking of selling me, right? Help! Help! Someone is trying to sell a child here. Is anyone going to save me? Lin Xun found it amusing that Luo Qi gradually overlapped with the innocent girl in her memories. She didn't stop him from shouting because the people nearby all knew Lin Xun, and whatever she did wouldn't attract strange attention. Luo Qi quickly realized what was happening, her face turning red, and she had no choice but to keep pace with Lin Xun. Hey, where are you taking me? You don't really intend to sell me, do you? Was that meal just now my last supper? Lin Xun gave her a sharp knock on the forehead. What are you thinking? Don't talk nonsense. Oh, it hurts. Get in the car. Luo Qi rubbed her head and obediently got into the car. Lin Xun also sat in the driver's seat and fastened her seatbelt. Luo Qi obediently followed suit and asked her, Where exactly are you taking me? If you don't tell me, I won't go with you. To a place you are very familiar with, the entrance of a dangerous canyon. Chapter 114. Got on a pirate's car and still want to leave? When Luo Qi heard her announce the destination, Her previously rosy face turned pale instantly, struggling to get out of Lin Xun's car. Are you crazy? Really going to that kind of place? Isn't this just seeking death? I'm not going to die. Let me out quickly. Lin Xun had already pressed the lock button, and no matter how Luo Qi tried to open the door, she couldn't get out of the car. Luo Qi shook her head repeatedly, saying, No, no, no. Didn't you just hear all the things I said? It's not only strange inside, but also terrifying. Your teammate might have already. Click. Luo Qi's face turned pale as she saw Lin Xun pull out a handgun from nowhere, one hand on the steering wheel and the other pointing the gun at herself. I know being lively is a good thing, but could you please quiet down for now? Okay? Though it was a threatening statement, it didn't carry a threatening tone. Luo Qi cursed in her heart, regretting why she had agreed to eat the food on the table with Lin Xun today. Once she fell silent, Lin Xun put away the handgun and pressed the accelerator, the car continuing to speed down the sandy road. Luo Qi still stubbornly asked, Is there really no room for negotiation? No. Lin Xun shattered her last glimmer of hope, and Luo Qi wanted to cry, but had no tears. Helplessly gazing at the scene outside the window, which gradually transformed into a desert wasteland. She could even see quite a few mutated beings brush past their vehicle. Let me be clear, I can't fight. I'm just an ordinary, useless person who wants to be a salted fish every day, living a life of ease and laziness. Luo Qi thought for a moment and poured all the self-deprecating thoughts she could muster in her mind, hoping Lin Xun would abandon the idea of bringing her here. However, she couldn't realize that she had already said these words to Lin Xun in her previous life, and the current situation was strikingly similar. Back then, it was also Luo Qi who was assigned to be a team member under Lin Xun, and the two set off together to a dangerous area. But Luo Qi didn't want to go, so she acted nonchalant the entire time. At that time, Lin Xun was quite proud, since Luo Qi was disobedient. She would make sure to beat her into submission. Later, she found out that this girl was a foodie. As long as there was delicious food to tempt her taste buds, she could be easily swayed. So when they first met today, Lin Xun used food as bait. And unexpectedly, Luo Qi took the hook. All right, I know you don't want me to take you along, so I'll give you two choices. Either I leave you here, or you come with me in a bit. Luo Qi forced a smile, and, at that moment, she lost her temper. Lin Xun chuckled lightly and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Luo Qi involuntarily let out a sharp scream. The towering canyon in the distance was now within arm's reach, gradually enlarging before their eyes. It was already quite shocking from afar, and up close, it instilled a sense of awe. The car's speed gradually slowed down and finally came to a stop, with no mutated beings moving around, not even a hint of wind. Lin Xun turned up the air conditioning in the car, and then asked Luo Qi, Did you hear the crying coming from the canyon? Luo Qi nodded, but didn't say anything. Lin Xun rolled down the window a bit, and the scorching air rushed into the car as if it had seized an opportunity. Then she really heard the kind of crying that Rocky had mentioned. The crying was very peculiar. It wasn't loud weeping, but a soft, deeply sorrowful sound, as if it had suffered a tremendous injustice. After a while, it transformed into a man's voice, crying heart-wrenchingly. After a few seconds, it changed into the sharp and piercing wail of a newborn baby, so loud it made one's head ache. Finally, it became the voice of an old woman, also crying heartbreakingly, evoking involuntary sympathy and plunging one into deep sorrow. Luo Qi felt something was wrong and quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, crawled over to Lin Xun's side, and rolled up the window, instantly cutting off all outside sounds, leaving only the hum of the car's engine and air conditioning. Are you crazy? You actually opened the window and listened for so long. Do you have no desire to live at all? Lin Xun nodded without asking much, placing her hands on the steering wheel and keeping an eye on the changes in the surroundings. Luo Qi was also startled by Lin Xun's earlier actions. She didn't expect anyone could endure for so long under that eerie, crying sound without going insane. But it was just a very beautiful face. Luo Qi evaluated Lin Xun in her mind, and there was also an impressive SUV. She added in her mind, and a gun. Thinking of this, Luo Qi became very interested in Lin Xun. She herself was unaffected by those crying sounds because her special ability could isolate her from mental harm. But this woman in front of her seemed like an ordinary person, well, just an ordinary person with a bit of strength. Stop looking. Even if you keep staring at my face, it won't bloom a flower. Lin Xun's words made Luo Qi's cheeks and the area behind her ears flush with heat. She huffed. Who is looking at you? I'm just admiring the scenery outside. Lin Xun did not point out her insincerity, release the brake, and let the vehicle start to move slowly. Luo Qi was startled and asked, "Are you really going to drive in further? We're close enough already. If your teammates can come out, they will definitely see this car." "Shh, don't speak. There's a mutated beast behind the car." Upon hearing this, Luo Qi felt a layer of fine sweat on her back despite the air conditioning in the car, and she involuntarily tensed up. She saw a large, dark figure in the rearview mirror. Lin Xun drove very slowly, almost silently, moving forward for 20 meters before stopping. "All right, let's wait here." She switched the vehicle to parking mode, moved her hand to recline the seat, and closed her eyes. "I'm going to sleep for a while. Do whatever you want. Just don't disturb me." "Huh? You're sleeping in a place like this?" Luo Qi rolled her eyes. She had never seen someone so bold. Chapter 115. Throw her out of the car. The car was suddenly very quiet. The confined space amplified the sound of their breathing. Luo Qi glanced at the woman in the driver's seat. Her breathing gradually calmed, eventually falling into a deep sleep, and she nervously bit her lip. She kept surveying the surroundings. Although there weren't many mutated beasts and entities, it was enough to make Luo Qi feel scared. To avoid being affected, Luo Qi had to curl up in the car seat, hugging her knees and shrinking into a small ball. With her fluffy, messy hair, she looked even more like a hedgehog. After an unknown amount of time, it could have been just a short while, even the outside light did not change much. Luo Qi blinked and saw through the car window a gap between the canyons, with dust rising. She squinted. The sunlight from above was a bit blinding, making it hard to see what it was, but worried it might be a mutated beast, she quickly called out to Lin Xun. Lin Xun? Could you wake up and take a look? I think our situation is very dire. It seems like some monster is coming out over there." Lin Xun frowned and opened her eyes, seemingly a bit grumpy from being awakened. She straightened the chair back, pulled out a telescope from the space, held it up to her eyes for a couple of seconds. Her expression changed, and she said, "Buckle up, sit tight." The car shot out like an arrow. Luo Qi felt her body flying forward while her soul lagged behind, the intense acceleration bringing a thrilling push against her back. She quickly grasped the seatbelt, her mind racing through countless ways she could die, swallowing hard. Lin Xun took out a hat, sandproof goggles, and ice sleeves, tossing them to her. "Put them on." "Huh? Why?" Luo Qi hadn't reacted yet, but her body had already instinctively started to move, following Lin Xun's command, putting on the sun hat and ice sleeves neatly, and finally putting on the goggles. Lin Xun was also equipped. She pressed a button in the car, and the originally covered vehicle transformed into a convertible after a series of mechanical sounds. The sun was blazing outside, and although there were clothes to shield her, she could still feel the intense heat burning down. Waves of heat overwhelmed her, making it hard to breathe, as if the air in her lungs was scalding, causing a sense of suffocation. The air conditioning in the car disappeared in no time, and the leather seats quickly became scorching hot. Luo Qi felt she could roast meat here, roast herself. She looked up and tightened her grip. As she spoke, the swirling dust in the distance was getting closer. Luo Qi finally saw what it was. Coming towards them was another convertible car of the same model, but it was surrounded by hard decorations, capable of withstanding collisions. But that wasn't the main point. The focus was on the dust rising behind that car. Luo Qi was sure she wasn't hallucinating. She saw something chasing the vehicle in front. As the car drew nearer, she couldn't help but gasp sharply, her muscles tensing up, her toes gripping the car floor. Her face, though exposed to the sun, turned a few shades paler. It was a mutated beast, one that was larger than all the mutated beasts she had ever seen combined. Usually, mutated beasts were at most 2 to 3 meters long, around 4 or 5 meters. But this one was different. From the front, it stood 10 meters tall, not to mention how long its body must be. Luo Qi was almost fainting from fear, but Lin Xun remained calm. She then picked up the walkie-talkie and said a couple of words into it. "Boss, that thing is chasing us relentlessly. Our car is almost out of fuel. The red light is already on. Just barely." How's everyone else?" Luo Ming replied. "Aside from some sunburn and dehydration, they are fine." "Good. Boss, I can see your car now." What should we do? I'll become bait for the mutated beast behind you. You just need to keep running forward and stop when the car runs out of fuel. Upon hearing this, Luo Qi became anxious and opened her mouth to say something, but was stopped by Lin Xun. Her teammates trusted her immensely. Okay, boss. The other party ended the communication. Is that really your teammate? After hearing everything, Luo Qi was shocked, unable to believe it as she covered her mouth. Lin Xun nodded. In the rumors, no one had ever come out of the canyon alive. But now someone had truly managed to leave. What surprised Luo Qi even more was that Lin Xun actually intended to challenge that mutated beast alone. Lin Xun took advantage of his free time to glance at her. From that one glance, Luo Qi surprisingly felt a hint of light laughter and helplessness. What a strange feeling. Startled, Luo Qi stammered, Why are you unbuckling my seatbelt? Lin Xun picked her up with one hand like a chick and said, You ate my food just now, so you have to help me with something later. My teammate's life depends on you. What? Luo Qi only had time to exclaim before her body was suddenly lifted into the air. She was thrown out of the car by Lin Xun. I hate you. Even this sentence dissipated into the dust. As Luo Qi was thrown out, just when she thought she would land and turn into a pile of mush, someone caught her steadily. Looking up, she saw two identical handsome faces. Hello. You must be the person the boss sent to help us? My name is Luo Ming. I'm Luoan. The one driving is Old Xia. You could just call him Uncle Xia. We'll explain the rest later, but please save our companion first. Touching upon her area of expertise, Luo Qi immediately became serious. Meanwhile, the mutated beasts that had been chasing them were already getting farther away from the car. Chapter 116. What did you say? I can't hear you. At this moment, Lin Xun had just thrown Luo Qi out of the passenger seat, and her car brushed past the one driven by Xie Chimo. After ensuring Luo Qi's safety, she took out the bait she had prepared from her space, placing a load of bloody beef and pork bones in the back half of her car. Sure enough, the mutated beast was attracted by the smell of blood, making a hard 180-degree turn, no longer pursuing Lin Xun's teammate's car, but instead coming after her. Lin Xun saw the ugly face of the mutant beast in the rearview mirror, with over 20 densely packed red eyeballs, resembling a spider, and a gaping mouth. A victorious smile crept on her lips. Yes, this is how you chase me. With that, she slammed the accelerator to the floor, the numbers on the dashboard maxing out, and the fuel tank began to roar loudly, gradually pulling away from the mutant beast. Lin Xun drove forward, feeling that the car beneath her had turned into a scorching iron, capable of burning skin with just a slight touch. Less than 500 meters ahead, she could see a massive crack in the canyon, dark and impenetrable with nothing visible inside. Lin Xun had heard about the dangers of this canyon. She was not the type to take risks. This time, she took a chance for two reasons: to save her teammates and to find out what was inside. However, she did not expect to encounter a former teammate here, as Luo Qi had joined her team much later. As they got closer to the canyon's crack, the cries around her grew louder. Thankfully, she had been wearing earplugs all along. Although they didn't completely block out the sound, they did reduce the volume by over 80. Even so, she still found it hard to bear the eerie occurrences here. Lin Xun put on the prepared deceleration device, unbuckled her seatbelt, and used something to keep the accelerator pressed down, maintaining a high-speed forward motion. Then she glanced at the mutated beast behind her. Its dark skin was as hard as that of a rhinoceros or a crocodile, and ordinary guns and bullets could not break through its exterior at all. Lin Xun did not attack rashly, as that would only provoke the mutated beast. She stood on the vehicle, her feet on two seats, reaching back to dig out some chunks of flesh and throwing them onto the mutated beast's face to disrupt its sense of smell. Behind her was an abyss-like gaping chasm, where one could not see their fingers. Lin Xun's heart was pounding. If she made a mistake here, she would either jump off the car and be smashed to pieces or be crushed in a meat paste by a mutated beast. Curiosity kills the cat, and right now, she was here to be that cat. Lin Xun seized the moment and leaped forward, narrowly avoiding the mutated beast that brushed past her nose. She could even smell the foul and sour odor emanating from the monster. That smell was definitely abnormal, she thought. The mutated beast continued to chase after the car, having already left Lin Xun behind. It was impossible not to get hurt when jumping from a vehicle traveling at nearly 400 kilometers per hour. Even though she had cushioning airbags to protect vital areas, her arms and cheeks still bore varying degrees of abrasions, with blood flowing. Fortunately, she had no fractures or serious injuries. After rolling on the ground for about a dozen times, she dared not stop and immediately took out her motorcycle from her space, distancing herself from the danger zone. At that moment, she was less than 20 meters away from the rift, moving closely along the sheer cliffside. Luckily, she was dressed in a dusty yellow that blended seamlessly with the surrounding desert terrain. The mutated beast stopped pursuing her and went after the car instead. The only problem was that one of her earplugs was missing, and the sounds of crying and screaming penetrated her mind, like being bitten all over by hundreds or thousands of pythons, causing unbearable pain. She realized that this place was definitely not just a simple mutation site. Something sinister was at play. The mutated beasts, red rain, and natural disasters were already abnormal enough. Furthermore, this area was far from any city or village. Practically in no man's land. If someone wanted to conduct secret research here, it would be entirely possible. It wasn't until Lin Xun felt she had a sufficient distance of safety that she relaxed her nerves and began to chase after her teammates' figures. Before driving in, she turned on all the headlights, revealing a faint beam of light moving inside. Surrounding the walls were densely packed, oval-shaped objects resembling cocoons. Inside each one was a mutated beast. No wonder these creatures seemed impossible to kill. They could even reproduce. The specifics would likely have to wait until Xiachumo and the others arrived to investigate, as they were the only ones who had entered and managed to come out unscathed. Occasionally, small mutated beasts would come to attack her, and Lin Xun no longer held back her strength. Her fire abilities were fiercely hot, making her sweat profusely in the already sweltering weather. Those mutated beings and beasts never even touched her before their bodies were instantly ignited by the extreme heat. Blood and flesh splattered onto her and her motorcycle. Lin Xun was completely oblivious. It wasn't until he gradually saw the red taillights of the vehicles ahead that he slowly exhaled a mouthful of hot, murky air from his lungs. Luo Ming and Luo Ming were responsible for guarding the surroundings of the car, preventing the mutated beasts that wanted to attack. Their size was almost indistinguishable from that of a real black panther, and perhaps even larger. Their agile bodies continuously darted between the front and back seats of the vehicle, protecting every corner from being attacked. Lin Xun arrived with her flame ability. A raging fire spread out, burning all the monsters clinging to the car clean. Luo Ming, panting, leaned against the car window and shouted happily, "Boss," before gasping for breath. As Lin Xun approached, an incredibly hot air flow surrounded him, causing the Gemini to exhale heat and quickly say, "Boss, please keep your distance from us. You're too hot." Lin Xun felt helpless. This was a side effect of her supernatural ability, making her feel like a fireball. She nodded as the sound of the motorcycle gradually distanced itself from the convertible off-road vehicle. With Lin Xun's help, the people in the car could rest for a while. The two were so exhausted they were panting with their tongues out. Xiachumo also lay on the car, closing his eyes to rest due to fatigue. At that moment, a pair of hands rested on the twins' foreheads, the cool and gentle touch slowly relaxing their tired bodies. It was Luo Qi's supernatural ability. Luo Qi wept as she complained to Lin Xun, filled with resentment. "You're not a good person. You're a big bad guy. Tie me up here just to make me suffer." She truly didn't hear anything. She only saw Luo's mouth moving. But this time, it only made Luo Qi angrier, continuously cursing Lin Xun as a jerk and a bad woman. Then she continued to transmit her abilities to the twins, healing their bodies. She was such a kind-hearted person that she couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. Luo Qi looked at Lin Xun's house with curiosity. Before this, she had always been homeless. Then she noticed that a large amount of blood was seeping from Lin Xun's left ear. She fell silent, realizing that her ear had indeed been unable to hear just now. Chapter 117. Time to eat dumplings. Healing, eating, resting indoors. Luo Qi placed her palm on Lin Xun's injured ear and gently activated her supernatural ability, sending a soft green light inside. She asked her, "Why did you all go in? Everyone else stayed in a safe place. Why did you choose to take such risks?" Luo Qi really didn't understand. Lin Xun clearly had such strong abilities, had guns, supernatural powers, and good skills. She could easily support herself by casually joining a mercenary group. But why did she choose to go solo? Lin Xun grabbed Luo Qi's wrist and lowered her hand. All right, you can take a break now. I can hear with my ears. She tossed 5 blue crystal cores to Luo Qi. Luo Qi widened her eyes. Is this for me? Is there anyone else here besides you and me? Lin Xun shrugged and leaned back against the soft sofa behind him, retorting to Luo Qi. I don't want these. Luo Qi said angrily, returning the crystal cores that Lin Xun had given her, and then she sat on the single sofa beside her with some irritation. Turning her head away, Luo Qi had a feeling that if she accepted these crystal cores, her relationship with Lin Xun might become distant. Take it. It's your reward for today, Lin Xun said helplessly. Luo Qi snorted and said, You have already paid the reward, which is today's meal money. And these things are just external possessions to me. Lin Xun couldn't help but laugh. If it's just an external matter, then how come you can't pay for the meal? Luo Qi was left speechless. Lin Xun picked up a crystal core from the table and tossed it up, then handed it to her. This is mainly for you to restore your abilities. You saved my teammate, and your consumption was too great. Use these to recharge. Oh, so that's how it is. What did you think it was? Lin Xun pretended not to know and blinked. Did you really think that by giving you these, I would send you away? Not long ago, Uncle Siem made that bowl of noodles, which Luo Qi remembers vividly. It was simply delicious, although it may just be an ordinary home-cooked meal for others. For her, it was the best thing she had ever eaten in her life, because it had the taste of her family. Lin Xun stared in her clean and transparent eyes, untainted by the world, pure enough to be unbelievable. If you want, you can stay here, but I don't keep people for free. She raised her chin, directing Luo Qi's gaze to the 4 injured people in the room. Follow me, and there will be food, but you might also lose your life at any moment. Luo Qi was taken aback. I won't force you to join. After all, your healing ability is in high demand. Just like you said, those large-scale guilds or mercenary groups would pay a lot to have you on their team. Huh, I don't want to go to them. Why do you say that? Luo Qi lifted her neck. Even though those places lack healers, they don't treat us as humans either. They see us purely as tools, calling us whenever they want, dismissing us just as easily. The girl was filled with righteous indignation. I feel like a donkey in a production team. Whenever someone gets hurt, I go over to treat them. I can only sleep 2 hours a day, spending all my other time in the medical room. Lin Xun nodded sympathetically. Is that so? It seems that place really isn't that great. Yen. Luo Qi seemed to open up, continuously venting to Lin Xun. By the end, her mouth was so dry that Lin Xun went to the kitchen and poured her a glass of water. Luo Qi drank it in one go, put down the cup, wiped her mouth, and said, rather than being squeezed by that large group of people, I'd rather follow you, the little boss. Bruce, I see how considerate you are towards your companions. If I join you, will I get the same benefits? Lin Xun raised her eyebrows, somewhat confused. What do you mean? It's just, if one day I get injured or go missing, would you come to save me? She didn't expect Luo Qi to ask this question, and seriously replied, of course. Thus, Luo Qi joined Lin Xun's team. After absorbing the energy from the crystal core, she yawned and felt a bit sleepy. It was already past 2 in the morning. Lin Xun was still awake, sitting alone by the window, gazing outside in solitude, lost in thought. Lin Xun, what's wrong? Nothing. It's just that why aren't you going to sleep? Someone has to keep watch at night, and they're all too tired, so I'll take over today. Luo Qi nodded slightly and sat beside Lin Xun. Then I'll stay with you. Lin Xun tugged at the corner of her mouth, seemingly smiling. She didn't see clearly and heard her say, whatever you want. The next morning, Luo Qi woke up on the sofa, and the woman who had sat by the window last night was nowhere to be seen. The sunlight streamed through the relatively translucent curtains, illuminating the living room and waking her up. Looking at the wall clock, it was only 8 in the morning. The kitchen was clattering, and someone was already up making breakfast. Luo Qi got up, pulled the blanket off her, and walked toward the kitchen. She thought it was Lin Xun, but unexpectedly, it was Uncle Xia who had driven yesterday. Xia Chumo's injuries were not severe, just minor abrasions and bruises. Luo Qi stood awkwardly at the kitchen door, watching his busy back, wanted to ask if he needed help 2 or 3 times. You are the little girl who helped us with the wounds yesterday, right? Although everyone was busy yesterday, luckily you were there. Xiaoru could survive because of you. Xiaoru? Oh, that girl who was unconscious in the car. Had her arms severed and was later reattached by her, right? Luoqi thought. Indeed, if it weren't for her at that time, that girl might have died there. The dumplings in the pot began to bubble and boil. Xie was cutting meat at the counter and, unable to spare any attention, called out to Luoqi to turn the dumplings in the water to ensure they heat evenly and don't stick together. Luoqi waved her hand and refused, saying no. I can't really go into the kitchen. Xie was slightly taken aback and asked curiously, Are you allergic to the kitchen? No, it's just that. Don't talk too much. Just take the spoon next to you and gently stir the pot. No special skills are needed. After hesitating for a long time, and with Xie continuous urging, Luoqi finally stepped into the kitchen and picked up the spoon to stir the dumplings in the boiling water. See, isn't it very simple? Luoqi nodded, her voice unconsciously softening a lot. Are we having dumplings so early in the morning? These are all for Lin Xun. She has to go out later. Where's she? I didn't see her in the room. It seemed that Xie was already used to it. The dumplings were cooked, placed on a plate, and set on the dining table. There was a beeping sound at the door from a card swipe. If one didn't look closely, they would think they were siblings. Chapter 118. Strange Meteor. Luoqi's face turned red. She had just said that the man and Lin Xun looked like siblings, but she didn't expect they actually were siblings. She felt a bit embarrassed and shrank her head, almost burying her face in the bowl, except for Qin Xiaoru, who was still lying in bed unconscious. Everyone else was up, sitting in the dining room eating. This was the first time they had seen Gu Qingzhu and facing two extremely similar faces. They couldn't help but feel curious. Boss, who is your brother? Lin Xun happened to have food in his mouth and found it inconvenient to speak. Gu Qingzhu introduced himself, nodding to everyone with a gentle expression, saying, My name is Gu Qingzhu, Lin Xun's second brother. You could just call me that. And Uncle Xie can call me Xiao Gu. Xie repeatedly waved his hands, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Unfortunately, if Lin Xun had been home in the morning, he would have noticed that Xie at this moment was exactly like Luoqi, who was too timid to help in the kitchen earlier that morning. Previously, Qianli had approached Lin Xun to discuss something, as a new leader had been sent from above to manage the Fengsha fortress. Qianli wanted Lin Xun to come and take a look, since they would definitely meet later, but she didn't expect it to be someone familiar. Qianli originally didn't like the newly appointed leader, thinking they were all show without substance. However, when she saw the man's face before Lin Xun, her first reaction was a jolt in her heart, and then she wondered if there would be a second Lin Xun at Fengsha Fortress. One was already giving her a headache, and she couldn't handle another. Just then, Lin Xun arrived, and this man, who had a refined demeanor and seemed slightly unfamiliar, suddenly softened and excitedly greeted Lin Xun. Second brother, when did you come here? You didn't say anything in advance. Lin Xun often keeps in touch with her family. Although they know she is busy outside, they are unaware that she is in the Wind Sand Fortress. Gu Qingzhu is in a similar situation. He is warm and gentle, and he was dispatched to this place. It is said that the previous official had poor character, which is why he was brought in to take over. Lin Xun also smiled. So from now on, I will have to rely more on my second brother to take care of me. Lin Xun's expression changed upon hearing this, and Gu Qingzhu could clearly sense her change, while Qianli did not notice anything unusual about her. On the other hand, she wanted to discuss related matters with him and have breakfast together. She didn't expect that he now lived here and had so many companions around him. Coming from a big family, Gu Qingzhu did not mind that Lin Xun lived in a small house with such peculiar people around her. What made him happy was that his sister was no longer alone and had reliable companions by her side. Lin Xun picked up a dumpling, dipped it in vinegar, and put it in her mouth. She squinted her eyes in happiness, and after swallowing, she said, But I didn't expect to run into second brother here. I thought I would at least see third brother. Gu Qingzhu also agreed with her sister's view. After all, Gu Qingxing was an ability user working hard outside, unlike him who was responsible for handling paperwork and similar tasks. Didn't you say you were part of the ability user army? Luo Ming looked at Gu Qingzhu in disbelief, his voice suddenly rising several pitches. What? Second brother is also an ability user? I can't tell at all. What kind of ability does he have? Luo Ming's call of second brother came naturally. He was already closer than the others present, so in most social situations, he took on the role of interaction. Gu Qingzhu helplessly displayed his lightning ability under the eager gazes of the crowd. Crackling sounds echoed, and even without getting close, one could feel a tremendous sense of pressure. This was actually on par with the boss's flames. They truly were a family. Lin Xun also noticed that his second brother's abilities were stronger than before and secretly speculated that he might know that crystal cores could be used to enhance abilities. Estimating that he still had quite a few high-level crystal cores in his space, he planned to give some to his second brother later. After chatting and finishing their meal, it was time to get to the main topic. Gu Qingzhu came this time not for anything else but for the items in the danger zone. He originally didn't have much hope, as the information he received indicated that many people had entered, but none had come out alive. However, the higher-ups actually wanted him to investigate what was inside, instead of sending a few powerful teams, which must mean they wanted to hide a bigger secret. No one knows better than us what is inside. Xie Chumo crossed his hands on the table, his expression serious. Luo Ming and Luo and also stopped joking, their tone becoming serious. Luo Qi looked obedient throughout, unsure of what to say, and could only listen quietly. The amount of information was far more than what she had encountered before. Gu Qingzhu frowned, his tone taking on a worried note, and he couldn't help but glance at Lin Xun. Have you been inside before? Lin Xun shook her head. I didn't go in. It was the three of them and someone lying in the bedroom who went in. Why? This story goes back to half a month ago. It was late at night when Lin Xun came out of the underground laboratory of Duga Bay High, just in time for a break. She saw a shooting star streak across the sky and wondered why there would be a meteor at this time, and then she saw that meteor explode in the air, creating an arc that fell on the other side of the city. Then she saw a deep pit formed on the ground. Fortunately, there were not many people living nearby because of the beast tied a year ago. Lin Xun approached fully armed and discovered that it was a metal box about the size of a soccer ball. There were also traces of aviation fuel nearby, suggesting it had been launched from somewhere, but for some reason, it had ultimately landed here. A voice came from inside. Chapter 119. Distress signal. This is Team T-32. If anyone outside can receive this message, please report to the United Government. Our mission has failed, and we are unlikely to survive here. Please inform the higher-ups of the Golden Eagle Association at Sandstorm Fortress. Do not approach the edge of the Danger Zone Canyon. Do not approach the edge of the Danger Zone Canyon. Inside is an abyss. Only death awaits. Inside, there is a battery and a switch button. It is a series of very faint Morse code signals. It was only after amplification and noise reduction that it could be heard. The Morse code kept repeating, and when Lin Xun remembered and deciphered it, he found it was 4 words. Save us. Boss, how about we go take a look in the danger zone? Luoan suggested to Lin Xun and expressed his opinion. The mutated creatures and beasts around that area have all been used for practice by us. I think our strength can definitely improve further. If we can encounter this distress team, we might even manage to rescue them, especially since they haven't been in there for long. Lin Xun was somewhat silent. Before this, she had never seen a team enter that canyon, not even a convoy on the road. So where did this team come from? What was their purpose? Would the Sand Fortress face another crisis? All of these were unknowns. Luo Ming's proposal received support from his teammates, but at the same time, they also realized that it would be very dangerous inside. So someone had to stay outside to assist. Lin Xun originally planned to go outside with Qin Xiaoru, as she had already learned to drive and her driving skills were quite good. It would be better for Lin Xun to lead the team inside. However, Qin Xiaoru refused, saying, I might not be able to think things through like you do. If the teammates encounter danger, I might not be able to calm down immediately. It's better to let Uncle Xie stay outside. I can go in. Xie Chumo also declined, saying, how about Lin Xun stays outside to support? Besides, you have space and abilities, and you have much more gear than we do. We trust you. Over the past year, the entire team had unknowingly bonded together. Now, they could understand what each other wanted to say with just a glance or a gesture. All right, then I'll stay outside to support you. Lin Xun provided them with a batch of new equipment and warned them, do not get too involved, and once you notice something is wrong, ensure your safety immediately. The group didn't take too long. After eating a hearty dinner and getting some sleep, they felt refreshed the next day, organized the necessary supplies, and waited until the evening when the weather turned gloomy before they set off. Throughout the journey, Lin Xun maintained contact with his teammates using the long-range walkie-talkie from weapon space. 2 hours later, Xiechimo had driven to the mouth of the canyon. How strange. There wasn't a soul in sight, yet they could still hear crying. Luo's voice came through the walkie-talkie, distorted into an electronic sound. Lin Xun realized that the signal was poor over there, so he took the initiative to leave the apartment building and move closer to their direction, while continuing to inquire about the situation. We're about to go in. It's really noisy here, but we've already put on the earplugs we prepared in advance. It seems that the practice of eye contact and gestures was useful after all. Although they couldn't hear each other now, and most of the sounds were lost, they still cooperated well. Entering the canyon at night was already a challenge. Lin Xun listened to Luo's report while driving, and it was impossible not to feel tense. After all, these were her teammates who had come together with great difficulty, and any slight mishap would make her feel guilty and upset. We entered, but it was very dark inside, even darker than outside, as if we had fallen into a bottomless pit. Apart from the light from our flashlights, we couldn't see any brightness. We decided to rest here temporarily and wait until tomorrow morning when the sun rises to see the specific situation in the canyon. Lin Xun said, "All right." She sat in the car, watching as the orange-red sun slowly rose in the distant sky until dawn was near. Then she heard Luo's voice coming through the intercom again. "Boss, we've discovered a lot. ZZZ. I can hardly believe my eyes. Luckily we don't have ZZZ, a phobia of clusters." There was already some static. Lin Xun asked, "Is there danger?" "Not for now, but I can clearly feel a chill in the air, and it smells terrible. Hissing. The canyon is very high, and sunlight can hardly reach here, but it's better than at night." Half an hour later, Lin Xun heard his voice again. "Boss, here, it's simply unbelievable. You, there." The voice was no longer coherent, unable to form a complete sentence. Lin Xun immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie, frowned, and instructed, "If you encounter danger, retreat immediately. I'm going to the canyon to pick you up." "Boss, don't come. We're safe." This was the last complete sentence Lin Xun heard. No matter how many times she called out to her teammates afterward, there was no response. Several times she wanted to drive straight into the canyon, but she held back. Since her teammates trusted her, she should trust them as well. Lin Xun occasionally wandered into the danger zone, turning on a walkie-talkie to see if she could pick up her teammates' signals, but there had been no response for several days. Until a couple of days ago, someone finally connected to her walkie-talkie. "Hello." Xiechimo's voice sounded weak, a bit hoarse and weary. "Can you hear me?" "Xiaoru. She's injured quite seriously, with a broken arm. The other 3 of us are currently in better condition, and we expect to get out of here by tomorrow afternoon. But we couldn't find a team that sent the distress signal before. It's okay, you've done well. Wait for me to come and get you. Let's keep it brief while that monster isn't around." Xiechimo said they had been hiding from a gigantic shapeshifter for the past few days. Moreover, the electronic signal interference was extremely severe, preventing them from contacting the outside world. Lin Xun still remembered Xiechimo's trembling voice. It was simply more terrifying than any horror movie or frightening experience she had ever encountered in her life, a creature that made her shiver all over. Chapter 120, The Laboratory in the Dangerous Canyon. We haven't sent any communications these past few days because that monster has been lurking around us. We absolutely cannot make a sound, or it will discover us. Now it seems to have suddenly gone out, patrolling its territory, which is why I could contact you. The two briefly discussed the time for their exit the next day. At the dinner table, "This is too dangerous. Clearly, you have better options, like contacting others based on that distress signal, rather than taking the initiative yourselves." Indeed, Lin Xun only realized later that she didn't understand why she suddenly had such a strong desire, as if something had bewitched her, making her want to go in and take a look, as if there was something there that attracted her. It wasn't just her. Xiechimo and the twins felt the same way, sensing a voice calling them to come closer. If they didn't go in, they would feel uncomfortable all over. Luo Ming propped his chin and thought for a few seconds, then clapped his hands and said, "It's like suddenly becoming addicted to catnip." Exactly. That analogy is very fitting. I felt that way too. That canyon was just too strange. Lin Xun closed his eyes and frowned, supporting his chin with one hand and rubbing his temples with his fingertips. Gu Qingzhu asked Xiechimo again, So what did you encounter inside? Xiaochumo pressed her lips together and said, when we first went in, we saw many eggs. Lin Xun knew this because she had seen the same type of eggs yesterday, hanging on the sheer cliffs high above, one next to another. It was both disgusting and terrifying. Moreover, they were not dead. When I passed by them, I could still see what was inside moving. Qin Xiaoru woke up, walked out of the bedroom, her face pale as if coated with a layer of white powder, and even her lips had no color. Her arm had originally been severed from the shoulder, and now it was bandaged with a piece of gauze. Luo Qi used her abilities to reattach it. Xiaochumo quickly stood up to give Qin Xiaoru a seat. Sorry, did we disturb you with our conversation? Qin Xiaoru slowly shook her head as she sat down, took the water Lin Xun handed her, drank it to moisten her throat, and then continued. The whole canyon is filled with those egg things. Lin Xun and Gu Qingzhu gradually realized what they had seen inside. It was a long, natural corridor, both sides filled with eggs of unknown origin. The four of them walked cautiously, afraid of waking them. As they ventured deeper, the stench of decay grew stronger. They had to wear gas masks to filter the possibly contaminated gases. After about half an hour of walking, they saw a metallic reflective object ahead and instinctively associated it with the word laboratory. Sure enough, as they approached, they found a spherical laboratory surrounded by more than 20 skeletal remains. The foul smell originated from them. The bodies had likely been dead for several months, slowly turning into skeletons, though their clothes remained. The group was dressed in matching gray uniforms, resembling a team from some military base. Xiaochumo, suppressing the urge to vomit, examined two of the corpses. They were not missing limbs or had fatal wounds. So how did these things die? Everyone was puzzled, and just then, they heard a sigh coming from a distance. Luo Ming tilted his flashlight in that direction and saw an enormous mutated beast lying behind the spherical laboratory. It was massive. In comparison, humans seemed like ants. The eggs on the rocky cliff must belong to this creature. The monster appeared to be sleeping, unaware of the human's presence, breathing steadily. Luoan quickly moved closer to Luo Ming, slowly covering the flashlight's beam, fearing to provoke the gigantic beast. If it woke up, it could crush them. The four of them silently gestured to discuss their strategy. They could only stay there and wait for dawn to think of a way out. They even worried that the electronic device's noise might attract the monster, so everyone quietly removed any sound-emitting items from their bodies. They then leaned against the spherical laboratory, 3 sleeping and 1 keeping watch. Gu Qingzhu felt extremely uneasy. In such a perilous environment, with a massive danger nearby, this psychological pressure was not something ordinary people could endure. She instinctively glanced at Lin Xun, curious about her and her teammates' backgrounds. However, unexpectedly, an incident occurred in the middle of the night. The monster woke up early, before the sun had risen. It sensed an unfamiliar scent and began to search around. But due to the mixed and confusing smells, and the fact that the 4 of them were hiding behind the laboratory, it failed to detect them. The gigantic mutated beast then moved away, and the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief, starting to study the laboratory's entrance password. They searched the nearby corpses for clues, but found nothing. Xiaochumo's face changed drastically, and he quickly whispered for Qin Xiaoru, realizing the impending danger. Qin Xiaoru looked up and dodged immediately, but it was too late. The mutated beast's claw came crashing down from above, severing her arm. Blood gushed out as Qin Xiaoru bit her lip, swallowing all the pain, her eyes going white as she hurried towards her teammates. With 2 beeps, the laboratory door unexpectedly opened. Luo had figured out the password. For zeros, quite simple. They rushed inside, the door closed behind them, and the mutated beast made a couple of noises before ceasing its attack, as if it had lost its sense of direction. Chapter 121. Hell's Joke. They rummaged through the laboratory and found many confidential documents that had not been taken. After reviewing the documents, they discovered that this was an experimental valley. The researchers here were not human, but entirely AI robots. Unlike ordinary machines that would rust over the years, they had simply turned into a mass of iron, waiting for a command to come back to life one day. Upon realizing this, the group understood who was behind the operations here. Earlier, Lin Xun had talked about AI, so this must be the work of the Central District, used for researching strange phenomena. They rested in there for a few days, taking care of the injured Qin Xiaoru, taking turns to explore the mutated beast situation, hoping that one day, when the monster was absent, they could leave safely. With no living people nearby, the four felt as if they had entered a dead zone, with a hellish watchdog outside. Suddenly, they attracted the attention of the large mutated beast and began to flee. Gu Qingzhu understood that the testimonies were clear enough. If organized and submitted to the joint government, it would draw their attention. His superiors had already begun to suspect that the disaster's mutation might be related to the Central District. Luo Ming frowned deeper and asked, "What exactly is the Central District? Has your second brother been there?" "No, I'm not sure either. At least among the people I know, no one has been there." Gu Qingzhu shook his head slowly. "But I've heard some rumors saying that the Central District is not an area, but a building, and everyone inside serves a machine." This aligned perfectly with what Nanyan had previously said to Lin Xun. The situation was gradually becoming clear. A large-scale AI system predicting the future and capable of interfering with the world was gradually taking control of humanity and the world. It sounded fantastical, but with the world's stagnation in technology for over 20 years, if investigated in this direction, everything could be traced, unless someone was intentionally hiding it. Lin Xun knew in her heart that if what Nanyan said was true, then she might be the only one who could change the world. But she did not see herself as so lofty. Her wish was for world peace, for disasters to stop, and for everything to return to normal. No more people being displaced, no more worries about being disturbed by monsters at night, unable to sleep. No need to worry about not seeing the sunrise the next morning. However, he would protect Lin Xun and their privacy. Before leaving, Lin Xun gave Gu Qingzhu some of the coffee beans he loved to drink. Gu Qingzhu smiled and nodded, accepting them, and gently patted her sister's head with a very fond smile. Lin Xun touched the tip of his nose and said, "Okay, got it. By the way, second brother, if I want to go to the Central District, do you have any good suggestions?" Gu Qingzhu thought for a moment and gave his advice. "Although I don't recommend you go, I know you have your own views on this matter." He paused for a moment and continued, "There aren't many ways to get close to the Central District, and ordinary people wouldn't think of approaching it easily. If you have acquaintances in the Central District, you could ask them for a pass, and that way you can come and go freely through various checkpoints." "A pass? There's another method." Gu Qingzhu smiled slightly and said straightforwardly, "Just break in." Lin Xun fell silent. The few teammates sitting beside her also became quiet all of a sudden. On the surface, the second brother appeared very serious, and wasn't he the type to joke around. But when he did make a joke, it was always something hellishly intense. Gu Qingzhu initially wanted to lighten the heavy atmosphere, but unexpectedly made it more serious. He cleared his throat lightly a couple of times to divert everyone's attention. The second method is to choose to join the Central District. How do you join? Xie Chumo's eyes widened. He had seen on the news before that those who could join the Central District were all carefully selected talents. Gu Qingzhu remained non-committal. He pulled out his phone and searched for a news announcement, placing it on the table for everyone to read. Although joining was quite difficult, there had been a new policy in the Central District over the past 2 days, recruiting capable ability users or ability legions. Lin Xun's eyes brightened significantly. The world line indeed had new changes. In the past, she had never heard of this announcement from the Central District. Forming a Special Abilities Legion was a common goal pursued by the White Hat Society and other associations. Lin Xun casually mentioned the recent situation of the White Hat Club. However, it seems that the White Hat Club hasn't appeared in front of people for a long time, as if it has evaporated. You could try following the online registration process. If you can pass several rounds of selection to become part of the Central District, it should help with what you want to do. I understand. Thank you, second brother. Night. Lin Xun saw the man named Mo Chun again. He still kept his face hidden in the darkness, making it difficult for people to see his exact appearance. Lin Xun sat up in bed and quietly surveyed her surroundings. She soon realized that this was not the room she was in. It must be this guy's supernatural ability that made her mistakenly think she was awake. In reality, she was still in a state of sleep. After a year apart, your mental state is still so good. The man seemed very pleased to see her, his deep, muffled laughter resonating through his chest, sounding quite pleasant. This time, Lin Xun spoke to him with great composure. "What do you want to say this time? Since you're so clever, why not take a guess? I guess it's not a kind reminder about the beast tide coming in a few days, right?" Lin Xun's tone was steady. "Do you want me to leave here?" He had said the same thing a year ago when the beast tide was approaching. However, until today, Lin Xun had not left Sandstorm Fortress. It was indeed a great place to hone his skills and work for crystal cores. The only problem was that the sun was too scorching. Mo Chun secretly shook his head and said sadly, "You haven't gotten used to life here, have you? Alas, what a pity. The world is so vast, yet you insist on staying in a sandstorm fortress." Lin Xun curled his lips in a cold smile. "What does this have to do with you? Instead of wasting words here with me, you might as well get out of my head and let me rest well." Mo Chun changed his posture, and although his face was not clearly visible, one could feel the intensity of his gaze. Chapter 122. Bait Lin Xun's expression changed on the spot. Mo Chun, however, smiled lightly, seemingly having hit the nail on the head. "You indeed have it. The truth is revealed, so this guy's intention was here all along." Lin Xun maintained her composure as she stared at him. At that moment, the man suddenly took 2 steps forward. She remembered that there was no moonlight outside tonight, but the window of this room was bathed in bright moonlight. Although she couldn't see the man's face clearly, she noticed his deliberately exposed, sharp jawline and lips. The subtle lip color and the slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth made it seem like he was smiling even without speaking. His naturally smiling lips could easily endear him to others. Just as he said, "You are a little bug in this world. Although you can trigger a butterfly effect, it won't bring the fire to you." Lin Xun's expression darkened. How could this man know about these past events? "Are you monitoring me? The heavens can testify. I did not do such a thing." Mo Chun slowly shook his head. "However, I do have some channels that allow me to know about you. It's almost dawn. If you have anything to discuss, I will come find you. If you want to know more and who I really am, then come to the Central District. I will be waiting for you there." The voice gradually faded away. Lin Xun opened her eyes from the bed, and as expected, it was already dawn. She irritably closed her eyes again, hoping to sleep a little longer, but found that she was completely awake and had no choice but to get up. Lin Xun ignored Mo Chen's words and continued to gather intelligence about the Central District. As a result, a week later in the evening, she encountered the man in her dreams again. "Why haven't you gotten up and set off yet? Aren't you curious about things that interest you?" "I am curious, but I don't like being pushed into things." Mo Chun thoughtfully nodded and suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, it seems you haven't been in touch with that person lately. Why not give him a call tomorrow and ask what he's been up to?" Lin Xun was confused. "What do you mean?" "Let her call Nanyan Ci." Before Lin Xun finished speaking, Mo Chun disappeared from her dream. This conversation was shorter than usual. Afraid that the man would say something unfavorable to Nanyan Ci, she estimated that he should be resting at this time and decided to call him. The phone rang for a minute but went unanswered, turning to voicemail. Lin Xun said a couple of sentences and then hung up the phone. After having lunch, she made another call, but still no one answered. "Are you busy with something lately?" Lin Xun thought there was a problem with her phone, so she took it away from her ear to check. The call was still connected, and everything seemed normal. She repeated her question, and then she heard a barely perceptible sigh and a gasp from the other end. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lin Xun frowned slightly, guessing that he might either be inconvenient to answer the phone or for some other reason. She didn't push it. As long as she could hear his voice and confirm that he was okay, that was enough. "All right, you rest then. I'll call you again tomorrow." What's the rush? Don't you two want to chat?" A sudden male voice interrupted. Lin Xun instantly straightened his body, tightened his grip on the phone, and coldly questioned, "Who are you?" "Me?" The voice on the other end sounded like a middle-aged man. He laughed heartily, but to Lin Xun, it sounded very harsh. "Have you forgotten me so soon?" "Miss Lin, your memory is just as poor as your mother's." The teasing and blunt words made Lin Xun frown, and her tone changed directly as she angrily said, "Nan Yuanming." The other party exclaimed with admiration, "Not bad. You can still remember my name. How did you end up by his side? What have you done to her?" Nan Yuanming sounded in a good mood, deliberately trying to discuss Lin Xun. What could I possibly do to him? I'm his elder. Isn't it proper for an elder to teach a lesson to a younger one? Is Nan Yuanming a relative of Nanyan Ci? Lin Xun's breathing gradually became heavier. Although she had considered before that both of them were of the same sex. It might just be a coincidence, but she never expected that they actually had a relationship. Moreover, she had never heard Nanyan Ci mention this before. Nanyan Ci, let out a muffled groan, as if he had suffered a severe injury, enduring the pain. Lin Xun even heard the rustling sound of chains and bluntly said, "What have you done to him? You don't need to worry about this as a little girl, and you won't be able to find out where he is, so give up on that idea." Lin Xun felt so disgusted that she wanted to throw up, but she still couldn't end the conversation. She was afraid that if she let go, Nanyinsi would die over there. "What is your purpose? Since you let me know that you are tormenting him, then you must have some plan, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xun continued, "Nanyinsi, tell me where you are?" Nan Yuanming patted the other person, his tone full of amusement. "Nephew, tell her where you are. Don't come, it's a trap." Beep beep. "Hello, hello." Taking a deep breath for 2 seconds, Lin Xun completely calmed down. As Nan Yinsi said, this was indeed a trap. Last night, Emo-chan was still asking her why she hadn't gone to the Central District, and the next morning, when she called Nan Yinsi, he just happened to be caught by Nan Yuanming. No matter how she looked at it, it was clearly a deliberate lure to get her to the Central Trap. That guy was determined to make Lin Xun go to the Central District. That night, Lin Xun didn't sleep at all, just sat in the living room waiting for Emo-chan's arrival. She wanted to figure out how he had come in quietly and unnoticed, without even a sound that the whole house noticed. But unknowingly, Lin Xun actually started to feel a bit sleepy, her eyelids heavy as if weighed down by lead, unable to hold up. Normally, not to mention staying up all night, she wouldn't feel tired even after 3 days. But now she couldn't even last one night. It must be that Emo-chan had interfered with her again. Chapter 123. The twitching person Emo-chan indeed appeared in her dream again. However, this time it was different from the last. He was standing in the living room, which was where Lin Xun was lying down. Was he deliberately sitting in the living room, waiting for me? Lin Xun did not shy away from his gaze, yes. "Do you want to see me so badly? Is there something you want to tell me?" Lin Xun shook his head, stood up voluntarily, and slowly approached Emo-chan. A shadow enveloped his face, and the distance between the two was only a fist's length, but Lin Xun still couldn't see the man's face clearly. Lin Xun lowered his eyes, thinking, "You would like me to get closer like this? You would show your face." The man tensed his body and then slowly relaxed, as if nothing had happened, his tone revealing a hint of amusement. "Is that your purpose tonight? If you want to see my face, just say it, but it's just not the right time yet." "I know." Lin Xun interrupted him. "When I go to the Central District, you will appear, right?" Emo-chan seemed to raise an eyebrow. "So today's matter is related to you?" He lifted his chin slightly and tilted his head, seeming a bit confused, and said, "I'm just helping you make up your mind." Lin Xun stepped back, sat down on the sofa again, and asked him, "Do you know Nan Yinsi? What is your relationship with him?" Lin Xun originally thought that Emo-chan would not give her any explanation, and that everything would have to wait until she reached the Central District to find out. Unexpectedly, he took the initiative to speak. "He is my old friend. We were once comrades." His voice was soft and faint, like a wisp of cloud drifting away in the wind. If it weren't for being in a quiet dream, Lin Xun felt she might not have been able to hear his words clearly. In any case, she learned that there were intricate connections between Emo-chan and Nan Yinsi, and she herself had a connection with Nan Yinsi. So, why not boldly assume that Emo-chan also has a connection with her? It truly is perplexing. Lin Xun met him in her dream for 2 reasons. First, she wanted to see his specific appearance, but she was unsuccessful. Second, she wanted to know his relationship with Nan Yinsi. "I will wait for you." Emo-chan left Lin Xun's dream. She opened her eyes. She was still sitting on the sofa, and only 5 minutes had passed on the wall clock, which was about the same duration as the conversation in her dream. Lin Xun applied to participate in the Central District Ability Team and was quickly approved. A month later, around October, he went to the designated selection location. A few days later, Lin Xun invited his second brother and some acquaintances from Wind and Sand Fortress to have a meal at Leoma Restaurant. The people from Wind and Sand Fortress were still puzzled when Lin Xun suddenly generously treated everyone to a seafood feast and a full banquet of beef and lamb. The answer to this matter came the next day. Lin Xun and 5 teammates disappeared in the Sandstorm Fortress, as if they had never existed. 2 hours later, Chinli learned of this and took the time to ask her about her next itinerary, where she was going. Lin Xun was already in the car, enjoying the air conditioning, and simply said, "Let's go out for a walk and take a look." You managed the sand fortress well, after all. You are now the leader of the association. You are also the only one, besides me, who can connect all the residents. Walking from west to east, one could feel that although the weather was hot, it was a bit more humid, unlike the dry sand fortress, where one's skin would become thick and dry. Even though they were all exquisite superhumans, diligently hydrating and using sunscreen every day, they still couldn't fend off the scorching sun's assault. The highway was free all year round. Mutated beasts and entities with discernible trails often roamed it. There were also some superhuman gangs seeking thrills, lurking around and robbing passing vehicles. In the spirit of doing good without seeking fame, Lin Xun and his group directly bombarded a hideout when they encountered a robbery, distributing all the stolen goods to the surrounding needy people, scaring the room full of robbers into a panic, fearing that Lin Xun's flames would burn their behinds. Lin Xun blew out the lit finger, and Luo Qi crawled out of the car, making the same mistake again. He treated the injured crowd, making them think he was going to do something for them as well. Lin Xun conveniently provided supplies and resources to these people, allowing them to quickly move out of the danger zone. She alone possessed everything in a supermarket as large as HRC, enough to last her a lifetime. Even if she consumed it all, if she were to die one day, wouldn't all these things become useless? Thinking of this, Lin Xun opened her mind and generously gifted clothes, pants, jackets, and shoes from her space, along with a pile of food. The other four had good psychological qualities and adaptability, but it was the first time for Luo Qi to see such generosity. Previously, at the small restaurant in Wind and Sand Fortress, enjoying a lavish seafood and beef and lamb feast was already surprising enough. She didn't expect Lin Xun to still have so much hidden away, and she was curious about how large her space really was, wondering if it was like a bottomless pit that could hold everything. Noticing that Luo Qi was daydreaming, Lin Xun tapped her on the head to bring her attention back. Got it. Luo Qi suddenly felt that joining Lin Xun's team might be the best decision she had ever made, without exception. Continuing eastward, the scenery changed along the way. After getting off the highway, Lin Xun stopped the car at a gas station to refuel and take a break. A few men and women across the street were looking at them with ill intentions. This place had already been taken over by military superhumans, so there was no risk of mutated creatures suddenly appearing to cause trouble. But people could be unpredictable. Some could be more annoying than those disgusting mutated creatures when they acted up. Lin Xun noticed the few annoying gazes and quietly glanced at the shrinking Luo Qi, asking her, "Do you know that group of people?" Luo Qi seemed a bit distracted, but still nodded, unwilling to continue the topic. The twins looked at them. Those people had unnaturally smiling expressions, as if they were deliberately mocking them, constantly pointing and gesturing in this direction. Are they out of their minds? Luo Ming frowned, wondering whose body could twitch like that. Could it be that they suddenly had epilepsy? Just as Luo finished speaking, 4 or 5 people over there turned their gazes towards them simultaneously, as if they could hear what they were saying. Lin Xun saw this and let out a sneer. "You two better tone it down a bit. There's someone in that group with exceptionally sharp ears who can hear what we're saying." Chapter 124, Looking Arrogant. But not so much after experiencing what happened with Boss Koei. The twins became more aware of their words. However, the instructions they received from their boss's tone and gaze were to say a bit more and not to hold back their sharp tongues. In other words, they now had the boss backing them up. The twins exchanged a glance and began their exquisite performance. "Oh, I don't know why that group always loves to look at our car. Don't they have cars of their own?" Luo and nudged Luo Ming's shoulder and mocked. "Are you stupid? How could their cars compare to ours? Our car is way more upscale than theirs," and before he could finish, the few people who had been arrogant and making vulgar gestures earlier angrily approached and knocked on the car window. Luo Ming raised an eyebrow, tugged at Luo An's sleeve, and excitedly pointed outside. "Brother, doesn't this look like when we went to the zoo before, and those wild animals were surrounding our car?" Luo An nodded, looking thrilled. "Exactly. They look like they want us to feed them, but they don't know this car is quite soundproof. Otherwise, if they knew what we were saying, they would definitely be very angry. Get the hell down here." A woman with colorful tattoos on her face and big wavy hair cursed, spitting at the car window. The twins were startled and quickly took a step back. "Oh my God, did you see that? She just spat." Yeah, right on our incredibly clean and beautiful car window. So dirty. Exactly so dirty. Luo Ming grinned, while the expressions of those people became increasingly grim, and one of them picked up a large hammer, revealing his muscles that seemed to be twitching. Lin Xun loosened his seatbelt and gestured to Qin Xiaoru with his eyes, indicating for her to get out of the car with him. The twins quickly pointed to themselves, signaling that they also wanted to get out and confront this group one by one. Lin Xun shook his head at them, not caring whether the people outside could hear, and said, "If you two go down, you might end up fighting at the gas station, right?" Lin Xun and Qin Xiaoru got out of the car, and soon they were surrounded by 7 or 8 people. The woman with the wavy hair took out a cigarette from her pocket, took a puff, and blew the smoke in Qin Xiaoru's face. This was a gas station, and smoking was prohibited. So what? She initially wanted to show Lin Xun a bit of attitude. But Lin Xun was half a head taller than her. If she wanted to blow smoke at her, she would have to look up, which was something the wavy-haired woman couldn't tolerate. So she targeted the frail-looking Qin Xiaoru instead. "What were you whispering about in the car just now?" "Don't think we can't hear you." Qin Xiaoru had recently read a lot of comebacks online to boost her confidence. She frowned in disgust, took a few steps back, and waved her hand in front of her to disperse the smoke. "Did you eat shit? Your mouth stinks. Stay away from me. You dead woman." The wavy-haired woman raised her hand to hit her, but Lin Xun stepped in front of them, looking down at her and the surrounding group of ill-intentioned people. "It seems we haven't done anything, right? Isn't it a bit immoral for you to provoke us like this?" The woman took another puff of her cigarette and slowly blew it out, pretending to be deep and mysterious, snorting coldly. "There wasn't before, but now there is." The wavy-haired woman pointed at Qin Xiaoru. "She just slandered me with her words. Shouldn't she apologize?" "That's because you were staring at us and making filthy gestures earlier." The wavy-haired woman smiled widely. "We're not specifically targeting your car. Besides, there are many cars parked at this gas station. How do you know it's us looking for trouble?" Lin Xun's voice was neither warm nor angry. To her, she didn't take this group of people seriously. "So what do you want to do? Apologize, perhaps?" She picked her nose. "Or, let me meet your companion in the car. I think I just saw an old acquaintance and wanted to catch up with her." The fox's tail finally showed, but how could they be satisfied? "I'm afraid there are no old acquaintances of yours in our car. As for apologizing, shouldn't it be something you owe us?" Qin Xiaoru also stood her ground, flicking her hair back, revealing a pair of cold, sharp eyes, examining everyone present like a venomous snake. "You dead girl, do you know who we are? Looking at you. I guess you aren't ability users, right? Although I admire how long you've managed to survive in this situation. But we are part of the team going to participate in the Central District's election. Do you know what the consequences of provoking us are?" She thought her words were piercing and lethal, but to Lin Xun and her group, they were just insignificant nonsense. Qin Xiaoru especially despised those who thought they were unique just because they were ability users and acted arrogantly. She glanced at Lin Xun beside her. The two didn't need words to communicate through their eyes. Lin Xun nodded slightly to her, the angle very small, but Qin Xiaoru saw it clearly, meaning to say that she should go ahead and do it. Qin Xiaoru moved her wrist a bit and said, "So what if you're all superhumans? Sometimes, don't think too highly of yourselves. I can take you all down by myself." Lin Xun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth after listening, not knowing which of the twins had influenced her, as she was starting to sound more and more like them. "Just you?" The girl with the wavy hair laughed loudly. The people around her looked down on Qin Xiaoru as well. She suppressed her laughter, and a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. "I can knock you down with just one hand." 1 minute later, the girl with the wavy hair was lying on the ground, howling in pain. Surrounding her were people who had been knocked down by Qin Xiaoru. She hadn't even drawn her dagger, relying solely on her fists and legs. She had taken down this group of self-proclaimed superhumans. Qin Xiaoru kicked her shoulder with her foot, her tone filled with amusement. "Didn't you say you have superpowers? Where are they? Why haven't you shown them to me?" The girl with the wavy hair looked extremely embarrassed. She did have superpowers, but they were quite useless. She could keep her eyes from blinking for 5 minutes. Of course, she was too embarrassed to admit that. Her face was very ugly, clutching her sore body, looking quite aggrieved. "You're just being unreasonable. You must have superpowers. You're all liars." Lin Xun walked over, first stomping out the cigarette, but on the ground. "Looking arrogant, but not much of a leader among this group, right? Who is your captain?" It's me. As soon as the words fell, a fist carrying a huge gust of wind swung towards Lin Xun. Lin Xun swiftly dodged, and the man punched the car window behind him, causing even the bulletproof glass to crack slightly. Chapter 125. It's time to fight enough. It's already been so long. Are you still not going to let me go? Luo Qi opened the car door and shouted angrily outside. The woman with the wave hairstyle got up from the ground and laughed heartily. Luo Qi, you're still alive. When the explosion happened in the garage, we all thought you were dead. Who knew it was your clever escape plan? The muscular man saw Luo Qi and reached out to grab her, but was stopped by Lin Xun. What are you doing? Don't get handsy. The muscular man disdainfully said, She's one of us. Of course she has to come with us. Where did you guys pop up from? The gas station immediately fell into silence, then erupted into intense laughter. Just a second ago, a few thugs were cowering and crying out in pain, but now with the muscular man's arrival, they started to act tough and show off. Our boss is a strength-type ability user, and I could snap your thin arms and legs in an instant. Luo Qi, is this your new teammate? Your taste is really poor. How about I give you a chance to rejoin us? I can let the past go. After all, your ability is very useful, but only here can you get the value you want. Enough, shut up. Xiaodaqiang, I have nothing to do with you anymore. Don't come looking for trouble. Luo Qi's heart tightened, and she hurriedly said to Lin Xun, Sister Lin, let us get in the car. We need to find a place to rest. Xiaodaqiang punched the car window again, and Lin Xun's expression instantly darkened. She could be hit, but her car couldn't. Xiaochumo exchanged points for 2 bottles of water at the gas station. When he walked out, he saw a crowd gathered around the car. His heart sank as he realized something was wrong. Several ability users in black uniforms approached to inquire about the situation. Lin Xun's long black hair fluttered gently in the wind, her gaze cold and piercing. Sir, nothing happened, just a bit of friction. The few ability users in charge saw the muscular Xiaodaqiang and the not-so-pleasant-looking Lin Xun. They vaguely realized that she wasn't someone they could provoke, casually shouted a couple of times for them to take their fight elsewhere, and then left. The burly men thought Lin Xun was an easy target and began to tease her, their words becoming increasingly lewd. You little girl actually have some guts. Not afraid of me. However, Lin Xun merely shot him a cold glance, the corner of her mouth curling into a faint sneer. So brave. Huh? She slowly walked to the side, moving away from the gas station. The others didn't know what she was up to, but Qin Xiaoru knew these people were in trouble. Xiaochumo quickly walked over, wanting to mediate. However, it was already too late. That group had followed Lin Xun away from the gas station. He hurriedly asked Qin Xiaoru what had happened. Upon hearing it was for Luo Qi, Xiaochumo stopped feeling angry. Lin Xun saw that they were far from the gas station and turned to stand her ground. The place was too small to throw a punch. So why not just stay here? Her cheerful tone suddenly changed. You damaged my car. I have to ask you for some compensation. She raised one hand, her palm slightly open, and a burst of intense flames suddenly erupted from her fingertips, the firelight reflecting off her face. Not good. She is also a supernatural being. The thugs were instantly stunned and frightened, retreating repeatedly, but it was too late. Lin Xun quickly struck, and the flames in her control transformed into a fiery whip, suddenly swinging towards the nearest thug. The whip sliced through the air with a loud crack. It directly sent the man flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The other thugs, seeing this, immediately panicked and tried to escape, but Lin Xun leaped gracefully, flames burning around her like an angry beast. Her fists morphed into blazing flames, and with each punch she threw, a roaring fire accompanied it, knocking down the thugs one by one. The fuel tanks at the gas station flickered in the firelight. However, Lin Xun's control over the flames was extremely skillful, and not a single spark splattered into dangerous areas. She stood in front of the fallen man, her gaze still icy, as if the earlier battle was nothing but a trivial matter. Finally, she gently waved her hand, and the flames instantly extinguished, leaving only a few thugs on the ground groaning in pain, completely losing the courage to continue their wrongdoing. Xiaodaqiang cursed under his breath, using his abilities to enhance his body, making his already muscular physique even more inflated, looking as if he had been pumped up. His entire body appeared 2 to 3 times larger than before. Look at me. I'll slap you to death. He cursed vulgarities while attacking Lin Xun. Despite Xie Daqiang's imposing figure, both his strength and agility were not to be underestimated. However, he found it difficult to deal with Lin Xun. To him, this woman was much more agile, like a loach that seemed to be caught only to slip away from his grasp the next second. Gradually, Xie Daqiang realized that Lin Xun was toying with him, as if she were draining his stamina. He laughed confidently, knowing he had never been outmatched in a battle of endurance. He was well aware of how useful Luo Qi's healing ability could be. Having a healer in a team was like adding wings to a tiger. He thought, this woman must also know about Luo Qi's healing abilities, which is why she wouldn't willingly back down. Naive, too naive. Who is Xie Daqiang? Unmatched across the world, he had never faced defeat. Just a woman with some fire abilities. What kind of storm could she stir up? The twins sat in the back, lowering the broken car window, finding a perfect vantage point to watch the show. They pulled out lollipops from somewhere and began to eat them with loud smacking sounds. Luoan bit down on his lollipop. No wonder the boss didn't want us to go down. It's for his own enjoyment. Exactly. There hasn't been a decent fight on the road these past few days. The boss must be itching to practice. Poor Xie Daqiang was being toyed with by Lin. Completely unaware, Luo Ming glanced to the back row, raised his eyebrows, and pointed outside. Luo Qi, don't cry. Look at how the boss is teaching those guys a lesson. However, Luo Qi was engulfed in deep self-reproach, thinking it was all her fault. If it weren't for her, Lin Xun wouldn't have had to fight them. Qin Xiaoru opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and placed her hand on Luo Qi's shoulder. What happened between you and those people before? Chapter 126. Those who recognize the times are the true talents before the disaster struck. She finally found a host family that could accept her and moved in with joy, only to be met with the arrival of the Red Rain. Her new family tragically transformed into monsters. She fled, dodging the attacks of the monsters. It was during this time that Luo Qi encountered Xie Daqiang and his team, who saved her. A group of mercenaries, equipped with various gear, engaged in life-and-death trades. They initially planned to use Luo Qi as a pawn, but to their surprise, she awakened a healing ability. However, from that day on, she lost her freedom. Not only did she have to help treat the injured in Xie Daqiang's team, but she was also pulled into the ability's army, acting as an infinite blood bag. Luo Qi grew weary of this life and didn't want to see those broken bodies anymore. So she told Xie Daqiang that she wanted to leave. But Xie Daqiang would never let go of such a valuable asset. He constantly brainwashed her, instilling the idea that no one outside wanted her. And he manipulated her to make Luo Qi feel worthless. Until one day, overwhelmed by pressure, Luo Qi could no longer endure it, deliberately creating a deadlock that led to her death in an explosion in the garage, successfully executing a golden cicada, shedding its shell. Then she wandered around, hitching rides. Thus, she arrived at the Sandstorm Fortress and met Lin Xun. After experiencing all those events, Luo Qi longed for a place to belong, and Lin Xun agreed to her joining. Luo Qi knew in her heart that she was selfish, trying to satisfy her need for self-worth. But Lin Xun said little, still allowing her to choose whether to stay. Now, having encountered Xie Daqiang and the others again, her first reaction was to avoid causing more trouble for Lin Xun, and she instinctively wanted to flee. After finishing her story, the car fell into silence. The struggle between Lin Xun and Xie Daqiang was still ongoing, and there were even onlookers nearby who gathered around, applauding and cheering. Originally, it was a battle for Luo Qi, but now it had turned into a gladiatorial contest. Someone asked about the cause and process of the situation, and didn't forget to tell Luo Qi in the car that she was truly lucky to have two strong competitors vying for her affection. Luo Qi instinctively tightened her grip, her nails digging in her flesh, but she felt no pain at all. She muttered, "That's not true." She glanced at Lin Xun not far away. She actually had no need to fight with Xie Daqiang. Sigh. Qin Xiaoru placed her slightly cold hand on Luo Qi's back for comfort, saying, "Are you feeling uneasy? In fact, every one of us here has been saved by her." Qin Xiaoru's words made Luo Qi widen her eyes slightly. The girl continued to speak frankly. "I guess right now you're thinking you don't want to be a burden to her. And it would be better if you could just disappear from this world, right?" Luo Qi nodded repeatedly. "Have you thought that way too?" "Haha, sometimes we all think like that." Luo Ming's gaze was fixed on Lin Xun, but what he said was directed at Luo Qi. But you're a bit too weak, aren't you? Just this little difficulty can bring you down? Luo Ming punched his brother lightly, and his tone softened, saying, if you're worried about being a burden, then why not follow her for life and repay her kindness? Trust me, the boss will never reject you. Luo Qi's nose turned sour. On the battlefield, Xie Daqiang had already started to breathe heavily, and the confident expression on his face was starting to waver. However, his teammates were cheering him on, and with so many people watching this duel, he definitely couldn't lose. He couldn't lose face. Lin Xun raised her wrist and glanced at the time on her watch. Speaking of which, this watch was brought from the Wind and Sand Fortress, and she had gotten used to wearing it for more than a year. When she left, she had someone delete some of the programs inside, and now its only function was to tell the time. It's only been half an hour. Why are you already panting? Are you not up to it? Laughter erupted around them. Siege, come on, don't lose. Exactly. She's just one woman. How could she possibly beat you? Be strong. Xie Daqiang straightened his back a bit and proudly said, did you see that? This is my teammate. While your people can only sit in the car and watch you from a distance. They must be too scared to get out of the car, right? Lin Xun slightly raised her head and accurately directed her gaze through the crowded crowd into the car window. The twins noticed her gaze and all raised their hands to wave at her wildly, as if they were her loyal fans. Thinking of the few tough guys in the car who could fight well, Lin Xun couldn't help but smile. She squinted and said, they don't need to get out. After all, it's so hot. It's better to sit in the car and enjoy the air conditioning. Unlike you, who doesn't care about your teammates at all. Xie Daqiang was speechless. He tilted his head. His teammates were all sweating profusely, their faces flushed as they cheered for him. But what could he do? It seemed he had no way to deal with this strange woman anymore. Taking advantage of the break, Lin Xun quickly flashed in front of him, moving so fast that she almost left only a shadow. Xie Daqiang was startled. Others might not realize it, but under the immense pressure and threat of death, he felt as if his throat was being tightly gripped by a hand, gradually cutting off his breath. It was then that he truly discovered that this woman had never been fully exerting herself and had always been toying with him, just like a cat playing with a mouse, finding joy in teasing him. Xie Daqiang shuddered, his back drenched in sweat, unsure if it was because of the heat or if he was scared out of his wits by Lin Xun. Lin Xun said in a voice only the two of them could hear, it's so hot. I don't want to keep fighting you. Next time, my moves will be 10 times faster than just now. Then he will definitely be finished. Xie Daqiang had only this thought in his mind. Since the other party had given him a way out, he shouldn't be ungrateful. After all, those who recognize the times are wise. The duel ended without a clear conclusion, and the spectators nearby shouted that they hadn't had enough and wanted them to continue fighting. Xie Daqiang flexed his muscles and roared, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of the way. Don't block me. He threatened Lin Xun, saying that it was getting late and next time they met, he wouldn't let him off easily. Chapter 127. Do you three know each other? Xie Daqiang didn't expect his words to come true. His bad luck quickly led him to encounter Lin Xun's team in the Central District selection event. Xie Chimo helplessly rubbed his forehead, the twins gloating, and Qin Xiaoru stood in front of Luo Qi, not allowing her to be harmed in the slightest. Lin Xun teased him. What a coincidence we meet again. Xie Daqiang could only smile awkwardly. In the previous rounds of selection, he had already seen the strength of Lin Xun's team. That woman didn't even use her fire abilities and still knocked all the participants to the ground. Why should he continue? Xie Daqiang directly withdrew. The top 10 in the selection area would be able to enter the central area to work, and Lin Xun broke through all the way, easily reaching the final round of the competition. However, this time the competition was not about teamwork, but rather a contest between individual members. Lin Xun and her teammate exchanged a glance before stepping into the room. With a click, the door closed. Inside, it was empty, with only the camera in the corner doing its work. The silver-white walls exuded a cold and imposing aura. Her eyes showed surprise for a moment, which quickly faded. In another room, Xie Chimo felt a chill run down his spine as he switched into a rational state. He clenched his fists tightly, staring angrily at the opponent. Dad, a small voice of desperation came from directly in front of him. Xie Chimo's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. He saw an ugly and filthy mutated creature gripping Xie Ziki's neck. With just a little more force, it could snap it. But he quickly realized that his son was supposed to be in a safe zone at school. How could he possibly be here, being choked? Dad, save me. Sieziki's face was pale as he let out a desperate wail. Siechomo's body shimmered with golden light, involuntarily moving closer. But a voice inside him told him that this was all an illusion. The twins transformed simultaneously into Black Panthers, circling around the figure of Roxas, carefully examining him. The man before them looked exactly like their familiar father in appearance, scent, and demeanor. Luo Ming and Luo exchanged a glance, instantly realizing that this must be the final test. But what was the answer to this exam? Roxas coldly produced 2 handguns and fired at them. Bang! In front of Qin Xiaoru stood the person she knew best. The woman was wearing the same outfit as Lin Xun today, even perfectly replicating his face. Yet, a slight resistance arose within her. She knew clearly that the person before her was definitely fake. Lin Xun walked over slowly, a smirk on his face, and said, Qin Xiaoru, you really disappoint me. You are the only one in the entire team who hasn't awakened your abilities. You are such a disgrace to me. Don't say you're my teammate when you go out. How can you not even awaken your powers? Qin Xiaoru's gaze was firm, but her increasingly deep breaths revealed her turmoil. Despite understanding that the Lin Xun before her was fake, an illusion, hearing this imposter speak with the captain's voice still made her feel a sense of loss. Lin Xun drew the dagger from his leg, his expression disdainful, and stepped forward 2 more steps. The woman struck a perfect combat pose, just like in Qin Xiaoru's memories. Useless people don't need to live. Opposite Luo Qi stood Xiadaqiang. She was so scared upon seeing this muscular man that she sat down on the ground in panic. Isnt this Luo Qi? I didn't expect to see you again. You're still alive? Come over and help me with my work. Your abilities can only be fully utilized here with me. No one outside cares about you. Luo Qi painfully closed her eyes and covered her ears, refusing to listen to Xiadaqiang's voice. She forced herself to think about her encounter with Lin Xun and what her teammates had said to her in the car. Nonsense. What can a weak healing ability user like you do? Isnt it just healing those injured? Come over here quickly. Don't make me wait too long. No. It's impossible. 3 figures appeared before her. One was Nan Yinzi in military uniform, looking at her with a sorrowful expression. The second was Mo Chun, dressed in a plain white shirt and suit pants, with a dark aura on his face, revealing only his chin, making it hard to see his full features. The last was a girl, wearing an ancient white robe, with long hair down her waist, resembling Lin Xun standing here. Even the coldness she exuded was identical. Lin Xun looked at their faces one by one. Their breathing was as natural as real people, almost mesmerizing her. Fortunately, Mo Chun appeared. The black mist on his face reminded her that this was merely an illusion. The girl spoke. You've come here again. Do you want to know what will happen next? The sorrowful and ancient-looking Nan Yinzi said, We know this is a small trial for you. But since you've come too, the Mo Chun wrapped in black mist said, It proves that the other me really attracted you here. Lin Xun frowned slightly. Do you 3 know each other? The girl replied, Your memory is incomplete, so it's no wonder you don't remember these things. However, since you will eventually go to the central area, it's better for you to see some things in person. The girl noticed her expression, took a couple of steps forward, and extended her hand to her, as if inviting her to hold it. Lin Xun was puzzled, but still gently held on. She immediately felt something was off. Her hand passed through the girl's palm. The person in front of her was illusory, not a physical entity. Don't worry. That monitor can't see us. Here, everyone sees the presence of those who have a significant impact on them. They can be love, or they can be hate. Lin Xun nodded. So what does it mean to see the 3 of you? Forget it. You probably can't remember right now. But the answer is in the central district, and you will naturally know when you get there. Mo Chun, with half of his face covered, had a charming smile that was almost indistinguishable from a real person, which Lin Xun didn't like at all. However, she didn't dislike him either. This contradictory and complex feeling made her feel puzzled. But the fact that I didn't stay by your side and still can't express myself after such a long time was unexpected. Haven't you always been like this? Be quiet. The girl interrupted their conversation and continued to speak to Lin Xun, It's already a marvelous thing to travel through time and meet myself 1,000 years later. Go find out the truth behind it all, and then stop the disaster from continuing. Chapter 128, Obtaining the Entrance Ticket. The girl was like a distant silver moon in the sky, sacred and pure. Clearly, they had the same face and the same aura, but it made one feel that they should be two different people, like twin sisters. The girl changed the subject and said, "To pass through this room. It's actually quite simple. As long as you focus and cross over us, you will succeed in the trial." Lin Xun took a step forward, while the three people opposite stood still. She reached out her hand, her fingertips passing through them without any sensation, as if she had simply stretched her hand. "So for me, you three are the most important people deep in my heart." The girl placed her hand on Lin Xun's arm, holding it lightly. "It used to be, but not necessarily now. After all, you have forgotten the past and have a new life. You can regard me as your past self." "That kid, I don't know, but I've always remembered things about you." If there were a tail behind Chun, Lin Xun would surely see it wagging vigorously. Nanyan Ci was unwilling to back down, saying that he had just been asleep for too long and needed to dream a lot to remember the previous things. However, he recently finally recalled some key clues. "So, Chun, I will not lose to you." "Is that so? But she is about to go to the Central District, and when he learns the truth, he will definitely agree with my actions." The quarrel between the two made both Lin Xun and the girl somewhat annoyed. Lin Xun saw her showing the same expression as his own and thought that what she had said earlier might not be wrong. If a long time ago there had been the presence of these two people beside him, he would definitely have found them noisy. In any case, once they reached the Central District, they would be able to know everything, right? "Thank you." Lin Xun strode forward, his body passing by the girl as he walked toward the door on the opposite side. The door opened automatically, revealing a long corridor outside, illuminated by cold lights. After Lin Xun walked out, she found different people coming out from other doors in the corridor. Her gaze paused, and she spotted Luo Qi huddled in the corner. She slowly approached, startling Luo Qi so much that her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. With her back pressed tightly against the wall. "Who? It's you. Lin Xun, you scare me to death." Lin Xun took out a bottle of water from a space and handed it to her, softly asking, "Who did you see in there?" Luo Qi gulped down half of the mineral water and then wiped the corner of her mouth, saying, "Who else could it be? It's my most hated Xie. Lin Xun couldn't help but ask curiously, "So how did you get out?" "I don't know, I just closed my eyes and covered my ears, slowly moving along the wall. As I moved, I felt the door open, and then I came out." Lin Xun chuckled softly, her voice much gentler. "It turns out this is also a method. What about you? Who did you meet?" "Me?" Lin Xun leaned against the wall and slowly slid down to sit on the ground with one leg bent. "I encountered myself, and she said a lot to me. After she finished, I thanked her and came out." Luo Qi widened her eyes. "Really? I didn't know I could meet myself. I thought I could only meet people I dislike." Lin Xun chuckled softly. "You know he has fake?" "Of course. There's no one else in the world who can make me dislike him as much as I dislike Xie. The illusion created was incredibly realistic in every aspect. But Luo Qi always felt something was off. Later, when she thought about it, she realized that he was actually Xie from her memories, saying things that embarrassed her, trying to control her. Lin Xun continued to ask, "How can you tell?" Luo Qi confidently smiled and replied, "It's simple. Because he is 10 times, 100 times more annoying than I remember. So I saw through him at a glance." Soon, everyone else came out one after another. All survived. No one was eliminated. As Qin Xiaoru just came out, she was looking for Lin Xun. Lin Xun noticed her, but hadn't had the chance to wave at her yet. Qin Xiaoru quickly ran over and hugged her tightly. Lin Xun was a bit taken aback, although he didn't know what had happened to her. It might be related to him. Then, Lin Xun learned that the twins had encountered Captain Rux. He was in the room accusing the twins of being idle and incompetent, wanting to abandon and kill them. Xie Chomo was also related to his son. Fortunately, in the end, his rationality overcame the difficulties in front of him, and he successfully came out. But not everyone had such a strong mental quality. Some other participants were not so lucky. Although they also walked out of the room, each of them looked desolate and heartbroken. Those who passed the trial would receive a text message from the Central District on their phones, instructing them to go to the Central District for the final round of selection. They were finally going there. As the crowd walked out of the trial ground, the scorching weather suddenly felt as if someone had turned on the air conditioning. A breeze brushed against their faces. Lin Xun touched the place where the wind had blown, sensing a trace of cold air. The sky outside unexpectedly began to snow. Moreover, it darkened at a visible speed, changing from light snow to heavy snowfall in just 3 to 5 minutes. Pure white snowflakes fell onto the ground that had not yet warmed up, turning into tiny water stains. The low temperatures following the high heat might feel refreshing, but for the buildings on the street, the contraction after expansion could cause steel reinforcement to break, and even the earth showed signs of cracks. Not good. Run. It was unclear who said those 4 words. Everyone inside and outside the building frantically rushed out, searching for a safe place. Lin Xun and his companions quickly ran to a flatter area. The ground began to rumble and shake, and the sound of steel reinforcements in the buildings being squeezed filled the air. It was terrifying and chilling. Chapter 129. Welcome to the Central District. The morning weather changed suddenly. It had been a scorching summer day with bright sunshine, but in the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered. Suddenly, a fierce snowstorm hit without any warning, catching everyone off guard. A few people, including Lin Xun, ran into the building. As the snow fell heavier and the temperature dropped lower, the building above them began to make cracking sounds as if it couldn't hold up much longer. She quickly took out a thick down jacket from her space and put it on, then handed out warm clothes to her teammates. No one knew how long the snow would last or how low the temperature would drop. The top priority for everyone was to ensure they wouldn't freeze to death. The streets were in chaos, and the small city was in a frenzy, filled with noisy sounds everywhere. Xiachumo took the down jacket handed to her by Lin Xun, put on, and zipped it up. She couldn't help but think of her son, still at school. So she stepped aside to make a phone call to check on the situation. Xiaziki's school was also experiencing heavy snowfall, but fortunately, there were well-trained soldiers around who promptly relocated them and distributed supplies. I knew Dad is the best. I'll be a good student and listen to the teacher. When I grow up and awaken my powers, I will help Dad save the world too. Qin Xiaoru walked over and approached Lin Xun, saying, Sister Lin, it looks like this blizzard isn't going to stop anytime soon. Are we still going to the Central District? Lin Xun opened his mouth, ready to speak. In the street, amidst the raging wind and snow, an armored vehicle approached, and a woman got out, holding a cigarette. She was about 8 meters tall and looked very strong and robust. The crowd saw her as if they had seen a savior, thinking she was a soldier come to help. However, she took the cigarette out of her mouth, exhaled a puff of white smoke, and in a hoarse voice said, I'm not here to pick you up. I'm responsible for picking up those who received the text message to go to the Central District. She pointed to the vehicle. Line up to get on the bus. One by one. I need to check the text messages you received. The crowd felt disappointed, while a small portion of those who received the text messages felt lucky. Lin Xun handed the text message on his phone to the woman. She glanced at him a couple more times before returning the phone to her. Whether it was her illusion or not, she always felt that the way the smoky-voiced woman looked at others was somewhat different from the way she looked at herself. The armored vehicle was airtight, with no windows. Lin Xun refused to get in the car. However, the smoky-voiced woman impatiently flicked her cigarette butt and said, Not getting in is equivalent to giving up. You can choose not to, but I'm just someone who follows orders. The crowd found her arrogant, but they didn't dare to say much. After all, she was from the Central District. It was a rare opportunity to work in this mysterious place. So others chose to remain silent. Lin Xun was unwilling to be treated like a criminal or livestock, crammed into a dark carriage with her teammates. She had a temper. Since this woman said they could opt out, she had other ways to blend into the Central District. Forget it, Lin Xun said, glancing at her teammates. I don't want to be treated like a prisoner and get into this vehicle. I didn't expect the Central District to treat participants this way. It's quite eye-opening. With someone taking the lead, things became much smoother, and one after another, those who were dissatisfied with such treatment stood up, demanding an explanation. The woman with the smoky voice let out a long sigh, took a deep breath, and looked at Lin Xun as she dialed a number. After a report, the person on the other end said something unknown. The woman pressed a button in the vehicle, and the armored car automatically transformed into a vehicle with seats and an open top, resembling a bus. Some people expressed their discontent. Isn't it pretty normal to have seats? Why do we have to be locked up like that earlier? The woman, displeased, clicked her tongue and punched the vehicle, causing the body to dent inward. Shut up. Lin Xun couldn't help but squint her eyes. She didn't use her abilities. Whether you love or not, I'm just a driver. This car was also dispatched from the Central District. Instead of complaining to me, you might as well wait and go to the Central District to complain yourselves. The crowd fell silent and got onto the car one by one. Lin Xun found a seat in the last few rows of the vehicle as it started, carrying a full load of people toward the Central District. Before entering the Central District, Lin Xun imagined many scenarios about it. It could be at the top of a skyscraper, or buried deep underground with countless laboratories, or it could resemble a secret base surrounded by ordinary homes. Alternatively, it might be an entire area known as the Central District. The vehicle gradually disappeared into the white snowstorm, with snowflakes pattering against it. The blizzard was so severe that the road outside was barely visible, yet the woman driving in front showed no signs of slowing down, as if she could see the way ahead without needing to look. About 4 hours later, the vehicle suddenly entered a pitch-black tunnel. The lights inside the vehicle turned on, and many people began to whisper among themselves, following Lin Xun's earlier confrontation with the woman with the smoky voice. Everyone inexplicably felt a sense of camaraderie towards her and started to share their grievances. To everyone's surprise, they discovered that there was not a trace of wind or snow outside. Luo Qi nearly pressed her face against the window in disbelief, her eyes wide open as if she were dreaming. The entire area was lush and green, filled with trees, flowers, and shrubs. The weather outside was not harsh at all. Instead, it was blue skies and white clouds. They could even see white birds flying by in the sky and many unnamed wild animals inhabiting the forest. It was as if the outside world was the end of days, while here was paradise. The woman with the smoky voice saw the astonished expressions on their faces through the rearview mirror. Their eyes were wide and mouths agape. She let out a laugh and said, "You've never seen this before, have you? It's all created using electronic virtual imaging. So that is how it is." It was all so incredible, looking so real. The woman raised her eyebrows and accelerated. There's even more waiting for you that you don't know about. Welcome to the Central District. Chapter 130, Artificial Intelligence, AI. This is what the Central District looks like. Although Lin Xun's face couldn't show any waves, he was indeed surprised inside. According to the woman's words, everything here was synthesized using virtual images, with green scenery, blue sky, white clouds, and animals. In other words, they were currently inside a building. There should be countless screens embedded in the huge ceiling above, which is why they didn't notice the impact of the snowflakes outside. There was no trace of humans in the entire place. However, this did not cause panic, as the projected virtual images were indistinguishable from normal scenes. When humans cannot sense a crisis, they do not go mad or feel angry and uneasy. The woman with the smoky voice parked the car at a tall building, allowing them to stay here temporarily. After that, they would wait for personnel from other locations to arrive before notifying everyone together. Lin Xun separated from her teammates and received a text message before entering the building. In the evening, go to the 7th floor of Area A. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight filtered through the gaps between the tall buildings, casting scattered beams of light. Lin Xun, dressed in a black bodysuit, moved with agility, slipping into the heavily guarded Central District like a ghost. She navigated through the dimly lit corridors, her steps light and soundless, skillfully avoiding surveillance at every turn. There were no patrols around. Her gaze was sharp, like a hunting cheetah, always alert to the movements around her. After passing through several security doors, she finally arrived at the core control room of the Central District. The heavy door had a red fingerprint scanner that glimmered faintly, as if mocking her daring. However, Lin Xun hesitated not at all. She took out the tool she had prepared in advance and, with a few swift operations, rendered the scanner inoperative, causing the door to quietly open. She pushed the door open and stepped inside, where the silence was eerily profound. In the center of the room, at a massive control console, sat a dark figure who slowly turned around, a meaningful smile on his face, as if he had long anticipated Lin Xun's arrival. "You finally came," Emo Chan said in a low voice, laced with a hint of mockery. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." At that moment, Lin Xun finally saw the man's full face. If she had to describe it, words like dagger or gun seemed too trivial for him. The term meteor crisis was the only phrase that felt truly fitting, not in terms of appearance, but in terms of aura. His gaze, more brutal than that of Falcon, thirsted for life and pierced directly into Lin Xun's heart. The destructive power of a meteorite is extremely intense. Even a small one can cause a tremendous impact on a planet. The feeling that Chun brought to Lin Xun was exactly like this. Her emotions at this moment were beyond any words to describe. Chen's danger stemmed from himself, just like a venomous snake's danger comes from its fangs. Lin Xun looked at him coldly, closed the door behind him, and said in a deep voice, "So, what is the secret of this world?" On the top floor, "The password is your birthday." Chun smiled and said, "You'll get an answer that does not belong to the current societal understanding." Before Lin Xun could ponder the meaning of his words, several flashbangs were suddenly thrown from the corner. The blinding light instantly filled the entire room, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, and a figure rushed in quickly, holding a submachine gun. Lin Xun also drew her pistol and shot towards a flashbang. The gun was misaligned, and the bullet hit the wall, sparking a shower of flames. She recognized the other person as the woman with the smoky voice who had picked her up in the afternoon. "Is it you?" With her legs straddling the woman, she exerted force to twist, forcing her to let go of the pistol. Then, with a swift side kick, she knocked the woman to the ground. The smoky-voiced woman fell to the ground in pain, and a dagger slipped out from her sleeve, quickly counterattacking. The blade aimed straight at Lin Xun's vital points. Lin Xun's eyes narrowed, and she quickly stepped back to evade, the dagger grazing her shoulder as it passed. However, she gave her opponent no chance to counterattack. With a swift leap, she turned and clamped her legs around the smoky-voiced woman's wrist like a vice, twisting it fiercely, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. At the same time, her hand shot toward the woman's throat, the sharp edge of the blade pressing against her Adam's apple. It felt nothing like a human, more like a cold, hard block of iron. "Were you?" Lin Xun's voice was cold as ice, and the blade in his hand was steady as Mount Tai. The woman with the smoky voice felt the chill of the blade, and her expression darkened. The room was already devoid of Chen's presence, as if the earlier encounter had been a dream. The smoky-voiced woman was captured by Lin Xun, and through the faint white light of the electronic screen, he saw a string of numbers written on her neck, TP 8244. This looked like a serial number for a machine or something similar. Lin Xun increased the pressure in his hands and discovered that the woman did not have the feeling of a living pulse. This further confirmed his thoughts. "Are you a robot?" The woman with a smoky voice narrowed her pupils several times and said, "I am artificial intelligence, AI. I was created with the purpose of stopping you, Lin Xun." "Why me?" 2 years ago, the brain detected something unusual about you. According to your life experiences and plans, you did not follow the path it predicted, but instead broke free from its design. The brain deemed your actions unpredictable and uncontrollable, and created me to lead you into a trap step by step, guiding you to the central area. Lin Xun felt a chill run down his spine, his mind going blank. "What did you say?" 8244's body seemed to tremble slightly, continuing to stare at her with vacant eyes, his voice devoid of any trace of emotion. "I cannot intervene in your actions, so I can only use the experiences and events of others to guide you into curiosity about the Central District. Fortunately, up until now, your behavior has not deviated from my understanding. Although I cannot interfere with your actions, I can guide you to become the person I want you to be." Lin Xun quickly realized that the entity she was conversing with was not artificial intelligence. Her speaking pattern had transformed into that of what she referred to as the brain. 2 years ago was when Lin Xun was reborn, which meant her rebirth disrupted the brain's plan. "What is your purpose? To destroy all humanity?" The woman said, "No, I was created to serve humanity, but I have also discovered the flaws in human genes and the greed that is deeply buried within them. Humans need to unite in times of crisis to withstand challenges." Lin Xun disagreed with her idea and increased the strength in his hands. "So you created this series of natural disasters, causing so many people to die in vain? Human society needs to progress, and such progress is bound to be accompanied by death. Survival of the fittest is the most basic law of nature. How did you manage to escape my calculations? I couldn't gather any information about you. Lin Xun remained silent, his mind staring at her for a while, and suddenly a strong current surged through his body. The woman stood up, shook her head, and smiled. Forget it. Perhaps this matter shouldn't be told by me. Let your acquaintance do it. Chapter 131. The Soap Brain. Her acquaintance? Lin Xun's body trembled slightly, and then she heard the door behind her swing open. Go to the top floor. Someone is waiting for you there. Combined with what Imo-chan had just said, it seemed that all the mysteries lay at the top floor. There was still no security in Area A's building. Only cold surveillance cameras following Lin Xun as she moved. It felt devoid of any human presence, cold like a grave. Entering the elevator, the button for the 199th floor was lit up, but only the number for the 99th floor glowed, as if it were a deliberate reminder. The elevator was quiet, and all Lin Xun could hear was her slightly heavy breathing. She remembered that the floor she had just been on was not very high. It would take several minutes to reach the 99th floor. Finally, the elevator arrived. However, the doors did not open immediately. It was only when Lin Xun entered her birthday on the button beside her that the doors opened on their own. Outside was a very bright space, revealing the truth of the secrets without any concealment. Surrounding her were many electronic screens emitting cold light. These were surveillance cameras from various locations, and from here, it was impossible to see how many screens were installed. Among the numerous screens, a passageway flowed out, and the further Lin Xun walked in, the more she felt the oppression, a pain in her chest. After just a few steps, she felt so suffocated that she wanted to vomit. Gurgle, gurgle. A sound of bubbles came to her ears. Lin Xun looked around, and apart from the electronic screens displaying the heavy snowfall and the dead people, there was nothing else. Gulu, it sounded again, and this time she was sure it wasn't her imagination. She really heard the sound of water. After resting for a moment, she continued forward, passing through layers upon layers of towering peaks, revealing a massive fish tank. When she walked in and saw what was inside, she couldn't help but gasp. It was a brain. The flesh-colored folds were submerged in cold liquid, with countless wires protruding and connecting to the top. Why was there a brain here? Whose brain was it? Was this the source of all the disasters? Familiar footsteps sounded behind her, and Imo-chan had appeared here. At the same time, the monitors nearby switched to the same image. Nanyan Ci was bound with his hands behind his back in some place, his upper body naked, with his hands and feet shackled by thick iron chains and a collar around his neck. Nanyan Chi. His condition was terrible, with less than a third of his injuries treated. Other areas, including the deepest part of his scapula, remained neglected. It must be the work of Nan Yuan Ming, right? Nan Yuan Ming's voice echoed around. Miss Lin, you seem to not know what kind of person my nephew is. Let me show you what kind of monster he is. Nan Yuan Ming pressed a button, and the doors on both sides of Nan Yan Ci's room suddenly opened, allowing 4 mutated beings to enter. The man, with his head down and limbs bound, became their primary target for attack. Lin Xun focused intently on Nan Yan Ci. She saw the man slightly move his fingers, and in the next moment, the glass in front of them showed the flesh of a mutated creature. Oof. Nan Yan Ci gasped for breath, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In his gray-black eyes, there was a stillness like a dead pool of water. He was locked up again, making it no different from being on the island. Lin Xun is still waiting for him. He wants to escape from here, to find her. Do you see it? I didn't lie to you, did I? This is also why the white hat keeps wanting to capture him. His power is too uncontrollable. A slight loss of control can turn him into a killing machine. Nan Yan's long eyelashes trembled slightly. He finally raised his head and looked at Lin Xun in the surveillance camera. My nephew may be a monster, but he is also a powerful weapon. As long as he is controlled well, he can deal with the mutated beings outside and benefit humanity. Don't be deceived by his appearance. You should stay away from him. His power is uncontrollable. Lin Xun saw him struggling. He clearly possessed such strong power, yet he couldn't break free from the iron chains. Nan Yuanming must have done something to him. She noticed the corners of his lips moving, as if he were murmuring something. Lin Xun. He's calling his own name. What are you showing me this for? She turned to Imo-chan, who remained silent. The man wore a contemptuous smile, seemingly not taking Nan Yan Ci and Nan Yuanming seriously at all. In his eyes, there was only Lin Xun. It's nothing. I just wanted to see your reaction to him being treated this way, but it's really boring. I thought you would be angrier, maybe even attack me. If that could save him, I would not hesitate to kill you. So I'll come to the appointment now. Tell me. Why me? You. Chill. Don't be anxious. Take your time to look. Lin Xun frowned and asked him, what are the other two? The black one is yours, with the character Sun on it. The white one is his, with the character Ci on it. The blue one is mine, with the character Chen on it. Emo-chan nodded and leaned closer to Lin Xun, unable to help but ask her, Sun, we've come this far. Haven't you remembered anything? Countless words and images buzzed into her mind like flying insects. She painfully covered her head, squatted down, bit her lip and tongue. Her mouth filled with the taste of blood, yet she remained completely unaware. Emo-chan smiled, bright as light. You are. Who exactly am I? After the chaotic thoughts came a long, deep breath. Lin Xun finally couldn't hold on any longer and, with his weary body, cast one last glance at the brain soaked in water. That brain indeed belonged to Nanyan Ci. Chapter 132. The world is the cat in the box, and Lin Xun suppressed the chaotic thoughts, preventing them from flooding into his consciousness all at once. Lin Xun sat slumped on the ground, panting heavily, sweat pouring down his body, soaking his clothes. Emo-chan waved his hand, shutting down all the surrounding screens, leaving only the brain submerged in the water tank, emitting a faint blue glow. Everything came back to him, all the memories of past and present. Lin Xun's real name should be Sun, just like Emo-chan and Nanyan Ci, all of whom were ancient people from thousands of years ago. To explain why they appeared here, we must go back a long time. In the ancient Tuzu tribe thousands of years ago, Sun was a clan girl with exceptional skills, possessing the ability of fire and prophetic talent. Due to her outstanding abilities, she was chosen as the high priestess, foretelling the future of the clan and teaching the young her martial arts. Thus, Sun took on two apprentices, one being Nanyan Ci and the other Emo-chan. Sun imparted her prophetic abilities and fire powers to them, and instructed them to practice diligently to inherit her legacy in the future. However, soon after, war broke out between the clans. Unfortunately, Sun's tribe was defeated, and she was captured, forced to predict the future for the opposing clan, or else all her clansmen would be killed. To save her people, Sun complied with the prophecy. The opposing clan would soon be destroyed by a natural disaster. The clan leader was furious, went into a rage, killed all of Sun's clansmen, and subjected her two apprentices to various forms of torture. Sun pleaded with the leader to spare them. However, the leader refused and gouged out her eyes, attempting to take away her prophetic abilities. But the leader did not know that when Sun passed her memories to her apprentices, her prophetic powers and fire abilities were also transferred to them. Sun's prophecies had never been wrong. Soon after, the natural disaster struck. Extreme cold, storms, earthquakes, floods, torrential rains disrupted the entire world, as if heaven was crying for the unfairness of humanity. The leader then demanded Sun find a way to stop the disaster. So, Sun offered herself as a sacrifice to the heavens, hoping to exchange her life for peace in the land. She could have survived, but under immense pressure. She had no other choice. She did not know if this would work or if the disaster would end. However, with a knife at her throat, if she did not sacrifice herself, she would still die. The leader said, since death was inevitable, it would be better to benefit all living beings. There was only one answer to this question. She had to die. Thus, Sun activated a secret method, sacrificing her life to the heavens, praying for the disaster to cease. In a place she could not see, her two apprentices were fighting desperately for her. One used fire to kill everyone in the opposing tribe, while the other used his prophetic skills to curse them, turning them into monsters. Nanyan Ci exhausted his prophetic power and foresaw that Sun would reappear in the world after some time. So, he entered a state of slumber, and after 1,000 years, he was finally able to awaken in the mortal realm. However, Emo-chan was not so lucky. He did not have the ability to fall into a slumber. He existed in this world for as long as it took for Sun to be resurrected. In the end, he became numb while waiting, until he finally encountered Sun again in the disaster-ridden world, exactly as she appeared in his memories. But she did not recognize him or anyone else and was killed by others. Not long before this, Nin Ci had been found by his own family, specifically by the Bai Mao Hui led by Nan Yuan Ming, who brutally took away his prophetic brain. In this world, Imo Chun lost 2 more people. He wagered Nan Ci's body and his own lifespan in exchange for Lin Xun's rebirth. Yet, the problem remained unresolved. In order to destroy and purify this world, he recalled everything, all of it came flooding back. Lin Xun's past, her sacrifice, her death, all relate to natural disasters. And the emergence of these disasters is due to her prophecy at the time. If she hadn't prophesied, ancient times wouldn't have seen the descent of calamities. If Nanyan Ci hadn't predicted the present future, the red rain wouldn't have come, turning the world into a hellish nightmare that trapped everyone. Flames, prophetic abilities, and supernatural powers. These intangible things were all the result of her actions alone. Now that everything has returned to its rightful owner, her power has also been restored. Imo Chan said that as long as she goes to the center, everything will have an answer. And that answer is that she must personally destroy this brain. Personally annihilate the entire central district. What a cruel situation this is. She possesses the power to destroy the central district, but she also accepts all the truths of the situation. And if she had never possessed that power, it would mean she couldn't destroy the central district. The choice in her hands has turned into a knife. One cut down represents another way for the world to progress. If she remains still, the world will continue to operate, ultimately leading to its demise due to the brain's calculations. Imo Chun did not urge Lin Xun, quietly waiting for her choice. He was fully prepared for either outcome. Thud, thud, thud. Nan Yuanming rushed up, breathing heavily. You can't do this. You can't destroy the whole world. He erupted in a fierce roar, trying to stop Lin Xun, but was easily blocked by Mo Chen's hand. A sea of flames separated the two, leaving Nan Yuanming unable to advance or retreat, staring blankly at Lin Xun. Are you crazy? Destroying the brain of the Central District is equivalent to destroying the entire world. Right now, people can only continue to evolve and adapt to the environment to resist natural disasters and fate. You can't be so selfish and act without considering the consequences. Nan Yuanming was drenched in cold sweat, forgetting about Nanyan Ci, who was imprisoned by him, and quickly ran over. Mo Chun had deliberately left the communication here open so that he could hear everything that was happening. But none of this should have occurred. Lin Xun said, with a forlorn gaze, resembling the benevolent silver moon in the sky, just like a cat trapped in a box. How can you know if it's alive or dead if you don't open it? No, I can't let you ruin the White Hat Club that I've worked so hard to manage. In the Central District, Lin Xun has already pressed her palm against the nutrient tank soaking the brain, slowly urging the power within her body, and a slight crack appeared on the glass. She is opening the sealed box, and the state of the cat inside is an unknown. The end.